Men don't want to live with school girls. Setting up a street stall by the roadside, the handwritten talisman will ask for 1,000,000 yuan. The little couple passing by laughed at this. These days, even students are out swaggering and deceiving. Smile at these mocking teenagers. He believed that there would always be someone who knew the goods, because he was originally a great cultivator at the God Transformation realm, not long ago, and loved ones unfortunately fell while exploring the forbidden land of the immortals, and he was unexpectedly reborn back to his high school days. In this life he was stubborn. Secret love is dismissive of him. Fiancé humiliates and quits marriage. Now he will make up for it. All the regrets of the past life, looking for your beloved Lori to be in the immortal class together. What are you doing? The invigilators yelling woke Chen Mo up. School bell encore you. Looking at Chen Mo, his face was full of disappointment. How can this kind of boy be worthy of her? The teacher saw that Chen Mo was still indifferent and roared. Go out if you don't want to take the exam. Chen Mo chuckled. Stamped out of the classroom with everyone dumbfounded. What he needs to do now is to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. Cultivation is divided into 8 realms from condensing chi to immortality. He was a divine realm cultivator in his previous life, and her beloved Luo Li is a true fairy in the Dao realm. But it's still too far for him. All he has to do is step into the first level of Qi condensation realm as soon as possible. After much deliberation, Chen Mo chose the Xiantian Rising Dragon Dao cultivation method of Xiandao sect. He made up his mind and closed his eyes. Begin to enter the first step of cultivation. The vitality within 100 meters began to gather towards him. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Mo opened his eyes with a hint of joy on his face. Because on the earth with thin spiritual energy, he was able to deflate so quickly. Then the classmate who had finished the exam came up to him, and Kyue, who has outstanding temperament, issued a question. What are you doing here? Chen Mo ignored her. But look into the crowd. On a young girl. When he was down in a previous life, Jiang Yao will never leave him. It's a pity he didn't cherish it well. Seeing Chen Mo ignore himself, and Kyue was suddenly a little displeased. I'm asking you something. And Chen Mo directly ignored her and looked at Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, how did you do on this exam? Jiang Yao froze in place. She didn't expect Chen Mo to take the initiative to talk to her. For a moment, she blushed and whispered back. Not bad. Chen Mo suddenly stepped forward and rubbed her hair. If you can get into the top 10 in the class, I have a mysterious gift for you. Hearing this, Jiang Yao looked at Chen Mo with excitement. Then I realized that the two were acting too intimately. She quickly took a step back and stood firm. I will try my best. Seeing her like this, Chen Mo laughed. Remember to call me if you encounter difficulties. Because based on past life memories. Soon after, Jiang Yao's house. It's going to be a disaster. In this life, nature can't let this happen. Looking at the back of Chen Mo's departure, and Kyue suddenly felt a burst of loss in his heart. But she still thinks, Chen Mo is just pretending. Chen Mo, who left school, suddenly remembered. Now he is sleeping at Kyue's house. I just snubbed that eldest lady in. So in order to get money to rent a house, Chen Mo set up a stall on the street. He laughed off the taunts of passers-by. He believed that there would always be someone who knew the goods. Sure enough. A spontaneous girl half-crouched in front of the stall. She has an elegant temperament and a noble breath. However, Chen Mo is only. Take a look and then take back your eyes. Calm down and wake up. Exorcism can cure all diseases. Hearing the words, the girl's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of expectation. Can this talisman cure someone who is delirious? Chen Mo immediately took out one and handed it to her. This Dao Ning rune is the most suitable. The girl asked dubiously how much it was. Chen Mo waved his finger confidently. I think you are destined to sell it to you. 1 million. Not waiting for the girl to answer, suddenly, a short-haired girl interrupted him. She looked at Chen Mo with contempt. Why don't you go grab it? Then I had a meal at my girlfriend Jin Peiyun. How can a little high school student deceive you? Jin Peiyun's face was a little embarrassed, but when I think about my grandmother's illness at home, even if you are deceived, I'm going to try it for my grandma. There was a determined look in her eyes, looking at Chen Mo. I want this Ning talisman. I'll transfer the money to you. Chen Mo saw her filial piety. I gave her the other talismans together and informed the method of use. Before leaving, Li Shengnan glared at Chen Mo and warned him, if these talismans don't work, I lost your third leg. After Chen Mo got the money, he rented a villa. Then he started to practice non-stop. The most precious thing for him now is time. Jin Peiyun, who returned home, asked, Grandpa, how is Grandma's condition? Mr. Jin sighed sadly. Your grandma is afraid. Jin Peiyun gritted her teeth and took out those talismans. I met a master and asked for a few talismans. Ready to give Grandma a try. Mr. Jin didn't want to toss any more. But looking at the pleading granddaughter, he couldn't bear to refuse. Then try it. Jin Peiyun nodded and walked to the bed. She aspires to be the talisman of peace. Stick it between the old lady's eyebrows, then follow the method taught by Chen Mo. Concentrate and shout. But nothing happened. The old lady is still sleeping soundly. Mr. Jin sighed. The hope that had just risen was dashed in an instant. Jin Peiyun also felt a burst of disappointment in her heart. Is he really a liar? Mr. Jin comforted her softly. Your grandma is sick, even the best experts in Yangjing can't cure it. How can a charm be effective? Just as they are ready to accept reality. The talisman that was originally quietly pasted between the old lady's eyebrows, suddenly it turned into a few wisps of blue smoke and got into her eyebrows. Zhongruan, an old and feeble call sounded in the room. I saw the old lady propping up the bed with both hands, slowly sat up. Jin Peiyun stepped over to Grandma's side. Do you still know me? The old lady was stunned for a moment, a little different. You are my granddaughter, how could I not recognize it? At this time, Grandpa Jin's excited body was shaking. Go and call Dr. Lin over. The doctor was also amazed after repeated examinations. The old lady's body has really recovered. It's a medical miracle. After learning that the person selling the talisman was a high school student, old Master Jin's face became unusually serious. You hurry up and mobilize all your strength. Check out the origin of the master. I came to visit in person. At the same time, Chen Mo lay on the bed helplessly after practicing. Because the aura of the earth is too barren. He needs 3 more days to break through the first layer of condensation. Instead of practicing, he picked up his phone. According to the memories of past lives, Mom will call him later. And the phone rang. Xiao Mo, come to the airport right away. Come with me to Yangjing to attend your grandmother's funeral. After 3,000 years, I heard a familiar voice again. Chen Mo seems like a lifetime away. Li Sufang was born in one of the 6 major families in Yangjing. He was expelled from his home for marrying a commoner. Chen Mo was also trampled on as an outsider. And become a tool for marriage with the Yang family. Although he has never met his fiancée. But it seems that Yang Qingcheng has silently helped him for many years. Since reborn. In this mundane world, he will go again after all. Just entered the airport. Chen Mo saw his mature and dignified mother. He suddenly had the urge to cry. But he was instantly suppressed. Adjusting his mood, Chen Mo happily ran over. Mom, why are you so beautiful again? Li Sufang's heart was heavy. Be amused. How did your mouth become so sweet? Although they only meet once a year. But it doesn't affect the mother-son relationship between them. Plane through clouds and fog. Li family land on the outskirts of Yangjing, Li Sufang in a long black dress. Standing in front of the Li family with Chen Mo. The old housekeeper of the Li family looked at Li Sufang with her embarrassed face. 4th miss. Why are you here? Hearing this, Li Sufang's face flashed with anger. Mother passed away, can't I come and give her the last ride? The butler calmly approached 2 steps. I'm afraid there will be a lot of resistance this time. It is natural to sacrifice daughters to mothers. They can't stop me. After saying that, he pulled Chen Mo into the courtyard. The two have just entered the Li family. There are countless hostile glances. In his previous life, Chen Mo was scared to be submissive, and now in his eyes. The entire Li family is an ant. A crystal coffin is quietly displayed in the main hall. The head of the family, Li Dongyang, sat on the high hall, the uncle in charge of reception, show undisguised disgust. 4th sister, why are you here? Li Sufang looked at him coldly. Since you call me 4th sister, how could I not come? He knew that since Li Sufang had already come. Just don't talk nonsense. It also shows that he cares about his brother and sister, but he still reached out and stopped Chen Mo. An outsider like him doesn't have to enter the morning hall. Li Sufang glared at him in anger. He is the grandson of my mother. How to call it an outsider? Li Liwen was unmoved. He can't even step into the morning hall without entering the genealogy. Li Sufang glared at him but was speechless. She gritted her teeth and weighed again and again. Looking at Li Dongyang sitting in the high hall, finally had to give in. Although I was wronged in every way, I held back my tears, said softly, Xiao Mo, you are here to give your grandma the last ride. Chen Mo to this. The grandmother who took great care of him is also grateful. Immediately knelt in front of the door of the morning hall and kowtowed 3 times. It's late at night after the worship. The Li family arranged a place for Li Sufang. But he proposed that Chen Mo was an outsider and had other arrangements. Li Sufang also wants to refute Chen Mo Ming's mother's worries. So I confidently put her at ease. Li Yu took Chen Mo and walked forward. Chen Mo knew it was a warehouse. In his previous life, he was killed by them, almost killed here. Chen Mo felt a little emotional. I thought Rebirth would change something. But histories are strikingly similar. Sure enough. A group of figures in the middle of the night, Gui Gui Chong Chong, came to the warehouse. Several Li family juniors gathered together with weapons, ready to teach the bastards in their eyes a hard lesson. Suddenly, Chen Mo's faint voice came from inside. Since you're here, come in. Several people also stepped in. He saw Chen Mo sitting on a taisha chair, looking at them playfully. Seeing this, Li Yueshing was a little surprised, but Chen Mo is just one. Unlearned WAN children. Immediately ordered a few people indifferently. Just don't kill yourself. Chen Mo slowly got up. 1 punch at a time. Several people in an instant, beaten down and wailing. Chen Mo expressionlessly patted the dust on his body. Seems to be just doing a normal thing. See this scene? Li Yu felt a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be a cultivator too. No wonder it's so fearless. But I'll show you what strength is. Saying that, he suddenly gushed out a powerful breath. Chen Mo was slightly stunned in his heart. There are actually cultivators on Earth now. And the bruised and swollen younger brother who was beaten, happy face. Brother Yu is actually a martial artist who has achieved great success in the outside world. Hear this. Chen Mo seems to have understood something. Li Yu punched Chen Mo in the face. Both speed and strength are 100 times stronger than ordinary people. And Chen Mo just stretched out a hand gently. He grabbed Li Yu's punch accurately. Before he could react to the shock, Chen Mo threw him into the air. Then it hit the ground hard. Then I stepped on his chest and looked at him coldly. This is what you call power. The others look like hell. If you dare to hurt Brother Yu, the Li family will not let you go. Chen Mo smiled playfully. I am the most threatened person in my life. Then in front of everyone, his feet destroyed Li Yu's dantian. Li Yu let out a scream. How dare you attack the Li family? The corners of Chen Mo's mouth rose slightly. The show has just begun. The Li family is brightly lit. Li Wen and his uncle Wang Xiaoyun knelt in the courtyard. Behind him is Li Yu, who is lying unconscious on a stretcher. How come? Li Dongyang's majestic voice resounded throughout the night sky. In Yangjing, someone dared to hurt the Li family. Li Wen said with grief that it was Chen Mo who made the move. Hear this. Li Dongyang had difficulty maintaining peace. Dantian was destroyed, and it will be difficult for Li Yu to step into martial arts in this life. Take someone and take that little beast down for me. Then a lazy voice sounded. That's okay, I have come. Chen Mo slowly walked into the yard with an indifferent face. The people of the Li family showed ridicule one after another. Looking at Chen Mo's eyes, it's like watching a dying man. Wang Xiaoyun shouted sharply with tears on his face. Little bastard, how could you bear to do this? Chen Mo turned a blind eye to the eyes of these people, just looking at Li Dongyang lightly. Li Dongyang stared coldly at Chen Mo without anger and self-confidence. Kneel down, with an irresistible aura. Chen Mo looked at him with a half-smile. I kneel. Even the status of China. The tallest one can't afford it either. As soon as this sentence comes out, everyone in the Li family could no longer help but shout out loud. As a Li family member, he is so arrogant. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. Now you are willing to treat me as the Li family. I don't care. Hearing this, Li Dongyang said in a solemn voice. Ask home method. As soon as these 2 words come out, everyone in the Li family is terrified. You can see how terrifying that law is. Wait a minute, I saw Li Sufang stumbling in. Xiao Mo, is there any misunderstanding? Li Wen sneered in grief. Your own nephew is still lying there covered in blood. Tell me what's wrong. Li Sufang turned to look at Chen Mo's worried face. Xiao Mo, what the hell is going on? Chen Mo scratched his head helplessly. Mom still has fantasies about the Li family? But Chen Mo couldn't ignore her inquiry. So he grabbed the young people who had been involved in it. Throw him in front of everyone. Let him speak for me. Chen Mo stared at his eyes. Tell me what you know exactly. He sounds like a demon from hell. It's irresistible. The boy's eyes were dumbfounded. Say the previous one is one by one. The originally excited Li family. All fell silent. The Li Wen family looked pale and ashamed. After listening to the whole process, Li Sufang, trembling with anger. This is the good son you taught. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoyun is still a dead duck with a hard mouth. My son is the direct son of the Li family. Even if he was outspoken, Chen Mo shouldn't have killed him. Hearing this, Li Sufang almost fell down with a pale face. Fortunately, Chen Mo was quick to support her. But she was still unwilling to ask Li Dongyang. Father, if it were my Xiao Mo lying on the ground today, will you be so cruel as to ask for family law? The whole courtyard was dead quiet. Since the light is all concentrated on the family master Li Dongyang, and Li Dongyang did not hesitate at all. Will not, he is not from my Li family. How can the life and death of an outsider match my Li family's family law? As soon as these words came out, Li Sufang's heart was ashes. Heartless enough, she has made up her mind to break with the Li family. How is the Li family head going to deal with today's matter? Blood for blood. Li Dongyang's voice was cold and his face was decisive. Take Chen Mo into custody first. Wait until Li Yu is sober before handing it over to him. Li Sufang is disappointed and angry. I would say no. Seeing Li Sufang dare to openly oppose him. The overlord of this super family can't help but be angry. He slapped Li Sufang in the past. Suddenly a thin hand grabbed him. It was Chen Mo who stood in front of Li Sufang. See this scene. Everyone in the Li family drank loudly, shocked glaring at Chen Mo. Li Wu, the commander of the military region, he even took out a pistol. As long as Chen Mo has a change, we'll kill it without hesitation. Even Li Sufang, who broke with the Li family, also shocked. Xiao Mo, let go. And Chen Mo suddenly focused his eyes. Looking at the sudden appearance, the two elderly people behind Li Dongyang, they made Chen Mo feel dangerous. It seems that the Li family is not as simple as it seems. A mortal competed to make the immortal kneel and kowtow. The majesty of the Li family head in Yangjing cannot be challenged, but the immortal Venerable is also inviolable. Who dares to touch my mother today? I don't mind letting your Li family change the owner. Saying that, the spiritual power in Chen Mo's body suddenly exploded. Take time. A powerful aura instantly swept the audience. Everyone in the Li family looked at Chen Mo in shock. He is actually an inner realm warrior. Li Dongyang couldn't help but be shocked. So close. Even the two guardians of the Li family can't save him. Li Sufang doesn't know why, but she felt that the attitude of the Li family had changed now. The scene is tense. Chen Mo's sister-in-law hurried out to beat her brother. How could you be so rude to your grandfather? Chen Mo laughed instead of being angry. When I was bullied, I dared to ask where my grandfather was. When my mother and I were abused. Dare to ask where grandpa is. I don't recognize such a grandfather. The questioning made Li Dongyang's face livid. Although the Li family was angry, they could not refute. Because what Chen Mo told was the truth. Then a young man stepped forward to save the situation. Even if you have a good reason. But you have the blood of the Li family flowing through you. It is unfilial to openly confront grandpa on sexual misconduct. Chen Mo chuckled. You seem to have forgotten that my surname is Chen, not Li. Your words mean nothing to me. Facing Chen Mo's rebuttal, Li Zi threatened unhurriedly. As long as I say a word from the Li family, your entire Nansu Chen family can be destroyed. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. Your Li family is in my eyes. It's not like ants. Li Zi's face changed slightly. The foundation of the Li family is not what you can imagine. In less than 5 years, I made your entire Nansu Chen family disappear in Huaxia. Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. Within 3 years, I will make your Li family submit at my feet. Li Dongyang, the head of the Li family. At this time, he was trembling with anger. From now on, the Li family will make every effort to deal with my Hua group. As soon as this sentence comes out, Li Sufang felt deep despair. She knows the horror of the Li family better than anyone else, but Chen Mo doesn't think so. As long as he recovers his cultivation, the whole world is against him. What is he afraid of? There we go. This heartless place. I don't want to stay any longer. Chen Mo helped her leave the place calmly. Everyone in the Li family glared angrily, but no one dared to stop. They all know the significance of an inner realm martial artist. After returning to Chaisang to appease Li Sufang, Chen Mo came to an antique market. Now he urgently needs some spirit stones to arrange the spirit gathering array to improve the speed of cultivation. Wondered for a while. Chenmo was a little disappointed. Even here, there is no jade containing earth vitality. Suddenly he noticed the stall of the elderly in Taoist robes. Chenmo walked over, casually fiddling with some objects on the booth. Inadvertently asked, after the price of several antiquities, I just asked about the ordinary rock in the corner. The old man looked at Chenmo with light in his eyes. That's the old way I found it on the mountain. I can give it to you if you want. But you have to tell me what the stone is for. Chenmo was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to be discovered by the old man. His target is this stone. Because Chenmo feels it contains the essence of heaven and earth. I found that there is no spiritual power fluctuation on the old Tao. Chenmo agreed, but offered to take him to find out the place of this stone. Lao Dao pondered for a moment and nodded. Pass the cyan stone to Chenmo Hu. He closed the stall and got up to lead the way. Chenmo looked at the stone in his hand and was overjoyed. This is enough for him to set up a spirit gathering array. Follow the old Taoist. Come to a dilapidated residential building. Chenmo said that this stone has the power of heaven and earth. But it is only effective for those who practice martial arts. The old man was slightly shocked. Are you a martial arts practitioner? Get Chenmo's exact answer. Lao Dao became very excited. It turned out that he was in his early years. I heard the master tell the story of martial arts. Therefore, he also visited all the famous mountains and rivers in China. But I never found a warrior. Then also say, it's a stone found in Haishutan, Lingwu City. And there are local rumors that there are monsters in Tan. Chenmo raised his eyes slightly. It should be some demon beasts with wisdom. It seems that this black pool, there should be something he wants. Chenmo suddenly stared at the old man. Do you want to become a warrior? Hearing the words, Lao Dao suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Chenmo in disbelief. Don't you have to practice martial arts before the age of 16? A confident smile hung on the corner of Chenmo's mouth. I say you can. Lao Dao understands. The biggest opportunity of my life has come. Then he bent down and gave his hands in a very solemn manner. Please introduce me. If I could join the teachers, I will always remember the kindness of my brother. The corners of Chenmo's mouth curled slightly. It seems that this old man has misunderstood. He suddenly stood up and pointed like a knife. Cut off a corner of a sturdy tea table. Chenmo is like a standing. The master at the peak of martial arts guides the universe. Cultivate a way. Go against the sky. Chenmo's strength. Make Lao Dao excited. The inner realm martial artist's palm is like a knife. Cutting gold and broken jade is no problem. He directly knelt in front of Chenmo with a thud. Master is on. Please accept the worship of your disciple. Chenmo nodded with satisfaction. Although this old Taoist is not young, he is intelligent. If you want to join my door, you are not qualified yet. Let's accept you as a registered disciple for the time being. I'll come to you in a few days to teach you the cultivation method. You can do your own thing when I'm not here. After explaining a few words, Chenmo strode away. Go home. Chenmo put the cyan jade on the table. Then transfer the spiritual power into the jade. The cyan jade was immediately divided into 5. Chenmo used spiritual power to activate earth vitality. They create streams of air that are visible to the naked eye. Chenmo suddenly shouted softly. Gathering array. Not. For pieces of jade flew towards the sky. For directions, southeast and northwest. Take time. The surrounding spiritual power quickly converged towards Chenmo's room. Chenmo revealed a satisfied smile. With the gathering array, his cultivation speed can be accelerated a lot. At the same time, the news that Li Sufeng and the Li family broke up spread throughout China. The Yang family should not be too busy to hold the highest level family meeting. They have only one purpose. That was the engagement between Chenmo and Yang Qingcheng, in a villa outside the Yang family. Like a fairy in a painting. Yang Qingcheng, the first beauty in Yangjing, she looked out the window at the conference hall. Xiaomei feels it slightly. A woman in red next to him said calmly. The clan has just ended. They have decided to break off the marriage. Hearing Yang Qingcheng's words, his face was firm. This time I'm going to let them know. The future of Yang Qingcheng is in my own hands. No one has the right to make any decisions for me. You go get ready. Let's leave for Wuzhou immediately. Sang Sang is a little worried. You will be in danger if you leave Yang's house. Yang Qingcheng smiled faintly. Isn't there still an inner realm martial artist in charge? Sang Sang is still a little worried. But will he help us? After all, you and him will have broken off your marriage by then. Yang Qingcheng was confident. As long as we find him, whether to help or not is no longer up to him to choose. At the same time, in a sky in Chaisang, a terrifying suction. pulling Riki within a radius of 100 meters. A steady stream of Chen Mo's body poured into the center of the spirit-gathering array. The aura on his body is constantly rising. Suddenly, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. He gently raised his hand and thought. A flame condensed from spiritual power, wrapping his palm. Spiritual power release. This is the performance of stepping into the first layer of condensation. Chen Mo showed satisfaction. Then continue to immerse yourself in cultivation. He just broke through. He needs consolidate strength and lay a good foundation. The next morning, Chen Mo finished his practice and looked at the date. Tomorrow is the day to get the report card. It is also the time for the Yang family to break the marriage. In his previous life, he was the laughing stock of everyone. But this life, a sneer appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Suddenly Jiang Yao called him. Chen Mo thought she was in some trouble. Hear his concern. Jiang Yao snickered shyly. No. My restaurant is open today. I would like to invite some students to taste it. But I didn't invite Jing Yuanwei. Those rich boys. A warmth rose in Chen Mo's heart. Afternoon. According to the address, Chen Mo came to the restaurant opened by Jiang Yao's house. Just got out of the taxi. I saw the petite and exquisite Jiang Yao trotting over. You're finally here. Just walked in the door. A middle-aged woman greeted him with a smile. This is Chen Mo, right? I've heard you mention it hundreds of times this morning. Jiang Yao suddenly blushed, hastily pushing her mother into the back kitchen. Chen Mo gave the red envelope after thinking about the congratulatory message, but she will definitely not accept it if you give it directly to Jiang Yao, so quietly put the red envelope, put it on the checkout table. Jiang Yao, who came back, pulled Chen Mo to the dining table. They are all classmates in our class. Take your seat. Seeing Jiang Yao's intimate behavior, the other male students looked at Chen Mo and wanted to eat him. And Chen Mo turned a blind eye. Sitting next to Zhao Gang, who was familiar with his previous life, watching Chen Mo sit down. Jiang Yao was relieved and ready to leave. A boy suddenly asked her to stay and chat. I see everyone's strong invitation. Jiang Yao had to agree. Zhao Gang wisely greeted Jiang Yao to take his seat. Jiang Yao wanted to sit with Chen Mo. Naturally, she was very pleased and agreed. See this scene. Chen Mo ushered in the glares of a few wolf friends again. Two boys glanced at each other secretly. One of them asked casually. Ju Hao, what congratulatory gift did you prepare today? Just a 30,000 fortune tree. Saying that, Ju Hao puffed out his chest and looked at Chen Mo. You won't be empty-handed, will you? Li Qiong on the side also echoed. Maybe Chen Mo gave a red envelope? $10, $20. Those students who are hostile to Chen Mo immediately burst into laughter. Zhao Gang looked at Chen Mo, hoping he could prove it. But Chen Mo ignored it at all. What do they mean? Jiang Yao finally couldn't help but speak out. I invite you all so that students get together. That's the end of the matter. Ask a girl to come forward to rescue herself. Everyone looked at Chen Mo. Disdain to the extreme, a touch of killing intent loomed in Chen Mo's eyes. You pick on me again and again. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Ju Hao looked down at Chen Mo with disdain. A piece of trash that can't even afford a gift. Do you deserve it? How could Jiang Yao see Chen Mo humiliated? It's a rare time for her to get angry in front of everyone. I ask you to leave with your gift. You are not welcome in my house. Seeing that Jiang Yao was really angry, Ju Hao hurried to express his joy with a hippie smile. But there was a glint of viciousness in his eyes. Chen Mo sensed that he had bad intentions towards Jiang Yao. He finally had a decision in his heart. His hands formed complex shapes. Prepare for Ju Hao to die a natural death quietly. Just then, Jiang Yao's mother came over with a red envelope. Who put this here? Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment, got up and opened the red envelope. Inside was a thick stack of banknotes. At least 100,000. Everyone gasped for air. Who would be so generous? And Jiang Yao's eyes kept on Chen Mo. Did you give it? Chen Mo helplessly let go of his hands that bound the seal. He stood up and scratched his head with a wry smile. Just a little thought. Jiang Yao left 100. Hand back the profit. I understand your intentions. This money is really too much, you can take it back. Chen Mo knew her personality and nodded. See this scene. Those who mocked Chen Mo became silent. Ju Hao can't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. This kid definitely did it on purpose. He stood up with a gloomy face. I'm going to the toilet. Everyone thought that Ju Hao just couldn't save face. Relieve embarrassment by going to the bathroom. And Chen Mo, who has far superior hearing. But I heard that Ju Hao was going to call someone. He wanted to save face. while everyone is feasting. Suddenly 3 punks walked in. The bald leader shouted, "Who's in charge here?" The students were taken aback. Only the corner of Ju Hao's mouth showed a touch, unnoticed smile. Jiang Yao stood up nervously, the voice is trembling. "Our store is temporarily not entertaining guests today. Several big brothers, why don't you take a look elsewhere?" The 3 immediately focused their attention on her. He walked towards Jiang Yao with a smirk on his face. Jiang Yao's mother heard the movement and came out of the back kitchen. "What do you want?" The bald head suddenly stopped and looked at her. "Are you the boss here?" And he laughed. "Since you have a restaurant here, don't you know who covers this street?" Jiang Yao's mother instantly understood the purpose of the 3 of them. "He's here to collect protection money. If you dare to mess around, I will report the scene." The bald head pulled a chair and swaggered down. "So you're not going to hand it in?" Jiang Yao's mother is also a grumpy. "Yell at them. Now it is a society ruled by law. Do you think you are filming a TV show? Hear this." The bald head's eyes turned cold and ordered his subordinates to call someone. "See this scene." Some timid classmates left one by one. A touch of disappointment flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes, but still tried to squeeze out a smile. Ju Hao suddenly scolded angrily. "Coward!" Then he shouted in indignation. "Yaoiro's family is in trouble. You run faster than a child. What are you talking about? Step up in a crisis." Even Jiang Yao looked at him gratefully. Ju Hao patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder and comforted. "I know these people. He won't make it difficult for your family." Jiang Yao's heavy heart relaxed a lot. Ju Hao enjoyed the adoring gaze of his classmates. "I'm not like some people. Give a red envelope and play so many tricks on purpose." Chen Mo, who didn't want to pay attention to him, suddenly drove back. "Say another word. I don't mind slapping you to death." A cold breath emitted from Chen Mo. The temperature plummeted throughout the restaurant. Even the bald head can't help it. He frowned and looked at Chen Mo. Ju Hao was even more terrified. He knew that Chen Mo might really kill him. Then a few more thugs came in outside. "Tiger, what's the matter with calling the brothers over?" The bald head lifts the leader and leaks bad light. "Someone doesn't want to follow our rules." "What do you say?" Yellow hair suddenly looked fierce. "That's not easy. Brothers are at work. They're about to do it." Jiang Yao's parents were also scared and retreated slightly. "Wait a minute." Ju Hao suddenly stopped them. Then calmly walked up to the bald head. "This was opened by my classmate. Please give Brother Hu some face." The bald man stood up and patted his face. "Is it from the Ju family of the pork factory?" Ju Hao looked at him suspiciously. "Please also pick up your hand, Brother Tiger." The bald head suddenly slapped him in the face. "Even if your father Ju Gufu is here, don't dare to ask me for face." Ju Hao's wolf fox crawled up with an angry look on his face. "Didn't you promise me? As soon as I show up, will you take people away?" As soon as this sentence comes out, everybody gets it. "Come on." Zhong Hu was attracted by Ju Hao. Jiang Yao's angry heart heaved violently. Luckily, she was grateful to him just now. Ju Hao also regretted it in his heart. "How did you say that?" Zhong Hu looked at him with contempt. "You deserve to make a deal with me. Look at Ju Jufu's face." "I won't bother with you." Ju Hao just remembered. Even if his father is in front of Zhong Hu, I can only kowtow. And he left without looking back. Hide behind the crowd on the side of the road. The bald head gave a vicious command. "Brothers, smash this restaurant for me." The voice just fell. A dozen punks facing everything in the restaurant. Just a mess. Jiang Yao's parents stepped back in horror. Only Jiang Yao stood there alone. Sawdust flying across her pretty face. She never took a step back. In order to let the people she likes take a look at her, the girl worked 10 hours a day and opened a restaurant. She wants to stand with her head held high with the school flower. She also wants to be followed by the person she has a crush on, now carrying. The restaurant of all her dreams was destroyed. A look of determination appeared on Jiang Yao's face. "If I die under their sticks, maybe we can save the restaurant." Just as she was about to charge up, a thin hand grabbed her. Chen Mo smiled faintly at her. "Let them smash." Chen Mo's voice was full of confidence. "Let Jiang Yao have no doubt. I believe you." The girl in his previous life took care of him without hesitation. In this world, Chen Mo will protect her all her life. "Are you almost there?" The punk who was smashing stopped for a moment. The bald head stared at Chen Mo curiously. Who are you? Dare to care about my Zhonghu business? Chen Mo looked at him playfully. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Hear this. The bald man couldn't help laughing. Do high school students today dare to talk like that? Ignore their ridicule. Chen Mo sent them a final message. 100-fold compensation for all losses here. I can spare you. At this time, Jiang Yao's parents have already compromised in their hearts. Let's agree to Zhonghu's request. Otherwise, Chen Mo will be beaten to death. Ju Hao in the crowd was excited. I didn't expect Chen Mo to jump out by himself. The bald head is worried that Chen Mo has something to rely on, so I persuaded him to leave the place. But Chen Mo has a firm attitude. 100 times compensation. Seeing this bald head, I don't care if Chen Mo has a backstage. He doesn't trust a high school student. What else can we do to him? So he waved his hand violently to his younger brother. Cripple him. Without waiting for them to make a move, Chen Mo rushed over first. He didn't explode any momentum. Like an old man strolling around. Walking among a dozen young people. With every punch, there was a scream. Just a moment. A dozen punks are lying on the ground, mourning everywhere. Jiang Yao's little face is full of wrong hires. When did Chen Mo become so powerful? Ju Hao was equally shocked. In his impression, Chen Mo was nothing more than Wanzi's package. The bald man was shocked. But he didn't panic. Can you grab it fast? Chen Mo became vigilant in his heart. Although he stepped into a layer of condensation, but still can't stop the bullet. Just as the bald head put his hand in his pocket, Chen Mo's figure flashed and came to him in an instant. A slap sent him flying. The bald wolf fox climbed up and glared at Chen Mo. Did you know that I am? He's not finished yet. Chen Mo kicked the bald head again. He flew a few meters before stopping. Chen Mo stepped forward and stepped on his face. How dare you draw a gun? I'll kill you now. The bald head finally showed fear. I don't have a gun on me. I just wanted to scare you. Chen Mo looked down at him with no emotion in his eyes. 100 times compensation for everything lost today, and kneel down and apologize to them. Hear this. The bald head nodded in relief. Chen Mo released him. Then quickly climb over to the road. The bald head knelt in front of Jiang Yao with a plop. Please forgive me. I am willing to compensate you 100-fold for your loss. Jiang Yao looked at him with a hint of disgust. I don't want you to compensate 100 times, but you have to promise that in the future, don't come to our restaurant to make trouble. The bald head is saved. Leaving with a bunch of little brothers. After the matter is resolved, Chen Mo said goodbye to Jiang Yao when he was in a hurry, because not long ago, Mr. Jin invited him to a party. Jiang Yao nodded gratefully. Thank you Chen Mo for today. When he came to the Jin family, Chen Mo sat directly on the main seat. Speak up. Jin Peiyun on the side was slightly stunned. This guy thinks this is his home. Mr. Jin doesn't beat around the bush either. First of all, thank the master for healing my wife's chronic illness for many years. Second, I would like to ask Master Chen to help me take a look. Can you cure my disease? Chen Mo smiled slightly. That's what you really came to me for, right? Then I took a look at his body and said, you punch with all your might and let me see. Mr. Jin doesn't know what Chen Mo means. But he did. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. His old body has also become tall and straight. Old man Jin roared. Punch into the void. The powerful fist made a sizzling sound that pierced the air. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He was actually an inner-realm martial artist. Then he said that the disease was not a big deal. 1 Peiyuan pill can be cured. Mr. Jin was overjoyed after hearing it. This disease has been plaguing him for 10 years. If the master can cure my illness, I'm willing to give away half of the Kim family's estate. Jin Peiyun, who was on the side, had doubts and hurriedly stopped him. He didn't even ask about his condition. Just one look can cure. This is too hasty. Jin Peiyun's skepticism is very obvious. Seeing this, Chen Mo had no choice but to explain it to her. His illness is a cultivation method, the accumulation of imperfect meridians. In addition, he suffered internal injuries in his early years. That led to this. Hearing the words, Mr. Jin has been very admired. Exactly what Chen Mo said. The next sentence made it difficult for him to choose. If you want to cure it, you must give up martial arts practice. Are you willing? Hear this. Mr. Jin was struck by lightning. That doesn't mean it's going to kill him. But he couldn't take the pain anymore. Chen Mo didn't urge either. Bai Jing has seen the magic of martial path immortal path. Who is willing to become an ordinary person again? After a long time, old Master Jin sighed helplessly. The old man is already 72 this year. This industry is almost praised. Between martial arts cultivation and one's own health, he still chose the latter. Seeing this, Chen Mo agreed to him, but I didn't want the Kim family's property. Just charge 1 million for the cost of Peiyuan Dan. You can send someone to pick up the pills in a few days. Jin Peiyun doesn't want grandpa suffer for a few more days. Said they could be allowed to prepare medicinal materials. Chen Mo did not object to this either. Handed her the list of elixirs she needed. Elder Jin looked at it and frowned. With the strength of the Jin family, it will take 2 days to assemble. Chen Mo took this opportunity to ask the current information in the martial arts world. Jin Lao was a little different, but he didn't ask much. There are 4 major realms in martial arts: external, interior, environment, and the legendary gods. Each realm is divided into small and big peaks. As soon as he entered the realm, he was honored as a martial arts master. It is the existence of the current peak of China. As for the divine realm, it has not appeared for nearly 100 years. Chen Mo nodded. He asked again about his current strength. There was some pride on Jin Lao's face. I am an inner realm Dacheng warrior. Haven't seen a rival in so many years. Hearing this, Chen Mo also had an estimate of his own strength. Now he should be at the peak of the inner realm. But he is confident in killing a martial arts master. If you encounter the legendary realm of gods, he's a little dangerous. The next day is the day to get the report card. The Yang family also came to divorce today. Chen Mo's eyes showed a touch of cold-killing intent. If you still dare to treat me like you did in your previous life today, I don't mind if you never go back to Xiaju. Come to the classroom, as usual. Jing Yuanhao's sidekick saw Chen Mo mocking. Didn't take the exam. You still have the face to get the transcript. Chen Mo ignored these clowns. Sitting quietly and waiting. And Kyue looked at Chen Mo with a complicated face. I don't know what I'm thinking. After a while, the head teacher Wang Liying walked in. I'm still holding a thick stack of transcripts in my hand. Wang Liying smiled when she read of Kyue. Second in the class, 9th in the school. Jing Yuanhao. Wang Liying's eyes became more amiable. Whole class. When calling Chen Mo, the head teacher's brows were almost wrinkled into dead bark. Last place in school. The classroom burst into laughter. But the classmate who saw Chen Mo take action yesterday. Does such a powerful person care about grades? At this time, the monitor stood up and glared at Chen Mo. You're an insult to our class. It brought down our average score. Chen Mo glanced at her lightly. Will you shut up? Chen Mo's eyes full of evil intent. Make her cry directly. Jing Shuli cried to the head teacher aggrieved. He bullies me. Wang Liying frowned and said. I think you should pay the monitor. Chen Mo knew it was because of his grades. If you give me another chance. I don't think I did any worse than the monitor. As soon as this sentence comes out, the whole class sneered. The head teacher obviously didn't believe Chen Mo either, but give him a chance. This is the mock college entrance examination paper of Huanggang High School. Whoever loses will take the initiative to stand up and say hello to the other party. The students took a deep breath. That is the most difficult mock test question for the college entrance examination in China. Jing Shuli showed a smug look on her face. If you don't dare, apologize to me immediately. Chen Mo certainly wouldn't refuse. Here we go. Jing Shuli frowned when she answered the first question. You can see how difficult the test questions for the #1 high school in the country are. Looking at Chen Mo again, he is flying without the slightest card. Everyone thought that Chen Mo was taking a chance. Only Jiang Yao believed that he was confident. And Kyue was also a little surprised, looking at Chen Mo's eyes thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Chen Mo stood up in the eyes of everyone. Asking how to spend the winter vacation, Wang Liying was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, from tomorrow until the 16th of next month. I saw the back of Chen Mo leaving. Jing Shuli stood up abruptly. Do you want to run if you lose? Chen Mo stopped and said lightly. I have finished answering the test paper. If it's not a full score, I lose. A scumbag who has been ranked last in the school for 5 consecutive years. I actually got a full score on the most difficult college entrance examination mock test paper in the country. The head teacher checked it several times. Shocked face. Answer all 100 questions without any mistakes. Jing Shuli slumped in the chair with a dull face. I said he was trash. See this scene? Chen Mo chuckled. My ability. Is it something you mortals can understand? After saying that, Chen Mo walked out of the classroom calmly. Just got out of the playground, Chen Mo heard a loud noise in the distance. I saw more than a dozen girls appear at the school gate. They were dancing and shouting. We are breaking off the marriage. Chen Mo looked confused. Is this going to use seduction to force me to break the marriage? Stop! Suddenly a young man waved to stop these girls. Chen Mo knew that he was the one in charge and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Fei pointed at Chen Mo with a haughty face. "I represent the Yang family and my cousin Qing Cheng. Officially divorce you." Chen Mo was stunned when he heard that. It didn't develop like this in the previous life at all. Was it because his rebirth changed history? Then he looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure you can represent the Yang family?" Yang Fei revealed a smile that he thought was charming. "I am the eldest cousin of Grandpa Yang Qingqing's nephew. I have brought. This young master has other things to do." Yang Fei waved his hand and quickly fled. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw a stack of banknotes to the girls. "Watch his back as he leaves." Chen Mo laughed dumbfounded. The Yang family actually has such a living treasure. He also knew that the Yang family sent a collateral to break off the marriage. Suddenly, An Kiyue's voice came from behind. "Wait a minute." Chen Mo looked at this. The proud girl of heaven looked indifferent. "What's the matter, classmate?" And hear his indifferent tone. Encore's heart tightened. It's like he's a different person. But I remember the confession of my self-supporting mother. And Kiyue could only come forward and stick to Chen Mo tightly. "My mom asked me to ask you, why haven't you gone back these days? Go back and tell auntie that I rented a house. No more trouble settling down." Chen Mo said a word lightly and turned to leave. That pissed Encore off. But there was a trace of loss in her heart. "Why have you changed so much?" Jing Yuanhao hiding in the dark. "See this scene in front of you?" There was a touch of coldness in his eyes. At the same time, an old man in the tea-house box asked suspiciously, "Master Fei, what do you mean by that?" Yang Fei leisurely sipped the tea and explained. "Because the Yang family doesn't want to break off the marriage at all. I don't know what the Yang family likes about Chen Mo. This farce is for the Li family." Chen Mo, he will know what the Yang family means. Exactly, the Yang family just took a fancy to him, the identity of an inner realm warrior. But the Li family is not a fool. How will they treat the Yang family? Chen Mo was very curious about this. And what happened at Chaisang High School? It has reached Li Dongyang's ears. Li Liwen looked at him quietly and waited for instructions. At this moment, Li Dongyang's heart, there is also a trace of regret. If he had cared a little about his family back then, maybe the Li family can become the head of the 6 super families. But it was too late. If you give Chen Mo enough time to grow, it is likely to become a formidable enemy of the Li family, and he wanted to nip genius in the bud. The Yang family's affairs are temporarily put aside. Let's start with Manhwa group and Nansu Chen family. Taking advantage of Chen Mo's fledgling wings, destroy all his help. Li Liwen nodded. Manhwa group is fine. It may take some time for the Chen family in Nansu. Go home. Chen Mo began to cultivate on the spirit gathering formation again. The next morning, Li Sufan called. As soon as Chen Mo picked it up, he heard the sound of urine coming from over there. "Brat. I heard you rented a house outside. Where did you get the money from?" I heard my mother's words full of worry. Chen Mo felt warm in his heart. "I'm learning kung fu from a mysterious old man. It's really inconvenient to settle down." Li Sufan was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "You must ensure your own safety. And you're going with your Aunt Mai Ting. Say it. People think they've neglected you." Yeah, although he knew the face of the An family in the future. But so far I have taken great care of him. So Chen Mo got up and went to settle down. It was Encore who opened the door. She is wearing a red dress. I have to say she treats boys. Has a fatal attraction. But Chen Mo's face was still unhappy and sad. "Hello, Anne. Auntie called me to dinner." Hear movement, a charming middle-aged woman. "Come out of the kitchen. Sit down and rest. I just have 2 more dishes." Chen Mo nodded. Unceremoniously sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed. And Kiyue frowned slightly as he watched. Although he seems to have changed a lot. But compared to Jing Yuanhao, it is still too far behind. At this time, and Shuyi also came down from upstairs. He is like a teacher. Chen Mo immediately stood up and said hello politely. Because in a previous life he was different from Nkiyue's indifference. I really took care of him. A hint of puzzlement flashed in Nkiyue's eyes. She felt that when Chen Mo treated his father, it's very different from treating her and her mother. and Shuyi stepped forward and smiled at Chen Mo. How is your father doing? Thank you Uncle An for your concern. He also really wanted to come and catch up with Uncle An. And Shuyi sighed with some emotion. Your father is just too serious. If he is willing to accept help from his family, I'm afraid he has long since become the head of the mansion. Chen Mo smiled faintly, noncommittal to Shuyi's words. Soon Aunt Mai Ting filled the table with dishes. During meals, she asked why Chen Mo had moved out. Chen Mo was too lazy to explain to her and replied indifferently, I've decided not to bring this up again. And Kyue frowned at the side. Why are you talking to my mom like that? But Mai Ting felt something bad in her heart. Why doesn't this damn girl understand? Your efforts. Being able to climb into the Chen family is crucial to her future. That would be a lot of help. Then the doorbell rang to break the deadlock. And Kyue's face also eased. Maybe Yang came to me. Today is the birthday of a classmate of mine. Then he ran to open the door. There are two beautiful girls standing outside the door, a gold digger with a famous brand all over her body. The other one is more low-key. But it smells like cold muse. The school flower of Chaisang No. 1 Middle School, how dare you live with a young man? The young man rejected her without hesitation. I heard that Chen Mo had to move out. Mai Ting suddenly felt bad. In that case, how can I have the opportunity to climb the Chen family in Nansu? Then the doorbell rang from outside the villa. And Kyue ran to open the door. Outside the door stood two young and beautiful girls. And Kyue saw that they were a little eccentric. Why are you here? Didn't you meet at the cafe? Yang Qianqian pointed to the luxury car parked on the side of the road. Plans changed. Let's go camping first and then eat. And Kyue nodded. Went back to the bedroom and put on a blue coat. I went out to play with my classmates. Mai Ting's heart suddenly moved. This is not just right to ease their relationship, so he offered to let Chen Mo go with her. And Shuyi also joined in. We are worried about her as a girl. Do us a favor. Chen Mo sighed. He could not bear to refuse Shuyi's request. I can only helplessly follow behind Kyue. He looked at the other two girls quietly. Yang Qianqian is a typical black and rich beauty. I made things difficult for him in my past life, and Murong Yang, although the surface is cold, but he is very kind at heart and often helps him out. Just after graduation, I haven't heard from her. Yang Qianqian looked back and asked Chen Mo. Who is that? And Kyue replied lukewarm. Just a kid from my dad's friend's house. At this time, several boys also noticed Chen Mo. Zhong Xianlu mocked Yang Qianqian with a look of contempt. Isn't this the famous waste Chen Mo who abandoned the exam? Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. How did they know about Class 6 so quickly? Unless someone deliberately cheapens, and Kyue's dodging eyes proved his conjecture. Zhong Xian did not stop and continued to mock. You still want to chase our under-school beauty? Xiaoming is more handsome than you. Yang Qianqian on the side also sneered coldly. Yeye is Jing Yuanhao's sweetheart. What are you to him? Hear their cynicism. Chen Mo's face sank instantly. Do you deserve to talk to me like this? Chen Mo's cold eyes scared Yang Qianqian. She hastily leaned into Zhong Xian's arms. Looking at girlfriend, bullied, Zhong Xian glared at Chen Mo. Immediately give Qianqian Dao Huan. I will consider forgiving you. Hearing this, Chen Mo looked contemptuous. You kowtow to me right now. I can also consider forgiving you. I see a fight. And Kyue on the side hurriedly stopped. Today is Qianqian's birthday, don't make too much trouble. Then he looked at Chen Mo. How about giving him a soft energy? With your body, I'm afraid even Zhong Xian couldn't take a punch. Murong Yang, who was about to dissuade. Seeing Kyue come forward, he had no choice but to look at Chen Mo worriedly, and Chen Mo also happened to look at her. There is a smile in his eyes. Murong Yang blushed and turned away. She feels like Chen Mo. I have known her for many years. Look at the face of the school flower of Anda University. I'll write down this account today. Zhong Xian turned around and walked towards his BMW M4. My car is too small to fit your god. And so did everyone else. Obviously, they didn't dare to fight against Zhong Xian. Murong Yang couldn't stand it anymore. She said to Chen Mo in the car window. Come and squeeze with us. Yang Qianqian looked at Murong Yang in surprise. You don't have a crush on that hillbilly, do you? Murong Yang immediately blushed and explained. Classmates. I just didn't want him to look bad. Yang Qianqian looked helpless. Let Chen Mo get on a classmate's car behind him. Young and frivolous. These young people. Driving the car down the road. The speed of the car suddenly came to 180 yards. Chen Mo shook his head secretly in his heart. Really ignorant young man. Suddenly a par sat in front. Driving slowly. Because the car is going too fast, I couldn't stop and hit it directly. Shi Yang hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car, looking at his car with a distressed face. And the driver of the par sat opposite also got off. He is a very strong and mighty man. Shi Yang ignored these and scolded. The big man ignored him. Instead, he went to the car window with his head bowed respectfully. Master Chu got rear-ended by a little kid. Shi Yang heard the bureau just walk up and started yelling at him again. Who the hell are you talking about? The big man was about to have a seizure when he was stopped by the person in the car. Fourth Master Jin called me over because it was urgent. Don't waste time. The big man dared not go against his will. Coldly swept the ice. Stone Yan was ready to leave. However, Shi Yang thought that the other party was afraid, reluctantly asked the other party to stay and compensate. And this is when everybody else gets here. Zhongxian asked what happened. Shi Yang saw that there were many people here. Directly distort right and wrong. Said the opposite side made an emergency stop and rear-ended him. Hearing this, Zhongxian said coldly, that couldn't have let him escape. Go ahead and block them. Others will immediately. The big man and the car surrounded together. Hear movement outside. The man in the car turned gloomy. I can't believe it. Chu Wenxiong, was actually killed by a few juniors. Ride on your head to show off your power. Then he said something to the big man. Knife. Get off. The big man hurriedly opened the back door. He respectfully greeted the middle-aged man and got out of the car. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Zhongxian, who was just mighty, looked panicked. You are Chu Wenxiong, known as the Madman of Chu. Chu Wenxiong glanced at Zhongxian. You little brat actually heard my name. Who is your adult? At this time, Zhongxian's attitude changed dramatically. He respectfully lowered his head and replied. Father Zhong Gui. Hearing this, Chu Wenxiong's face calmed down a lot. For your father's sake. There you go. Zhongxian was overjoyed as if he had been saved. Not soon, thank you, Brother Xiong. I don't have the same knowledge as our juniors. Chu Wenxiong suddenly stopped him. I let you go without letting them go. Knife calls someone. Zhongxian suddenly looked ugly. He hurried forward with a flattering smile on his face. Just give my dad face. Spare him this time. But Chu Wenxiong remained unmoved. Zhongxian just thought, how terrifying is this person in front of you? He is the emperor of the entire Chaisang underground world. It is said that there are more terrifying forces behind it. Suddenly Chu Wenxiong noticed. Encore in the crowd. There was a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Leave those two beautiful sisters behind. The others can go. And Kyue and Murong Yanga were suddenly shocked. If it really falls into his hands, they can't imagine what comes next. The young man just made a phone call. Compete to control Huaxia. The boss of the underground world bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Not long ago, several rich second-generation cars were on the road, accidentally hit a BYD. I thought the other party was just an ordinary person. They are defiant and yell at people. I didn't expect anyone to come. He is the emperor of the entire underground world. Chu Wenxiong noticed two school beauties in the crowd. Leave those two beautiful sisters behind. The others can go. Seeing this, Shi Yang plopped and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. I was wrong. I am willing to compensate you for your loss, but Chu Wenxiong said coldly. You delay me and pay 1 million a minute. Calculate how much you should pay. Shi Yang could only pray to Zhongxian to help him. But Zhongxian lowered his head and remained silent. Obviously at this time he gave up on these classmates. Chu Wenxiong gave the order impatiently. Get those two girls into the car. The rest are beaten to give them a long memory. More than a dozen people immediately pounced on the group of high school students. Make them scream. Chen Mo, who was watching the excitement, moved. He flashed in front of the two women. Say in an unquestionable tone. You can't move these two. The punks stopped what they were doing. Chu Wenxiong was also stunned for a moment. Who are you? Chen Mo looked at him indifferently. Show a confident smile. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Hear this. Chu Wenxiong's mouth leaked a sneer. Even Kyue knew he was really angry. Why is this guy talking out of his head? And Murong Yanga's beautiful eyes are full of brilliance. Looking at Chen Mo's calm expression. There was actually a trace of admiration in her heart. Although Chu Wenxiong was really angry, But he has been in the arena for many years and is not a reckless person. It is still prudent to ask Chen Mo's identity. Chen Mo still had that indifferent expression. Didn't I say? It's you who can't be offended. Shi Yang and the others looked at Chen Mo dumbfounded. This guy really doesn't know how to live or die. This time Chu Wenxiong is afraid to kill him directly. Sure enough. Chu Wenxiong doesn't care whether Chen Mo has a backstage or not. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Take time. More than a dozen people rushed towards Chen Mo together. In just a few seconds, these people all collapsed to the ground, covering all parts of the body and mourning in pain. A touch of surprise flashed in Chu Wenxiong's eyes. These are the elites who have been with him for several years. They didn't even last a minute. On the other hand, Chen Mo was not red and breathless. He patted the dust on his body at will, as if it was just a slap on the fly. A strong fighting intent flashed in the eyes of the big man. Volunteer to challenge Chen Mo. He's 3 meters tall. In front of the emaciated Chen Mo, it became a stark contrast. I will make you regret meeting me. Chen Mo chuckled. Are you done with your last words? Hearing this, the big man's pupils contracted violently. You are courting death. Then a powerful aura erupted from him. Gather all your strength on your fists. Fist with the sound of breaking the air, suddenly in front of Chen Mo. Chu Wenxiong nodded with satisfaction. Knife Boy's strength has improved a lot. And the next second, the big man's fist seemed to hit hard tofu. The whole person was directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Chu Wenxiong watched this scene in disbelief. Knife is a retired Special Forces king. Jingran was beaten by a high school student. Zhongxian and the others were even more shocked and sluggish. Is this still the hillbilly in their eyes? Murong Yanga looked at Chen Mo. There was a deep admiration in his eyes. Knife covered his arm in pain and said, Master Chu, he is likely to be a legendary martial arts practitioners. Hear this. Chu Wenxiong suddenly smiled, throwing an olive branch to Chen Mo. To be my bodyguard. Offer you a monthly salary of 1,800. Chen Mo almost laughed out loud after hearing it. Let me give you a sleeping boss as a bodyguard. Are you insulting me? The smile on Chu Wenxiong's face froze instantly. He pulled a pistol out of his chest. Can you shoot a gun? Looking back at the black gun, Chen Mo's face also sank. Put down your gun and kowtow to me for mercy. I can save your life. Chu Wenxiong disagreed. Look at Chen Mo's expression, knowing that he is also afraid of bullets, although his current body can't stop bullets. But he can do it before Chu Wenxiong shoots. Kill him silently. Just as Chen Mo was about to use his spell, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Let me take this. Chu Wenxiong very generously let Chen Mo answer. He thought Chen Mo was finally going to call for help. It turned out that Jin Peiyun had prepared all the medicinal materials. When can you come and help my grandpa heal? Chen Mo replied helplessly. I have something to do right now, and I won't be able to leave for a while. How transparent is Jin Peiyun's mind? Immediately understand that Chen Mo is in trouble. He said he could ask her to help solve it. Chen Mo doesn't really want to owe her a favor. But I heard the other party called Chu Wenxiong. Jin Peiyun was directly angry. Give him the phone. Chen Mo gave Chu Wenxiong a strange look. Then I handed him the phone. Chu Wenxiong sneered with contempt. He was never afraid of anyone in Chaisang. He had just put it in his ear when he heard an angry shout. You ate bear heart and leopard gall. Even Grandpa's distinguished guest dares to offend. Hear this voice. Chu Wenxiong was so scared that he looked panicked. You are the second lady. When I heard that Chen Mo was a distinguished guest of Mr. Jin, Chu Wenxiong hurriedly put away the gun. Bend over and run to Chen Mo. Said respectfully. Is it Mr. Chen? I don't know Mount Tai. Jin Peiyun also spoke for him. Spare his life. I'll send someone to pick you up now. Chen Mo thought for a while and agreed. After all, this matter, it was picked up by Shi Yang's trash. Zhongxian and the others also stared at the table. A phone call made Chu Wenxiong bow his head and admit his mistake. They can't help but think. Did the sun rise in the east today? The young man just made a phone call. Competing for a Megatron. The gang leader bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He became unusually respectful, for fear that the young man would kill him if he was not satisfied. Jin Peiyun also spoke for him. Spare his life. Chen Mo thought about it and agreed. Then he turned to look at Nkiyue and Murong Yanga. I have something to do, you go first. The two have not yet recovered from the shock. He nodded subconsciously. Everyone can leave when they hear it. Immediately get in the car and disappear into this purgatory. And Chen Mo also came to the Jin family's villa. Mr. Jin went out to greet him in person. Master Chen, the herbs are ready. Chen Mo walked straight into the living room. I saw it on the table. There is a pile of rare medicinal materials. Jin Peiyun stood respectfully behind him. Does the master need something like a pill furnace? Who did you hear that from? Jin Peiyun was stunned. I read what Xiaoming's comic said. The better the pill furnace, the better the effect of the pill refined. Chen Mo almost laughed out loud. He waved his hand and grabbed the herbs on the table. I only need a pair of hands to refine alchemy. In fact, cultivators concoct alchemy. You just need to have enough spiritual power. Chen Mo's hands pinched the complex seal. A miniature version of the spirit gathering formation appeared in front of him. Then he raised his hand. Throw all the herbs in. Powerful spiritual power began to refine these medicinal materials. 5 minutes later, the dimensional shape of the 10 pills appears. Seeing this, Chen Mo raised his hand to draw. A spell went in. Looking at the 10 pills that exude a transparent luster, Chen Mo was tired and relaxed. If it weren't for his rich experience in alchemy, with his strength, it can't be refined successfully at all. Mr. Jin looked at Chen Mo nervously. I'm afraid that Chen Mo's refining will fail. Chen Mo handed him the crystal-clear elixir. Just swallow it directly. Looking at the fragrant Peiyuan pill in his hand. Tears of Mr. Jin. It almost came out of my nose. Then he swallowed it with excitement. Jin Peiyun also looked at her grandfather with anticipation. Mr. Jin suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. Start refining the medicinal power of Peiyuan pill. After a moment, Mr. Jin suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the state of his body and was ecstatic. Not only was his illness cured, the martial arts cultivation base has been upgraded to the peak of the inner realm. He walked up to Chen Mo and bowed respectfully. Master Chen is reborn with kindness. Please accept the old man's worship. Chen Mo waved his hand casually. We're just getting what we need. Then he took out a notebook and handed it to him. For the sake of Jin Peiyun's belief in my spell, I helped you fill in the defects of the cultivation method. Mr. Jin took a look. The excited body is shaking. He fell to the ground with a plop. Master Chen's kindness cannot be repaid. If there is any dispatch in the future, Lao Qiao will die. Then he shouted to Jin Peiyun. Come and kneel together to thank Master Chen. Although Jin Peiyun looked reluctant. But I dare not disobey my grandfather's orders. I had no choice but to kneel in front of Chen Mo. Only Mr. Jin knows the importance of this exercise. This allows the Kim family to. Generations have become a cultivation family. And Chen Mo just did one thing. Just the usual thing. Just call me for the money. I'm leaving early. After Chen Mo left, Jin Peiyun asked puzzled. He just takes a look. It can make up for the defects of the cultivation method. This is too mysterious. The old man Jin instructed with a serious face. Explain. In the future, whenever my Jin family can't offend Master Chen, if someone disobeys, they will be kicked out of the Jin family directly, and type a few more zeros when transferring money. Chen Mo, who left the Jin family, suddenly received a call from Nkiyue. To his surprise, Murong Yang came to ask for his phone number, sincerely concerned for his safety. But Chen Mo didn't think too much. He still needs to hurry up and cultivate. Until evening. Chen Mo felt the spiritual power in his body show satisfaction. He can do it in 5 days at most, entering the second layer of condensation. Then another call came. A cold female voice came from the opposite side. Yang family, Yang Qingcheng. Chen Mo was taken aback. He could never have imagined Yang Qingcheng. Why are you calling? What followed was even more puzzling to him. I have arrived in Chaisang. You come to pick me up. Chen Mo's brain crashed on the spot. What is the idea of this Yang family? Inside the airport in Chaisang, Yang Qingcheng is wearing a self-colored down jacket. The tall figure has provoked many wolf friends. Cast amazing eyes. Compared to her indifference, the maid Sang Sang is extremely nervous. It's not so safe to leave Yang's house. She even regrets it now. Accompany the lady to Chaisang like crazy. Chen Mo recognized Yang Qingcheng with a glance. Hi, Miss Yang. Yang Qingcheng was also looking at Chen Mo. Her fiancé seems too ordinary. Upon closer inspection, she realized, Chen Mo has an aura that has gone through the vicissitudes of time. Is he really an ignorant boy? Now she is full of curiosity about Chen Mo. Take me to your place. Chen Mo took them to his home. Seeing that they were going to live here, he hurriedly said. Why don't you stay at the hotel first? Ru Sang rejected him in one bite. Miss must live with you. Yang Qingcheng suddenly blushed. Sang Sang also realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurried to explain. I mean, it's not safe to stay in a hotel, since Miss has come to Wuzhou. You must take on the responsibility of protecting the safety of the lady. Chen Mo frowned and said helplessly. Then you sleep inside. I live outside. Seeing Chen Mo's reluctant look, Sang Sang is not angry. The first beauty in Yangcheng. Not happy to live together. After cleaning up, Sang Sang glared at Chen Mo and warned, I'm going out to buy something. Don't bully my lady. And never let her leave your side. Many people outside hope that something will happen to the lady. Yang Qingcheng sounded behind her. Cold and melodious voice. You go ahead, I believe in his character. After Sang Sang leaves, the two of them stared at each other. Want some water? I drank it on the plane. Then the conversation between the two ended. Chen Mo stood there, staring out the window in a daze. Yang Qingcheng was quietly looking at Chen Mo. Rumor has it that he is an ignorant boy. But this person in front of me is different from the rumors. So which one is the real him? An immortal who has cultivated for thousands of years. I didn't expect Jing to be a straight man of steel. When facing the first beauty in Yangjing, he looked so wooden. The two of them stared at each other in the living room. Chen Mo stood there, staring out the window in a daze. Yang Qingcheng quietly looked at Chen Mo. Is he really an ignorant boy? But Chen Mo was thinking. What to do next? Because the jade for arranging the spirit gathering array is about to run out. As for this eldest lady of the Yang family, Chen Mo still has no clue. In his previous life, he had no contact with Yang Qingcheng. It seems that fate has changed because of his rebirth. This made Chen Mo feel a sense of crisis. Yang Qingcheng still couldn't hold back and broke the silence first. Don't you wonder why I suddenly came to you? Chen Mo replied mechanically, why? Yang Qingcheng lowered his head and said unwillingly. I actually don't know why. I just don't want to be controlled by others. Chen Mo nodded in understanding. Then continued to wait for her to speak. Yang Qingcheng suddenly froze in place. Wouldn't this guy take the initiative to chat about something? Never mind, is he a log? Yang Qingcheng snorted coldly, just go back to the room angrily, leaving Chen Mo standing there in a daze. Late night, the first time Sang Sang came back, just stare at Chen Mo. He found that Chen Mo was just practicing in the living room. This is satisfactory, lock the door and sleep, and Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, then quietly walked into the yard. He stood in the middle of the courtyard with an indifferent opening. Since it's here, just show up. The voice just fell. Several men in black fell from the sky. The whole body is wrapped so that people can't see clearly. The leader looked at Chen Mo with surprise. I didn't expect you to find it. Sang Sang, who heard the movement, it was also the first time to rush out. You go and protect the lady. She looked at the person with a solemn face. Who sent you? The man in black let out a faint strange laughter. Fix her first. Then taste the taste of the first beauty in Yangjing. Hearing the other party insult their own lady, Ru Ru's fury erupted into a powerful aura. The man in black was slightly surprised. Reached the pinnacle of external affairs at a young age. But now you are still too weak. As they spoke, they jumped into the air together. The breath on his body is not weaker than that of Sang Sang. Their combined strike. Sang Sang couldn't resist at all. After being shaken back dozens of meters, it barely stopped. Sang Sang felt their strength and asked sharply. 5 martial artists at the peak of the outer realm. Who sent you here so generously? The man in black did not answer. Another punch hit her. Sang Sang knew that even if Chen Mo was an inner realm martial artist, it may not be able to stop these people. So he asked Chen Mo to take Yang Qingcheng away. Just as she was about to die, a figure silently appeared in front of her. Helped her block the deadly punch. The sound of a broken bone sounded. The man in black flew out like a cannonball. And he struggled, and he looked terrified. The situation is wrong. He is a martial artist of endoscopy. The rest of the people were shocked. They couldn't believe it. A high school student is actually a success. But looking at the dying boss, they have no choice but to terminate the mission. Chen Mo sentenced them like a god of death. Since you are here, stay. The sound has not yet landed. Chen Mo's figure came before them. The feet kicked the two away. Before anyone else can react, Chen Mo's figure has come behind them. Bang bang, 2 punches and send them flying. Only the boss, who was kneeling and trembling on the ground, was left. He looked up at Chen Mo and asked in horror. Why care about the Yang family? Chen Mo looked at him expressionlessly. Why should I explain to you? Who sent you? Suddenly his breath of life was rapidly disappearing. Chen Mo frowned. Who wants your life? How could you send so many dead soldiers? And Sang Sang wasn't very clear about that either. Seeing this, Chen Mo turned around and walked back to the room. What about these corpses? Chen Mo didn't even turn back and left a word. Someone will come to clean up. The people behind the scenes won't let their identities be exposed. Sure enough. The next morning, there were only pools of water in the yard. Yang Qingcheng saw that Sang Sang's face was pale. Did you not sleep well? The soft and perfunctory reply may be a cold. Chen Mo handed a Peiyuan pill to Ru Ru. Leave breakfast and turn away. Seeing this, Ru Ru suddenly stopped him. Let the lady follow you. Yang Qingcheng, who was on the side, was also stunned for a moment. Why should I follow him? Ru Ru is worried about telling what happened last night. It scares her. I had to express that I was not feeling well. Yang Qingcheng looked at Sang Sang suspiciously. He nodded reluctantly. And Chen Mo also had a headache. With such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Soon the two came to Lao Dao's house. Old Dao stood aside and asked respectfully. Dare to ask this his mistress. Hear this. Chen Mo drinks the tea in his mouth. Spit it out all at once, hastily waved his hand in denial. Yang Qingcheng looked at Chen Mo and frowned slightly. Are you a friend? She looked at the two as if they had something important to say, so he proposed to go shopping. There is no Yang Qingcheng sitting next to him. Chen Mo regained an indifferent expression. What's your name? The old man hurriedly bowed and replied. My real name is Chen Song. The master gave me the name Chen Songzi. Chen Mo nodded. He took out books and handed them to him. If you successfully inject air into the body within 3 days, I could consider officially accepting you as a disciple. Chen Songzi immediately plopped and knelt on the ground. Thank you, master. Chen Mo suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Remember not to disclose my cultivation method, otherwise I will surely blow your soul away. Chen Mo's voice made him feel extremely scared. As if he would die if he leaked it. After shocking Chen Songzi, Chen Mo said the purpose of this visit. Chen Songzi said with some regret. That kind of jade must go to Lingwu Mountain Black Water Pool. But there's this very ferocious monster. I suggest that master go to the stone gambling yard to have a look first. Chen Mo fell into deep thought. The so-called monster is a beast with wisdom. With his current strength, it is still difficult to kill, so I followed his advice. You can arrange the time and itinerary to go to the stone gambling ground. Seeing Chen Mo ready to leave, Chen Songzi suddenly bowed. The apprentice has an unkind request. I want to follow the master from now on. Saddle before and after serving the master, Chen Mo naturally understood his plan. It's just that he can't live in so many people anymore, so I could only temporarily reject him. Let's talk about it when we get back from the stone casino. Night. It's pouring rain. An old man with sideburns. Push open the gate of the yard. The strange thing is where the old man has passed, but not a drop of rain fell. In the room, a trace of boredom appeared on Chen Mo's face. There's no end to it. The two men came outside the room, looking at the indifferent old man. Ru Ru suddenly opened her eyes wide. Rain doesn't touch. He is a master at the peak of the inner realm. She bowed her hands solemnly and respectfully. With your cultivation, you may enter the transformation realm at any time. Why are seniors here? A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. Immutability is a speck of dust after all. Only by entering the transformation realm can you prolong your life, so the old man wants to use the life of the girl of the Yang family. Sang Sang showed a look of despair on his face. With her and Chen Mo teaming up, can't be his opponent. Chen Mo, you take the lady first. And Chen Mo asked unmoved and curious. What kind of conditions? It can make a warrior at the peak of the inner realm move. A look of yearning appeared on the old man's face. A place to enter the Void Mountain. As long as I can come back alive from there. Must become a master. Sang Sang couldn't help but exclaim. That is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, and Chen Mo also developed a strong interest. Where is Void Mountain? The old man doesn't want to say much. Now let me send you on your way. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second appeared in front of Sang Sang. He grabbed her by the neck. Facing a martial artist at the peak of the inner realm for the first time, only then did I realize how big the gap between them is. Sang Sang can't even resist at this moment. She closed her eyes and waited for death. But after a long time, she didn't feel the attack coming. Ru Sang opened his eyes suspiciously. I saw the old man return to his original position. He looked at Chen Mo standing opposite him in astonishment. I can't believe you can stop me. Are you hiding deep enough? At this time, Chen Mo actually did the same to avoid the rain. State their identity. I can spare you from death. A half-step master who has been famous in China for decades. Died at the hands of a high school student. Not long ago, an old man came to Chen Mo's house. He showed the strength of the peak inner realm. Just appeared in front of Sang Sang in an instant. He grabbed her by the neck. Just as she closed her eyes and waited to die. Chen Mo took action to save her. He also managed to stay out of the rain. Tell me who they are and I'll spare you. Hear this. The old man couldn't help laughing. Since my debut, no one has ever dared to say such a thing to me. You are the first and the last. As he spoke, he erupted with an even more terrifying aura than before. The figure also disappeared in place. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chen Mo and slashed out with a palm. Chen Mo did not use any Taoist methods, just rely on your own spiritual power to throw a punch against it. There was a loud bang. Chen Mo took a step back slightly. And the old man was shocked and flew upside down. Shock finally appeared on his face. How old are you? He actually cultivated to the peak of the inner realm at this age. He also realized that Chen Mo had a secret. Maybe killing him can also break through to the Grandmaster. So he's ready to go all out. Cloud Destroyer. It takes time for the palm of the old man to transform into countless shadows. Every palm print has a harsh sound of breaking the air. See this scene. Ru also recognized the identity of the old man. You are the famous Cloud Destroyer Pang Shiyuan in the northwest. Face his attack. Chen Mo still did not use the Dao method. They're also waving at tremendous speed. Break the dense palm rain one by one. Pang Shiyuan finally showed a hint of astonishment on his face. You can actually block the old man's cloud-destroying hand. After blocking the blow, Chen Mo also had a general understanding of his current strength. He has a heavy cultivation base. It is a martial artist with a small inner realm, but his spiritual power is comparable in quality to the peak of the inner realm. It's over. Chen Mo smiled coldly, an aura like a volcanic eruption. It erupted from Chen Mo. Zhuanshenquan first form. Broken mountains. Chen Mo jumped up in the air. It was like he had a giant axe in his hand. Pang Shiyuan was very shocked. This power allows him to produce an unbeatable thought. Life and death. Pang Tuyuan exploded all the true qi in his body. Ready to do everything in your power to stop this devastating blow. With a click, Pang Tuyuan's whole body split in two by a giant axe. This bloody scene let Ru on the side feel extremely frightened. And after making this move, Chen Mo's spiritual power was almost exhausted. Day 2. The news that Pang Shiyuan was killed spread throughout China. The Liu family, one of the 6 super families. Liu Mengyao asked in shock. You said that next to that bitch in the Yang family, there is a transformation master secretly protecting. The old man nodded cautiously. No one can kill Pang Shiyuan except the Grandmaster. Liu Mengyao asked anxiously. Uncle Wu, no matter what method you use, she must never be allowed to return to the capital alive again. At the same time, Yang Manchuan in the Yang family was worried. Someone in Beijing has already started to attack Qingcheng. Why don't I go get her back? Yang Anzhong's face was flat. I have received the news. Those people were all beheaded by a mysterious master. Yang Manchuan is unbelievable. Isn't it a martial arts master beside Chen Mo? Yang Anzhong smiled like a fox. It seems that Chen Mo's potential is much greater than I expected. Let Qingcheng continue to deepen her relationship with him. At this time, Chen Mo brought a few people. Come to Chaisang's largest stone gambling yard. Yang Qingcheng has some complaints. She doesn't understand why Ruzang has to come here. Isn't it delicious to go shopping? Chen Songzi respectfully expressed. I've sold everything. I will serve you by your side from now on. Chen Mo glanced at him and nodded. He has successfully induced air into the body. Chen Mo and the others just entered. Yang Qianqian and Keyue also appeared here. Finally, the stone gambling convention has begun, and Keyue frowned slightly. This is a rich man's game. I can't afford that. Lin Dao, who was next to him, came over. It doesn't cost money to see. Maybe you can meet my Lin family today. And Keyue's face was shocked. You are actually from the Lin family, the first family in Linju. Suddenly Yang Qianqian exclaimed. Isn't that Chen Mo? Lin Dao looked at Chen Mo with contempt. This kid must be trying his luck at the stone gambling rink. and Kyue looked at the emaciated figure. Suddenly frowned. But Murong Yanga was pleasantly surprised. He trotted directly in front of Chen Mo. What a coincidence, classmate Chen Mo. Are you here to see the fun too? Chen Mo made an excuse for himself. I want to buy 2 stones. When it's Chinese New Year, give it to my dad as a gift. Hear this? Lin Dao looked at Chen Mo with contempt. A hillbilly like you still wants to gamble on stones. Any rough stone here? Enough for you to eat for a lifetime. Murong Yanga immediately turned her head and glared at him. Be polite. Yang Qingcheng heard movement. Also came this way. These are your classmates, right? They don't seem very kind to you. Seeing Yang Qingcheng's graceful figure, Lin Dao and the other students are all amazed. Even Murong Yanga and Kyue, the 2 school beauties. I feel ashamed in front of her. Chen Mo glanced at Yang Qingcheng. He thinks this woman is going to do something. And Murong Yanga had a hint of hostility in her eyes. Who are you? Hearing Yang Qingcheng's words, he smiled strangely, then he held Chen Mo's arm. I'm his fiancé. Didn't he introduce it to you? Lin Dao and the others exclaimed directly. It's really flowers on cow dung. Murong Yanga's face was full of disappointment. Is she really your fiancé? Chen Mo hurriedly said that he had broken off the marriage. Murong Yanga breathed a sigh of relief. So it's your ex-fiancé? Yang Qingcheng was not satisfied with Chen Mo's answer. Without my consent, no one can decide my Yang Qingcheng's engagement. Lin Dao was shocked when he heard the name. You are the most beautiful woman in Beijing, Yang Qingcheng. Then he looked at Chen Mo with a sneer. How dare a hillbilly provoke the Yang family? I'm waiting to see how you die. Yang Qingcheng didn't seem to have played enough and said aloud. I'll tell you the truth. I am now living with Chen Mo. As soon as this sentence comes out, everyone looked at Yang Qingcheng in shock. Speechless for a long time, a person who was once a waste in the eyes of everyone, now the 2 school beauties are actually jealous of him. Yang Qingcheng is even more amazing. I am now living with Chen Mo. Everyone looked at her in shock. I didn't expect the first beauty in Yangjing. Someone actually took it. Murong Yanga looked at Chen Mo with a disappointed face. Is what she said true? To prove myself. Yang Qingcheng also deliberately held Chen Mo's arm, looking at Murong Yanga proudly. In addition to helplessness, Chen Mo's face is still helpless. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just sleeping with me temporarily. After saying that, Chen Mo glared at Yang Qingcheng to warn. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for driving you back to the capital. Then he turned around and left this place of right and wrong. Chen Songzi hurriedly followed and asked quietly. The 3 teenagers who insulted you just now. Do you need a lesson? That's okay. Chen Mo suddenly stopped. Accidentally saw an old acquaintance. It was Chu Wenxiong who walked towards him a few days ago. He came up to me at a brisk pace and bowed respectfully. Mr. Chen. Chen Mo doesn't hate him. He nodded lightly in response. After what happened last time, Chu Wenxiong has already found out. Chen Mo is highly valued by Mr. Jin. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to please Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, why don't you give me a palm? Wait until the stone gambling convention is over. I will give you the stone Mr. Chen wants for free. For this good. Chen Mo certainly wouldn't refuse. At this time, the venue broadcast prompted that the stone gambling convention began. Chu Wenxiong politely led Chen Mo into the venue. And this scene happened to be seen by Kyue and the others. Isn't that Chu Wenxiong? Murong Yanga comforted softly. With Chen Mo around, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Soon, Jiao Jing'an, the owner of Treasure Hall, stepped onto the high platform. I won't say more. The rule is that each price increase is not less than 10,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd gathered around, but most of them can only stand on the periphery. Only the top Chaisang forces were assigned seats. At this time, 2 big men, he came up with a huge rough stone. The reserve price is 500,000. Start bidding. As Jiao Jing'an finished speaking, someone raised their hand. 550,000. Lin Qianya, a direct descendant of the Lin family not far away, lazy back. 600,000. Chen Mo looked at him and asked. This Lin family is very rich, Chu Wenxiong explained with a solemn face. Wealth is actually similar in large families. But the Lin family has a mysterious background that makes people afraid. Chen Mo noticed the old man beside Lin Qianya. He is a martial artist with great internal strength. This may be the foundation of the Lin family. Suddenly, a big man next to the Lin family sneered. This rock is just the size of a head. Actually, there is nothing in it. Chu Wenxiong looked into the eyes of the big man. A hint of hostility. He is Xu Donghan, the owner of Wanfu Building in Ruhe. It's a sworn enemy of Zhen Baojai and me. Chen Mo has no interest in him at all. Instead, he looked at the old man who exuded yin beside him. Jing is a practitioner. And for Xu Donghan's trouble. Jiao Jing'an shouted at him angrily. Could it be that you have a pair of clairvoyant eyes? You are not welcome in my treasure hall. Xu Donghan was not angry when he was scolded. You will know when the stone is opened. And Lin Qianya looked indifferent. A mere 600,000 eri. Our Lin family doesn't care at all, looking at the domineering Lin Qianya. Lin Dao looked proud. It's still my Lin family who is domineering. Little did he know that the Lin family didn't take him seriously at all. His standing on the periphery is the best proof. Chu Wenxiong also asked Chen Mo. What do you think of this rough stone? Chen Mo shook his head gently. See no one to increase the price. Lin Qianya asked Jiao Jing'an to arrange for someone to open the stone. But the results were astonishing. Then inside a large piece of rough stone, there was nothing. Lin Qianya scolded in embarrassment. Damn. Xu Donghan laughed out loud with schadenfreude. Master Lin. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in front of you. Jiao Jing'an was also angry. I'm too lazy to introduce it, and the reserve price is directly exploded. The starting price of number 2 rough stone is 1 million. I didn't wait for someone else's quotation this time. Xu Donghan raised his hand first. This rough stone is in good condition and worth 2 million. I pay 2 million. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. This guy is so confident. Lin Qianya said again in disbelief and anger. I 2.50 million. Xu Donghan laughed. Here it is. Jiao Jing'an asked the staff to go to Kaisha with a dark face. Unexpectedly, it really shipped. And it's really worth 2 million. Left and right sapphires. Lin Qianya also knew at this time, there is a master beside Xu Donghan. Chu Wenxiong looked unwilling. It seems that this stone gambling conference, Xu Donghan is going to make a lot of money. The next rough stone. They were all broken by Xu Donghan one by one. Let Jiao Jing'an scold her mother angrily. If you don't want to ruin the reputation of Treasure Hall, he really wanted to drive him away. When the number 8 rough stone is picked up. Chen Mo suddenly spoke lightly. 1 million. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo. Even Lin Dao and others were mishired for a while. Where did this trash get so much money? Seeing Chen Mo in the limelight, Lin Dao is jealous and decides to expose him. He doesn't believe Chen Mo can come up with 1 million. For Chen Mo's sudden price increase, Chu Wenxiong was also slightly surprised. Mr. Chen is interested in this rough stone. Bound to win. Xu Donghan also looked at Chen Mo and persuaded him. Lad. There is only one broken jadeite in this rough stone. And Chen Mo closed his eyes and ignored him at all. This made people a little confused. What is the origin of this boy? He didn't give Xu Donghan any face. Chu Wenxiong would not be polite to him and shouted loudly. If you want to buy, increase the price. Don't buy it. Xu Donghan looked at him with a trace of fear in his eyes. Snorted and said no more. Suddenly the old man next to him leaned into his ear. Muttered something. Just as Jiao Jing'an announced the results. Xu Donghan stood up abruptly and said. I can't let this rough stone. I'll give you 1.5 million. Chen Mo did not hesitate to raise it to 2 million. Xu Donghan couldn't help but look menacing. Kid, you really want to go against me? Chu Wenxiong jumped up before Chen Mo could speak. Lao Tzu is going against you. I give 3 million. Hear this. Xu Donghan added another million. The melon eaters looked at Xu Donghan suspiciously. Could it be that it is a top-quality gemstone? Even Chu Wenxiong is wondering if it's worth it. When, maybe this is Xu Donghan deliberately picking up the price. Chen Mo ignored them and raised his hand and said lightly. 500 square meters. Xu Donghan immediately glared at Chen Mo. There is an undisguised killing intent in the eyes. But he suppressed his anger. I'll give you this rough stone. Hope you can get something good. And Jiao Jing'an is full of smiles. He is the happiest for the price increase of several people. Just as he was about to announce the results, Lin Qianya suddenly interrupted him. He had a smirk on his face. I'm curious about this high school student. Is there really that much money? Jiao Jing'an was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen Mo with embarrassment. Little brother this. Chu Wenxiong seems to be aware of this problem as well. In a hurry, I said I went out for him. Chen Mo directly took out a card and gave it to the maid. There's 10 million in this card, get someone to check it yourself. See this scene. Lin Qianya has a bad premonition in his heart. Are you sure he doesn't have any money? Lin Dao nodded confidently. After a while, Jiao Jing'an smiled and walked back. I checked it myself. There is indeed 10 million in the card. Lin Qianya suddenly felt like Xiao Wu. He glared at Lin Dao fiercely. You're dead meat. There was a hint of doubt in Nkyue's eyes in the crowd. She found that she couldn't see through Chen Mo more and more. And Yang Qingcheng complained. So stingy. When you go back, you must let him change to a bigger house. After the dust settles, Jiao Jing'an ordered his men to start cutting stones. Under the spotlight. With a click, the rough stone breaks. A blood-red gem appeared before everyone's eyes. Jiao Jing'an became incoherent. This is 200 million blood diamond. The man bought a stone for 5 million. Competed for 200 million blood diamonds. Everyone present showed envy. Xu Donghan's face was even more gloomy. Because even he didn't notice. Red spar contains blood diamonds. See this scene. Jiao Jing'an also took this opportunity to fight back. Everyone, I'm afraid you've all been tricked. Someone deliberately said those worthless rough stones. Then try to get other top-quality gems at a low price. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. They accused Xu Donghan one after another. Even Lin Qianya glared at him. I will remember this account by the Lin family. Jiao Jing'an who took revenge. He personally stepped down and handed the blood diamond to Chen Mo. It also means that there will be a thank you gift after the conference. When someone gives a gift, don't want it yourself. Chen Mo nodded. Then he threw the blood diamond to Chen Songzi, who was behind him. As if 200 million in front of him. Murong Yang's admiration for Chen Mo added another point. That's a real man. And Yang Qingqing's brain circuit is more special. Thinking of making that blood diamond into a ring. Will it look good? Next, Xu Donghan took a breath. As long as Chen Mo bids for rough stones, he will increase the price, and others know how powerful Chen Mo is. Then they joined in. Watching the scene of people competing for bids. Jiao Jing'an smiled like an 80-year-old child. In the end, Xu Donghan bought this rough stone for 30 million. And what came out was just an ordinary piece of jadeite. The value is definitely not more than 10 million. Only Chen Mo knew that it was just a piece of wooden jade. To the old man who practices yin qi, is of great use. The stone gambling conference is over. Jiao Jing'an to thank Chen Mo. Invite him to the warehouse at Treasure Court, looking at a warehouse full of rough stones. Jiao Jing'an was very generous. You can choose 3 rough stones here. As my thanks. Chu Wenxiong was shocked by his move. Is he not afraid that Chen Mo will take away the most valuable one? And Chen Mo looked at him with a half smile. Boss Jiao, do you need my help? A touch of surprise flashed across Jiao Jing'an's face. His mind was so well hidden that it was still discovered. His reverence for Chen Mo deepened. I have a deal with some friends in the next few days. I want Mr. Chen to give me a palm. Chen Mo doesn't want to owe him a favor. So I agreed. Then he sensed those rough stones in the warehouse. I found that only a dozen pieces have fluctuations in heaven and earth essence energy. After a little consideration, he chose 3 of them. They are all spirit stones of different attributes. But the value is not very high. This made Jiao Jing'an a little disappointed. I'm afraid I'll look wrong when I palm his eyes in a few days. But he still laughed dryly and praised. Chen Mo naturally knew what he was thinking. But he didn't explain much. There we go. A few people just walked out of the hall. Xu Donghan suddenly brought people. Blocked Chen Mo's way. You can go if you want, leave the blood diamond. Chu Wenxiong knew at a glance. What was his idea? How dare you rob here? This is Chaisang City, not Ayu River. Jiao Jing'an also glared at him. After all, this is his territory. Xu Donghan sneered. Don't take the 2 of them seriously. This kid took something he shouldn't have taken. Annoyed the master. As he spoke, an old man walked in front of him. The old man has been in retreat for 10 years. Does no one remember me anymore? See someone. Chu Wenxiong and Jiao Jing'an were both terrified. Gijanchu. Wang Yongshan, the old man seems to have everything under control. Give me that blood diamond. That's not something a mortal can take. This time Chu Wenxiong did not refute. He looked at the old man with fear. Jiao Jing'an even suggested that Chen Mo give up. The might of Master Wang is beyond our imagination. Chen Mo asked with interest. Is this Master Wang amazing? Jiao Jing'an's explanation of whispering wings. He can manipulate ghosts and even seduce people's souls. 10 years ago, he took over all my enemies overnight. People give nicknames Gijanchu. Chen Mo laughed disapprovingly. In fact, I also want to get the wood Lingyu on you. And your life. Hear this. Wang Yongshan's skinny body. A sudden burst of powerful breath. With a bit of ferocity on his face. Do you think life is long? Saying that, he grabbed a small porcelain jar from his arms. Suddenly a gust of wind whistled out of thin air. A dark shadow emerged from the can. Floating in mid-air. Everyone was shocked. It turns out that the legend that he can control ghosts is true. Wang Yongshan shouted and gave an order. To eat his soul. The ghost immediately opened its mouth. Let out a piercing scream and rushed towards Chen Mo. Others saw this scene and screamed in horror. One by one they fled in a hurry. Only Chen Songzi turned a blind eye to death and stood in front of Chen Mo. I'll fight you. He threw a desperate punch at the ghost. And the ghost penetrated his body. Chen Songzi was stunned for a moment and hurriedly turned back to remind, young master, be careful, facing the ghosts in front of you. Chen Mo is still calm. He raised his finger slightly and waved to the sky. Lei Lai, a thunder fell from the sky. Hit the ghost directly. With a scream. There was only a wisp of smoke left. See this shocking scene. Wang Yongshan fell to his knees with a thud. I don't know if the heavenly teacher is coming, please spare my life. Chen Mo sneered and pronounced his crime. You raise ghosts. I don't know how many innocent lives were killed. Saying that, he reached out and waved a thunder at him. Wang Yongshan puffs up black smoke. It is already 7 mature. Xu Donghan looked at Chen Mo in horror. Can actually summon thunder to kill ghosts. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Mo begging for mercy. I was coerced by Wang Yongshan. Master, please forgive me. At this time, Chu Wenxiong ran back with excitement. Mr. Chen, you're a godsend. Chen Mo shook his head and gave them an explanation. I'm just a cultivator. Just know some Taoism. Chu Wenxiong and Jiao Jing'an don't care about this. Say whatever you want to hug this thigh tightly in the future. Sang Sang looked at Chen Mo's figure and muttered. Could it be that his cultivation method, it's about thunder? Chen Mo ignored them and looked at Xu Donghan. I miss you as a first-time offender and spare your life. $50 million on my card by tomorrow. Do not set foot on the firewood case in the future. The old man has been cultivating for hundreds of years on his own. He actually went to rob a high school student's spirit stone, but I didn't expect to be young. One move Tianlei was killed in seconds. Xu Donghan looked at Chen Mo in horror. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed to explain. I was coerced by Wang Yongshan. Master, please forgive me. Chen Mo glanced at him and said coldly. I miss you as a first-time offender and spare your life. $50 million on my card by tomorrow. Don't set foot in Chaisang in the future. Hearing this, Xu Donghan was relieved. 50 million for a life is worth it. A burst of applause suddenly sounded behind him. I saw Lin Qianya walking out of the dark. I didn't expect to see Taoist Lei Fa today. Really eye-opening. Chu Wenxiong looked at Lin Qianya and his party warily. What do you want? Lin Qianya smiled and expressed no malice. His self-light looked at Yang Qingcheng on the side. I just want to invite this beauty to accompany me for a drink. I don't know if a beauty can appreciate her face. Sangru immediately protected Yang Qingcheng behind her. Roll aside. Lin Qianya looked at her with a smirk. Two beautiful women together. Chen Mo on the side was not in a hurry to make a move. Let me see how much your strength has improved. Ru Ru nodded. The momentum on his body exploded and rushed towards him. Lin Qianya confidently reminded Wu Bo. Don't get hurt. I am a person who cherishes jade. Facing the rain of punches from Sang Sang. Wu Bo stood in place and easily resolved. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. He slapped Sang Sang on the chest. Directly make her step back dozens of meters. There was a trace of blood in the return. Wu Bo did not pursue the victory. If not for the young master's order. This slap is your life. Chen Mo shook his head and took a step forward. Sang Sang's foundation is still too weak. Lin Qianya's face changed and threatened. If you dare to interfere, you will be the enemy of my Lin family. Chen Mo glanced at him lightly. The Lin family is nothing but ants in my eyes. Hearing this, Lin Qianya was furious. Cripple him. Wu Bo also had a cold face and held his hands into sharp claws. He rushed directly towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand and gathered the aura. It's just a complete endoscope. Saying that, he used his own spiritual power and punched it in the past. This punch has an incomparably harsh sound of breaking the air. Wu Bo's sternum was directly shattered by the shock. The pupils are gradually losing consciousness. Lin Qianya couldn't believe watching this scene. How could Uncle Wu be so vulnerable? Chen Mo glanced at him coldly. Today I will break your legs. as a sign of punishment. Hearing this, Lin Qianya retreated in horror. He still continued to carry out the threat of the Lin family without knowing whether to live or die, but seeing Chen Mo's unchanging eyes, he finally got scared and knelt on the ground. I don't know, Mount Tai. Please let me go. My Lin family must be very grateful. Chen Mo walked towards him like a god of death. It's too late now. After saying that, he stepped on Lin Qianya's knee. With the sound of breaking bones, Lin Qianya couldn't bear the piercing pain. He fell down and fainted. The onlookers were dumbfounded. We must definitely coax him in the future, after the matter is settled. Chen Mo returned home late at night. He also gave Chen Songzi a round by the way, and Yang Qingcheng rented a room each. Chen Mo took out the ling you received at the stone gambling conference. Now you can step into the second layer of condensation, so he sat cross-legged. Start practicing in the spirit gathering array. Now he can choose one. Body refinement method minor. After some consideration, he chose Hunyuan sect's Hunyuan immortal body. While Chen Mo was practicing, Yang Qingcheng lay on the bed and played with her mobile phone. I still have the idea of the blood diamond in my heart. If it is made into a diamond ring, it must be very beautiful, and she had an idea. The next day at dinner, Yang Qingcheng suddenly became surprisingly enthusiastic towards Chen Mo. It's picking up vegetables and asking for warmth. Sang Sang, who was sitting next to him, looked furious. Did Miss like Chen Mo? Yang Qingcheng smiled and her voice changed. Can you lend me that blood diamond? Chen Mo finally figured out what she was up to, since she didn't bother to pay attention at a glance. At the same time, Lin Ju First Family Lin Family Land. Lin Qianya sat in a wheelchair and yelled, Father, you must avenge me. Lin Wan, the head of the house, sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, seems to be thinking about something. Everyone in the Lin family also showed anger one by one. How dare someone pick on their Lin family? Facing the plea of the tribe, Forest Damage has also made up its mind. Take someone to handle Chu Wenxiong first. Let Chaisang's underground world be surnamed Lin from now on, then deal with that kid. 3 days later, Chu Wenxiong hurriedly called Chen Mo. Because the Lin family has been frantically attacking his territory these days, tonight, we will send an endoscope expert to kill him. Except for Chen Mo, Chu Wenxiong also spent a lot of money to invite him. Chaisang famous master, Zhong Shenghua saw that Chen Mo was just a young man. I couldn't help but mock. Chu Wenxiong explained awkwardly. Master Chen's strength is unfathomable. Chen Song's face flushed red with anger. If it weren't for Chen Mo's lack of statement, he's going to do it. Then the 9 o'clock bell rang. A young man in a blue suit came in. I actually got help. It seems that you are going to refuse my offer. Chu Wenxiong shouted angrily when he saw the comer. Don't deceive people too much. I've given up a third of my territory. Lin Rufeng's face turned cold and unmoved. Master Lin Qianya has already said, the man who broke his legs is your guest. Hearing this, Chu Wenxiong secretly looked at Chen Mo. He really wanted to blame it all on Chen Mo. As he was torn, Zhong Shenghua stood up impatiently. Let me see why you are so defiant. Lin Rufeng looked at him with a disdainful smile. You are the helper invited by Chu Wenxiong, right? Then I'll solve you first. Saying at an extremely fast speed, rushed towards him. The two are also small-scale warriors. It goes back and forth. Chen Songzi asked curiously. These two are quite capable of winning. Chen Mo asked you what to say. Chen Songzi thought seriously and replied. Zhong Shenghua. Chen Mo directly denied him. He just entered the inner realm and his foundation is unstable, plus being too arrogant and committing a taboo of underestimating the enemy. Soon he will be defeated. Sure enough. Lin Rufeng punched him in the chest. Let Zhong Shenghua fly upside down. He clutched his chest in pain. Boss Chu. It's Zhong's skill that is inferior to others. See Chu Wenxiong's face as dead ash. Chen Mo stood up from his seat. I am the one who broke Lin Qianya's legs. Lin Rufeng glanced at Chen Mo and said contemptuously. How could it be possible with you? You are not an inner realm martial artist at all. Chen Mo asked faintly. Inner realm martial artists are rare. Saying that, Chen Mo poured out one crystal clear elixir. Handed it to Chen Songzi on the side. Eat it. Chen Songzi was stunned for a moment, but he still did not hesitate to send the pill into his mouth. Then he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Absorb the power of Peiyuan Dan. Sang Sang looked at this scene with surprise. At the same time, there is a trace of expectation in my heart. After a long time, Chen Songzi suddenly opened his eyes, kneeled directly on the ground and kowtow at Chen Mo. Great kindness from the master, disciple can't repay. Chen Mo nodded. Go ahead, don't embarrass me. Hearing this, Chen Songzi stepped into the stadium with 1 foot. Take time. A powerful aura swept through the entire room. Humiliate my teacher, should kill. An old man who has lived for 100 years and is dying, just took a pill. Not only did his breath of life begin to grow like crazy, he also broke through to his dream of endoscopy. Chen Songzi knelt directly on the ground. The master's great kindness and the disciple have nothing to repay, and then he comes in. A powerful aura swept through the entire hall. Humiliate my teacher, should kill. Lin Rufeng looked like he had seen a ghost. How did he reach the inner realm at once? Chen Songzi didn't talk nonsense. His cultivation has skyrocketed, and it is time to urgently vent. A powerful punch slammed into him. Lin Rufeng hurriedly raised her arms to resist. The moment the fist falls, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, Lin Rufeng was blasted away for dozens of meters. He got up like a wolf. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. Where to go? Chen Songzi's figure flashed and came behind him in an instant. Another punch hit Lin Rufeng's back. He hit the wall like a cannonball. 2 white eyes lost the breath of life. At this time, Chen Songzi is like a god of war. Those who insult my teacher should kill. Hear this. Zhong Shenghua, who had mocked Chen Mo before, spurs with fright, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing constantly. I am afraid that Chen Songzi's next target will be him. And Chen Mo's strength. I don't know how scary it is. Chen Mo ignored him and looked at Chu Wenxiong. The Lin family will come again in the future. You tell them to come straight to me. After saying that, she looked at Yang Qingcheng with a shocked face. Come on. Chen Songzi followed behind Chen Mo respectfully. Became a loyal old servant. 2 days later, Chen Mo brought the mortals as agreed. Come to Zhenbaojai headquarters. Jiao Jing'an introduced Chen Mo. This is Xue Qianhe from Nanling City. Throughout Nanling City, Mr. Xue said the same thing. Chen Mo nodded in response. Then a few waves came from the fork. They are all party bosses in nearby cities. The last one to come was Xu Donghan. He also brought an old man with him. Jiao Jing'an's face turned gloomy. Boss Xu is deliberately late to crush us, right? Xu Donghan suddenly saw Chen Mo in the corner. The smile on his face froze. Because he hasn't called Chen Mo for the 50 million. But he looked at the powerful old man behind him. He wasn't that scared anymore. Then he ordered his men to take out the trade item this time. It's a bead the size of an egg. Exquisite Jizo King Bodhisattva. There is also a seemingly ordinary jade gossip. Please taste it. A slightly fat middle-aged man took the lead in speaking out. I'll go first. Please palm your eyes, Mr. DeLong. Jiao Jing'an seems to have heard of this name. Could it be the DeLong Zhenren of Jiang Mountain Lingbao Taoist Temple? Chen Mo took a look and was slightly curious. Because he felt a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, it seems that there are indeed cultivators on Earth. DeLong Zhenren slowly walked to the table. Reach out and point at the bead. Big drink. Open. The bead suddenly emitted a blue light. A chill enveloped the room. DeLong Zhenren is also in admiration. This bead should be the relics of the real person. It has the effect of refreshing and improving sleep. Then came the Bodhisattva King Ksitigaba. He just reached out a little. A dazzling red light exploded. This is actually a statue of a Bodhisattva that has been enlightened by an eminent monk. With this bronze statue, the house can be protected from evil. As soon as this sentence comes out, instantly aroused the rush of people. This is the equivalent of inviting a master to sit at home. To the last piece of jade gossip. DeLong Zhenren can't do his best. This jade is estimated to be a piece of ordinary plaything. Qiao Wuming smiled and sneered. That's because your knowledge is too shallow. Don't come out and embarrass yourself in the future. Facing his mockery, DeLong's honest old face turned red. I've never heard of you either. That's because you're ignorant. Saying that, Qiao Wuming also reached out a little. Originally bland jade gossip. A burst of brilliance rippled like water. A gentle airflow slowly penetrated everyone's body. Let them have a fluttering feeling. DeLong Zhenren bowed his hands in conviction. It turns out that your Excellency Jing is a master of enlightenment. How offensive just now. Qiao Wuming said coldly. Then introduce this jade gossip. This is a magical tool for cultivators. Can nourish the body and prolong life. This time, everyone directly exploded. The most important thing for the rich is to prolong life. See them so crazy. Xu Donghan and Qiu Wuming looked at each other and smiled. A touch of pride flashed in the eyes. Jiao Jing'an is also interested in those 3 treasures. But he didn't quite trust Xu Donghan. So I asked Chen Mo to help me taste it. A touch of contempt flashed in Qiu Wuming's eyes. This Master Chen hasn't graduated from high school yet, has he? Don't look wrong. Chen Mo glanced at him and said coldly. Really want me to say? Seeing Chen Mo so confident. Xu Donghan was silent in his heart. But Qiu Wuming didn't think so. Seeing this, Chen Mo raised his hand and waved it lightly, erased the spiritual power placed on the 3 treasures. These are all counterfeits. That bead was crossed into a trace of yin qi. That's what makes you feel refreshed. The bronze statue was also enchanted. Once activated with spiritual power, it will emit a vision of red light. As for this jade gossip, it's just arranged inside. A simple array. Ordinary people can't use it at all. Chen Mo just finished explaining. Qiu Wuming and Xu Donghan immediately became the target of everyone. See things come to light. Qiu Wuming stared at Chen Mo. You killed my junior brother and ruined my good deeds. I'm going to skin you and cramp you today. Saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then a black smoke burst out of his mouth. The black smoke split into 6 in mid-air. Turned into 6 skulls that screamed. Those pampered plutocrats. Where have you seen such a strange scene running around? Qiu Wuming shouted with a face full of healing. 6 ghosts. The skull immediately opened its mouth to face Chen Moten. Like 6,000-year-old ghosts. Chen Mo still looked indifferent. Let you be haunted. I threw it out. He stretched out his hands and gathered the power of thunder. See this scene. Craftsman Wuming was terrified. You are the descendant of Tianxia sect. Chen Mo ignored him and spit out 3 words faintly. Voice fall. 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky. Go straight to Skull and Qiu Wuming. Tianlei restrains yin evil. The skull turned into smoke in an instant. Seeing that Zhuangqiu was lifeless, he struggled to exhale a mouthful of white smoke. The white smoke condensed into a figure similar to him. But in the end, the ants shake the tree. Vulnerable in front of Tianlei. Facing Death Hill, Wuming hastily begged for mercy. Master, from now on I would like to surrender to you. Chen Mo sentenced him like a god of death. You have killed countless creatures for cultivation. Heaven allows you. Saying that, Chen Mo shook one hand. In an instant, the violent thunderbolt devoured Qiu Wuming. Not even a trace of ash was left. A superfamily that controls Hanyang province. To actually bow down to a high school student. Just because of his move. He killed Megatron Huaxia's peak endoscope powerhouse. Everyone was terrified by this scene. Chen Mo's eyes swept over Xu Donghan. Did you forget my 50 million? Xu Donghan showed extreme humility. How dare I forget Master Chen's order? I'll go back and prepare. Chen Mo was unmoved. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Chen Songzi understood what Chen Mo meant. Without saying a word, he took a punch to solve Xu Donghan. Chen Mo asked him to put away the jade gossip. Because the formation inside is still of some use to him, then I glanced at these bosses. Xu Donghan is dead. Who is willing to accept his power? I only take half of the assets. Jiao Jing'an listened. Immediately volunteered to propose that Treasure Pavilion can. After all, he can still hug Chen Mo's thigh. A family boss suddenly knelt on the ground. Anlin Chi New Mountain. Willing to surrender to you. Hope Master Chen will take care of you. This sentence suddenly stunned everyone. I also understand that he is afraid of Jiao Jing'an encroaching on his territory, so they also knelt down and swore to submit to Chen Mo. Chen Mo put his hands in his pockets to warn, I can accept you. But if someone practices yang and yin, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at Chen Mo's figure, Yang Qingcheng felt deeply shocked. If she also had such strength, who else dares to interfere with her fate? Day 2. Chu Wenxiong called anxiously. It turned out to be the Lin family for revenge. He has secretly killed many of Chaisang's patriarchs. Now he is even more challenged. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. Tell them I took it. I will seek justice for them. Nightfall. Yangui Lake is quiet. It's all coming together. Most of the top people in Hanyang province They waited for a long time without seeing Chen Mo and the Lin family. Just when Jiao Jing'an called to confirm. Suddenly several black Mercedes-Benz appeared parked on the side of the road. Dozens of men in suits got out of the car. They stood in perfect order by the lake, drinking. Welcome to the third elder. I saw a figure galloping towards the lake. Fall firmly on the observation deck. What about Chen Mo's child? Are you scared away by my Lin family's prestige? He just finished. I saw Chen Mo walking from here with a few people. Chu Wenxiong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After Lin Jianfeng saw Chen Mo. Not much nonsense, staring at him with killing intent. Here we go. Not waiting for Chen Mo to speak, Chen Songzi took a step forward. Killing chickens and using knives. Go through me first. Lin Jianfeng smiled contemptuously. Then I'll deal with you first. As he spoke, his figure flashed and rushed towards him. Chen Songzimu is exposed to light and resists with fists. The two of you have fought back and forth hundreds of times. The spectators below were dumbfounded. I've only seen this kind of scene in Xiao Ming's place. It is also the strength of the inner realm Dacheng. The collision punch took a few steps back. Lin Jianfeng was quite surprised by Chen Song's strength. If you join my Lin family now, I promise you a bright future. And I have seen Chen Mo's terrifying strength. How could Chen Songzi be moved? Seeing this, Lin Jianfeng no longer persuaded. My Lin family is not best known for martial arts, it's swordsmanship. After taking the sword handed by his subordinates, Lin Jianfeng also became extremely serious. He suddenly swung towards the void. 3 sword chi whistled out. Space where the sword chi passes. Competition creates a fold. Chen Songzi didn't dare to look down on him. He used the Tianqian 3 punches that Chen Mo taught him. Open the mountain. A powerful fist suddenly shot out. After a boom, a soft sword fell to the ground in the air. Then Lin Jianfeng vomited blood and flew back with a wrong face. He had never seen such powerful boxing. Chen Songzi showed a look of worship. My boxing technique is less than 1/10,000th of the master's. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng looked at Chen Mo fiercely. He clearly has no true energy on him. Could it be that his cultivation is so high that he can't probe it? Think of this. He turned around without hesitation. Run down the lake. At this time, Chen Mo's indifferent voice sounded behind him. Did I say I'd let you go? I saw Chen Mo pick up his fingers. A blue light flew out from the fingertips. Into a small sword. With a piercing scream. Directly penetrate Lin Jianfeng's head 100 meters away. Sang Sang looked childlike. It was beyond her comprehension. All the Lin family members present hurriedly knelt on the ground. We are willing to surrender. Chen Mo looked at them and said coldly. Take me to the Lins. At the same time, learning of Lin Jianfeng's death shook the Lin family. The owner of the house is also frowning when he sits on the main seat with high forest damage. Maybe it's time to ask that person to come forward. At this time, a servant ran in with a face full of panic. Ho Mona, someone outside threatens you to go out and die. Lin Wan's face was full of panic when he heard that. How many people are there? Learned that there is only one person. Lin Lu's eyes widened. At this time, outside the Lin family, Chen Mo stepped on a corpse. Facing dozens of Lin family children alone. Second elder Lin Rui stood at the door, looking at Chen Mo warily. Are you here to negotiate terms with my Lin family now? Chen Mo chuckled. I'm not here to negotiate. Lin Rui and the others were slightly stunned. You alone want to destroy my big Lin family. Chen Mo suddenly said lightly. Spiritual power sword. He stepped into the shadow and was already inside the door. Slash all beings with one sword. All the children of the Lin family were beheaded. The forest damage in the hall is impatient. Shui Lin, you go out and have a look. Didn't wait for her to respond. An indifferent voice sounded outside the door. I saw Chen Mo step by step into the hall. Today, the Lin family ends here. Hearing this, Lin Sheng got up angrily, popped the sword from behind. Do you think there is no one in my Lin family? He grabbed the sword in the air. Liu Yun 13 swords. Voice fall. The forest damage is rotating around Chen Mo at an extremely fast speed. To the naked eye, it seems that there are more than a dozen of them. And in Chen Mo's eyes, this swordsmanship is like a child playing house. He suddenly grabbed his sword without error. Broken mountains, hit directly at the forest damage. A powerful force brings a strong wind. The forest damage flew out and hit the wall. Everyone in the Lin family watched this scene in horror. Their patriarch is not a one-shot enemy. Seeing Lin Lu take a punch from him, he won't die. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise. You are stronger than that Lin Jianfeng. In the eyes of forest damage, How does today end here? My Lin family has never hurt your family. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. I let you die to understand. Shui Lin, come out. A woman with short hair came out. Standing behind Chen Mo, he bowed and saluted. Master, the forest damage suddenly understood what was going on. I treat you well. Why on earth did you betray the Lin family? Shui Lin raised her head. A touch of hatred flashed in his eyes. You think I don't know? How did my parents die? I want you to be a descendant of the Lin family. It was precisely because Shui Lin secretly told Chen Mo the Lins are investigating his family. Chen Mo just decided to destroy the Lin family. There is no room for negotiation. A look of determination flashed in Lin Lu's eyes. A powerful breath spread from him. Tomorrow I will destroy your family. Vulnerable Qi release void suspension. This is the symbol of master transformation. A super family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Now it was killed by a high school student. Looking at Chen Mo who has decided to kill, a look of determination flashed in Lin Lu's eyes. A powerful aura spread from him. He exhausted his cultivation and forcibly reached the Grandmaster realm. In the face of the forest damage that broke out with the strength of the master, Chen Mo's face was still calm as usual. With your half-baked guru? You can try it. Lin Luan's eyes leaked red light and raised his long sword high. The master is not someone you can judge. And he jumped. The long sword carries the momentum of thunder. Hit at Chen Mo. As if to split the world in half. Shui Lin's eyes also showed shock. She bet everything on Chen Mo. Can he block it? Wait until the forest damage longsword is 3 feet close to his body. Chen Mortsai casually punched. Jianjiang River. The forest is ecstatic. To actually use a pair of flesh fists to grab his sword. Soon he won't be laughing anymore. Because Chen Mo's fist is like a strong wind and waves. Easily dissolve his sword qi. He let out a scream of fear. The whole body was punched in half. Forcibly used the second pose of Tianqian Divine Fist. Chen Mo's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and seeing the patriarch with the strength of a grandmaster killed. Everyone in the Lin family rushed to the door. And how could Chen Mo let them go? Transform Riki into a sword. Run them all through. After doing all this, Chen Mo looked at Shui Lin. The direct line of the Lin family has been destroyed. Can you control the current Lin family? A flash of surprise flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. As long as the master supports me, I can totally do it. Hearing this, Chen Mo handed her a Peiyuan pill. From now on, you will help me take charge of the Lin family. So many people died in the Lin family at one time. Will the official come to find trouble? Shui Lin replied respectfully. As long as it's not too noisy. The official will not care about the affairs of the martial arts world. 3 days later, underground auction in Blackwater County. Jin Peiyunduan came to the tea and asked curiously. Master Chen, why are you here? It turns out that Chen Mo is going to Lingwu Mountain looking for Ling Yu. I happened to pass by here and came to have a look. I heard that there is a magic weapon in this auction. Jin Peiyun shook her head. I am only responsible for the management of the auction house. All the items to be auctioned this time are here. Just take it away if you like it. Chen Mo glanced at the things on the shelf. A 7-inch dagger made him slightly stunned. Because there is the spiritual power left by the immortal cultivator on the sword, as long as he reaches the 3rd level of condensation, you can practice flying sword magic. Chen Mo also accepted the short sword without ceremony. I owe the Jin family a favor. Jin Peiyun was ecstatic. It's worth giving the whole auction away. I saw Jin Peiyun accompanying Chen Mo out of the backstage. Murong Yanga, who came to join in the fun, was a little surprised. Is that someone from the Kim family next to him? In the VIP room, Wei Ziyun stared at Chen Mo with anger. Who is the kid next to Jin Peiyun? Master Wu, help me get rid of him. The bald old man smiled darkly. Just a hairy boy. I'll do it when the auction is over. And Chen Mo left early because he got the dagger. Afternoon, those who attended the auction. They also went to Lingwu Mountain. Murong Yanga asked curiously. Is there really a cure here? Sun Jingsai pointed to the large army in front. Follow them and you should be able to find it. The crowd continued on for several hours. Saw a waterfall appear on the cliff. Below is a deep pool as black as ink. On a small tree above the pool. A crystal clear red fruit. Looking at the alluring red fruit. Greed appeared in Master Wu's eyes. As long as I eat it, there is hope in the future. Can break through to the legendary realm of the gods. Wei Ziyun was also very excited when he heard that. Let's go pick it first. Just wait and see. The people around are also greedy, looking at the red fruit. But we all know that Blackwater Pool is dangerous. Dare not act rashly. Seeing this, Master Wu is by Wei Ziyun's ear. Said his plan. Wei Ziyun nodded excitedly. Then he took a few steps forward and shouted. Came here today. I believe everyone is for that elixir. I suggest that whoever gets it first will go to whoever gets it first. Everyone bowed their heads in thought and nodded. After all, no one wants the elixir to be destroyed. After a while. Finally someone can't help it. If I get the elixir, you are not allowed to earn and rob. As he spoke, he jumped into the black pool with a plop. See someone taking the lead, and others followed. No one wants the elixir to fall into the hands of others. One by one, they tried their best to swim towards the middle of the pool. Wei Ziyun was a little nervous on the shore. What if the elixir is picked up by them? Master Wu didn't care at all. The man at the front. Excitement on his face when he saw the elixir. Suddenly there was a horrible cry. He was pulled into the water by something. After a long time, he suddenly surfaced with a face full of horror. Help me, just as everyone was stunned. There was a splash on the water. A giant crocodile with golden scales emerged from underwater. Then I swallowed him in one bite. There are monsters. Everyone wakes up. Swim back to the shore. Wei Ziyun on the shore is also full of horror. That is the golden-scaled crocodile, the guardian spirit beast of the crimson fruit. We have to get rid of it. See everyone else retreat to the shore for 1,000 days. Master Wu walked forward and gave a cold shout. Get in the water and draw it out. I'll get rid of it. It's not appropriate to be cannon fodder. Everyone else leaked a look of dissatisfaction. Master Wu's eyes turned cold. How dare you disagree with my opinion? Saying that, he suddenly raised his hand and released a black gas, directly penetrate the body of an endoscopic martial artist. The man stood there with dull eyes in an instant. Master Wu laughed strangely. His soul has been swallowed by me. If you don't want to be like him, give me water. The warriors were scared by this scene. I can only reluctantly walk down the pool step by step. Suddenly there were ripples in the water. Dozens of warriors reacted immediately. Attack that position with all your strength. A behemoth swooped out of the water. He opened his mouth to the crowd and rushed over. Master Wu hurriedly reminded. Lure it ashore. Everyone retreats while attacking. Once on the shore, Master Wu jumped up in the air. In his hand, he gathered spiritual energy and turned it into a dagger. It's like cutting tofu. Split the entire body of the golden-scaled crocodile in two. Master Wu laughed wildly with excitement. Now the red fruit is his. Just when he was proud, the others suddenly pointed behind him in horror. And Master Wu turned around abruptly. I saw a golden-scaled crocodile that was bigger than before. Strung out, it looked at its fallen son with great sadness. The golden-scaled crocodile glared at everyone. You killed my child. You're all going to die. The crowd was shocked. This golden-scaled crocodile actually speaks human words. The nearest Wei Ziyun. She slumped on the floor. This is a real monster. The golden-scaled crocodile roared. Without hesitation, he stomped him into meat. That's when other people realized. They all run away like bereaved dogs. Master Wu hurriedly asked everyone to calm down. Don't let it break you. Before he could finish, the golden-scaled crocodile's giant claws slapped on him, split him in half. Murong Yanga was also pulled by the family to escape. Suddenly, she saw Chen Mo still standing there. There was no trace of fear on his face. Murong Yanga turned back and shouted worriedly. Let's go. Don't be too strong. Facing a golden-scaled crocodile 100 times bigger than him, Chen Mo's emaciated figure showed no fear. Yes, I'm here, you'll be fine. He glanced at the golden-scaled crocodile lightly and said, when my mount. Spare you. A golden-scaled crocodile that has been cultivated for thousands of years. Now someone is threatening to take it as a mount. And there was silence. Is this kid's brain broken? The golden-scaled crocodile roared angrily. This is the first time in 1,000 years that someone has dared to let it be a mount. This is simply the greatest humiliation for it. It slapped Chen Mo with its paw. Look at the giant claws that cover the sky. Chen Mo did not retreat, but advanced and flew into the air. It is your honor to be my mount. Too bad you refused. After saying that, Chen Mo pointed at the head of the golden-scaled crocodile. Hack down. Broken mountains. The golden-scaled crocodile doesn't believe there are humans who can hurt it. It has a huge claw in front of it. but still cut off by a knife. The golden-scaled crocodile let out a painful roar, then quickly burrow into the black water pool. Chen Mo is also a little embarrassed. Because in the water, the strength of the golden-scaled crocodile will greatly increase. If it swallows the elixir, it is even more difficult to deal with, seeing that the elixir is almost ripe. Chen Mo finally made a decision in his heart. He took a step towards the pool. Murong Yanga reminded worriedly. You have to be careful. I saw Chen Mo standing on the water. The breath on the body is constantly rising. His hair suddenly changed. The face has also become much older. This is him burning his vitality and temporarily improving his cultivation. Tianxian Divine Fist second form. After saying that, he lightly punched the pool. Take time. The entire blackwater pool was actually divided into two. The pitch-black pool water set off monstrous waves. The golden-scaled crocodile hiding under the water, directly cut off by the waist. The pool rolls back. Blackwater pool has regained its calm again. Chen Mo also changed back to his teenage appearance. It's just that his face is extremely pale at this time. Murong Yanga quickly ran forward to support him. Chen Mo smiled lightly to show that it was okay. Murong Yanga said curiously, "Is the monster dead?" Chen Mo nodded. Then he ordered others to escort Murong Yanga back. Everyone has seen Chen Mo's strength. He quickly agreed. Murong Yanga was a little reluctant. I can wait until you finish picking up the medicine and go back together. But seeing Chen Mo's firm attitude, she had to nod. Because she knew about Chen Mo. Hide many secrets. Watch the crowd go. Chen Mo came to the three-leaf zhugui and waited. 10 minutes later, a strange fragrance enveloped the entire mountain. Chen Mo was overjoyed and plucked the three-leaf vermilion fruit. Because he doesn't have a storage tool, he can only refine the three-leaf cinnabar fruit into work in progress. To ensure that the efficacy of the drug is not lost, after a few minutes, a red pill will do. Chen Mo reached out and picked off the 3 green leaves again. This is also a spirit medicine comparable to century-old ginseng. After doing this, Chen Mo began to look at Blackwater Pool. He always felt that it contained rich metallic essence energy, so he raised his hand and slapped. The soil and rocks on the surface of the mountain fell one after another. The golden stone is exposed outside. It turned out to be a gold crystal jade mine. This is enough to make his golden body reach great success. Chen Mo immediately decided to cultivate here. On the 5th day of his retreat, the worshipper of the Lin family, Gui Yoguang, banned Lin Shui 4 times. The Lin family was also included in his bag. Shui Lin closed her eyes in despair and waited to die. My master will avenge me. Gui Yoguang teased with a smile. I wait for him. But now you can spend the next few days with me. At the same time, the Heavenly Ghost sect came to seek revenge on Chen Mo for Qiu Wuming's death. All the forces of Hanyang province submit to them. In the end, Chen Songzi was also defeated and seriously injured. I learned that Chen Mo is not in Chaisang. Jiyu Qiansho, the head of the Heavenly Ghost sect, Sang Sang and Yang Qingcheng were detained. And give Chen Songzi 3 days to notify Chen Mo. If you don't come, kill 2 people. 8th day of retreat. Chen Mortsai slowly opened his eyes. He successfully cultivated the golden body and achieved great perfection. The cultivation base has also entered the triple level of condensation. Gold crystal chalcedony the size of a basketball. Only the size of an egg is left. So Chen Mo refined it into the small sword. Through the first level of the Wanjian art he cultivated, he can hide the sword in his body. After cleaning up, Chen Mo rushed back to Chaisang non-stop. Nightfall. Heaven's Ghost sect led the army waiting by the lake. Chen Songzi said with a gloomy face. My master is coming. You let those 2 girls go first. Huang Shirong smiled. As long as Chen Mo is dead, I will naturally let them out. I haven't seen Chen Mo for a long time. Jiyu Qiansha's impatient order. Kill this old man first. Hearing this, Huang Shirong screamed sharply. Directly release the soul of life. This time I'm going to eat your soul. Chen Songzi was shocked. The last time he fought, he didn't even come out of his life ghost. This time it's a killer. But he's not one to wait to die. Do your best to punch. Open the mountain. Boom. It directly shocked Huang Shirong and his life ghost. But Chen Songzi was also churned by the blood and qi of the shock. Huang Shirong's eyes turned cold and mocked. Your martial arts are very strong, but the consumption of true qi must be a lot. I see how many more times you can use it. A touch of despair appeared on Chen Songzi's face. Because he has no Riki now. The young master will go 1 step first. Suddenly, a sword sounded in the distance. A golden light pierces the silent night sky. directly penetrated Huang Shirong's soul. Destroyed. Make him spit out a mouthful of old blood. It was Chen Mo who came here. And Yang Qingcheng and Sang Sang who were rescued by him. Huang Shirong said with a gloomy smile. I heard that you know the thunder method of Tianshimen. Let me see. Chen Mo smiled faintly. A bolt of lightning pierced the night sky. The arm-thick thunder was grabbed by Chen Mo. I need your life in exchange. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Qiansha exclaimed. Rewind. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out a black skull, blocking the thunder shot by Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at him with interest. I didn't expect it to be a warrior who stepped into the master. Jiyu Qiansha also looked at Chen Mo with a solemn face. You killed 3 of my disciples. You have to give me an explanation for this. As long as you worship me as your teacher and join my heavenly ghost sect, how about writing off the previous things? Chen Mo laughed dumbfounded. To be honest, you really don't deserve it. Hearing the words, Jiyu Qiansha rose into the air with black gas all over her body. Today, I will let you know the strength of a ghost fairy. Ghost claw. Saying that, black gas rose all over him. A huge blood-red claw appeared behind him. Then he slapped it violently. The huge ghost claw behind him also pounced on Chen Mo. Ghost fairy, not fairy. Facing the giant claw that covered the sky, Chen Mo's face was still flat. Then his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Shock the ghost claws directly into thin air. Jiyu Qiansha couldn't help but raise her hands to resist. He looked at Chen Mo in shock. He is afraid that he has already entered the realm of a master. The disciples of the heavenly ghost sect looked incredulous. It was the first time they had met such a young master. This kid must have a secret. Forcing him to hand over the inheritance will make our heavenly ghost sect prosperous. A touch of greed appeared in Jiyu Qiansha's eyes. Let's take this kid together. Chen Mo smiled playfully. Do you bully the less with more? Too bad you picked the wrong person. Heaven Ghost sent a few people to rush over together. His own life ghost emerged behind him. Chen Mo still had no fear in his eyes. Jin Qiankuan, the spiritual power of his hands evolved into mysterious lines. Instantly evacuate the vitality of heaven and earth within a radius of 1 mile. A roar sounded. The entire Yangguhu square was shaking. Jiyu Qiansha together with several disciples. I was so shocked that I vomited blood and flew back. The soul of life is directly turned into ashes. Chen Mo is not feeling well either. Most of the spiritual power in his body was drained by this blow. Master Transformation Realm is really extraordinary. Looking at the dead disciple, Jiyu Qiansha's face roared. I swear not to kill you. He threw out a slightly yellowed sheepskin scroll. I will pay the price of the Heavenly Ghost Sect Mountain Protection Array. I will crush you to ashes. As he spoke, he entered all the cultivation levels of his whole body into the array map. All ghosts perish. Jiyu Qiansha roared. Take time. Tens of thousands of evil spirits swarmed out of the formation. The entire square was shrouded in darkness. Watching this scene, Sang Sang and Yang Qingcheng looked terrified. Can Chen Mo still win now? Men in order to practice supreme magic kidnapped a young woman within a radius of 100 meters. Even Shui Lin's mother and daughter were not spared. She was desperate for someone to save her. At this time, Chen Mo is fighting against the Heavenly Ghost Sect. Jiyu Qiankil has exhausted the cultivation base of the whole body. The Elder Scrolls activated. Tens of thousands of evil spirits swarmed out of the formation. The entire square was shrouded in darkness. Watching this scene, Ru and Yang Qingcheng looked terrified. Will we survive? Chen Mo's face was calm and he drove back softly. Even a broken array map dares to destroy the world. I have a sword. Can slay 10,000 ghosts. As Chen Mo's voice fell, the heavenly slashing sword appeared behind him. The supreme sword intent rose into the sky. Take time. The heavenly slashing sword at an extremely fast speed, traveling through the devil. When you meet it, it turns into a puff of blue smoke and dissipates in the sky and earth. In a few breaths, tens of thousands of evil spirits were spared. Jiyu Qiansha looked at Chen Mo with a dejected face. The great array of 10,000 ghosts was destroyed, and his cultivation base was completely lost. Who are you really? I hope I can be a self-evident ghost. Chen Mo's eyes focused and replied seriously. I am a cultivator. Jiyu Qiansha smiled inexplicably. Laughter is full of desolation. Do cultivators really exist? After speaking, a golden light burst out of his eyes. And he turned to ashes. Chen Mo just glanced at it lightly. The road to immortality is so cruel. They are all stepping on other people's corpses, step by step to climb up. Looking at Chen Songzi, whose life and soul were damaged, Chen Mo said that he would ask Chu Wenxiong to find some medicinal materials. I still have something to deal with. You are responsible for taking care of him. After seeing Yang Qingcheng, Chen Mo set off to rescue Lin Shui. At this time, in the Hall of Death Valley, it's upside down. Countless half-clothed women. The Lord is tortured. Exhausted Shui Lin mother and daughter. Suddenly there is light at the corner of the mouth. Show a wicked smile. You're finally here. Chen Mo looked at it all quietly. A touch of ice appeared on his face. The technique of collecting yin and replenishing yang. It is an evil art that has always angered people and gods. No wonder you're hiding in this barren place. Gui Youguang was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to take a look. You can see the way I practice. But I'm not hiding here. This is a wonderland on earth. Why should I go out? Lin Xuesheng looked up lovingly. Please avenge me and my mother. Kill this beast. Gui Youguang suddenly grabbed Shui Lin's hair. The Lin family has brought me a lot of furnaces over the years. I'll make an explanation for them. Chen Mo's face was cold. The eyes involuntarily exude endless killing intent. He steps out. In an instant, I came to the light. An angry punch hit him directly. Gui Youguang's face changed. Hastily leave Shui Lin and fly up to avoid. Chen Mo took out 2 Peiyuan pills and handed them to Shui Lin. Start healing after you take it. Shui Lin nodded gratefully. This person has been a master for decades. It has been cultivated to protect the body. Master, be careful. Chen Mo disagrees. This kind of scum who relies on sucking her essence. Like ants in front of me. Hearing that Chen Mo dared to despise himself, Gui Youguang was even more angry and slapped. Chen Mo's face was flat and he waved his hands. At the same time, controlled a heavenly slashing sword to stab the back of Youguang, but it was blocked by an invisible air shield. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. This thing is similar to the spiritual power shield of an immortal cultivator. Miss. After returning to Youguang, he stepped back and looked at Chen Mo vigilantly. What was that hidden weapon just now? Chen Mo laughed dumbfounded. This is the flying sword of the sword immortal. Gui Youguang doesn't believe it at all. That's a character that only exists in legends. A chilling aura rose faintly from Chen Mo. I killed a fairy. Slaughtering dragon. You think I can't kill you? Chen Mo stretched out his hand. The heavenly sword let out a soft cry. The golden light strikes like lightning and cuts through the night sky. The whole hall is shaking. Gui Youguang did not dare to despise it and burst into full-body cultivation. 2 rays of light appeared in his hands. Yin-yang destruction fist, but his indestructible protective energy. Like tofu in front of a shocking sword. His arms and half of his body were cut off with a sword. At this time, Gui Youguang was already paralyzed. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Chen Mo glanced at him and said indifferently. You don't have to know the answer. Gui Youguang's face is full of fear at this time. He wants to trade his life's wealth for a life. Chen Mo shook his head and said to Shui Lin. He's at your disposal. Get the other women out first. Then harvest the property here to the Lin family. Chen Mo is in a hidden compartment. Found a hidden yellow cloth bag. He was pleasantly surprised when he opened it. It was actually a storage ring with 4 or 5 square meters, and on the yellow cloth it says Void Mountain. Pang Xiuan once said that if you come out of there, you will become a master. It seems that he needs to go. After the matter is resolved, Chen Mo returned to Chaisang. Chu Wenxiong and other forces. All the medicinal materials have been found. This made Chen Mo feel a little emotional. Now, worldly power is useful. Chen Mo is not stingy about this. Give them a few Peiyuan pills as a reward. These bosses are very excited. This is the elixir that ordinary people dream of. At this time, Jiao Jing'an handed over and said, the Hanyang summit will be held in a few days. In your current position. Enough to suppress the richest man in Hanyang. Can't lift my head. Hear this name. Chen Mo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Because he was hurt in a previous life, the culprit of the broken family. I am indeed going to the Hanyang summit. But you go first in your own name. Here we go. Chen Mo refined 2 nourishing pills. I gave Chen Songzi 1. Keep 1 for yourself in case you need it. Night. Chen Songzi fell to his knees after recovering from his injuries. Disciple Sir Master's life-saving grace. Chen Mo looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have gained a lot, if it weren't for your short cultivation time. Now you can break through to the transformation realm. Chen Songzi replied confidently. I have confidence. You will become a master in 3 months. Chen Mo chuckled and raised his hand. Don't wait that long. I'll help you break through now. Chen Songzi hurriedly sat down cross-legged and ran the exercises. True Qi perfection. Grandmaster. Chen Mo muttered in his mouth. Immediately put your own pure spiritual power, inject his inner body. Chen Songzi absorbed all this spiritual energy. A powerful aura swept across 100 miles. He levitated in the air like a god and demon descended into the world. Chen Songzi restrained his breath and suddenly knelt to the ground. Great kindness from the master, disciple can't repay. Chen Mo nodded and motioned for him to get up. Clean up. Come with me to Hanyang tomorrow morning. In the next room. Sang Sang also sensed the powerful aura. Dao Changchen has become a grandmaster. Yang Qingqing's face was full of melancholy. A month ago, Chen Songzi was just an ordinary person. Now it has become the pinnacle of the martial arts world. A look of determination flashed across her face. Only follow Chen Mo. She is the master of her own destiny. Yang Qingqing walked straight to Chen Mo. Her beautiful face flushed slightly. Chen Mo looked at her in confusion. I saw Yang Qingqing suddenly kneeling on the ground. I want to learn from you. As long as you teach me the method of cultivation, I am willing to pay any price. Saying that, her face blushed to the bottom of her neck. Chen Mo looked at Yang Qingqing and shook his head. I see your resolve. But you still owe some perseverance. Yang Qingqing looked stubborn. Then I'll follow you from today. Be your personal maid, serve tea and pour water. Chen Mo sighed slightly. He didn't take Yang Qingqing's words to heart. Late night, Chen Morgang sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. Then the door was opened. I saw Yang Qingqing, standing at the door in a plain nightgown. She seemed to have made up her mind. The most beautiful woman in the capital. To worship a young man as a teacher. You have to sacrifice your hue. Yang Qingqing stood at the door wearing a plain white nightgown. She seemed to have made up her mind. I saw her go straight to the bedside. Climb into bed and lie quietly on it. Chen Mo breathed into a room. Helplessly came to a corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. Yang Qingqing didn't bother either. Lying quietly in the quilt, unable to sleep for a long time. The next morning, Chen Mo finished his practice and opened the door. Chen Songzi and Sang Sang looked at him strangely. Chen Mo went to wash himself physically and mentally exhausted. Yang Qingqing also followed closely behind. She said with a complicated face. Nothing happened. Sang Sang looked incredulous. If this is replaced by Soroming, I'm afraid I jumped on it long ago. Have breakfast. Chen Mo and the others came to the front desk of Manhwa group. I'm looking for Chairperson Li. I learned that Chen Mo did not make an appointment in advance. The girl at the front desk politely rejected him. Xiaomo. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. I saw a man and a woman walk in through the glass door. The woman is Chen Mo's adopted sister Wen Qing. Why are you here? She stepped forward and rubbed Chen Mo's hair affectionately. Chen Mo enjoyed it again. Long lost warm feeling. I didn't expect to have an appointment. Wen Qing smiled awkwardly. It's all company rules. I'll get you settled first. Chen Mo waved at Chen Songzi and the others. I also have a few friends. Please arrange it together with Sister Wen Qing. Looking at Chen Songzi in a Taoist robe. Wen Qing is wrong. When I saw Yang Qingqing again. Her mouth was half open in surprise. A warm smile on his face. Xiaomo, have you already? At this time, the young man also noticed the existence of Yang Qingqing. There was jealousy in his eyes. Could this be Chairperson Li's? That useless son. Wen Qing's face turned cold and glared at him. Pay attention to your words and deeds, and you are not allowed to insult Xiaomo. Kai Ruibin continued to mock unmoved. Since elementary school, he has been the last in the school. What is not waste? Chen Mo from the light condensation. He remembered that this person was the son of a director of Manhwa group. See Wen Qing protecting Chen Mo everywhere. Retreat. Ruibin made a threat. Pay attention to your attitude. I can't guarantee my dad will divest. Wen Qing's face suddenly changed. You dare to threaten me with the interests of the company. Be careful, you have to pay for your words and deeds. Fei Ruibin looked arrogant. Anyway, I'm talking here. Seeing this, Chen Mo stepped forward to warm up. Our Manhwa group. When is it your turn to leave? Showing off your might here. After saying that, I ignored him and left here. He gritted his teeth in anger. Tomorrow at the Hanyang summit. There you go. Came to the hotel under Chen Mo's questioning. Wen Qing talked about the problems encountered by Manhwa group. They recently acquired a plot of land. Several banks that had agreed to lend suddenly changed their minds. Caused the US-China capital chain to break. Some companies cut off cooperation with Manhwa. After listening, Chen Mo asked aloud. So are you going to talk about financing at tomorrow's summit? Wenqing sighed and nodded helplessly. The chairperson should be back tomorrow. I will take you with me. After saying that, she said goodbye to Chen Mo and prepared to leave. Chen Mo suddenly said, "Don't worry. All problems will be solved smoothly tomorrow." Hearing this, Wenqing smiled sweetly. But I didn't take this sentence to heart. Of course Chen Mo knew what she was thinking. After all, he was in the eyes of others before, just a young boy. Late night, the alarm outside woke Chen Mo up. I saw a building hundreds of meters high next door. Started a raging fire. One fire truck after another rushed there. Watching the firefighters down there fighting the blaze. A jade pendant appeared in Chen Mo's hand. Fire is ruthless and people have feelings. Since you have met me, I will help you. 3,000 weak water. Chen Mo secretly shouted. Quickly unleash a spiritual power into the jade pendant. Silver flash. The clear night sky is suddenly overcast. A torrential rain fell in an instant. The weird thing is that the heavy rain only falls within the confines of the building. Melon eaters secretly speculate. Could it be that God has opened his eyes? At the same time, in the monitoring hall of the Public Security Brigade, Persimmon Nagakong rubbed his sore eyes. This rain is too strange. Someone is definitely in control. Looking at the surveillance screen, he screamed stop. Enlarge the surveillance screen on number 9. In the picture, Chen Mo is holding the jade pendant in his hand to cast the spell. Jin Yanyu, a direct descendant of the Jin family, looked suddenly. It was him. Kong Diyun heard Jin Yanyu whisper. You know this guy? Jin Yanyu nodded. But no information was revealed. Kong Diyun instantly understood what was going on. Immediately issue a gag order to the staff. Today's matter is classified as S-classified. Anyone who leaks will be charged with espionage. And Chen Mo had no idea about it. Closing my eyes and practicing, he suddenly opened his eyes. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw Li Sufang pushing open the door angrily. Brat! You come out. Chen Mo looked at his angry mother dumbfounded. You are too enthusiastic about me. Li Sufang said with a cold face. You don't study hard. What are you doing here? Saying that, he went forward and grabbed Chen Mo's ear. He also took Yang Qingcheng around to flaunt. Chen Mo felt so wronged. Did she insist on following me? Li Sufang obviously doesn't believe it. You must have taken advantage of others. Chen Songzi hid by the side and shivered. It seems that only the master can beat the master. At this time, Yang Qingcheng said hello obediently. Aunt, there you are. Immediately, Li Sufang looked at her in surprise. You are the girl of the Yang family. I can't believe it's so beautiful. She went up to look at her future daughter-in-law. What are you doing with this punk? Hear her inquiry. Yang Qingcheng blushed. Could it be that she is Chen Mo's personal maid? Li Sufang was surprised to see her like this. Is it already unspeakable? She fought directly at Chen Mo. Brat! Did you learn some PUA to play with others? Chen Mo explained with an aggrieved face. I didn't do anything. She volunteered. Yang Qingcheng also joined in. Aunt, it's totally my will. Li Sufang petrochemical on the spot, it was willingly. Toyed with by this brat. As the most beautiful woman in the capital, I am willing to be a young man's personal maid. Li Sufang petrochemical on the spot, she had no idea that Yang Qingcheng would take a fancy to her, the son of this Wanchi disciple. After a while, she calmed down and said helplessly. I can't handle the affairs of you young people. But be careful. Chen Mo looked embarrassed. Mom, did you misunderstand something? Li Sufang glanced at him. You pack up. Join me at the Hanyang summit. Chen Mo nodded. Then he took out a wooden box. This is my gift for you. Inside is the defensive jade pendant prepared by Chen Mo for the two of them. Chen Mo said with a serious throat. You must carry this with you. Li Sufang feels a little mysterious. But the kindness of my son. She still happily accepts. Watching Chen Mo change so much. A hint of relief flashed in Wenqing's eyes. Hanyang Goldman Sachs International Business Hotel. Chen Mo and his party appeared in the hall. Immediately became the focus of attention. Come to the venue. Li Sufang glared at Chen Mo. I'm going to talk business with Wenqing. You must not cause me any more trouble. I saw Li Sufang chatting with others. Chen Mo suddenly sat idle in the corner. In his previous life, he broke his head and wanted to enter here. Now he feels a little bored. So he began to look at these Hanyang forces. I found that Chu Wenxiong also came here early. There are some strong warriors in the venue. There is another one who has reached the Grandmaster. On the stage, the beautiful woman who waited for a long time announced loudly, "Welcome to the chairperson of Guanghan Group." The hall burst into applause for a long time. Wan Changru walked in with a kind smile on his face. He politely said some official words. After that, the major forces came to visit. Li Sufang also walked over with a smile. "Wan Dong has not seen you for a long time. You are more elegant than you used to be." Wan Changru glanced at her but ignored her. "Keep talking to the few people at the table." Li Sufang's smile froze. Standing there awkwardly, she was still unwilling to lower her posture again. "We had dinner together last year. I still have business dealings with your industry." Wan Changru just glanced at her lightly. "Then I'll have someone stop it right away. Cooperation with Manhwa Group. You may leave now." There was an uproar. Looking at Li Sufang with eyes full of schadenfreude. A touch of killing intent flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, but he's not ready to do it yet. Li Sufang asked with an ugly face. "Can you give me an explanation?" Wan Changru smiled indifferently. "You'll find out later." He just finished. Li Sufang's phone suddenly rings. On the other end of the phone came news that made her despair. Guanghan Group suddenly announced the suspension of cooperation. Then other companies also cut off contact with Manhwa. Li Sufang suddenly turned pale. The phone fell to the ground with a click. Just then, several sensible directors from Manhwa Group appeared in the hall. Everyone thought they were here to support Li Sufang. But I didn't expect them to go to Wan Chang Confucianism and bow and salute. "I have withdrawn from Manhwa Group. Hope to cooperate with you in the future." Wan Changru looked at the few people and laughed loudly. "Warm welcome." And then he yelled out to everybody. "Who came forward to support Manhwa today? Who is the enemy of my family?" As soon as this sentence comes out, everyone also confirmed their conjecture. It is Wanjia who is targeting Manhwa Group. Li Sufang's eyes were full of despair. Wanjia's suppression plus, no one will come to finance Manhwa again. Chen Mo got up quietly. "Go to the chair next to Li Sufang and sit down." All eyes almost instantly converged on Chen Mo. When I learned that Chen Mo was Li Sufang's son, the eyes of the crowd were full of contempt. Wen Qing frowned and whispered urgently. "Xiao Mo, what are you doing out at this time? Because I can save Manhwa." Although Chen Mo's voice is not loud, but it was enough for everyone here to hear. Li Sufang is a little irritated when she hears this. Chen Mo gave a confident smile. "I'm all grown up now. It's time for me to protect you. I'm here today. No one can move Manhwa Group." Chen Mo sat quietly on the opposite side of the entire Hanyang province. "Speak out." With him, a high school student also forgot to resolve the danger of Manhwa. The crowd sneered. Chen Mo said lightly. "Who is willing to help Manhwa Group defuse the crisis?" The voice just fell. A loud shout rang out from the crowd. Anlin Chi New Mountain, willing to fully assist Manhwa Group. Wan Changru was taken aback. Someone really dares to go against Wan Jio. Before he could react, more than a dozen voices sounded from the crowd. Chaisang Jiojingen supports Manhwa Group for free. Nanling Shueqianhe echoed. Jiojingen came to Chen Mo and bent down to salute. "Meet Mr. Chen. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Jio. People are a little scared." "Mr. Chen, you're welcome. Take time." The boss of Hanyang 17 City. All stood up and bowed to Chen Mo. Like a well-trained army. Wan Changru was shocked in addition to shock. Because of Chen Mo's words, more than half of the celebrities of the entire Hanyang summit responded. This high school student just said one sentence. Competing for the power of half of China to obey. They all came out and bowed to him. Like a well-trained army. Even the richest man in Hanyang. He would never be able to do that. Li Sufang is even more excited with tears in her eyes. "So thank you very much," Jiojingen and others hurriedly replied politely. "These are what we should do." At this time, Wan Changru also had a gloomy face, but he wasn't panicking. Apparently everything is still under his control. He suddenly shouted loudly. "Brother Li, I also need you to come forward in person." Everyone was surprised. Does Wan Changru still have a trump card? I saw a middle-aged man walking slowly out of the crowd. It is the Li family from the super family in Beijing. "See someone coming." Li Sufang's face was instantly as pale as paper. And Chen Mo was very surprised. In the crisis of Manhwa in the previous life, the Li family did not intervene. It seems that history has changed. Chu Wenxiong and the others also became solemn. This super family. Even Chen Mo can't compete. Li Chongshan glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Anyone who is in the company of Manhwa group. They are all enemies of the Li family in my capital. Li Sufang's heart hurts like a knife. She knows all too well the horror of the Li family. This time, Manhwa group is completely finished. She looked down. Jiao Jing'an and the others saluted. I would like to thank you for your kind help. But Manhwa can't implicate you. Chu Wenxiong and the others turned to look at Chen Mo. Apparently they all have the intention of retreating. Chen Mo did not respond. Instead, he stared coldly at Li Chongshan. You are a collateral of the Li family, not qualified enough to come out and scare me. Li Chongshan seemed to have expected Chen Mo to come forward. The master is ready to deal with you. Master Li, please go out. Voice fall. A powerful aura instantly swept the audience. The old man is suspended in the air. There was a sound of gasping air in the hall. Is this the legendary martial arts master? Li Longji looked at Chen Mo with eagle-like eyes. You were originally a buildable material. It's a pity that you chose to be the enemy of my Li family. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He should not be the only master of the Li family. Li Dongyang won't send you alone. Call out anything else. I solved it together to avoid trouble. Chen Mo's tone was an understatement. This made Li Longji furious. I didn't expect you to even care about martial arts masters. Chen Mo laughed. Grandmaster and package, I have it too. Chen Songzi instantly understood what Chen Mo meant. He stepped out of the volley. Share ratio Li Longji, and a powerful aura will spread. The crowd was shocked. The fork is actually a grandmaster. Li Sufang looked at Chen Songzi in shock and asked. This is your mysterious master, right? Chen Mo awkwardly pretended not to hear. Li Longji is also full of incredulity. He didn't expect that there was a grandmaster around Chen Mo. But are you sure he can protect you? Chen Mo chuckled. He's here to kill you. Hear this. Li Longji's eyes showed a strong killing intent. Speak wildly. After saying that, his momentum skyrocketed and a punch hit him. Face his attack. Chen Songzi also raised his fist slightly. I have a punch, please try the power too. Open the mountain, he shouted coldly and punched right up. Powerful power is like destruction. Directly beat Li Longji upside down and fly out. One punch. Wounded Grandmaster. Li Chongshan on the side was terrified. Doesn't it take hundreds of rounds for the Grandmaster to fight? Why just one punch? Li Longji covered his heart and spit out a mouthful of blood, looking at Chen Songzi in disbelief. What kind of boxing are you doing? Seeing Chen Songzi's murderous eyes, Li Longji knew that he really dared to kill a Grandmaster. He quickly picked up the identity of the Li family's worship. Chen Mo was unmoved. If your Li family plays business openly, I will accompany you to the end, and you choose to play dirty. Then I'll see how many Grandmasters you have enough for me to kill. I promise to kill you until there is no one in the Li family. Chen Mo's flat voice. But it contains a terrifying killing intent. Chen Song's whole body was boiling with enthusiasm. Punched directly at the lying on the ground. Li Longji smashed, facing death. Li Longji also broke out with his whole body's cultivation to welcome him, but his power is in front of Chen Songzi. As pale as a baby. He was directly punched and flew out. Hit the ground and spurted blood. Has lost the breath of life. 2 punches to kill the Grandmaster. Everyone looked at this scene with horror. Chen Mo's face was still flat. After all, Chen Song's cultivation methods and martial skills, how many times stronger than these worldly unknowns? Chen Songzi looked at Li Chongshan and Wan Changru and others. There was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Several people's hearts were suddenly shaken. I can't help but take a few steps back. Chen Mo didn't mean to kill them. I'll let you go back and tell Li Dongyang today. In less than 3 years, I will make the Li family kneel in front of me and repent. Looking at the figure of Li Chongshan Wolf Fox, Li Sufang felt for the first time, the Li family is not invincible. After they leave, all the people present took the initiative to show their love to Li Sufang. They have expressed their willingness to cooperate with Manhwa. At the same time, Li Chongshan returns to the Li family in Beijing. He will take what just happened. Say it one by one. After listening to Li Dongyang, his face was gloomy. My heart is also for what I did that day. Feel a little regret. Li Liwen couldn't help but say. Are we going to invite someone from that place? Li Dongyang interrupted him immediately, before the crisis. Never disturb the people there. From now on, use the power of the worldly world, all-out encirclement and suppression of Manhwa. In this way, the inverse child will dare not interfere in the affairs of the worldly world. New Year's Eve. Chen Mo returned to his hometown Fengshan County. After 600 years, I stepped into the dilapidated house again. Chen Mo suddenly felt like a dream. Treat Chen Songzi and Li Sufang very politely. Master Chen, take your seats. This title makes Chen Songzi. I'm scared every time. How can his little heart stand it? Chen Mo glanced at Yang Qingcheng helplessly. This troublemaker has to come for the new year. After 8 p.m. Chen Mo's father, Chen Jingye, just came back, seeing my father again. Chen Mo was slightly excited. Chen vegetable industry has always wanted to rely on itself, make a career out of it. But he didn't succeed in his last life. In his dying eyes contains endless regrets. Chen Mo secretly swore in his heart. In this life, I will fulfill your wish. Let you prove your ability in front of the Chen family. During dinner, they introduced each other and chatted for a while. Chen Jingye said with a serious face. You will be 18. According to the rules of the Chen family, you need to be tested by your family. Chen Mo naturally knows about the test. The Chen family started in business and laid a big foundation. So the ancestors made a rule. Each Chen family child receives a startup fund. Start learning to do business. The top 3 will receive family-focused training. Chen Mo nodded seriously. I will definitely give you a long face with the first place. Chen Jingye looked at Chen Mo seriously. Seems to blame him for being frivolous. I can't help you. If you lose all your money, we'll be the butt of laughter. Chen Mo naturally knew that he was afraid of spending money indiscriminately. Dad, don't worry. Then Chen Mo wanted to go. Meet your old classmates. He took Chen Songzi out the door. When he got downstairs, Chen Mo made a call. I just got back today. Call Shang Zihao and Xiao Qian out to get together. Tan Qiusheng was obviously silent for a while. Then I pretended to be happy and agreed. I'll pick you up later. Hang up the phone and Chen Mo found something wrong. He felt that Tan Qiusheng's tone was wrong. Could it be their fate in this life? Also changed because of his rebirth. As he thought about it, a black Audi A6 parked next to him. Xiaomo, come up. Tan Qiusheng stuck his head out to greet Chen Mo. In the back seat is Xu Zihao. Tan Qiusheng looked at Chen Songzi with some certainty. He's a friend of mine. Chen Mo turned back to explain and asked, by the way, that's right, what about Xiao Qian? She'll be here soon. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Soon came to the old place between them. As soon as you sit down, several people began to talk to each other about their childhood food. They seemed to be back in that youthful adolescence. Just as the 3 of them were playing, there's a knock on the door. I saw a tall girl with long hair and a shawl. She stood quietly at the door with a smile on her face. The moment I saw her, Chen Mo was shocked. He was actually on Nai Xiao Qian. Sensing fluctuations in spiritual power, it turns out that she has long been planted with a devil. This is a miserable girl. As soon as she was born, she became someone else's furnace, use her body to breed demons. Until the primordial yin body was broken by a man. Finally, the blood essence of the whole body is drained, become 1,000 corpses. Nai Xiaoqian disappeared for no reason in her previous life. I'm afraid it has come to such an end. Chen Mo's eyes are firm. He will never let this tragedy happen again in this life. Now the devil seed in Xiaoqian's body has not yet formed. With his strength, he can easily take it out. But Chen Mo wanted to see who was actually voting. Nai Xiaoqian glanced at Chen Songzi. I was slightly surprised. Then he pretended to be casual and joked. You've been gone for a while. I thought you went to Chaisang. Forgot about us. The other 2 also joined in. Drink 3 rounds. Chen Mo's face suddenly became serious. If anything happens to you, maybe I can help you solve it. The 3 people who were originally a little drunk and hazy, instantly, he glanced at Chen Mo soberly and vigilantly. In the end, it was Nai Xiaoqian who broke the atmosphere. What can we do? You think too much. And Tan Qiusheng slapped the table abruptly. Do you think I, Tan Qiusheng, am not as good as you? Why are you helping us solve it? Chen Mo looked at him calmly. Tan Qiusheng shouted angrily in his heart. You are obviously not as good as me, but you want to crush me. Even Nai Xiaoqian has a green eye for you. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. I'm breaking up with you today. Hear this. Nai Xiaoqian also hurriedly shouted. Stop fooling around, it will hurt our feelings. Tan Qiusheng stared at Chen Mo in silence. Seems determined to break up. Chen Mo did not respond. Instead, fill yourself with wine, then drink it all. A touch of sadness flashed in Tan Qiusheng's eyes. Also grabbed a bottle of beer and drank it. Then he strode away without looking back. Xu Zihao glanced at Chen Mo and Nai Xiaoqian. I'll take him. After they leave, Chen Mo stared at Nai Xiaoqian. Now it's just the two of us. Can you tell me about yourself? Nai Xiaoqian looked hesitant to speak. In the end, he still didn't say it. Since this meal can't be eaten. Let's go first. Then she almost ran away. Wait until Nai Xiaoqian leaves. Chen Mo looked at Chen Songzi. Follow her, don't startle the snake. Bleak night. A black Benz is parked on the street. A middle-aged man said coldly. You've been here a little longer. You know the master doesn't like it. You get in touch with those guys, you'll only hurt them. Nai Xiaoqian's face was cold and threatening. If you dare to touch them, don't blame me. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. I'm just reminding you. You better know who you are. Watching the black race roar away. Chen Songzi hidden in a treetop. Return to the restaurant quickly. Report all this to Chen Mo. Xu Zihao also returned to the box. After many questions from Chen Mo, he just talked about Tan Qiusheng's troubles. It turns out that his family owns a hotel, and his nemesis. Please come to the Jin family to support. Said it was going to annex Tan Qiusheng's hotel recently. After listening, Chen Mo got up and patted his shoulder. Oh, I see, I'll fix this. Xu Zihao suddenly froze in place. That's the Jin family that controls Hanyang province. New Year's Day. Tan Qiusheng foresees hotel is very lively. This shows the status of the Tan family in Fengshan County. At this time, the Tan family welcomed an uninvited guest. It's their nemesis, the Hu father and son. Come to visit at this time. It is clear that the weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chicken. However, Tan Guangyao's expression remained unchanged, smiling and bowing back. Hu Wenwei sat down casually and said, Your Four Seas Hotel is getting bigger and bigger. But I received a notice from Mr. Jin. Let me integrate the hotel industry in Fengshan County. I will pay 5 million to acquire your Four Seas Hotel. Tan Qiusheng was suddenly unhappy. Because the Four Seas Hotel is worth 30 million. Tan Guangyao also had a gloomy face. This is his life's work. He was unwilling to give up like this. Tan Lin sees off guests, voice fall. A sturdy Tan Lin walked out from behind him. Staring coldly at Hu Wenwei. However, Hu Wenwei had no intention of leaving. A young man in black stood in front of him. Cut with him. The young man heard the order. A powerful aura erupted and punched Tan Lin. Tan Lin didn't have time to react at all. He was knocked out by the other party and fell to the ground. Tan Lin Wolf and Fox crawled up in horror. He is a legendary warrior. Hu Wenwei laughed proudly. For the sake of knowing each other for many years, I advise you not to make unnecessary resistance. Just then, a faint voice came from outside the door. Uncle Tan, Junior Chen Mo is here to wish you New Year's greetings. See someone coming. The Tan father and son hurriedly asked Chen Mo to leave here. Obviously, he was afraid of implicating Chen Mo in this matter. Chen Mo smiled slightly. I came today not just to pay New Year's greetings. Or do you want to buy Four Seas Hotel? As soon as this comes out, Hu Wenwei threatened with cold eyes. What are you doing, a piece of trash? And do you dare to be the enemy of the Jin family? Tan Qiusheng hurried forward to stop Chen Mo. He just doesn't want his old friends involved. Just broke up with Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the anxious Tan Qiusheng with a half smile. You're not interesting enough. I'm here to talk about business, to avoid nightmares. Hu Wenwei decided to give Chen Mo some color to see. Mr. Shen, please take action. The young man came out reluctantly. A martial artist's aura erupted from his body. Chen Mo's face was still flat, looking at the lofty posture of the young man. A mere outer martial artist. Saying that, he waved at the young man. An invisible force slammed into his chest. Like a hill. Just shoot the young man out. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood in panic. Genuine chi release. You are the master of transformation. Chen Mo took a look and said lightly. If it weren't for today being the first day of the new year, you are dead. The Hu father and son were instantly glazed over. Tan Qiusheng is a brain short circuit. Looking at Chen Mo with a demented face. How did you become so powerful? The young man looked at Chen Mo with a serious expression. No matter how powerful you are, it is difficult to resist the Jin family. I advise you to mind your own business. Chen Mo disagrees. Perhaps in your eyes, the Jin family is unattainable. But in my eyes, they are just ordinary people. Who is talking about my Jin family behind my back? A cold voice suddenly came from outside the gate. Then a handsome young man walked into the hall with a few men. It was Kim Konin, the heir to the Kim family, who Wenwei hurriedly ran over with a look of flattery. I have seen Mr. Jin. Jin Koning ignored him and looked at Chen Mo coldly. Get him for me. Several young people behind him immediately surrounded them. Chen Mo said coldly. A powerful aura instantly erupted. It sent them all flying. Stop! Another heroic voice came from outside. Under the spotlight. High-spirited Jin Lao. Walk in with the Jin family in stride. Jin Koning walked quickly and pointed at Chen Mo. Dad, this kid he. Before he finished speaking, Jin Lao walked straight to Chen Mo. A respectful bow. Jin Zhongruan brings unfilial descendants. I'm here to apologize to Mr. Chen. The eldest son of a super family was beaten. Not only did they not retaliate, Jin also took the clan to bow to the young man. Jin Zhongruan brings unfilial descendants. I'm here to apologize to Mr. Chen. See this scene. Everyone here took a deep breath. Chen Mo said with a flat face. Jin Lao doesn't have to be like this. I only look for the initiator. Jin Lao Yi heard that Chen Mo was still angry. Immediately angrily turned his head and shouted. Koning, come and kneel. Jin Koning knelt on the ground with a fright. I have no eyes. I hope Mr. Chen will forgive me. Chen Mo ignored him and looked at Tan Qiusheng. You can punish him however you want. If he dares to take revenge on you later, I promise he won't see the sun tomorrow. Kim Konin shuddered with fright. The killing intent in Chen Mo's eyes is definitely not a threat. I didn't know he was your friend. Tan Qiusheng just recovered from the shock. Or forget it. It's all over. Chen Mo shook his head. Jin Laoming said from Chen Mo's meaning. The old man will give you a satisfactory explanation. Then he turned to look at Jin Jinghe. He's your son? It's up to you to enforce the family law grounding. Hear this. Kim Koning jerked his head up. A howl that doesn't care about the image. Father, no. Apparently, the Jin family's family law made him extremely afraid. Jin Jinghe also had a heartache on his face. This time I will teach you a lesson. Don't offend Mr. Chen again in the future. After saying that, he will go down with a stick without mercy. Take time. Kim Koning's screams echoed throughout the hall. This method of grounding is actually breaking the legs. Only then did everyone understand the reason why big families can stand tall in the world, inseparable from cruel house rules. Jin Lao looked at Chen Mo with a determined expression. Are you satisfied with this punishment? Chen Mo nodded calmly. Jin Lao was relieved. Go down and say goodbye. The Hu father and son next to him were also terrified. A behemoth like the Kim family. I actually respect this kid like a god. After they leave, Tan Guangyao also bowed deeply to Chen Mo. Chen Mo hurriedly stopped his salute. The Tan family's business is my business, I should go too. Chen Mo declined Tan Qiusheng's invitation to stay and left quickly. Tan Guangyao looked at his son with satisfaction. You're lucky. Did you make a good friend? There was no joy on Tan Qiusheng's face. Instead, my heart is a little empty. Maybe from now on. We are not from the same world. Late night, a BYD parked in front of Nai Xiaoqian's house. A man stepped out of the car. Big brother can leave. Yin Sexian Yixiong nodded. Load things into the car. Take the pussy and leave immediately. Suddenly an ear-piercing scream sounded. Want to go? Leave the spirit girl behind. I saw a thin old man fall from the sky. Seeing the person who came, Yin Yixiong was full of anger. You dare to rob my Yin Sexian girl. Lian Qingyu is not afraid at all. Looking at Yin Yixiong's eyes is full of playfulness. This is obviously the spirit girl of my spirit sect. Hearing this, Yin Yixiong shouted loudly. I will fight with you. His whole body is surrounded by black light, and his body expands out of thin air. Even the clothes on his body were torn. Lian Qingyu sneered. The baleful qi refining body of a mere yin sect. Not worth mentioning. After saying that, he pinched out a complicated seal with both hands. The spiritual energy in the body quickly poured into the seal. Take time. A 10-meter-tall giant crawled out of the ground. Then he punched Yin Yixiong. Nai Xiaoqian coldly watched the two sides fight. These people treat her like cargo. It's better to die all of them. Yin Yixiong, who was sent flying, crawled up. You can't take a pussy. She was found by our family. A touch of killing intent flashed in Lian Qingyu's eyes. For the sake of being a member of the Yin spirit sect, I spare your lives. If you stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Mo quietly watched the battle outside the Iron Gate. He didn't expect there to be immortal cultivators on Earth. I just don't know if it will be. The immortal cultivation sect continued from ancient times. See, the battle is won and lost. Chen Mo took Chen Songzi into the courtyard. Lian Qingyu stared at Chen Mo coldly. He doesn't seem to have seen this person before, and when I saw Chen Mo and Nai Xiaoqian's anxious face, I was relieved. She didn't want Chen Mo to die because of her. Get out of here. Chen Mo ignored her and looked at Lian Qingyu. Bring your young master to me. Lian Qingyu smiled contemptuously. You really think of yourself as someone. Trample him. He commanded the stone giant to step out at Chen Mo. Chen Mo still spat out 2 words with an indifferent face. Ban. Take time. A 5-element forbidden curse covers a radius of 1 mile. Giant without a source of power. Disappeared in the air in an instant. Lian Qingyu screamed in panic. It can actually dispel the spiritual power I have mobilized. What's going on here? He suddenly pounced on Nai Xiaoqian. Nai Xiaoqian retreated in a panic. A touch of killing intent flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Cut! A golden light blinks away. The heavenly sword is silent. Past Lian Qingyu's neck. Nai Xiaoqian exclaimed in fright. But after all, she is a girl who has seen the world. Calm down soon. Are you afraid? Nai Xiaoqian shook her head. He is dead. The girl has the ancient Eucharist of 9 yin deadline. But because I was born in the secular world, she was robbed like goods. Fortunately, Chen Mo arrived in time. 1 sword killed the Grandmaster Lian Qingyu. Shocked, Yin Yixiong knelt down and begged for mercy. Chen Mo looked down at him condescendingly. What do I ask you? It turned out that 200 years ago, a scholar picked up a book of exercises. Created the Yinling sect. Now the sect is mired in infighting. Split into Yin sect and Spirit sect. Each has a young master in charge. And the rumor is that as long as you get the most Yin girl, you can increase your cultivation. They are all young sect masters who want to dedicate themselves to themselves. When Chen Mo asked who planted the devil seed, he was also confused. And Chen Mo didn't kill him. He also gave him 3 Peiyuan pills. Take me to your young master. Yin Yixiong hurriedly nodded. Soon, several people arrived at the location of the Yin spirit sect. Chen Mo felt that there was a strong aura around him. There is also a trace of ferocity hidden in it. After walking for a while, I came to the depths of the mountains. Yin Yixiong pointed to the peak ahead. Entering there is the Yinling sect mountain gate. After entering, there is more spiritual energy inside than outside. But the evil spirit was also dozens of times thicker. Nai Xiaoqian took Chen Mo's arm in fear. A group of people came to the shore of the lake. 2 figures in black emerged from the mountain cave. Who are you? Chen Mo's face was calm. Someone who is looking for your young master to collect debts. The man in black started directly when he heard it. The scent on them. He Ying is also male and female. Chen Mo raised his hand and slapped it. A palm print shot out. The 2 were directly smashed to the ground by a huge force. The man in black looked terrified. He is a follower among the disciples of Yinling sect. Now I can't stop this young man's casual attack. Hear movement outside. More than a dozen figures appeared in the cave. They formed 2 circles surrounding Chen Mo and the others. Yin Yixiong reminded in panic. This is the strongest formation of the Yin sect, the Yin evil chain formation. Suddenly, a shrill voice came from the cave. Leave the girl and kill the rest. Get orders. More than a dozen people attacked Chen Mo at the same time. Arrogance. Chen Songzi greeted him with a cold shout. The attacks of the men in black converge. Chen Songzi was shocked and flew back upside down. He blushed. The Grandmaster was killed by more than a dozen. The people of the inner realm warriors repel. Chen Mo saw this great formation. Has the power to gather 0 into a whole. Your real experience can't keep up. Take your time. The young sect master in the cave sneered. Bluff. A thin, clean hand stretched out. Chen Mo's voice is cold and desolate. I got a punch. Kuzhen Qiankuan. Take time. A powerful force. Like a huge mountain crashing down. The whole landscape has changed. More than a dozen Yin spirit sect disciples were all killed. Yin Yixiong watched all this in horror. I'm glad I chose to surrender. Nai Xiaoqian looked at Chen Mo with admiration. Once upon a time, that boy. To grow to such a heroic level. An angry roar sounded from the cave. I will definitely kill you in the future. Chen Mo's face was cold. The body exudes endless killing intent. With your words. Enough for me to destroy your Yinling sect. Behind him, Chen Songzi knew that Chen Mo was really angry. Chen Mo's face was cold with his hands behind his back. Walk slowly and steadily towards the cave. I came to the depths and saw an ugly fat man. Young sect master revealed a strange smile. Wait for me to use the secret method and the double cultivation of the most yin girl. My strength can surpass the sect master. Nai Xiaoqian looked at his ugly appearance. She almost retched. Chen Mo asked lightly. The devil seed on my friend. Did you plant it? Young sect master's face is full of doubts, seems to have no idea about it at all. That being the case, then you can die. After Chen Mo finished speaking, the heavenly sword was prosperous, just chopped off his arm. Chen Mo looked at him in surprise. Because his broken arm started to come back together. Did he become a Taoist? But it was quickly denied by Chen Mo. Even if he wants to cultivate Taoism, it will take 100 years. Chen Mo doesn't believe in evil. The heavenly slashing sword roared again. However, the young sect master has already taken precautions. Release a rich black light to protect the body. Chen Mo thought. The heavenly slashing sword was facing the stone wall behind him, split down with a sword. The smoke clears. Nai Xiaoqian was suddenly scared and her face turned pale. I saw a mass grave behind the stone wall. There are countless skulls inside. This is the source of the evil spirit. Looking at the decaying old rifle on it. Chen Mo concluded that this was an army. The young master burst out laughing. Only this tenacious and unyielding predator. Only after death can so much evil energy be released. Nai Xiaoqian's face showed a thoughtful look. I heard there was one back then. Thousands of troops are missing on the front lines. I didn't expect to be buried here. The young sect master smiled contemptuously. They're useless while they're alive. Dead enough to fulfill me. Chen Mo felt a surge of anger. Although he has long since jumped out of the worldly world, but the soldiers who resisted the invasion, still respected by him. Young sect master took a deep breath. The body starts to expand, become a giant several meters tall. Here I am God. Chen Mo stretched out his hand. A jade pendant is suspended in the air. In front of me, you are not as good as ants. After saying that, Chen Mo entered a spiritual force. Activate the Sanwei True Fire Array arranged inside. A flame is born out of thin air. Instantly ignite the whole body of the young master. My body has long been invulnerable to water and fire. He's not finished yet. Suddenly screamed in horror. How is that possible? He was rolling around like crazy. But it can't put out the true fire of the three flavors at all. Give me a break. I am willing to surrender. Chen Mo said coldly. You ask if the heroic soul behind you can surround you. With the young sect master, the form and spirit are all destroyed. He was left with a pitch-black log. Chen Mo reached out and grabbed the void. It's actually a congenital spirit wood. No wonder he has such a strong regenerative ability. Suddenly footsteps came from behind. I saw a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. The body exudes an aura of vicissitudes. Leave my stove. You can leave. What kind of existence is it? A deity was seriously injured. Just now. After Chen Mo used the three-flavor true fire to solve the young sect master, a scholar appeared in the stone chamber. Leave my stove. You can leave. Chen Mo guessed at a glance that he was sovereign of Yinling sect. It seems that Nai Xiaoqian's devil seed was planted by him, the self-dressed scholar said proudly. Can be my furnace. It is her honor to witness my success. Chen Mo sneered. Say so, it would be your pleasure if I beheaded you. The scholar suddenly laughed. Wait until I absorb the fairy seed in her body. I will become the first god in 100 years. Saying that, he suddenly flashed himself. Next moment, he came to Chen Mo and punched out. Chen Songzi was shocked. With his cultivation, he couldn't see the opponent's movements clearly, facing the attack of self-taught scholars. Chen Mo still stood there and punched out. The entire stone chamber shook. The scholar in white was directly sent flying out. He stabilized and asked in a low voice. Your strength is not weak. I've never heard of someone like you. Chen Mo did not explain much. He left an afterimage in place. Punch him. Scholars in their own clothes are like enemies. A layer of black light gushed out of the body. Chen Mo didn't expect to be blocked by him. He hasn't met since his rebirth. A decent opponent, just enough to temper his cultivation. Facing Chen Mo's crazy attack. Scholars in white can only resist hard by relying on body protection and qi. You used me as a stepping stone. I saw him draw a pattern in the void. Frozen world. A cold breath erupted from him. Then the whole ground started to freeze. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo and the others were all frozen by a layer of ice. Yin Yixiong looked on guard as if facing a great enemy. What the hell is this? Chen Songzi punched the ice in front of him. But the ice immediately refroze. Continue to spread around him. The self-taught scholar laughed proudly. You are strong, but not enough to counter my spell. Chen Mo chuckled. How dare you call it a spell? I saw Chen Mo's hands bound together. Frozen world. It is also frozen with water, but it is far better than the scholar in white, the ice that originally surrounded Chen Mo and the others, rolling towards him at breakneck speed. The scholar in white desperately stimulates the spiritual power in his body, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. I want to die with you. Desperate, he took out one. Colorful glass beads. A warning suddenly rose in Chen Mo's heart. He has a rare look of solemnity. Yelling at the people behind. Go quickly, the scholar in white holds up the beads. And then you crush it. Take time. A huge five-color light net appeared out of thin air. It was as if the entire mountain was enveloped. The self-clothed scholar's face was full of earned laughter. Today, I will use the town sector ray to drag you to be buried with me. Voice fall. The light network erupted with a powerful aura of destruction. The entire mountain collapsed in an instant. Overwatch edge. A tall and thin figure emerged from the darkness. It is the young master of Chuanzong, Morning Biao. He is glad that he did not make a rash move. From now on, Yinling sect is his. I'm going to kill this kid. It can be regarded as revenge for the sect master and the others. For a long time, a hand emerged from the ruins. Chen Songzi jumped out intact. He hurried to Chen Mo. Nai Xiaoqian was tightly protected by Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face was pale and his voice was extremely weak. Xiaoqian is only temporarily in a coma. You help me find a safe cave. I want to retreat immediately for healing. As for Yin Yixiong, Chen Mo could only let it fend for itself. Half a month later, Chen Mo is still in seclusion. Nai Xiaoqian has been here to take care of him. When will he wake up? Chen Songzi shook his head. I have never seen the master. Have been injured so badly. I don't know. While the two of them were thinking, a faint voice sounded. Thanks to innate spirit wood. Not only did it allow me to repair the injury in a short time, even the cultivation base has broken through. At the same time, Yang Qingcheng and Wenqing were captured. Lingzong Morning Biao looked at the two beauties in front of him. Drool is coming out of my nose. Chen Mo's woman is really beautiful. Just as he was about to do it, the jade pendant left by Chen Mo to Wenqing was detonated. This makes Morning Biao a little different. You are an ordinary person. There is actually such a level of protection magic weapon. At the moment when the jade pendant was broken, Chen Mo's body suddenly gushed with monstrous killing intent. I'm in a hurry. He left a message and ran away. Half an hour later, Wenqing looked at Morning Biao in horror. She finally realized that since Chen Mo, why are you told to wear it yourself? Seeing the shield disappear, Morning Biao had a smirk on his face. Now I'll see who can save you. Yang Qingqing's face was cold. The 8-meter-long leg kicked him. Morning Biao grabbed her feet casually. Little beauty, don't worry. It's your turn soon. Then he put his warmth on his body. Don't be afraid, very happy. Wenqing closed her eyes in resignation. Tears flowed down. Suddenly a scream fell from the sky. Seemed to be in danger. Morning Biao dodged to avoid. When Chen Mo's figure broke into the door, Morning Biao suddenly looked horrified. You're not dead? Hope reignited in Wenqing's eyes. Tears of humiliation rolled down jade-like cheeks. The killing intent in Chen Mo's eyes was monstrous. I'm going to wipe you out of this world. Morning Biao said in a cold voice pretending to be calm. Do you want a hero to save beauty? And what answered him was a flash of golden light. One of his arms was cut off directly. Chen Mo looked at him expressionlessly. I'm going to destroy you. As he spoke, the heavenly slashing sword slashed across his other hand again. Finally, the true fire of the three flavors is released again. Turn him to ashes. Chen Mo came to Wenqing with a guilty face. Made you suffer. Wenqing suddenly hugged Chen Mo. I burst into tears. Yang Qingqing's eyes were also slightly red. In my heart is the sigh of the afterlife. Watch me take it out on you. Chen Mo strode out of the room. The guards I met were mercilessly slain with one sword. From the guest room to the lobby. Chen Mo is like a killing god. Facing hundreds of Yinling sect disciples. Chen Mo's face was cold. Everyone here is going to die today. Tianxian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan, except for Yang Qingcheng and Wen Jing. Everyone in the yard died on the spot. Late night, Chen Mo returned home with his 2 daughters. Sang Ru hugged Yang Qingcheng and cried. Chen Jingye asked with some doubts. Did you rescue them alone? What about the robbers? Chen Mo's face was plain. They're all dead. Hearing this, Li Sufang exclaimed. Who killed them? Chen Mo's voice was unusually cold. I hate that I haven't killed enough. Kill too much. No one dares to touch my relatives and friends of Chen Mo. Chen Jingye's heart trembled when he heard that. He could feel the killing intent in Chen Mo's words. Not alarmist. Only then did Chen Mo realize that he had lost his temper. He hurriedly explained that Chen Songzi taught him to say this. Then he handed them the protective jade pendant. Serious instructions to wear close to the body. Day 2. Chen Mo and the others returned to Chaisang City. According to observations during this time, Chen Mo decided to take Yang Qingcheng as his disciple. After the matter of Yinling sect, it made him feel a little loosened. From today onwards, Chen Songzi is your senior brother. There was a touch of surprise in Yang Qingcheng's eyes. She finally got her wish. He turned around and bowed to Chen Songzi. How can Chen Songzi afford it? Maybe one day I will become my wife. After careful consideration, Chen Mo chose to pass on the 7th stage immortal ascension art to her. 3 days later, Yang Qingcheng was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Hair falling on shoulders, eyes slightly closed. Chen Mo stared at Yang Qingcheng. She achieved endoscopic success in 3 days. This cultivation speed is unusually fast. Chen Mo looked serious and reached out a little. A spiritual force entered between Yang Qingcheng's eyebrows. Suddenly, a crisp phoenix sound came from her body. Behind her emerged the phantom of a phoenix spreading its wings. Chen Mo's face was abrupt. I didn't expect her to be the hidden vein of Tianfeng, Sang Sang asked worriedly. Is my lady in danger? Chen Mo did not explain. He looked at Yang Qingcheng with complicated eyes. Tianfeng hidden veins are also rare in the immortal realm. Wait until you leave the earth. I will take you on the road to true cultivation. The next day is the school's celebration. As soon as Chen Mo arrived, he saw Zhao Gang waving. Zhao Gang said enthusiastically, the show is about to start. The first section is the classical dance of Murong Yanga. The students in the audience suddenly exploded. My muse is coming up. And there was a cloud of smoke on the stage. Followed by a long dress wearing self-colored period clothes, a beautiful woman with long sleeves came up. The beauty of Murong Yanga in ancient costumes is breathtaking. Like a fairy walking out of a painting. Murong Yanga's long sleeves are flying, and the skirt is fluttering, like fairy Guanhan, the 9 heavens immortal. Chen Mo also rarely smiled. To be able to watch her dance once, it's also regrettable. As soon as the dance was over, Chen Mo got up and left. The situation of killing the golden-scaled crocodile in Lingwu Mountain, Murong Yanga must have a lot to ask. To avoid trouble, Chen Mo didn't want to meet her. But Murong Yanga has been paying attention to him. I saw that Chen Mo was leaving. She picked up her skirt and ran towards Chen Mo. And threw herself into his arms. The school flower of Chaisang No. 1 Middle School, he threw himself into the arms of a young man at a party. Murong Yanga was so excited that she left 2 lines of tears. I thought I would never see you again. All the male students at the scene were heartbroken. My youth is over. In the crowd, Jiang Yao's eyes were full of sour jealousy. And Kuyue frowned. How could Yanga like him? Chen Mo gently patted her back. Am I not standing here? Murong Yanga was reluctant to part. Leave Chen Mo's embrace. Why can't your phone get through? That phone is lost. After the 2 exchanged numbers, Murong Yanga immediately covered her face and ran away shamelessly. School celebration ends. Chen Mo walked out of the school gate and stopped. What are you doing with me? And Kuyue gave a serious warning. I don't know why Yanga likes you. But you don't deserve her. Please stay away from her. Encore use words. Make Chen Mo instantly furious. Then tell me where I don't deserve her. And Kuyue said with some disdain. Maybe you can take over my Hua group. But Yanga's identity. You have no idea how powerful it is. Chen Mo laughed angrily. The so-called powerful background you mentioned. Worthless in my opinion. Do you think humans and gods have the same values? Please don't use yours and eyes to measure me. Chen Mo's voice was cold and heartless. looking at Chen Mo's gone back. And Kayue bit her lip with unwillingness. You don't listen to my advice, I will regret it one day. Day 2. Jin Peiyun invited Chen Mo to participate in the charity auction. Chen Moban didn't want to go, however, among the items in this auction, there is a mysterious magic weapon. Said it was a charity auction. In fact, it is a social reception of high society. And there's a group of high school kids in the lobby. Yang Qianqian, who was wearing a famous brand, had a face full of amazement. Suddenly she pointed to the corner and said in surprise, "Isn't that Chen Mo?" Jin Yuanhao's face immediately darkened. How could he know the people here? At this time, a crisp voice sounded from behind. Chen Mo, I can't believe you're here. Murong Yanga in a long pink dress. Very happy. Chen Mo smiled slightly. A friend invited me to see something. Do you want to come with me? Murong Yanga naturally begged for it. The little face was a little red with excitement and nodded quickly. Suddenly there was a commotion in the hall. A sturdy and arrogant young man stood in front of the door. Yang Qianqian exclaimed when she saw someone coming. Why did Yi Qianing suddenly come back? He is Murong Yanga's pursuer. Someone is going to be out of luck, sure enough. Seeing Chen Mo beside Murong Yanga, Yi Qianing's eyes were cold. Murong Yanga felt that he was not good. Immediately stood up and glared at Yi Qianing. Yi Qianing ignored her. Looking down at this Chen Mo condescendingly. Even my Yi Qianing's woman dares to move. Who gave you the courage? Chen Mo directly regarded him as heir. Let's go over there. The dog's barking here is too noisy, hear this. A touch of killing intent flashed in Yi Qianing's eyes. He clenched his fists and prepared to take action. Chen Mo's eyes sank. A powerful aura erupted. Yi Qianing instantly felt a terrifying pressure. Frightened, he took a few steps back. He was shocked. He looked so weak. Why do you feel an extremely dangerous breath? Chen Mo glanced coldly at Yi Qianing. Turned around and took Murong Yanga to leave. Watching Chen Mo walk away like this, Yi Qianing suddenly took out a pistol. Hei Qian's muzzle was aimed at Chen Mo. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Retreat quickly for fear of being affected by the pond fish. Murong Yanga hurriedly stood in front of Chen Mo. Are you crazy? Yi Qianing smiled angrily. I'll take a look at him today. Can you get out of my gun alive? Chen Mo's eyes were cold. As long as he dares to shoot, he will directly behead. Suddenly a cold shout came from behind. Jin Peiyun, dressed in red, had a frosty face. Put the gun away. Then get out of here. A trace of fear flashed in Yi Qianing's eyes. The strength of the Jin family is still above his Yi family. Jin Peiyun made the final pass. Your Yi family wants to be with me. Is the Jin family in Hanyang going to war? Everyone was shocked. It was upgraded to the extent to which the two families went to war. Now even Yi Qianing is guilty. I'll give you face today. He looked at Chen Mo fiercely. If you are still entangled with Yanga, I will definitely make your life worse than death, and Kayue's eyes are complicated. So this is your pride. The distinguished guest of the proud daughter of the Jin family in Hanyang, Jin Peiyun looked at Chen Mo and said respectfully, please take a seat at the front of the VIP table. Chen Mo glanced at her lightly. The voice is a little cold. Don't be scheming in front of me in the future. Jin Peiyun was shocked and hurriedly bent over. He saw that I was actually protecting Yi Qianing. Murong Yanga is still in the dark. People just helped you. Chen Mo smiled slightly without explanation, then a dignified middle-aged man spoke. Yanga, come back. There was a commotion in the crowd. The competition is Jiangnan Murong Ge. He is a hero of the southern generation. Jin Peiyun also bowed respectfully. Murong Yanga glanced at Chen Mo, looking a little shy. This is my dad. Murong glanced at Chen Mo. If you say something, young people can have character. But remember hubris. After saying that, he turned around and left with Murong Yanga. Chen Mo's face was indifferent, if not for Yanga's sake. You don't even have the qualifications to ask me to say hello. The crowd gradually dispersed. The auction officially begins. A hostess walked onto the stage. The first items are some antique calligraphy and paintings. Until the last auction item was brought up. Chen Mo suddenly moved in his heart. A long-lost familiar breath rose in my heart. He felt the aura of the heavenly profound Tao art on it. It's Laurie's handkerchief. This is the handkerchief used by a peerless beauty in ancient times. Reserve price of 100,000. Auction now. And it wasn't quite as emotional as it had been. Instead, it's a little cold. Chen Mo raised his hand and shouted directly. 10 million. An ordinary handkerchief. This young man actually paid a sky-high price of 10 million. There was a deathly silence. They don't understand what's going on with Chen Mo. In the eyes of others, this is a worthless handkerchief. But for Chen Mo, it is priceless. Because this is the relic left by his little junior sister, the hostess on the stage is full of surprise. Congratulations to this gentleman, this fairy handkerchief is yours. Chen Mo returned home. He looked at the pink handkerchief in his hand. A familiar breath came over. This handkerchief is at least 1,000 years old. Could it be that the little junior sister was reborn in ancient Earth? Chen Mo's thoughts were lost in memories. In the dark and deep forbidden land of immortals, a huge bronze sarcophagus is suspended quietly. Like the gate of heaven hanging upside down, desolate and simple, Jioding Town sarcophagus. Back then, he and his little junior sister Luo Li. I was also shocked by this scene. He didn't know what was contained in the sarcophagus. Suddenly, a huge green palm stretched out from the coffin. Then shoot at them with endless coercion. In the nick of time. It was Luo Li who stood in front of Chen Mo. 2 lines of tears fell from her peerless face. There is endless reluctance and love in the eyes. In the next life, I will be your little sister. A shocking force came crashing down. Luo Li's figure evaporated like air. No trace was left. Chen Mo watched all this helplessly. But powerless. Memory stop. Chen Mo covered his forehead with a pale face. What kind of existence is that huge palm? Why is it called the Eye of the Universe? These questions, it has been deeply hovering in Chen Mo's heart. But it will take a long time to get an answer. Then Wen Qing called. Her voice sounded anxious. Wan Jia found a powerful warrior. From time to time, my Hua group makes unreasonable trouble. Can you ask Daochang Chen to help? A wave of killing intent welled up in Chen Mo's eyes. It seems that he was too kind before. Let's send them on their way this time. In hotels owned by my Hua group. A young man is sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall. With her arms around her chest, her cheeky smile. Not far away, Wan Wenyu, the son of Wan Changru, hitting the dishes on the table. Li Sufang's face was livid. She knew that this was sent by Wan Jia to find fault on purpose. When Chen Mo arrived to see this scene, his eyes were freezing cold. Li Sufang's eyes showed surprise. After holding back for so long, I finally see the light. She didn't notice Chen Song's figure and was a little worried. What about Daochang Chen? Chen Mo replied with killing intent. This time I will solve it myself. Hear this. A touch of disdain flashed in Nangong Lintian's eyes. Before I came, I heard that you were arrogant. While speaking, he punched Chen Mo. Chen Mo is a big fight. The strength of the peak in the district. You dare to act tough in front of me. Nangong Lintian was directly sent flying. Well. Broke a table. The wolf fox rolled to the ground. He looked at Chen Mo with horror. You are actually a master of transformation. 2 attendants rushed over to support him. He knew he had hit the iron plate this time. I, Nangong Lintian, will remember this account today. The Nangong family won't just let it go. I still want to go. Chen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Lintian. A hand around his neck. Wan Wenyu, who was next to him, hurriedly spoke. If you dare to hurt him, the Nangong family will flatten my Hua group. Nangong Lintian is very confident in his identity. Even if you are a master, my Nangong family wants to kill you. It's like pinching an ant to death. Chen Mo's eyes are slightly small. He obviously felt. Wan Wenyu, something is wrong, but he didn't care. Chen Mo suddenly exerted force in his hand. A crisp sound. Nangong Lintian's neck was directly broken. Li Sufang exclaimed in fright. She didn't expect Chen Mo to be so decisive. I saw Chen Mo looking at him. Wan Wenyu took a few steps back in horror. I am a worldly person. You can't kill me. Chen Mo knows that he can't annoy the official yet. So I broke his legs with a wave of my hand. Chen Mo held back the killing intent in his heart and said coldly, if there is a next time, I will personally commit suicide. After these people left, Li Sufang looked at Chen Mo with a trace of surprise. She feels a little raw. Chen Mo naturally knew what they were thinking. To deal with these people, we must use thunderous means to suppress them. Just be ruthless. Don't say it's killing someone for you. Even if it makes me the enemy of the whole world. I don't care either. Hear Chen Mo's heartfelt words. Li Sufang felt ashamed. Take a step forward and hold Chen Mo in your arms, looking at this warm scene. The corners of Wenqing's eyes are a little moist. The other side, Wan Changru asked with a gloomy face, will my son's legs ever recover? A busy doctor shook his head. The bones were all shattered. In the future, the young master will not be able to leave the wheelchair. Wan Wenyu earns with a face full of money. He wasn't screaming in despair. This is the best outcome we could have envisioned. Next, let the Nangong family come forward to deal with Chen Mo. Wan Changru gritted his teeth in pain. You can rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Solve Nangong Lin. Chen Mo and the others have arrived, the most luxurious villa area in Chaisang. This time he will charge Wanjia some interest. Confiscated this 1 billion villa. Chen Mo instructed Chen Songzi. Let Chu Wenxiong and the others collect all kinds of spiritual jade. Every 10 yuan can be exchanged for a pei yuan pill. Then he looked at Yang Qingcheng and Sang Sang. You two get a room each. We will live here from now on. After arranging everything, Chen Mo came to the top floor of the villa. Looking in the direction of Yanggui Lake, the aura here is rich. It is just right for building a large circumferential circle. Suddenly a figure stepped on the void. Come to him. Chen Mo looked at him in surprise. Killed so soon. Who are you? The old man looked at Chen Mo and his face was cold. I lost to Mr. Nangong Yu 30 years ago. Now his swordsman. Just to deal with a young man. The super family actually dispatched a master. Chen Mo looked at him in surprise. Killed so soon. Who are you? The old man looked at Chen Mo and his face was cold. The old man is Mr. Nangong Yu's sword servant. You shouldn't have provoked the Nangong family. After saying that, he raised a long sword in both hands. That cyan sword is like a deep-sea vortex, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Jiyu Changfeng shouted. Qingyun's sword intent hit Chen Mo in the head. Looking at this stunning sword, Chen Mo threw a punch without retreating. Tianxian Divine Fist First Form, Broken Mountains, a loud bang. Chen Mo punched like a knife cutting tofu. Instantly destroy the cyan giant sword, hit Jiyu Changfeng's chest. He was blown away. Fell directly from the air into the yard. Although Jiyu Changfeng was seriously injured, but Chen Mo can still feel his breath. You are really good. Nangong Long in the dark stared blankly at all this. Such a powerful sword. How on earth did he stop it? Chen Mo's eyes turned. Hiding over there. It's your turn. Nangong Long was startled when he heard this. He looked at Chen Mo in horror and threatened. If you dare to kill me, once my father gets out of customs, I will definitely break you into pieces. Chen Mo disagrees. Even if he doesn't come to me, I'm going to find him too. And I just waved my hand. An invisible force directly smashed him to pieces. When Chen Mo turned to solve Jiyu Changfeng, but found that he was missing. But he shouldn't last 7 days. How could a mere sword attendant have such strength? Chen Mo is looking forward to it. What kind of strength will that Nangong Yu have? A week later, Chu Wenxiong and others were tempted by the Pei Yuan pill. They collected hundreds of spirit stones. This made Chen Mo realize the power of the secular world. Still useful. It would save him a lot of time. At this time, Murong Yang called. The day after tomorrow is my 18th birthday. You can't refuse. After the call ends, the smile on Chen Mo's face slowly disappeared. He remembered that she would be in trouble at this birthday party. In this life, Chen Mo won't put her in any danger. Then, Chen Mo completed the arrangement of the spirit gathering array, added a maze. This way no one can enter the vicinity of the villa. Then Chen Mocha refined the spiritual energy water. His other layout can be expanded. Inside the manor at the foot of Luoyanpo Mountain, Chu Wenxiong is enjoying family happiness. Are you free? Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from behind. I saw the slightly thin figure of the boy behind me. Chu Wenxiong's face was startled and he quickly squatted down. I don't know what Master Chen ordered. Chen Mo took out the bottle of Reiki water. Then pour a drop into the flower pot. I saw the budding peony flowers blooming directly. The delicate flowers are so brilliant and strange in the hall. Chu Wenxiong gasped for air. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Chen Mo explained faintly. If you take this for a long time, it can eliminate all diseases and prolong life. Chu Wenxiong's eyes were full of greed. I don't know if Master Chen sells this Reiki water? Chen Mo shook his head. Reiki water cannot be sold. I want you to start a company. Sell diluted Reiki water. You can take 20% of the profit. Chu Wenxiong was ecstatic. This will definitely make him a fortune. He had some doubts in his heart. You don't value worldly money. Why are you suddenly selling these reeky waters? Chen Mo's eyes are deep. For a layout. You don't need to know that much. Seeing this, Chu Wenxiong didn't ask much. Do you want to give the company a name? Chen Mo thought about it. Let's call it Yanggui Lake Life Spirit Liquid. The next morning, Chen Mo is ready to go to Jiangnan province. Attend Murong Yanga's birthday party. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, suddenly a young man and woman came up. The girl said to Chen Mo arrogantly, "You and my brother switch places. I want to sit with my brother." Chen Mo almost laughed angrily. Another spoiled and unruly princess. Do not change. The girl's face turned cold. I seem to feel extremely wronged. He said coquettishly to the young man around him. I'm pissed off. Brother, teach him a lesson for me. The young man looked at Chen Mo with a cold expression. But I found that a lot of people were watching them. He held back his anger and persuaded. Forget it, little sister. After the vignette. The high-speed rail arrived at the station and Chen Mo was the first to get off the bus. The two siblings stopped Chen Mo. There were too many people on the high-speed rail just now, and it was inconvenient for me. Can you still go now? Kowtow to my sister and apologize. I'll think about it and let you go. The young man clenched his fists as he spoke. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Just based on your inner realm cultivation? The young man was taken aback. You are also a warrior, and the answer was a slap. 5 red marks appeared on the young man's face. If it weren't for Chen Mo not wanting to cause trouble, this could kill him. The young man covered his face and asked in horror, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Mo ignored him. You look at the girl who's dumbfounded. Step out and appear directly behind her. Grab the clothes on the girl's back. Hold her like a chicken. I am from the Yuan family. My dad will kill you. Chen Mo was unmoved. Throw her in the trash. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chen Mo turned around and left. Then Chen Mo came to the Murong family's Qinglong Manor. There are hundreds of security guards here alone. The front door is like a cloud of luxury cars. When Chen Mo got out of the taxi, instantly attracted the self-light of some people. They all speculated that Chen Mo was here to eat and drink. Jing Yuanhao and Nkiyue looked at Chen Mo's figure. A sneer in the sun. He really dared to come. A birthday party for a wealthy daughter. The worst people drive a Ferrari. This young man is riding a shared bicycle. Instantly attracted everyone's self-light. They all speculated that he was here to eat and drink. Jing Yuanhao looked at Chen Mo's figure. A sneer from the light. He really dared to come. In the eyes of many people. And Nkiyue walked over directly. You shouldn't be here. I advise you to get rid of Yanga. Wishful thinking. Otherwise you'll just humiliate yourself. Chen Mo passed her expressionlessly. I know what I do. Don't bother me anymore. And Nkiyue didn't move in place, and her face was even colder. Even the Maihua group. No one here takes a second look. You and Yanga are from two different worlds. Chen Mo had some boredom in his eyes. For the sake of Uncle An. This is the last time. Let you talk to me like this. And Nkiyue was very angry. But Chen Mo's eyes made her feel terrible. As if she would really die if she said another word. Chen Mo feels that she is a little ridiculous now. You only know the power of the Murong family. But I don't know that I'm no longer the me I used to be. Suddenly there was a commotion in the hall. They are the Yuan siblings of the Jiangnan super family. As soon as he showed up, someone came to snitch. The young man pointed at Chen Mo's back. He is Miss Yanga's gossip boyfriend. Yu Wencheng looked at Chen Mo with sinister eyes. It's really a narrow road for enemies. However, he knew that he was no match for Chen Mo. So he went to find a middle-aged man. Let everyone exclaim. Isn't this Zhu family Zhu Tianwang from Megatron Jiangnan? Even the Murong family should be afraid of 3 points. A sneer flashed in Nkiyue's eyes. It's too late for you to leave now. Yu and Fangfei immediately stepped forward to play coquettish. Uncle Zhu, you must decide for me. This bastard bullies me. Zhu Tianwang nodded. He looked at Chen Mo's forehead with coldness in his eyes. Kneel down and apologize to them. I will spare you. Chen Mo didn't even look at him. Take a sip of 24-year-old laugh it and spit out 2 words lightly. Roll. All the rich second generation in Jiangnan province were stunned. Looking at Chen Mo is like looking at a dead person. Zhu Tianwang hasn't spoken yet. The skinny old man behind him shouted angrily. Presumptuous. How dare you be so rude to Mr. Zhu? Chen Mo glanced at him. A powerful aura erupted. Even the people in the district dare to disrespect me. The old man was taken aback. Hastily protect Zhu Qian behind him. Kill him. I am responsible for all consequences. Chen Mo had some impatience on his face, just about to slap the old guy to death. Master of the Murong family, Murongku suddenly came over. He looked a little displeased. After all, today is Yang's coming-of-age ceremony. Zhu Qianwang suppressed the anger in his heart. Give the Murong family a face today. Then he looked at Chen Mo with killing intent. You're lucky this time. But don't let me meet you outside. See, Zhu Qianwang compromised. You and siblings can only be unwilling to leave. Murongku came to Chen Mo with a serious face. Even I have to make Zhu Qian look at 3 points. You are crazy. Chen Mo laughed. I'm not crazy, I'm powerful. No matter the Zhu family or your Murong family, it's worthless in my eyes. Murongku was about to laugh and sigh. Just do it yourself. I won't offend the Zhu family for you. At this time, there was an exclamation in the banquet hall. Everyone's eyes are on the beautiful figure on the stairs. Murong Yanga is wearing a self-colored floor-tracking dress. Wearing the princess crown on her head, she is like an immortal. Yuan Fangfei was amazed. Sister Yang is really beautiful. Do you want to cheer up? And Kiyue was also slightly moved. Even she felt ashamed. Murong Yanga walked in front of everyone. Thank you very much for coming. For a while, everyone handed over valuable gifts. Murong Yanga's gaze, looking at Chen Mo in the corner. Didn't he get me a birthday present? I'll love it no matter what it is. She comforted herself in her heart. As long as he can come. It shows that he still has me in his heart. And some people obviously won't let this opportunity go. Chen Mo, what gift have you prepared? He asked. Everyone's eyes are on Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly walked towards Murong Yanga. Holding a small jade pendant. Bring it to her with your own hands and then bless her softly. Happy birthday. Murong Yanga's face was slightly red, shy and timid. Thank you, Chen Mo. See this intimate scene. Yuan Cheng clenched his fists. I'm about to break my teeth. After the goal is completed, Chen Mo is ready to leave. After all, with this jade pendant, she won't be hurt. Murong Yanga felt lost in her heart. Seeing that Chen Mo is about to leave, Yu Jiahao's eyes moved and he sighed loudly. Some people use street stalls as gifts. Are you in such a hurry to leave for fear of losing face if you find out? Hearing this, Chen Mo stopped helplessly. If it weren't for Yanga's birthday today, I would have slapped you to death long ago. Yu Jiahao is not afraid to look up. How? Don't you allow others to say that you use the street stalls on the roadside? Murong Yanga looked a little distressed. As long as everyone can come. Let's not worry about gifts. Chen Mo glanced at everyone indifferently. A gift from me, Chen Mo, is it something you ordinary things can compare to? After saying that, Chen Mo bowed his finger, wiped spiritual power on the jade pendant. A blue light flashed. A cool air current swept across the audience. It shocked everyone here. Yuan Cheng showed an expression of disbelief. This jade pendant is a magic weapon. He actually gave it to an ordinary person as an ornament. The butler of the Murong family kept staring at the jade pendant. Miss, can I see that jade pendant? Murong Yanga was secretly suspicious. Or take it off and hand it to him. Shui Bo took the jade pendant and held it with both hands. It's like facing a rare treasure. After observation, he solemnly returned it to Murong Yanga. Miss, take it with you at all times. Uncle Shui looked at Yu Jiahao and sneered. This jade pendant is the most precious one. Other gifts are rubbish compared to it. Yu Jiahao's face was gloomy. I didn't expect to come out halfway, such an old thing. And Kiyue looked at Chen Mo's gaze. It gets complicated again. How many secrets do you have? And Murong Yanga's little face flushed with excitement. It seems that in his heart, my position is still very important. Then there was a sudden noise at the gate. A security guard was beaten and flew in upside down, followed by 2 young men with white reeds in their hands. Appear in the birthday banquet hall. Everyone was stunned. Today is the birth of the Murong family's eldest lady. How dare someone come to deliver a wreath? At the birthday party of the first 1,000 gold in Jiangnan, someone came to deliver a wreath. Everyone present was stunned. This is simply slapping the Murong family in the face. Murongku's face was extremely gloomy. Do you know where this is? A skinny old man in black walked in. Isn't it the Murong family's Qinglong manor? A hint of doubt appeared on Murong Ji's face. Who are you really? The old man smiled yin. It doesn't matter who I am. It is to seek justice for the triad back then. Hearing this name, everyone looked puzzled. But Murongku's face changed wildly. hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, "Kill him!" Some bodyguards hidden in the crowd. He lunged directly at the old man. The old man showed a mocking smile on his face. "Mr. Murong is in such a hurry. Are you afraid that I will say something bad about your Murong family?" The old man stood still. Two young men holding reeds sneered and greeted. The sound of a fist hitting the meat sounded. Those tall and powerful bodyguards were all knocked to the ground. Murong Ji's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Please take care of them." Uncle Shui nodded. He walked forward expressionlessly. A mere foreign strength dares to be presumptuous in the Murong family. After all, he's like a cheetah. The body bowed and pounced on the old man. One after another, powerful energy dispersed. Blink of an eye. The two have fought each other a dozen times. But the old man was seriously injured and soon lost the battle. He was punched in the chest by Shui Bo and took a few steps back. The old man said unwillingly, "It seems that I can't get justice alone." He turned his head and shouted out the door, "Welcome the host." Murongku's originally relaxed expression instantly becomes dignified again, staring at the door. I saw a middle-aged man walking in slowly. "Take time." A chilling breath came over. Murongku asked with some uncertainty, "You are Ren Baishan's son Ren Qianyu?" Ren Qianyu touched the scars on his face. "It seems you haven't forgotten. Back then, you destroyed the Ren family and swallowed the triad. Today is the day you pay the price." Murongku's face was extremely solemn. "Are you sure?" A touch of determination flashed across Shui Bo's face. He knew that he was no match for Ren Qianyu. He erupted with a powerful aura. He Lu's body stood upright in an instant. "Seems to be 30 years younger." Ren Qianxing smiled contemptuously. "That's all you have to spend your life on." Shuaibu's figure flashed. The body leaves an afterimage in place. Ren Qianxing gently stepped on his foot. His hands suddenly turned into two black dragons. With just one punch, Shui Bo flew out. Ren Qianyu was surrounded by blood. "I can't seem to control the killing intent in my heart." The claw grabbed at Murongku. At this time, Murong Yanga's figure flashed. "Without hesitation, stand in front of your father." Ren Qianyu revealed a touch of amazement in the sunlight. Both hands grabbed Murong Yanga. "I'm going to fuck her in front of everyone. Do you feel worse than death?" Murong Ji's eyes were about to burst into flames. A generation of heroes has been forced to such a point. And Kyue and others were worried. But in front of Ren Qianyu's fierce might, they can't even move. And Yu Wencheng not only did not want to save his muse. Instead, he protected his sister behind him. "I'm afraid Ren Qianyu is also eyeing her." Ren Qianyu grinned. "So here we go." Just then, a fist the size of an egg hit him in the face. Facing a sudden attack, Ren Qianyu was caught off guard and flew out backwards. The shot is naturally Chen Mo. "Originally, I didn't want to care about the hatred between you and the Murong family, but you have to take action against Murong Yanga. This makes me embarrassed." Ren Qianyu looked at Chen Mo full of anger. "What are you? Dare?" Chen Mo interrupted him with a flat face. "What am I afraid to do?" Not waiting for Ren Qianyu to start, the old man suddenly attacked Chen Mo. "Why bother my master? Wait until the old man punches." Chen Mortsai waved his hand. "A powerful force. Slap him straight out." The old man suddenly fell to the ground and passed out. And Kyue's eyes were full of shock. This shows that Chen Mo's strength is stronger than Shui Bo. The Yuan siblings waiting to see a good show. At this moment, he was also full of disbelief. Shui Bo revealed a gratified smile. "Maybe we're saved this time." Ren Qianyu stood up and laughed wildly. "You think you've defeated my servant? Do you think you are invincible?" "I saw that he was going to do it." Chen Mo asked Murong Yanga, "Stay away from her." There was a red light all over Ren Qianyu. Then he jumped up and punched Chen Mo. On that fist, it also carried a strange red light. Chen Mo stretched out his finger calmly. No matter how hard Ren Qianyu's fist is to advance, for a few seconds, he was sent flying. Ren Qianyu looked at Chen Mo with a solemn face. "You deserve my serious attention." A powerful aura emanated from him. The whole person actually slowly levitated. Internal strength, external release. Master Hua Jing. Just a mortal. The woman who dares to hold the immortal Venerable hostage. He also threatened to do nucleic acid with her in front of everyone. The next second, a fist the size of an egg hit him in the face. Ren Qianyu stood up and laughed wildly. You succeeded in angering me. A powerful aura emanated from him. His whole body actually slowly levitated. Ren Qianyu looked down at Chen Mo with a look of contempt. Chen Mo's face was still flat. You are at most a half-step Grandmaster. Ren Qianyu flashed his hands in the air. More than enough to kill you. I saw the red light all over his body. The top of the head condenses into a huge blood-red palms. Shuaibo exclaimed in surprise. This is the blood demon Mahamudra. He is the apprentice of Master Xiongchong of Southeast Asia. Kill that huge blood-red palm. Like the sky collapsing and hitting Chen Mo in the head. And Kiyue couldn't help but feel childlike in her heart. Can he stop such a powerful blow? Chen Mo just smiled faintly. The pearl of rice also dares to compete with the bright moon. Yang Bai Chen Mo raised the spiritual energy gathered in his left hand. Tianxian Divine Fist first form. Broken mountains. This punch has no momentum. But let everyone rise a unstoppable feeling. A loud bang. The overwhelming bloody handprint. Broke by a punch. With Ren Qianyu, he was also shocked and flew out. Chen Mo didn't stop and pointed like a knife. Tianxian Divine Fist second form. Jianjiang River. Ren Qianyu, who has just stabilized. I felt a breath of death in my heart. He glanced at Murong Yanga in the crowd. Ren Qianyu looked ecstatic. Just catch this girl. That kid would never dare to hurt me. Just when he met Murong Yanga, a blue light suddenly erupted from the jade pendant. Ren Qianyu's hand is blocked outside and it is difficult to enter. His face confirmed, staring blankly at Murong Yanga's chest. That small jade pendant. This turned out to be a magic weapon. A touch of greed flashed in Ren Qianyu's eyes. He punched the cyan mask. And his attack was bounced off again. Murong Yanga felt a warm current in her heart. The jade pendant given to her by Chen Mo actually has the ability to protect herself. Is he afraid that I am in danger? There was a hint of admiration in Nkiyue's eyes. If I go and ask him for a jade pendant like this, will he give it to me? Looking at Chen Mo slowly walking over. Escape. This was the only thought in Ren Qianyu's mind. This time I admit defeat. Next time, none of you will escape. Then he dashed towards the door. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, and his voice was a little ethereal. Did I say I'd let you go? Hearing this, Ren Qianyu laughed out loud. I want to run away and no one can stop me. Chen Mo picked up a branch. Turned around in my hand. Then he suddenly shot at Ren Qianyu who escaped. Shuaibo exclaimed in shock. Internal strength external release. He is also a master of transformation. Branches like arrows directly penetrated Ren Qianyu's body. Ren Qianyu couldn't believe it. Looking at my chest. Then he fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. It's hard to say the last word. My master, I won't let you go. The dead silence of the hall. Only the sound of everyone's suppressed breathing. Shuaibo smiled wryly. 18-year-old Grandmaster, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen him beaten to death with my own eyes. Muronka was shocked but had a face full of remorse. Remembering those words that mocked Chen Mo earlier. He can't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. Chen Mo walked towards Murong Yanga. A gentle smile on his face. Are you not scared? Murong Yanga shook her head. I'm not afraid of anything with you. Looking at two intimate people. And Kiyue smiled bitterly. A smile full of regret and unwillingness. It turns out that I am the funniest person. Continue the Xingmu banquet. I'm going to deal with some trash. Chen Mo turned to look at Zhu Qianwang in the crowd. Zhu Qianwang was shocked. I feel like my heartbeat is missing half a beat. You just tried to kill me. Chen Mo's tone is very flat. Zhu Qianwang was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. I know wrong. Ask the master for forgiveness. Chen Mo Wubei Wuxi stretched out his hand and pressed. Jiangnan province boss Zhu Qianwang died. Everyone's breath is suddenly one room. This kills. Chen Mo's self-light. It fell on the Yu Wencheng siblings again. Yu and Fangfei had long been scared to death. Just sit on the ground and cry. Yu Wencheng knelt on the ground with a plop. The younger generation knelt down and begged the master for forgiveness. Chen Mo thought for a while. Death penalty. Living sin is unforgivable. This time I will ruin your cultivation. After saying that, Chen Mo waved his hand lightly. Yu Wencheng only felt a huge force rushing towards Dan Qian. He instantly hugged his lower abdomen and screamed in pain. After seeing Chen Mo settle the grudge, Muronku hurriedly came over and bowed deeply. Thank you Master Chen for saving my life. Watch Chen Mo leave. Murong Yanga suddenly looked reluctant. Accompany me for my birthday today, okay? He looked at Murong Yanga with a resentful face. Chen Mo changed his mind and nodded. And Kyue looked at Chen Mo's doting eyes. A thick sour feeling filled the whole body. This should all belong to me. It used to be Simp who worked hard behind her. Now he can kill a martial arts master in one move. Get a girlfriend who is more beautiful than her. Watching Chen Mo spoil Murong Yanga so much. And Kyue felt a thick sour feeling filling the whole body of the hall. All this should have belonged to her. Remembering every word she mocked Chen Mo before. There was a deep regret in her eyes. Then there was a hideous look on her face. A seed of hatred quietly grows from the bottom of my heart. Late night, Chu Wenxiong waited anxiously in the villa of Yanggui Lake. See Chen Mo back. He immediately stepped forward with a look of joy on his face. It turns out that the spiritual liquid of life is popular throughout China, attract the attention of some extended families. Shihai Gongsuan's family, it has been smearing the spiritual liquid of life, but facing a super family. He could only ask Chen Mo to take action. Chen Mo nodded. I will personally solve the matter of Gongsuan's family. The base camp of the Gongsun family in Shihai province. Luxury cars are like clouds in front of the gate of Tianshun Manor. The Gongsun family held an exchange meeting on the spiritual liquid of life. Many people have gathered in the banquet hall. They are all celebrities in Shihai province. The head of the family, Gongsun, glanced at the audience. Thank you for coming. This time, all the people present are friends of my Gongsun family. As for those who didn't come, I will find time to visit one by one. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly sank. I saw that the atmosphere at the scene was a little tense. Gongsun's Wushuan immediately changed the conversation. I know you all like the huge benefits of the spiritual liquid of life. God, I just wanted to invite you all. Counterattack the market occupied by the spiritual liquid of life. At this time, someone asked curiously, I heard that the effect of the life spirit liquid is very magical. What are we fighting with? Gongsun left-handed mysterious representation. I have copied it with better effect. And it's cheaper than them. Hear this. Everyone expressed their support for the Gongsun family. Gongsun's Wushuan secretly rejoiced in his heart. In fact, he didn't develop any life liquid. I just want to cut these leaks. But there are still sober people. The third-ranked Anjia in Shihai province expressed opposition, no matter how sincere Gongsun's Wushuan is. And Shicheng is still unmoved. Seeing this, Gongsun's Wushuan's eyes were full of killing intent. He suddenly reached out and clapped 3 times. An elderly man emerged from the crowd as a threat. Either agree to the request of the Gongsun family head, or die. And Shicheng's face did not show any fear. I have never been threatened by others. I'm dead. Settle down and change at most one person to be the head of the family. Gongsun's Wushuan smiled. Kill him. Yuan Qingshan nodded and punched him. Just then, Chen Mo, who came, made a timely move, saved and Shicheng. Because Chen Mo sees that others are not bad, prepare to let him represent the life liquid here. Gongsun's Wushuan exclaimed. Boy, who are you? How dare you interfere with the affairs of my Gongsun family? And Shicheng looked at Chen Mo worriedly. Thank you, little brother. But you are no match for them. Get out of here. Yuan Qingshan said with a gloomy face. I am from Yulan men. I advise you not to meddle in your own business. Chen Mo disagrees. You only have one chance. Bring out your housekeeping skills. A powerful aura erupted from Wan Qingshan. He rushed towards Chen Mo quickly. Looking at Yuan Qingshan's swift punch. Chen Mo with one hand behind his back. With the other hand, I hit the void. Yuanqing Mountain seemed to have been hit by a huge mountain. Wolf Fox lying on the ground, blood spat out. Gongsun's Wushuan's face was solemn. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are that Master Chen. The people around were dumbfounded. The pinnacle of the inner realm is actually vulnerable in front of him. Yuan Qingshan struggled to get up from the ground. Did you think you won? I saw him take out a bronze mirror, then spit a mouthful of blood on the mirror. Open, an earthy yellow light. Covered on Yuanqing Mountain. Make him look like he's wearing golden armor. Chen Mo's expression changed. It's actually a high-grade defensive magic weapon. Yuan Qingshan laughed proudly. If you can break through my defenses, you win. Chen Mo's face was flat and he took a step out. A palm slashed down on Yuan Qingshan. Tianxian Divine Fist second form. Jianjiang River. The sharp blade penetrated his armor directly. He flew backwards and smashed all the tables and chairs. The palm-sized bronze mirror rolled to the ground. Chen Mo took it in his hand and looked at it. There is an enchanting woman pattern engraved on it. This is really a damaged high-grade magic weapon. Chen Mo thought about it. Put the bronze mirror in the storage ring. Then Chen Mo looked at Gongsun Zhuan. He slowly knelt on the ground with a decadent face. Please forgive me this time. My Gongsun family will definitely follow your lead in the future. Chen Mo's face was indifferent, his voice without a trace of emotion. Late. Saying that, point out. Gongsun Zhuan was killed on the spot. The celebrities exclaimed in horror. Xiaoxiong Gongsun Zhuan in Shihai province died like this. Those celebrities who took refuge in the Gongsun family crawl on the ground, begging for mercy. Chen Mo glanced at everyone and said lightly, I come this time. I just want to settle accounts with the Gongsun family. Then he ordered An Shicheng to contact Chu Wenxiong. Enter the life spirit liquid into the western Huaxia market. After the explanation, Chen Mo woke up the unconscious Yuan Qingshan. Ask for information about bronze mirrors. Yuan Qingshan didn't dare to hide anything. I stole this from a grave robber. They are deep in the desert. From the Naya ruins. Chen Mo had heard of this ruins. Could it be that the mysterious ancient city? There were cultivators. Take me to the desert. Chen Mo's tone carried an unquestionable command. Yuan Qingshan pondered for a moment and nodded helplessly. 3 days later, one old and one young came to the northwest border of China. Chen Mo looked at the big gap on the mountain ahead. It looks like it was cut off by a sword. There is still a faint trace of spiritual power left on it. Through the canyon, Chen Mo saw it. The ruins of the ancient city buried by yellow sand. Looking at the endless ruins, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. What kind of power is it? Let this ancient city be buried in this sea of sand. Deep in the western desert of China, there is an ancient city ruins buried in yellow sand. And what kind of existence? Let a country with cultivators exist. Turned into the dust of history. Chen Mo really wants to know thousands of years ago, what exactly happened. Come to the entrance. Yuan Qingshan found that the tomb had been opened. Did those grave robbers do it last time? Chen Mo looked at the steps at the end. Someone has already got there first. The two went down the stone steps. Come to a huge cyan stone door. And there are people waiting here. It's a girl and a group of monks in split costumes. Two groups of people seem to be facing off. Yuan Qingshan looked on guard. These are all beings stronger than him. Chen Mo's face was flat, just staring at that huge cyan stone door. Saw the sudden arrival of an uninvited guest. The girl turned to them. Who are you? Chen Mo asked faintly, who are you? The girl raised her face. I am the eldest lady of the Cai family in Guanju. I am bound to get the other side flower inside. Chen Mo glanced at her and ignored her. Go straight to the cyan stone door. He reached out to push open the stone door. A slight voice sounded. Chen Mo's hand was bounced back by the cyan stone door. Cai Wenyo sneered contemptuously. This stone door can't even be opened by Master Jiang, just because you want to go in. Yuan Qingshan's eyes flickered. The tomb of the exquisite queen is just around the corner. Wouldn't it be a pity to be blocked by a stone door? Thinking of him taking a step out, hit the bronze door with a full punch. After a loud bang, the underground palace trembled slightly. Yuan Qingshan was shocked and flew out. A Tantra man came forward to persuade. I tried it a long time ago. The magic circle on this stone gate is strong when it encounters strength. The others are also silent. There was a trace of helplessness on his face, just when everyone was helpless. Chen Mo's palm, gently turning in the void, spit out 2 words lightly. Open. The cyan stone door really slowly opened. The ancient breath that has been sealed for a long time, coming from the corridor behind the stone gate. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel excited. Because this is the protective circle of Xiandao sect. Explained that Jingjue ancient tomb is related to Luoli. Yuan Qingshan's face was happy. Hastily followed Chen Mo's body. Other people also look at each other. He also hurriedly followed. After a few minutes, the group finally walked out of the corridor. Chen Mo looked up. I saw a 10,000-meter stone step ahead. And there is a white jade sarcophagus on it. Cai Wenyo looked up at the sarcophagus. Is that the Queen of Exquisite in there? Master Jiang nodded. The other side flower may be inside. Cai Wenyo suddenly rushed out. It's mine, no one can rob me. Master Jiang hurriedly stopped. Go and pull the lady back. The 2 bodyguards woke up. hastily caught up with Cai Wenyo and stopped her. A bodyguard suddenly burst into flames. Become a burning man, he screamed and stretched out his hand to Cai Wenyo, but in an instant he turned to ashes. Cai Wenyo woke up, let out a scream and turned around and run back. Master Jiang's face was gloomy. He took out a jade plate in the shape of a gossip from his body. He was shrouded in a layer of cyan light. I'd like to see it. What on earth is at fault? Right at this moment, a red light shot out of the darkness. The cyan mask shook. The red light was mercilessly bounced off. It was actually a small snake about a foot long. The whole body is fiery red with tiny scales on its body. Master Jiang shouted angrily. Wave a ray of spiritual energy. The snake moves nimbly to dodge a blow. Suddenly, it shot towards Chen Mo. Cai Wenyo screamed in horror. Chen Mo raised his hand in surprise. There are still red-scaled snakes on Earth. He unleashed a spirit power to wrap around the little snake. Trap it in the void. Master Jiang also rushed over and looked at Chen Mo. I dare ask you what is a red-scaled snake? Chen Mo ignored him. But look around. Red-scaled snakes like to live in groups. The voice just fell. Dense red light emerged from the mountain wall. They are all red-scaled snakes. Chen Mo didn't panic. He knew that if he killed the female snake, they would retreat. He took the bronze mirror from his storage ring. Hit directly among the snakes. And these beheaded red-scaled snake corpses. Strange convergence. Turned into a giant snake 10 meters high. Disturb my master's rest. You're all going to die today. A harsh, hoarse woman's voice. Ringing in everyone's ears. Cai Wenyo and others are all beautiful. She had never seen a snake that could speak human language. And the 3 Tantra masters are relatively calm. I seem to have heard rumors of this snake. Dead animal. The mother snake let out a contemptuous smile. Open your mouth and spit out a flame towards them. That flame can't hurt the 3 masters. But it fell on their weapons. Master Jiang immediately reminded. Drop the weapon. The 3 masters have distressed faces. You can only throw away your hands and throw away your weapons. They murmured a prayer with shame on their faces. Stand by in silence. Master Jiang on the side threw out the gossip jade plate. Respect animals, I will seal you. The gossip jade plate flew over the head of the female snake. A layer of cyan light shrouded it in an instant. Then Master Jiang stretched out his hands. For flags of various colors appeared in his hands. The flags are planted around the female snake. Form a formation of heaven and earth. The female snake let out a shrill and strange laughter. Some doorways, but it's not enough to trap me. I saw its body suddenly expand. For giant claws slowly grew out of the abdomen. 2 small horns also grow on the head. Master Jiang's circle shattered in an instant. The gossip jade plate and the 4 flags fell in all directions. Master Jiang grunted. Being eaten by the circle made him spit blood. I'm afraid it already has the strength of a second-order monster. Then he shouted to Cai Wenyo behind him. Get out of here. Suddenly Cai Wenyo opened her mouth in shock. Master Jiang, look, I saw Chen Mo walking up the sky with his hands on his back. His whole person is suspended in the air like a fairy. Tianqian Divine Fist First Form. Broken Mountains. The female snake let out a piercing neigh. Crazily spewing flames at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's fist burst out with a bright light. Smashed towards the head of the female snake. After a loud bang, the huge body of the female snake was smashed into several pieces by a punch. Master Jiang said solemnly in his heart. This kid's strength is unfathomable. Chen Mo's expression changed. He actually cultivated a divine soul. He grabbed the void and held it in his hand. The spirit of the female snake struggled hopelessly. Kowtowing to Chen Mo seems to be begging to let it go. Chen Mo smiled indifferently. I won't kill you. I will also send you a fortune. Crisis resolution. Cai Wenyo immediately ran to the sarcophagus. Coffin lid open. Everyone looked together. Then they all opened their mouths in shock. Because in the white jade sarcophagus, there is only one ancient Western clothing. Cai Wenyo was extremely depressed. Where is my other side flower? The Tantra master pointed to brown yellow cloth in the middle of the clothes. The clothes have turned to ashes. And it's intact. He took it out and looked. This is a sheepskin scroll. The text written on it is from the ancient Western regions. The earthquake destroyed the spirit root. This place can no longer survive. I took my people to the new world. Men go through all kinds of hardships, finally found the exquisite ancient tomb that has been missing for thousands of years, after opening the white jade sarcophagus, but found that there was only one piece of clothing inside, and a sheepskin scroll. The text written on it is from the ancient western regions. The earthquake destroyed the spirit root. This place can no longer survive. I took my people to the new world. After reading, everyone looked pretty. What is a spirit root? Master Jiang seems to have heard of it. The spiritual root may be an underground river. Without water, Jingjuguo cannot survive. The Tantra master said again. There are more words below. Xian Mansion is lacking. Hui and Nether. Through the 7 orifices, everyone heard in the clouds. But Chen Mo's expression changed. This is clearly the cultivation method for the entry of Xiandao sect. Could it be that he was the apprentice accepted by the little junior sister? Chen Mo frowned and thought for a moment. That spirit root should be around here. Suddenly he punched the ground hard. The entire tomb shook violently. A crystal-clear tree trunk was exposed under the ground. Chen Mo's face showed ecstasy. And it did. This is the root of the innate spirit wood. Absorb the vitality of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles. That caused the entire elite country to become a ruin. Yuan Qingshan's face was full of intoxication. If I practice here, I will definitely become a master of transformation. Master Jiang was also shocked. Because he felt an incomparably powerful breath of life. And his internal injuries are rapidly recovering. He looked at Cai Wenyo and said excitedly. Maybe there is a cure for the old man's illness. Cai Wenyo frowned and secretly worried. Such a long trunk. How do we move back? Master Jiang took out a knife. You don't have to take it all back. Let's just take a paragraph. Saying that, he slashed at the innate spiritual root. Orbital sound. The saber made of stainless steel was shattered. Chen Mo came over and said lightly. Innate spiritual roots are invincible and hard. Hearing this, Cai Wenyo showed a resolute look. I'm going to take this back anyway. I must cure my grandfather's illness. Chen Mo took out a Peiyuan pill. If you just want to heal people. 1 pill is enough. Master Jiang's eyes flashed with greed. This is the best elixir. It can indeed cure the old man's disease. Cai Wenyo expressed her doubts. Such a precious elixir. You are really willing to give it to me. I want your Cai family to exchange half of the property. Cai Wenyo was suddenly furious. Why don't you go grab it? Do you know how much my Cai family's property is worth? Chen Mo's expression became cold. It seems that you don't care about your grandfather's life, and don't think about innate spiritual roots. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A hint of cunning flashed in Cai Wenyo's eyes. I promise you, I secretly thought of getting the pill first. He can't take the property anyway. After Chen Mo threw the Peiyuan pill to her. Issued an eviction order. Master Jiang looked at the innate spiritual root under his feet, a little unwilling. After everyone leaves. Chen Mo walked to the part where the innate spiritual root submerged into the stone wall. He is going to cultivate here until the wooden body is complete. Half a month later, the underground palace welcomes uninvited guests. Cai Wenyo and Master Jiang went back and forth. Bring more than 100 people to mine innate spiritual roots. Chen Mo, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. Live or die. Chen Mo shushed his finger. The mountain wall suddenly exploded. The people who are digging are the first to bear the brunt. See Chen Mo. Cai Wenyo was so frightened that she took a few steps back. A touch of killing intent appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. You are insatiable. Cai Wenyo dare not speak. She was scared by the killing intent in Chen Mo's eyes. Master Jiang on the side sharply accused. Those who see the innate spiritual root have a share. 1.5, I will never embarrass you. Chen Mo turned his cold eyes to Master Jiang. It seems that you are the mastermind this time. You don't deserve it. Master Jiang took out an ancient book. He yelled. Spirit of the earth veins, follow my orders. A yellow light emitted from the book of Earth Kuan. The surrounding rubble suddenly began to tremble. Master Jiang pointed in the air. Boulder tornado. Countless gravel soared into the sky like stars. Slowly converge into a stone dragon. Then it smashed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. A circle of yellow light appeared around him. This is the state of the bronze mirror after his cultivation base broke through. Master Jiang laughed up to the sky. You actually want to resist with defensive magic tools. Countless gravel fell on Chen Mo. There was a loud bang, and there was smoke in the air. Wait for the smoke to clear. Chen Mo still stood there with his hands on his back. There is no dust on the body. Master Jiang was also shocked. I don't believe you can stop it. After saying that, he pointed out to the Book of Dikuan again. All beings belong. Ground burial. The ground under Chen Mo's feet cracked violently, like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth. Combine. The cracked gap closes in an instant. And it's even tighter than before. Master Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. You are not enough. A voice came from underground. Then Chen Mo broke out of the ground. The whole body has not been stained with any dust. Chen Mo looked at Master Jiang with interest. Anything else? If not, I'll do it. Master Jiang's face roared. Earth Fury comes. Take time. His body rose to more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Muscles like rocks transform into a humanoid behemoth. I am now one with the earth. As long as my feet are still on the ground, I am invincible. As he spoke, he waved his huge fist. Chen Mo is like an ant in front of him. Suddenly a sword sounded. Those towering tree-like arms. Cut like a knife cutting tofu. Master Jiang did not show any pain. Because his broken arm was as good as ever in an instant. Chen Mo slowly raised his right hand. 5 elements prohibition. A mysterious formation spread in the void. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, it is shrouded in the 5 elements forbidden law. Then Chen Mo shouted softly. Sword rise. The heavenly slashing sword turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it was interspersed back and forth hundreds of times on Master Jiang. Master Jiang suddenly roared in horror. I can't absorb the earth attribute essence energy. Next second, his huge body fell down with a bang. Turned into huge stones. Cai Wenya's eyes are bigger than her nose. An ant defeated a giant. Chen Mo slowly turned around. His cold eyes locked on Cai Wenya. She lowered her head and explained in fear. Master Jiang forced me to come. None of my business. Chen Mo waved his hand. Like repelling a fly. If it weren't for the debt you owe me. You are dead now. Thank you, Fairy. A team of nearly 100 people vanished in an instant. Cai Wenya returned to the ground with a breath. Stopped in the temple, gasping for breath. A bodyguard stepped forward quietly. What do we do now? At this time, Cai Wenya looked resentful. Don't think about it. But it can't be so cheap. Come home. She looked at Chen Mo's message with surprise. This kid has so many enemies. She sneered and commanded. Spread the word. Said that Master Chen died in the Sea of Death. Wait for you to come out, seeing relatives and friends killed by enemies. How will you feel? Cai Wenya leaked a perverted smile. The news of the death of a high school student spread. It actually caused the undercurrent of power in the entire Hanyang province to surge. They didn't dare to groan when Chen Mo was alive. Now they can finally get their revenge. The first is Chu Wenxiong, the person in charge of the spiritual liquid of life. He's been in high spirits lately. Every day is a waste of money. A powerful old man pushed open the box door. Chu Wenxiong's face changed wildly. The first thought in my mind is that the comer is not good. The old man doesn't beat around the bush. I'll give you 3 days. You go and gather Master Chen and his henchmen. Or die. Chu Wenxiong hurriedly expressed that he must bring the words to. He could sense that the old man's strength was not weak. Could it be that the news of Master Chen's death is true? Thinking of this, Chu Wenxiong's face became even uglier. At the same time, in the office of Li Sufang of Manhwa group, a figure silently floating in from the door. Chairperson Li, I'm here to send you home. After saying that, he directly attacked Li Sufang with a sword, looking at the long sword that is close to the ruler. Li Sufang stopped breathing. The figure of Chen Songzi, who was secretly protecting, flashed directly in front of her. Then a hand grabbed the man's neck. Tell me who sent you. I spare your life. The man replied in horror. The man only told me. Give me a top-quality elixir when it's done. What's the use of staying with you? After saying that, Chen Songzi grabbed it hard. The man was killed instantly. Wen Qing has lingering fears. This is the 3rd assassination in recent times. Li Sufang sneered. Who else but Wan Jia? When Mo comes back, he will feel better. 3 days later, Qin Guanhai came to Chu Wenxiong's villa again. The bosses who have been waiting here. Show respect to this mysterious master. Qin Guanhai scanned the crowd, with a touch of disdain on his face. Tell me where the origin of the spiritual liquid of life is. Hear this. Chu Wenxiong's heart sank to the bottom. He was caught in a difficult decision. Seeing this, Qin Guanhai threatened with killing intent. Don't want to say. Don't make me kill. Chu Wenxiong gritted his teeth and said truthfully, right here in the villa on the top of Yangui Lake. A group of people is mighty. Soon came to the fog-shrouded area. Qin Guanhai took a deep breath and looked surprised. I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. As a grandmaster, he quickly emerged from the fog. Come to Yangui Lake Villa. Who dare to come here to make trouble? A soft shout sounded. Two beautiful figures floated out of the villa. Stand in front of everyone. Qin Guanhai looked at Yang Qingcheng and the two coldly. You dare to stop me? Voice landing. Qin Guanhai's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Sang Sang. The wooden sword in Yang Qingcheng's hand stopped him. Qin Guanhai hurriedly stopped. Competing with a wooden sword makes him feel dangerous. Who are you learning from? Yang Qingcheng's peerless face is cold. You don't need to know. Phoenix dance 9 days. Voice fall. A phoenix phantom appeared behind her. The whole person seems to be transformed into a fire phoenix. Qin Guanhai looked serious and dared not neglect at all. Fortunately, you are only at the peak of the inner realm. He flipped his hands over his chest hundreds of times. Only a huge palm with infinite power. Take a ruthless photo of that fire phoenix. There was a scream. The fire phoenix was directly smashed by the giant palm. Yang Qingcheng was also shocked and flew out. Spit out a mouthful of blood in the air. Sang Sang exclaimed and flew to catch her. A grandmaster is a grandmaster after all. Although Yang Qingcheng is strong, it is always only an inner realm cultivation base. Sang Sang picked up Yang Qingcheng and jumped over the fence. Jump into the fog. Qin Guanhai did not pursue. But can't wait to enter the villa. Greedily breathing in the rich spiritual energy inside. I want to move you landmen here. And Sang Sang will seriously injure Yang Qingcheng. Brought to my Hua group. What will happen to her? Say it one by one. Chen Songzi thought for a while. Chu Wenxiong is probably just trying to protect himself. The first task now is guarantee the safety of the chairperson. The rest will be discussed when Master comes back. At the same time. Sea of Death in the desert. A Chinese military personnel ran for hundreds of miles. Come to the ruins of Jingjue ancient city. Not long after, two foreigners appeared in front of him. You are covered by Lord Heart. Branded with death. It's useless to escape. The middle-aged man stared at the two of them angrily. Even if you die, I'm going to pull you back too. Hearing the words, Zorn of the vampire shouted exaggeratedly. Oh, God, he's going to fight us. Middle-aged man with a sad face. Fist him. Zorn appeared behind the middle-aged man in a flash. Too slow, compared to our noble bloodlings. The speed of your Huaxiao people, as slow as a snail. Black Wizard Cha stretched out his hand to him. Bone Demon. The middle-aged man looked desperate. I didn't expect to sacrifice all my teammates. In the end, there was no way to bring the message back. Suddenly a golden light broke out. Directly penetrated Zorn's right hand. He looked at the heavenly slashing sword all over his face. Can anyone tell me what this is? Cha said thoughtfully. This seems to be the flying sword in Eastern myths and legends. Suddenly the earth trembled. A crack in the ground. A gap more than 2 meters wide. A teenager slowly emerged from the ground. Chen Mo looked at the two and frowned slightly. There are still descendants left by the blood race on the earth. Too bad it's a hybrid. Cha's hoarse voice laughed strangely. He's calling you a bastard. Chen Mo's eyes turned to the black-robed man Cha again. A human. But sacrificed their souls to foreign gods. You don't deserve to live in this world. The middle-aged man lying on the ground looked hopeful. Little brother, please take this badge to Yangjing to find Yang Dingtian. Said the Grim Reaper had started assassinations. Huaxiao martial arts master, let him keep out the enemy and the country. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and nodded. Because he saw a soldier. The determination to safeguard the security of the motherland. Megatron, the sixth-order dark magician of the Western world, was actually killed by a Chinese immortal cultivator in one move. Not long ago, Chen Mo just left the customs, met the strong in the West. Chasing down Chinese soldiers, the man begged Chen Mo in grief and indignation, bring a badge to the capital to find Yang Dingtian. The Grim Reaper of the West has penetrated into China. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then he looked at Zorn. But the one who offended me. Can't you not clean it up? Cha cracked his mouth and laughed hoarsely twice. Mad boy. And he raised his wrinkled hands. A mournful chant. Great God of darkness. Please heed the call of your most loyal servant. A crack suddenly opened in the void. A black energy ball appeared in his hand. Hell light. Then it turned into a black lightning and shot at Chen Mo. The middle-aged man flew to protect Chen Mo. I want to block the blow for him. Chen Mo took out the bronze mirror and gently grasped it. The circle of light yellow light covers the two of them. Black lightning strikes the shield. Disperse in an instant. Cha looked in disbelief. You are a mage. See Cha hit to no avail. Zorn's attack is imminent. He bombarded the mask like crazy. Dozens of punches in one breath. There was a loud explosion. Chen Mo looked at Zorn, who was crazy, with a faint disdain on his face. Then put away the bronze mirror and stretched out a finger. The heavenly slashing sword floats in midair. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden light, directly penetrate Cha's heart not far away. He looked at his chest in disbelief. I am the most loyal servant of the Dark God. But no matter how much dark energy he mobilizes, heart wounds can't heal at all. He finally exudes a touch of fear. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. Gently spit out 2 words. Burst. Cha's whole person instantly turned into a fireball. Make a popping sound. Zorn is also scared. You are a dark wizard. No one can kill you except the Holy Court. The middle-aged man was also shocked. The boy in front of him. It was so easy. Killed a 6th-order dark wizard. Chen Mo explained faintly. Deal with this human scum who has given up his soul. The best way is to use fire attribute Qi. Zorn let out a growl. You killed Cha? As he spoke, he rushed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo snorted coldly and pointed. The heavenly slashing sword turned into a touch of golden light again. His newly grown arm was cut off again. A strange smile appeared on Zorn's face. You can't kill me. His severed arm quickly regrown. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Unless it pierces his heart. Otherwise it can't be killed at all. Zorn is not afraid to sneer. Want to attack my heart? You have to find it first. Chen Mo's eyes are slightly small and the sword slashes the sky again, in the blink of an eye. Wearing dozens of burrows on Zorn. His body shattered into dozens of pieces. Zorn let out a terrified roar. How is that possible? Kindred are not immortal. As long as it hurts them. Beyond what they can handle. You can easily kill them. Chen Mo returned the condor badge to the man. You should hand it over to Yang Dingtian yourself. The man shook his head. Most of my soul has been corrupted. This is the limit. Then he fell straight to the ground. A relieved smile on his face. Chen Mo held the badge a little hot. Just because of the word Huaxia, men can die generously. Chen Mo's heart was a little more inexplicably heavy. Suddenly his face changed. A thick murderous aura permeated out. Because of the protective jade pendant he left for Li Sufang. Now the induction circle has been breached. On the ring road in the suburbs of Hanyang City. There was a serious traffic accident. Li Sufang looked at herself in disbelief. We are still alive. When Qing looked at Li Sufang with an empty rope hanging around her neck, there should have been a jade pendant there. It was Xiao Mo who saved us. Li Sufang went to the hospital to complete a series of examinations. After making sure it's okay, he went to the traffic police team to cooperate with the traffic police investigation. Chen Mo, who rushed back, saw that the two were safe and sound. His tense nerves finally relaxed. When Qing will tell you what happened recently, tell it again. Chen Mo frowned slightly. I have already guessed the black hand in my heart. At the same time, Wan Changru in the Wan group looked gloomy. The car was smashed to pieces. The two of them are safe and sound. Wan Wenyo's eyes flashed with hatred. It must be the treasure that Chen Mo left for them. Stop this disaster for them. I've made the driver disappear. They'll never find us. Wan Changru breathed a sigh of relief. Let's wait for the next opportunity. You don't have a chance. A figure quietly appeared in the office. You are not dead. Are you disappointed? After Wan Changru was shocked, soon regained his composure. I don't know why Master Chen is looking for me. Chen Mo chuckled. Did you plan that car accident? Wan Changru said without cowardice. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Chen Mo's body erupted with undisguised killing intent. Do you think I need evidence? Wan Changru swallowed his spit with difficulty. Now it is a society ruled by law. You are a person from the martial arts world. Don't interfere in worldly affairs. If not for the official Huaxia. Chen Mo has already taken action to destroy Wan family, but this time he won't care that much. He stretched out his hand and slashed Wan Changru's wrist. I want you to see it with your own eyes. The 3 families will die in front of you. Chen Mo drew one in the void. Arcane Array. Finally, the blood of Wan Changru was sprinkled on the Grand Array. Chen Mo shouted. Bloodline Soul Chasing Formation. The entire formation was instantly activated. It looks like the gates of hell are opening. The Bloodline Soul Chasing Array is like a holographic projector. All the immediate blood relatives of the Wanjia have emerged. Their lives are between Chen Mo's thoughts. How serious are the consequences of angering an immortal? Even the richest man will be exterminated in one breath. I saw that Chen Mo sacrificed his bloodline soul chasing formation in the void. All the immediate blood relatives of the Wanjia are floating in the Great Array. Their lives are between Chen Mo's thoughts. Wan Changru's terrified roar. How dare you touch me? Huaxia officials won't let you go. And what responded to him was the screams of Wanjia. People in the picture. All of them inexplicably burned into flames. Even his illegitimate son can't escape punishment. Wan Changru knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Please leave a way for me to live. Remember what Wanjia did in the past life. Chen Mo looked at him without a trace of emotion. You owe me so much. After saying that, Chen Mo raised his hand and waved it. A grey flame instantly ignited his whole body. Today must be an extraordinary night. Rumors spread all over Hanyang and even across the country. Said it was a punishment from heaven. The chairperson of Manhwa group just had a car accident. Thousands of families will be exterminated. Li Sufang listened to Wen Qing's report. He slumped on the chair in shock. Xiao Mo got into big trouble this time. She immediately ordered to apply for the passport as quickly as possible, then transfer the cash to the Ruetu bank account. She understands that this time the official, certainly not sitting idly by, when Jing just went out. Chen Mo walked towards him as if nothing had happened. The two gave him a helpless look. Come with me quickly. It's too late. Chen Mo scratched his head. I didn't expect my mother to get the news so soon. I'll take care of everything. Seeing Chen Mo exude strong confidence, Li Sufang sighed helplessly. In the end, I still choose to believe in Chen Mo. After solving Wanjia, Chen Mo arrived at Yanggui Lake as soon as possible. While I no longer occupy my villa. Be executed. Qin Guanhai looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. You are Master Chen. The moment I saw Chen Mo. Yuan Qingshan is coming quickly. Since Master Chen is not dead. Let's hurry back to Yulan Mountain. He stood in front of Qin Guanhai and spoke earnestly. Yuan Qingshan turned around and explained to Chen Mo. We are bewitched by rumors. No intentional offense. Chen Mo hasn't spoken yet. Qin Guanhai had already shouted coldly. Is this you missed in charge or I in charge? You are eating inside and out. Yuan Qingshan is anxious. Take out your heart and show it to him. He is trying to save Yulan men. Qin Guanhai didn't appreciate it at all. With an angry shout, he flew into the air. Only those who survive deserve to be here. As soon as he makes a move, he goes all out, Digyu in hand. The entire Yanggui Lake, all shrouded in a huge palm. Like a five-finger mountain pressing down on Chen Mo. Sang Sang behind him reminded. He used this trick to defeat the lady in the first place. Chen Mo's face was flat. With a little disdain on his face. Seemingly casual, he slapped the front. There was a loud bang. The entire Yangshan seemed to tremble. A shock wave rippled around. People around can't even open their eyes. When the aftershocks dissipate, the disciples of Yu Mist were instantly dumbfounded. I saw Qin Guanhai lying on the ground covered in blood. And Chen Mo stood there with a flat face. Yuan Qingshan was shocked. He clearly felt Chen Mo's strength. Much stronger than when he was in the underground palace. Yang Qingqing's jade-like hands clenched secretly. A sense of frustration rose in my heart. I didn't expect the gap between me and him to be so far away. A group of Yulan sect disciples rushed to the ground. Master Chen, forgive me. It was our master who made us move here. Yuan Qingshan also took a step forward to plead. My brother has been executed. Please raise your hand, Master Chen. Chen Mo did not intend to kill them all. These people are all little characters that are optional. It doesn't matter whether you kill it or not. The disciples shouted as if they had been saved one by one. Master Chen is so powerful. Chen Mo returned to the villa, looking at the cultivation resources piled up in half a room. The secret in my heart is really a help in the snow. The belongings saved by several generations of Yulan men are cheaper for him. You can just upgrade the mountain protection formation. Chen Mo released the divine soul of the red-scaled spirit snake Mother Snake. From now on, this will be your new home. Your mission is to protect this place. The aura here allows you to reshape your body. At that time, I will send you a great fortune. The female serpent spirit keeps bowing and kowtowing. Seems to be expressing his loyalty to Chen Mo. A few days later, Chen Mo finally waited for someone from the capital. But why is there only one person? Jiang Heshan is standing at the door, looking at Chen Mo sitting on a chair drinking tea. I'm very calm when I'm young. Don't you wonder who I am? Chen Mo smiled faintly. You are the one sent by the official, right? Jiang Heshan said coldly. Are you ready to take it easy? Or resist stubbornly and finally harm the family? Chen Mo threatened with a cold expression. If you have any ability, just come to me. If you dare to touch my family and friends, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Heshan's face changed. Are you sure you want to go against the whole country? Chen Mo stood up abruptly. Instantly, the momentum on his body erupted. You can think of it this way. Jiang Heshan suddenly raised his head and laughed a few times. Young people are crazy. It seems that it is indeed you who killed Wanjia. Jiang Heshan suddenly put away his smile. But should have heard. Yang Dingtian's Dragon Special Forces. Chen Mo frowned. This is a figure at the decision-making level in Huaxia, Jiang Heshan said seriously. Now the 6 super families in Beijing. They all propose to rectify you at all costs. But number 1 saw through Li Dongyang's intention of public revenge. Just put this matter down for the time being. Chen Mo looked at Jiang Heshan thoughtfully. You come here? Not just to remind me of that. Jiang Heshan gave Chen Mo 2 options. The first is to become an official and make meritorious deeds. The second is tenacity to the end. Fight the whole country with one hand. Chen Mo thought for a moment and rejected him. Because he doesn't like to be restrained. Jiang Heshan's face suddenly turned cold. Chen Mo said unmoved and indifferent. I can let him change the head of the Li family. Jiang Heshan was shocked. Do you want to be a sinner in history? Chen Mo chuckled. What my history can hold. Only the vast cosmic starry sky. Jiang Heshan struggled inwardly. Finally, he sighed helplessly. You must have an official identity. Then throw a microchapter to Chen Mo. After dealing with your affairs, go to the capital to find me. This is the insignia of the Condor Special Forces. Chen Mo was stunned. It can't be so coincidental. He took the gold badge from the storage ring. I have one too. Jiang Heshan's face suddenly changed. Grab the badge. Where did you get it from? Chen Mo replied truthfully with a flat face. Hearing this, Jiang Heshan looked eager. What did he say? Chen Mo thought about it. What do you mean? The Grim Reaper organization has already started to act. Tell Yang Dingtian not to act rashly. Keep the enemy out of the country. Jiang Heshan sighed obediently. It's all providence. The person who handed you the microchapter. It's Hua Dongming, the former captain of the Condor Special Forces. His attitude softened a lot. I want to bring the news back as soon as possible. You should also hurry up and go to the capital. Just a high school student. To force a Chinese leader to make concessions. I can let the Li family change the head of the family. Hearing this shocking and threatening words, Jiang Heshan reluctantly agreed to Chen Mo's request. After learning that Western countries are going to take action against Huaxia warriors, Jiang Heshan did not rush back to the capital. Before leaving, he told Chen Mo to leave as soon as possible. So Chen Mo refined 2 protective jade pendants overnight. The next morning, I gave it to Li Sufang and Wen Qing. He also specially refined a Fengming sword for Yang Qingcheng. Yang Qingcheng's face was full of joy and caressed the sword body lightly, as if the sword were part of her body. After arranging everything, Chen Mo came to the central capital of China. As soon as he got off the plane, someone came to pick him up. You go to rest first. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Jiang will come to pick you up in person. Chen Mo frowned. He always felt involved in the amazing thing. Soon the car stopped at a 6-story building. Chen Mo thinks this is not a hotel at all. It's more like a detention center. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth curved. I'd like to see what the hell they're up to. The gate is the kind of fully enclosed. The material is thick and bulletproof steel plate. The moment Chen Mo entered, the little door slammed shut and locked. Chen Mo's face was flat. This was all he had expected. In front of him was a wide hall. A dozen breaths hidden in the dark. Chen Mo already knew it like the back of his hand. Take! A cold shout suddenly sounded in the dark. More than a dozen figures appeared in an instant to surround Chen Mo. 2 grandmasters. There are also more than a dozen warriors at the peak of the inner realm. This strength is enough to sweep through some sects. They did it together. They did it in unison, apparently specially trained. A flame appeared in Chen Mo's hand. Tianxian Divine Fist 3rd Form. Jin Qiankuan. Powerful pressure is like the hand of heaven. The 2 grandmasters looked horrified, although they blocked Chen Mo's attack. But now the body is also churning with qi and blood. Chen Mo looked at the 2 and asked indifferently. Tell me, where is Kang He Shan? The 2 looked at each other in silence. Chen Mo snorted coldly. I want to wait for me to kill these 2. Did you just come out? Throat. An old sigh sounded. Jiang Heshan came out of the dark to explain. This is all the personnel who have joined the official important department. A test you have to go through. There was more later. I didn't expect them to fail to corral you. Chen Mo has no interest in testing at all. Take me to the condor. Jiang Heshan smiled mysteriously. You have arrived. Come out and welcome your new captain. There were neat footsteps outside the door. For rows of young men in military uniforms, standing in front of Chen Mo, there are 36 people in total. Their breath is sturdy and gives a sense of unruly feeling. Chen Mo glanced at everyone. My name is Chen Mo, as your captain from today. The voice just fell. Immediately a loud voice broke out from the crowd. Report, our captain is a indomitable hero. Lead us to behead the enemy in a hail of bullets. Can you, a student, compare to him? Chen Mo's face was still flat. I don't deny that he is a true hero. But I won't lose my life for a message. Because I'll never get there. If even I can't solve it, then you can't help it. Chen Mo's words seem to be stating a fact. But it makes people have the urge to beat him up. Chen Mo suddenly said inexplicably. Which one of you shoots me? A group of rebellious special warfare elites. At this moment, they were all shocked by Chen Mo's words. A young man with a flat eyebrow stood up. Don't blame us if you die. Chen Mo looked at the young man and asked curiously. What's your name? The young man raised his pistol and aimed it at Chen Mo. My name is Xiao Ming. Dare to discredit our captain. To hell with it. He pulled the trigger. A gunshot made everyone close their eyes. And when they opened, there was a dead silence. I saw Chen Mo between his 2 fingers, holding a sharp and narrow bullet. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of the team members. They thought Chen Mo would lean on. Body protection, Jinchi hard resistance. I didn't expect to catch the bullet with my body. At this moment, they looked into Chen Mo's eyes. Finally brought a respect. Looking at stack after stack of data. Chen Mo waved his hand. I am only responsible for teaching you martial arts. I don't care about the rest. Xia Hailong looked a little embarrassed. The Condor Special Forces already have martial arts instructors. Chen Mo's voice was flat but domineering. You tell him not to come tomorrow. After sending him away, Chen Mo found that their cultivation method was very simple. Think for a while. He decided to improve the cultivation method for the Condor Special Forces. Day 2. 36 Condor Special Forces stood neatly. Chen Mo threw Xia Hailong a book. This is my improved practice method, the Rising Dragon Art. In the future, replace the Tiger Roar art you originally practiced. Xia Hailong is a little suspicious. Any cultivation method has gone through countless geniuses. Creation, practice and improvement have been passed down to this day. The rest of the special forces are also a little suspicious. Can the cultivation method improved by Chen Mo overnight work? But when Xia Hailong took a look, I can't look away anymore. He turned to look at the team and said excitedly. This cultivation method is 100 times stronger than the sect cultivation method. You must cherish this opportunity. Everyone was shocked. That doesn't mean they can get stronger. Xia Hailong raised his doubts. The true qi cultivated by this dragon ascending art, can it be integrated with the true qi that everyone originally cultivated? Chen Mo nodded. The Rising Dragon art is improved on the basis of the Tiger Roar art. Absurd. Suddenly, there was a sound not far away. A middle-aged man walks towards the training ground. The team members greeted each other in unison when they saw the arrival. Hello, Instructor Pan. Chen Mo doesn't need to ask, he has already guessed the identity of this person. You have been fired. Pan Weiming sneered. I'm not bound by the rules here. Not to mention people like you who don't even understand common sense, Chen Mo said with a flat face. The common sense of the martial arts world you mentioned. It's just an excuse for my ignorance. Hear Chen Mo's words. Pan Weiming's face was full of anger. You dare to laugh at the entire martial arts world. Tell me about him. Burst out a golden light. Like a giant Buddha stretching out a guiding hand. The players were taken aback. Instructor Pan uses the strongest trick as soon as he makes a move. Chen Mo stood there. Just a slap at him. Pan Weiming, who was so imposing just now. He was directly slapped and flew out. He put his hands on the ground and looked terrified. You are at most 18 years old. How could it be possible to step into the Grandmaster, Chief Instructor of Huaxia Special Forces? Unable to stop a high school student's slap. The Special Forces were dumbfounded. The strength of the new captain is too terrifying. Pan Weiming's wolf fox crawled up with a look of horror. You are at most 18 years old. How could it be a martial arts master? Chen Mo glanced at him lightly. Don't use your ignorance to judge everything in the world. Boy, don't be arrogant. If you have the guts, follow me to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Party. In the face of such a simple provocation, Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. Pan Weiming was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect Chen Mo to really agree to go. Don't regret it. 2 days later, Chen Mo went to Jiangnan Province. The martial arts gathering in Jiangnan Province is held once every 3 years, held by the Pan family, the first family in Jiangnan. All warriors will come to participate. This time, the genius of the Pan family is going to leave the customs. I heard that there is a Master Chen in Hanyang. I don't know if it will come. Hear the people talking. Pan family young master taunted. Master under 20. In a small place like Hanyang. Just swagger. You are not allowed to slander Master Chen. Suddenly a crisp voice sounded. It's a girl in a princess dress. See someone coming. Pan Yucheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Where did this little sister come from? The girl's pretty face is full of anger. I forbid you to slander Master Chen. Several young people let out a burst of laughter. So he's a nympho? I am also a master, do you want to worship me? Pan Yucheng directly ordered. Catch her. Several young people immediately pounced on the girl. Suddenly a figure was like a ghost. Appeared in front of the girl in an instant. It was Chen Mo who came. Pan Yucheng said coldly with a gloomy face. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my Pan family's business? Chen Mo stared at him and chuckled. You were calling me a liar just now. Pan Yucheng also woke up. Looking at Chen Mo with a gloomy face. The girl's face was full of excitement when she heard it. Are you really Master Chen? I am Xue Zi, the granddaughter of Xue Qianhe. See, the limelight is robbed. Pan Yucheng did his best as soon as he made a move. Noise. Chen Mo waved his hand like a fly. Pan Yucheng's body. Like a ball. It was directly blown away by a huge force. It didn't stop until it hit the wall. Pan Yucheng Wolf Fox climbed up. How dare you hurt me? This is Jiangnan, not your Hanyang. Chen Mo raised his hand again and launched an attack. Hit him directly. Let him never dare to talk nonsense again. This time Pan Yucheng teeth. A few have been knocked out. Genuine chi release. He is really a transformation master. Chen Mo stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, I'll do it next time. It's your head that falls off. Pan Yucheng's eyes were filled with hatred. He endured the pain and got up and left silently. Then Chen Mo asked Xue Zi to go back. Xue Zi's big eyes were full of reluctance. It is not difficult to see that the little girl, spring has begun. At the same time, in a secret room of the Pan family, there are 7 or 8 elderly people sitting with a long breath. Pan Weiming, who was expelled by Chen Mo, said, Then Master Chen came to the martial arts conference this time. I definitely want to share a cup in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Pan Changyun, the head of the Pan family, nodded. I won't let him have it. Pan Weiming's surface is silent. But I was secretly proud. Now Chen Mo is dead. Day 2. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference officially begins, because the news of Chen Mo's arrival spread out. The scale of this conference is far greater than before. Pan Weiming said his opening speech, while observing whether Chen Mo was present. Just when he thought Chen Mo was cowardly, the doorman outside the hall shouted. Hanyang Master Chen arrives. There was silence. Everyone looked at the thin figure in unison. Chen Mo's eyes swept across the crowd, undisguised killing intent. Where are the Pan family? Pan Changyun stood up and stared coldly at Chen Mo. What does Master Chen want? Hand over Xue Ziyi. I'll leave a bloodline for your Pan family. Chen Mo's voice was flat. But I heard that the warriors in Jiangnan were terrified. This means to destroy the Pan family. Pan Changyun raised his head and laughed wildly. Good Master Chen. I'd like to see what you can do. A young man stood up and volunteered. Let me teach him how to behave. After saying that, he jumped to the battle stage. Panjia Panyu River. Please enlighten Master Chen. Chen Mo glanced at him and waved his hand directly. You are not qualified to fight with me. Pan Yuhe is calm on the surface. But my heart is already full of anger. You won't know until you try it, and Chen Mo just played it casually. Pan Yuhe suddenly flew out. Everyone opened their mouths one by one. They didn't see it at all. How did Chen Mo make a move? Chen Mo put his hands behind his back and looked indifferent. I'll say it again. Hand over Xue Ziyi. But he defeated a junior in my Pan family. I'll meet you in person. After saying that, Wei Changyun's breath swept the audience. He floated in front of Chen Mo. I have been a master for decades. Not you, kid. He's not finished yet. Chen Mo's figure flashed. Punched him directly in the face. He suddenly flew upside down. Pan Changyun's face is like ashes. I can't believe it. How is that possible? Seeing that he still refuses to tell the whereabouts of Xue Ziyi, Chen Mo was so angry that he raised his hand and waved it. The two Pan family elders suddenly beheaded. Deeply shocked the other families in Jiangnan. But this is not what Pan Weiming wants to see. So he said impassively. This person has so humiliated our Jiangnan martial arts world. If we don't get rid of him, what face will there be in Huaxia in the future? For a moment the whole venue was boiling. They all shouted to kill Master Chen. The 6 grandmasters came directly on the void. People in the Jiangnan martial arts world are full of excitement. Pan Weiming was secretly proud. 6 grandmasters joined forces. This time I see you are not dead yet. Hands on. They come from 6 directions. Use the strongest trick to attack Chen Mo. Looking at the mighty attack. Chen Mo clenched his hand tightly. Tianxian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan, a loud muffled sound. The 6 grandmasters flew out in unison. Wolf Criminal falls to the ground, and the boy's figure. Still standing there faintly. It took a minute for everyone to come to their senses. This is outrageous. The 6 grandmasters were defeated with one punch. Pan Weiming also looked shocked. He didn't expect Chen Mo's strength to be so terrifying. Hand over Xue Ziyi. Chen Mo waved his hand and another elder was beheaded. Stop! Suddenly a vast voice came. A figure slowly floated in front of Chen Mo. The person who came is the first person in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Pan Yushan looked at Chen Mo and his voice was a little vicissitudes. I can't even see through your strength. Your cultivation method should be very good. Leave it to me and let you go. Chen Mo looked at the Pan family head with interest. Your cultivation method is also very good. It's just a little too complicated. The starting point of the long game is good. But your vision limits your creativity. Pan Yushan was shocked when he heard the words. Can you help me solve the problem? He is like a meticulous student. Pan Yushan made Chen Mo move the heart of side concealment. You need to have that power. Corresponding container. Pan Yushan woke up when he heard it. I was so excited that I was shaking all over, and he sat cross-legged. Start practicing in public. Protect the homeowner. A group of Pan family members appeared on the fighting platform, surrounded Pan Yu Mountain with water. Chen Mo has no intention of making a move. Pan Yushan is after his rebirth. The first person I met was a genius. The faces of the people present are beautiful. The ancestor of the Pan family was awakened by a young man. Soon Pan Yushan ended his cultivation. From his excited face, you can see that he must have gained a lot. Pan Yushan suddenly turned to Chen Mo. Take a deep bow. Thank you Chen Shi for your advice. The people around were stunned for a while. Is this to recognize Chen Mo as a teacher? As the first powerhouse in the Jiangnan martial arts world, now I have to worship a high school student as a teacher. The people around were stunned for a while. Did the sun rise in the east today? And seeing this scene, Wei Changyun's heart has sunk to the bottom. Please ask the ancestors to seek justice for our Jiangnan. Pan Yushan turned his head and glanced at him. A look of indifference. It seems that the Wei family is just a passerby in his eyes. Chen Mo's cold voice sounded again. Still not explaining the whereabouts of Xueziyi, a young junior from the Wei family. I can't take it anymore, the fear of death. Miss Xue was hidden by young Master Cheng in the Wei family courtyard. Chen Mo looked at the rest of the Wei family. A thick killing intent came out. Since you are so loyal to the Wei family. While speaking, Chen Mo raised his hand and waved. A golden light passed by the Wei family's neck. All beheaded, including Wei Changyun. And the room went silent. The smell of blood is spreading. Pan Yushan not only ignored the life and death of the Wei family, and bowed respectfully. Welcome to Chensha. Chen Mo waved his hand without turning his head back. Take the young man of the Wei family and leave slowly. Everywhere. People from the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, all trembling. Under the leadership of the young people of the Wei family, Chen Mo came to a small manor. Once inside, Wei Yuqing seems to have been waiting for a long time. Chen Mo ignored him. He looked up the stairs. Come on out. Wei Yuqing's face changed. An old voice followed behind him. The old man is already half dead. I didn't expect you to still feel my presence. Isn't it just an ordinary girl doll? It's her fortune to be seen by my grandson. Chen Mo is too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Your Wei family has been killed by me. Now it's your turn. Old man Wei roared all over his face. For an ordinary woman. You actually killed my Wei family. After all, old man Wei is like a cheetah. A few flashed and punched Chen Mo. Chen Mo said coldly. Body protection master. No wonder your Wei family is so rampant. Old man Wei's blow was very strong. Compared to the 6 grandmasters, joining forces is much stronger. It's a pity that your Wei family met me. Chen Mo stood there and threw a punch. Old man Wei was directly shocked and flew out. It hit the wall hard and stopped. Wei Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim. In his memory, no one can force his grandfather back. Old man Wei looked solemn. Rattling in the bones. His body suddenly turned into a mummified corpse. Like a zombie crawling out of a grave. The killing intent in Chen Mo's eyes was monstrous. Your lifespan is long overdue. I didn't expect you to live on. Old man Wei's body suddenly divided into 8. Each one is exactly the same as the main body. Ordinary people should be owned by the strong. Chen Mo smiled coldly. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of me? A golden light flew out from Chen Mo's door. The heavenly slashing sword let out a cheerful sword cry. Penetrate the 8 clones of old man Wei in the blink of an eye. His body was also hit by the heavenly slashing sword. An arm was neatly cut off. And not a drop of blood came out of the fracture. Sure enough, it was the same as Chen Mo's guess. The vitality in old man Wei's body has long been cut off. The heavenly sword slashed at him again. Old man Wei shouted. Black light shines on the only remaining arm. That is the stellar energy that can only be possessed by masters of the body protection realm, but it still can't stop the power of the heavenly slashing sword. His other arm was also severed. Old man Wei took a few steps back. Wei Yuqing ran over with a worried face. Seeing the heavenly sword slash towards him again, a touch of viciousness appeared on old man Wei's face. Put Wei Yuqing next to him in front of him with your head. A rain of blood. Wei Yuqing was split into 2 pieces. 2 of Wei Yuqing's men saw this scene. So scared that his legs trembled and he fled in panic. At this time, old man Wei's eyes were red. The figure flashed and bit his neck. Instantly sucked him into a dry household. Old man Wei's face became ruddy. The broken arm has also grown back. Old man Wei is in high spirits at the moment. It seems that you care a lot about that girl doll. I'm going to eat her now. Saying that, he dodged out of the window. Caught death. Chen Mo's figure flashed and chased after old man Wei. At the same time, the heavenly slashing sword turned into a giant sword that was 1 foot long, slashed from behind him. Old man Wei's entire body was split in half. And the weird thing is the 2 halves of the body. It's still moving. Keep running forward. If you were given a few more years, I'm afraid you can cultivate into a corpse demon. Chen Mo has an extra jade pendant in his hand. Sanwei True Fire Array Excitation. 2 tongues of fire directly caught up with old man Wei. Sanwei True Fire encountered this mummy corpse. Old man Wei didn't even make a sound. The whole person turned into 2 pools of ash. To achieve immortality, The old man sucks the blood of a living person every day. After hundreds of years. Now he can be reborn from a broken arm. Even if his body is split in half, he still doesn't die. It's a pity that he met Chen Mo, who knows San Wei true fire. Old man Wei didn't even make a sound. The whole person turned into two pools of ash torches. Chen Mo sensed the surroundings. Came to a basement in the manor. Seeing Chen Mo's arrival, Shuizi's desperate eyes. I can't help but shed 2 lines of tears. She was lying in Chen Mo's arms crying with rain. If Chen Mo comes a little later, she's about to be ruined by that bastard Wei Yucheng. At this time, Murong Yanga suddenly called. Her extremely anxious voice came from over there. At the same time, the Southern Quartet is being held enthusiastically. This competition is about the entire South China quota. But this year, a dark horse appeared. He defeated a grandmaster with just 1 punch. Haidong boss Huang Zhenlong looked excited. This time he can get most of the benefits of the South. The bosses of other provinces look gloomy. They're going to lose hundreds of billions over the next decade. Murongke looked at Shui Bo and said helplessly. This person is very powerful. I'll just abstain. Shui Bo suddenly took a step forward. I'll try my best to buy time. Yanga has gone to invite Master Chen. After saying that, he jumped onto the ring. He already had the consciousness to die in his heart. I hope Yanga has enough weight in Master Chen's heart. Let him come to the rescue quickly. Sun Batian glanced at him coldly. You're nothing more than cannon fodder. But the lion also tried his best. He went straight to Shuaibo. Face his attack. Shuaibo directly used the strongest killing move. Phantom Hand, but it's still the praying mantis blocking the car and shaking the tree. He was punched out by Sun Batian. Shuaibo dragged his bruised body and stood up. You are strong, but I can fight again. Hearing this, Sun Batian attacked again without mercy. Shuaibo's face leaked a touch of determination. This is also a return for the life-saving grace of the Murong family. The moment the fist fell, suddenly, an aura appeared to block the attack. I saw Chen Mo's figure. I don't know when it appeared on the air. Master Chen. Shuaibo was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he should not die. Sun Batian looked at the young Chen Mo and smiled. Just you little brat will be Master Chen. Go back to school. Chen Mo changed his old style and said jokingly. You kneel and kowtow and beg for mercy, I can spare you from dying. Sun Batian hasn't spoken yet. Huang Zhenlong on the stage has already shouted angrily. Dare to disrespect Mr. Sun. Are you tired of living? The smile on Chen Mo's face suddenly disappeared. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. Huang Zhenlong's face turned pale in an instant. I was shaking and sweating like rain. He suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost. He ran into the crowd with a cry of sorrow. The bosses on the stage felt a rush. Heart-pounding killing intent. It's a tremor from the soul. Sun Batian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. So what if you are a martial arts master? My strength is beyond your imagination. After saying that, the breath on his body instantly skyrocketed, at least 10 times stronger than before. 8-armed King Kong. Sun Batian seemed to be surrounded by endless true chi. A huge, glaring King Kong phantom. Shubo was shocked to think of someone. This was Xiong Chong's unique stunt 20 years ago. He alone defeated 8 masters in China. Rumor has it that the official has used nuclear weapons to strike the threat. This forced Xiong Chong to leave China. Chen Mo raised his head slightly. Can create this martial art on Earth. This man is truly a genius. Then he quickly stretched out his palm and gave it a jerk. Tianqian Divine Fist first form. Broken mountains, an almost materialized aura. With the momentum of cutting everything. Like a lightning bolt that pierces the night sky. Take time. A muffled thunder exploded in everyone's ears. The mighty Sun Batian. The whole person was shocked and flew out. Chen Mo still stood there. Tianqian Divine Fist second form. Jianjiang River. Sun Batian hasn't reacted yet. He was blasted out of the ring again. Spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. I have half a foot in the peeping realm. I can't even stop a move in front of him. Sun Batian only has 3 words in his heart. Escape. The idea came to me. Without hesitation, he flew towards the gate. Chen Mo looked at him and said lightly, I want to escape now. Late. A crisp sword sound sounded. The heavenly slashing sword carries a touch of golden light, passed through Sun Batian's chest in the blink of an eye. A generation of heroes who defeated the Grandmaster fell to the gate with a crash. There was silence. All eyes. It's all about the boy standing with his hands behind his back. Chen Mo stood on the ring. Swept over all the bosses present. Huang Zhenlong was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. I'm willing to give away the whole of Haishi. Others also expressed no objection. Seeing this, Chen Mo looked at Murongku. The land of Haidong and Haishi. Please take care of it for me. Murongku bent down respectfully. I would like to serve Master Chen. Back to Condor Base. Everything is going on in an orderly manner here. And Jiang Heshan rushed over. Do you know who Xiong Chong is? 20 years ago, he led an invasion of China. The entire Huaxia martial arts world was discouraged, forcing the state to use extraordinary measures, and sent him away. Now he has a reason to enter China again. Chen Mo disagrees. At that time, Huaxia did not have me, Chen Mo was there. Now he dares to come and I will kill him with one sword. Jiang Heshan was speechless. He has long experienced Chen Mo's madness. Now it refreshes his understanding again. He stood up a little depressed. I still want to advise you. Do not underestimate the enemy. When Jiang Heshan left, Chen Mo showed a thoughtful look. It's time to hit the 6th level of condensation. At that time, even if Xiong Chong reaches the realm of the gods, he is not afraid at all. Time flies. On the eve of the new college season, Chen Mo once again came to the familiar Mochi University. This fills him with joy. But regrettable place. Make him miss these old friends. Follow the route in memory. Chen Mo went directly to the dormitory of his previous life. I saw Chen Mo come in. The boy with a simple and honest face greeted him with a smile. My name is Jeju Du. The other is Hao Jian with glasses. It's the guy who looks at everyone and dodges. Finally, Wen Tingyu, who is addicted to ancient costumes, in Chen Mo's impression. There should be 2 more people who haven't arrived yet. Looking at familiar old classmates, Chen Mo is looking forward to his future college life. At the same time, Yangguihu Villa, Chaisang, Hanyang Province. 2 figures quietly appeared nearby. The Red Wolf in red. A meter-long bazooka on his shoulder. The inspection of this ghost place in Huaxia is too strict. I can only get this. Qingpi looked at the Yangui Lake Villa not far away. This time the goal is it. After a simple adjustment. A specially modified high-powered rocket. Fly quickly into the Yangui Lake Villa on the top of the mountain. Take time. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. A mushroom cloud exploded in the sky. Red Wolf and Qingpi looked proud. Pack up the guy now and prepare to retreat. But I didn't find a beautiful figure behind me. Yang Qingcheng stared at the 2 coldly. A touch of killing intent suddenly rose in his eyes. You made that shell just now. She was a vase at the mercy of others. Just a high school student as a teacher. Reached the martial arts master in just a few months. He also awakened the ancient Tianfeng hidden vein. It was found that someone was shelling Yangui Lake Villa. Yang Qingqing's figure appeared behind them. Looking at the person who came, the Red Wolf looked amazed. There are still such beautiful people in China. Yang Qingcheng stared at the 2 coldly. A touch of killing intent suddenly rose in his eyes. Sure enough, you did it. She gave a cold shout. Plunged down from the air. Give them a slap. The Red Wolf was scared and quickly hid behind Qingpi, and a green light gushed out of Qingpi. His speed suddenly exploded. A punch towards Yang Qingcheng. Boom. The green skin was shocked and retreated dozens of steps. Yang Qingcheng stood where she was. A touch of curiosity appeared on his face. You are also a warrior. Green skin smiled strangely. I'm not your foolish man in China. He is a metahuman who masters wind elements. Have the strength of your grandmaster. Yang Qingqing's peerless face revealed a hint of sneer. Master, do you deserve it too? Qingpi was suddenly furious. I'll let you know what happens if you offend me. And as he did so, he raised his hand and he said something like this. The wind element that walks in the world. Please heed my call. The wind elements in heaven and earth quickly gathered. Gather into wind blade 6 or 7 inches long. Then he pointed at Yang Qingcheng. Wind escape, wind blade attack. Foaming sword across a cold light. Appeared in Yang Qingqing's jade hands. Phoenix dance 9 days. A crisp phoenix sound sounded in the middle of the night. She seemed to be transformed into a phoenix. Green Skin saw this scene. He ran away without hesitation. Leaving behind a confused Red Wolf. You are such a jerk. I'm just a bomb researcher. He cursed and ran away. Yang Qingcheng in midair. Catch up with them faster. Direct volley sword. Aimed at the back of the green skin and hacked down. Feel the great threat in the back. The green skin hurriedly condensed into a wind wall around the body. But it only lasted for a second and was broken. His entire arm was severed with a sword. I don't know when in the hands of the red wolf on the side. There's a little golden pistol. Bullets at breakneck speed. Shoot at Yang Qingqing's chest. Yang Qingqing swung a sword to block it. A golden and iron clatter sounded. Bullets specially modified by Red Wolf. The competition was split in half by a sword. Didn't wait for him to react. Yang Qingqing's foaming sword scratched his neck. After the death of the Red Wolf, Yang Qingqing was not in a hurry to kill the skin. Who sent you? Qingpi said coldly. Don't try to get anything out of my mouth. Yang Qingqing smiled slightly. If I hand you over to the Huaxia official, do you think they would be interested in you? Qingpi's complexion suddenly changed. Because of the official Huaxia, there are 100 ways to torture, so he said truthfully in horror. We are the Southeast Asia murderers. It was King Longtang who hired us. The target is a man named Master Chen. And he was just about to leave. Yang Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Without hesitation, a sword slashed through Qingpi's neck. Yang Qingqing looked at his corpse and muttered to himself. Southeast Asia Green Dragon Hall, Chen Mo, who have you offended? Looking at the message sent by Yang Qingqing, Chen Mo felt a little helpless. Trouble keeps coming to him. Chen Mo, suddenly Murong Yanga's voice came from behind. She was wearing a grey tracksuit. The original long hair was combed into a ponytail. You didn't expect me to come to this university, did you? Chen Mo sighed secretly in his heart. Leave it to a good university and don't go. Instead, he came to the second-rate South China University. Anyone can see Murong Yanga's thoughts. And how should I respond to your feelings? Suddenly, Chen Mo hugged her little waist. Quickly leave the place. Murong Yanga exclaimed and blushed. A loud bang brings her mind back to reality. The ground suddenly cracked open. A huge gap. Then it rapidly closes again within seconds. Like nothing happened. Murong Yanga's face turned pale with fright. If they're still standing there, it will definitely be swallowed whole. Chen Mo looked at the woods not far ahead. Come out with some little mice. Voice fall. 3 figures bizarrely jumped out of the forest. One is a scholar holding an ancient book. The other is a big man with dark skin. A brightly colored snake hangs around its neck. The last one is an old man. Chen Mo looked at them coldly. Finally, the sun froze framed the scholar. The earth control technique just now was issued by you. The man was stunned and said. Could it be that you are also a member of the magic? Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. You're just a kid's toy. Master Crane was furious when he heard it. Fingers dashed on the ancient book. Rock Ni puppet. After a loud bang, several stone giants crawled out of the ground. They stepped towards Chen Mo and rolled over. Murong Yanga huddled behind him in fear. Chen Mo's face was plain. A pile of wasteland. He raised his hand and let out a soft drink. Ban. Circle invisible energy fluctuations. Spread rapidly in all directions. The giant instantly turned into a pool of dust. Master Crane's face is full of grief. It took him 10 years to refine this. Mo put away the smile on his face. It seems that this kid is not easy to deal with. Let's do it together. He let out a weird laugh. Release the serpent in his hands. He rushed towards Chen Mo like lightning. Yang's was snorted coldly. He also followed his figure and punched Chen Mo. Looking at 2 people and a snake, Chen Mo punched calmly. The powerful force directly sent them flying. The giant snake was killed by a punch. Mo looked at the dead snake distressed. He roared in grief. The whole person is like a round elastic ball. Then he suddenly volleyed towards Chen Mo. After the exchange just now, Chen Mo's strength against these people have a general understanding against Mo who is attacking again. Chen Mocha punched with 1 punch. But this time he was slightly surprised. More than half of his punch was bounced back. Take this opportunity. Yang's attack came from behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo seemed to have guessed his actions long ago. Turning around is like taking him away with 1 foot. The 2 were forced back again. Mo shouted in the air. Let's team up again. After saying that, he bumped into Chen Mo again. Chen Mo turned 1 hand on his chest. Tianxian Divine Fist 3rd form. Jin Qiankuan, 1 punch. The whole space shook. The 2 suddenly flew upside down. Yang's was suddenly cursed. Damn shadow. Stop fishing. Chen Mo suddenly darkened his face and said, it's not good. I saw Murong Yanga's body. The protective jade talisman was shattered. A figure was bounced into the air by the force of the shock. Just for a moment, the figure disappeared strangely. Chen Mo quickly ran over. Are you okay? Murong Qiana shook her head in shock. But the jade pendant you sent is broken. A monstrous killing intent surged up from Chen Mo. In fact, he has already noticed, there are assassins hiding in the dark. I just didn't expect him to sneak attack Murong Yanga. The assassin appeared behind Chen Mo again. Prepare for another sneak attack. And Chen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Time to come to his side and punch. The man in black was beaten and vomited blood and flew back. He panicked and wanted to use a secret technique to hide his figure. How could Chen Mo allow him to escape? A golden light flashed in the air. The heavenly slashing sword directly pierced through his chest. The eyes of the man in black were full of disbelief. I'm the #1 killer in the organization. Southeast Asia's #1 killer. He was killed by a young man in Huaxia with one sword. Looking at the sky-slashing sword hovering in mid-air, the others were terrified. Is this the flying sword in Chinese legend? Chen Mo took back the heavenly slashing sword and looked at them. It's your turn. Mo screamed and turned to run. Yang's was sneered and stopped him. Are you running faster than the shadows? Mo stopped and looked at him. So what can we do? Yang's were looked determined. Since you can't run, it's better to give it a go. Fight him. After saying that, he launched the attack first. Cross crescent. This time his attack. 10 times stronger than before, and Mo was determined. The whole person turned into a huge meatball. He smashed at Chen Mo with a strange scream. Chen Mo just slowly stretched out his palm. The circle of golden light covered his fist. Then suddenly pressed down into the void. Take time. A huge golden palm appeared in the sky. Like the hand of heaven seals the earth. The three didn't even have time to scream. Was shot directly into the soil. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He acted as if nothing had happened. Go back. Murong Yanga came back to her senses. At the same time, at the request of Chen Mo, Chen Songzi established the Silent Family Chamber of Commerce, created with the elite of the Shui Lin family. A business empire with life spirit liquid as its core. Chen Songzi in a Taoist robe, standing on the Oriental Pearl, overlooking Zhonghai city below. That feeling of looking at the mountains. It's easy to get lost in the power in your hands. Like the head of the Yun family in the room. Yunyang looked at Chen Songzi and said lightly, Your Excellency is a hidden earth sage who is detached from things. Why fight for fame and fortune in the world? Chen Songzi chuckled. Your martial arts cultivation base has entered the peak of the inner realm. Why can't the fork let go of this worldly world? Yunyang's complexion remains unchanged, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Chen Songzijing saw through his strength at a glance. But he still kindly persuaded. The foundation of my Yun family is beyond your imagination. Your silent chamber of commerce had better leave Zhonghai. Chen Songzi sneered. It looks just like Chen Mo. Your Yun family is not worth mentioning in my eyes at all. Chen Songzi's aura suddenly erupted. Let Yunyang look shocked and angry. Go back and tell those people, my Mo family chamber of commerce wants to be the king of this Zhonghai city. Chen Songzi's words, with an unparalleled domineering. Yunyang released ruthless words with a gloomy face. You are going to be the enemy of the entire Zhonghai. Hope you don't regret it in the future. Chen Songzi sighed for them in his heart. What can you do? Against my master Chen Mo? And Chen Mo is on his way to Southeast Asia. He disguised himself as Yang Zhui. Easily infiltrated into the pursuit organization. Their headquarters is an empty and deep hall. More than a dozen huge brown stone pillars are particularly conspicuous. Chen Mo took a closer look. The pattern above is actually totem of the 4 great sacred beasts of China. Could it be that the pursuit organization is created by Chinese warriors? Mission accomplished? Suddenly a voice echoed in the hall. Chen Mo looked at the front of the hall. There is a line engraved on that side, black stone wall with dragon pattern. Chen Mo's voice changed to be exactly the same as Yang's was. It's done. Everyone else is dead. The voice was a little confused. Then why did you come back? I have something to give you in person. The voice did not answer immediately, as if considering. After 10 sessions, the black stone wall slowly rose. And out came an old man. Chen Mo looked at him and shook his head. I have to meet the chaser in person. You are just a pinnacle of the inner realm. The old man exclaimed. You are not Yang Zhui. And he's going to turn around and run back. Chen Mo reached out and grabbed the void. Go ahead, where is your leader? Seeing that he was seen through, the old man said angrily, I advise you. This is not where you should be. If you don't say it again, then I'll use soul search to see for myself. Chen Mo's voice was unusually cold. It gave him the creeps. The old man was still afraid and gritted his teeth. I'll take you there. After speaking, he took Chen Mo to the back of the stone wall. There is another world inside. You can see the water moving. And there's some fish coming up from above. The scenery here is nice. There is a person ahead, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the stone wall. The breath on the body is very weak. Looks like a dried-out corpse. The old man stepped forward and leaned into his ear. Shadows failed their mission. The target is now coming up with revenge in person. The bloody hand chased after his life, and then slowly opened his eyes. How brave are young people? Chen Mo looked at him with some disappointment. Because the person in front of you is already in his twilight years. Let me see who hired you. Saying that, Chen Mo stretched out his hand towards him. The bloody hand suddenly disappeared in place. Originally flat and thin body, it also erupted with an astonishing aura. Suddenly appeared behind Chen Mo and punched. Chen Mo took his time to dodge. There was a little surprise in his eyes. He was the first person Chen Mo saw. God Glimpse Grandmaster. It is an existence that touches the edge of the realm of gods. Chen Mo looked at him with excitement. Take you to try my current cultivation. Just to deal with a young man. An existence that touches the edge of the realm of gods. To burn his own life. Chen Mo looked at him with excitement. This was the first Divine Glimpse Realm Grandmaster he had seen. Take you to try my current cultivation. Take a deep breath. Then I kicked my feet violently. He attacked Chen Mo at an extremely fast speed. Chen Mo greeted him expressionlessly. The two are at war together. It shook the whole cave. Seems to be in danger of collapsing at any moment. The bloody hand chased after his life, taking advantage of the gap in the battle. Your strength also has the cultivation level of the God Glimpse realm. Why don't you take me as your teacher? From now on, you will be the new leader of this pursuit organization. Chen Mo laughed disdainfully after hearing this. His master is Donghua Immortal Emperor. You don't deserve it. Bloodhand chased after his life, but thought Chen Mo was humiliating him. Bloody Shura. Red mist erupted from his body. Instantly diffused into the entire underwater cave. Chen Mo found that with his eyesight. I can't see anything around 1 meter. Chasing for life also hides the source of his voice. However, this is not difficult for Chen Mo. He flashed. Kick directly to the left position. After a muffled sound, chasing after his life, he let out a muffled hum and was shaken away. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. How did you find me? Chen Mo didn't answer him. Name the employer. I can give you a quick one. Chasing life is very confident in his blood domain. He thinks Chen Mo is a blind cat that meets a dead mouse. Stubborn. Chen Mo snorted coldly and his figure moved. Another punch to the left. I was prepared for this bloody pursuit. Chen Mo's punch was narrowly dodged by him. It seems that you can really crack my bloody realm. We will fight upright. Voice landing. The blood mist in the cave quickly dissipated. Chen Mo looked at him with disdain. A real realm can be its own domain. You're just a fog barrier that obscures the view. Your own favorite trick. But he was humiliated by Chen Mo and was worthless. Raise your left hand sharply in pursuit of life. A blood-red knife appeared in mid-air. Chen Mo was unmoved, his eyes were contemptuous. No wonder you don't have much life left. So your trick is deplete one's own blood essence. Chasing eyes full of shock. He can't seem to hide everything from this kid. He forced himself not to think about it. Waving the blood blade over there, it slashed down directly. Chen Mo did not dare to neglect. A yellow light flashed. An energy shield appeared around him in the bronze mirror. While blocking the blow, Chen Mo used the first pose of Tianqian Divine Fist. Broken mountains. A thought suddenly arose in his heart. This guy is too strong. He can't be low at all. Suddenly a hole appeared in the wall behind him. Chasing after his life, he quickly fled into the hole. Chen Mo chuckled. You can't escape. Then he followed in a flash. Chasing for his life, he fled to the beach before stopping. I will give you all my savings. How about you let me go? And what responded to him was the first form of Tianxian divine fist, for his wealth. Chen Mo was dismissive at all. However, the God Glimpse realm is much stronger than the body protection realm. I also want to upgrade my cultivation as soon as possible. A few days later, South China University held the annual Mid-Autumn Festival Fellowship. Basically all the students will be there. Because this sorority has an item. Very special part. That's all the boys. You can invite a female classmate to dance. Murong Yanga didn't see Chen Mo's figure. Her little face was suddenly lost. Lai family's Lai Ruo Fire stepped forward and joked, "You're going to be a longing stone." Murong Yanga blushed when she heard that. "I don't have it." A boy at this time walked to the fire. He struggled and gathered the courage to reach out his hand. "This beautiful girl. I hope I'm lucky enough to ask you to a dance." It is not good to refuse to smile lightly. Good idea, seeing that the jade hand is about to fall into the palm of the boy. Suddenly a hand caught the fiery hand in advance. "If you want to dance, you can only dance with me." Yun Qianling stared at the fire coldly. Like a domineering and ruthless emperor. There was a commotion from the surrounding people. Is he the direct son of the Yun family, the first family in Zhonghai? Fiery beautiful face full of anger. Her hand couldn't break free several times. If not for the influence of the Yun family. She can't wait to slap it. Only Murong Yanga stood up. So rude to a girl. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? And Yun Qianling doesn't seem to take her seriously. The name of the Murong family in Jiangnan doesn't work with me. I don't want to be angry because of myself, and implicate Murong Yanga. I'm with you. Yun Qianling is angry. It seems that you are toasting and not eating and drinking. Murong Yanga raised her little face, staring at him without cowardice. Chen Mo's roommate, Jiu Linfeng, came forward and said, "Treat two girls like this. A little too much." A touch of contempt appeared on Yun Qianling's face. "Your father had to kneel in front of me. What are you?" Seeing Yun Qianling humiliate his father, Jiu Linfeng gritted his teeth and rushed towards him, but his external strength. Why is Yun Qianling's opponent? No accident, he was punched and flew out. Yun Qianling looked at him with a cold and arrogant face. "The family background behind you. Like ants in my eyes." "Who do you say is an ant?" Suddenly, a flat voice came from behind him. Chen Mo slowly walked towards him with his hands in his pockets. "Just an endoscopic piece of junk. Dare to hit my roommate." Yun Qianling smiled disdainfully. There are thousands of warriors in the world. Very few people can enter the endoscope. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "The endoscope is just a snap of a finger." Saying that, he walked to Jiu Linfeng's side. "Reach out and hand him a pill. Eat it. Then go get back your lost dignity." Jiu Linfeng nodded heavily. "Swallow the pill with your mouth. Then immediately apply the family practice method to close the eyes and adjust the breath." Yun Qianling smiled coldly. He would never believe Chen Mo with a single pill. "Let an outer realm warrior enter the inner realm." Chen Mo patted Jiu Linfeng's shoulder with his hand. In an instant, the circulation in Jiu Linfeng's body became extremely smooth. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Yun Qianling's face changed wildly, looking at Jiu Linfeng with an expression of disbelief. This is an inner realm martial artist. Just took a pill. Competing for an ordinary college student. Became an endoscopic powerhouse overnight. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost. This is a height that others cannot reach after 100 years of cultivation. Chen Mo smiled faintly. It's not over yet. The aura on Jiu Linfeng's body continued to climb. He actually broke through directly to the inner realm. Yun Qianling's face was full of jealousy. If he eats this pill, his chances of becoming a grandmaster increase by at least half. See his expression. Chen Mo felt a little funny. "I won't give it to you even if I throw it to Soroming." Jiu Linfeng suddenly opened his eyes. The whole body is filled with a breath that makes people palpitate. Like a sword about to be unsheathed. The first thing he did, just bow and kneel before Chen Mo. The kindness of support is difficult to repay in this life. Chen Mo didn't stop him. Because of what he passed on to Jiu Linfeng. Enough for the entire ancient family to flourish. Go get back your lost dignity. Jiu Linfeng stood up and looked at Yun Qianling. "I want you to apologize to my dad." Yun Qianling is also the strength of the inner realm Dacheng. He doesn't believe that someone who can improve by taking drugs can be stronger than him. Jiu Linfeng's fighting spirit is bursting at the moment. He punched at Yun Qianling. Yun Qianling did not show weakness. It's also a punch to meet the past. After a boom. He was actually knocked back a few steps. Jiu Linfeng only felt that. As if there is an endless power. Come again. He gave a cold shout. Another punch. Yun Qianling was secretly shocked. His true qi seems to be inexhaustible. I must find a way to end the battle as soon as possible. His hands are in front of him. Cross back and forth a dozen times. Chen Mo next to him is slightly different. This method actually coincides with the trajectory of the main road. It seems that the Yun family is still capable. When Yun Qianling completes all the actions, he holds aloft an invisible blade. Slash towards Jiu Linfeng in the air. Likewise, he jumped up in the air and punched. Bang! Yun Qianling is like a cannonball. I was beaten back and fell to the ground. Yun Qianling struggled to stand up from the ground. Even if you can defeat me, can you fight against my entire Zhonghai Yun family? Chen Mo smiled lightly, his voice a little contemptuous. Your Yun family is nothing more than ants in my eyes. Go away. Yun Qianling's face glared at Chen Mo. I secretly thought about how to get revenge. Before he left, he was still resentful, staring at the fire. Our account. I will find Lai Qingcang to do the math. I'm so angry that I'm clenching my teeth. This kind of person is just unreasonable. After the party, Chen Mo sent Murong Yanga back to the girls' dormitory. Murong Yanga was surprisingly quiet on the road. This made Chen Mo a little unaccustomed to it. Don't you have anything to ask me? Murong Yanga smiled quietly. You will take the initiative to tell me what you want to say. If you don't want to say it, it's useless for me to ask, right? Chen Mo felt pity in his heart. Murong Yanga in his memory. Shouldn't be so humble. Does Rebirth protect you or harm you? At night, two figures jumped in the air. The small courtyard where Chen Mo lives. It is Yun Qianling and Yun family's Grandmaster Yun Lei. That kid is in this yard. Suddenly a voice broke the silence of the night. It seems that two mice have slipped in. Chen Mo's figure floated out. It fell silently in the yard. Yun Lei squinted at Chen Mo. Even I can't feel your cultivation. Since I have come, I must seek justice for Qianling. Chen Mo let out a sigh. A mere Grandmaster dares to speak out. Yun Lei was suddenly furious. Following that, a powerful aura erupted. He punched Chen Mo hard. Chen Mo raised his fist with a flat face. Let me show you what a Grandmaster is. After saying that, he waved his fist that gathered spiritual energy. Yun Lei's body is like a broken sack. It flew directly upside down and hit the courtyard wall hard. For a long time, Yun Lei struggled to stand up with a face full of shock. He is at most 18 years old this year. It actually has the strength of the God Glimpse realm. He understood what it meant. Then he forced himself to kneel on the ground. Please forgive me for offending my Yun family. I will never bother you again. Chen Mo laughed. Your Yun family can come if you want. Go if you want. Today I will break his legs as punishment. Yun Qianling was shocked and glared at Chen Mo. If you dare to hurt me, my Yun family will never forgive you. Yun Lei is also angry. Although your strength is extraordinary, but that's too much to ask. Chen Mo stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, don't think how amazing your Yun family is. This world. There are too many people you can't afford to mess with. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he pointed at Yun Qianling. Yun Qianling suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground. Two tiny blood holes appear in the knees of both legs. Looking at Yun Qianling rolling on the ground in pain, Yun Lei rushed over with a stride, sealed the acupuncture points on his legs to stop the bleeding, then picked up Yun Qianling and hurriedly left the yard. Looking at the direction where the Yun family and the two left, Chen Mo's face was a little cold. The Yun family no longer needs to exist. At the same time, Chen Songzi called a meeting of all management. Ever since my silent chamber of commerce entered Zhonghai, it was blocked by the major giants of Zhonghai's business community. And today the strength of our Morjia chamber of commerce, the package is enough to compete with them. Now is the time for a full-scale counterattack. The subordinates looked at Chen Songzi excitedly one by one, just waiting for his order. They will tear the giants of Zhonghai to shreds. After the meeting, the silent chamber of commerce was quickly annexed. Liejia's market, the Lai family is now in danger. The head of the family, Lai Qingcang, had no choice but to find the Yun family, ask them to help the Lai family get through this difficult time. But the Yun family took the opportunity to put forward a condition. It is to let Lai Ruhua marry his son Yun Qianling. Lai Qingcang's face sank instantly. But there was nothing he could do. If the sacrifice is as intense as fire, it can save the entire Lai family. I believe that everyone in the Lai family will not object. I'll go back and prepare. The next night, Yun family and Lai family get married. The whole Zhonghai has come. A self-colored wedding dress is as hot as fire. gently pushing Yun Qianling on the wheelchair. Walking down the red carpet, Lai Qingcang helplessly apologized to his daughter. I can only sacrifice you for the Lai family. Fiery as fire, but his face is incomparably calm. There was a look of determination in her eyes. The wedding continues. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the stage of taking the oath and asking the oath. Yun Qianling quietly looked at the fire. There is a touch of madness hidden in the eyes. I would. You can hear it naturally. The meaning in Yun Qianling's words. She was just about to answer. An angry voice came through the door. You don't want to. I saw Chen Songzi in a Taoist robe, stepping on the void and slowly falling into the hall. The girl tried to save her family. At the expense of future happiness. Marry a man with 3 broken legs. During the oath-taking session. I didn't wait for the girl to say those 3 words. You don't want to. A voice came through the door. I saw Chen Songzi in a Taoist robe, stepping on the void and slowly falling into the hall. Yun Shan, the head of the Yun family, looked at Chen Songzi seriously. When is the wedding of my Yun family? It's your turn to intervene. Lai Qingcang's eyes also revealed a touch of doubt. Are you trying to break the marriage between the 2 families? Let the Yun family have no excuse to intervene in their war. Chen Songzi announced coldly. I don't care about your Yun family's wedding, but don't you dare touch that girl from the Lai family. Even the heart is as hot as fire. I can't help but show a strange look. Lai Qingcang was angry. You care too much. What does it have to do with you to marry my daughter? Chen Songzi smiled coldly. In order to get the help of the Yun family, he did not hesitate to sell his daughter. What a heartless father you've done. And there was an uproar. It turned out that he was from the Mo family chamber of commerce who ate the Lai family. What are you doing? Then an old voice came. I saw an old man with a walking stick. See someone coming. Yun Shan hurriedly trotted over and bowed. Old man. How did you notice? Everyone's eyes revealed astonishment. Build the Yun family into the cloud sky of the first family in Zhonghai. I didn't expect him to be alive. Chen Songzi was also slightly surprised. The Yun family really has a trump card. Yun Kong stared at Chen Songzi blankly. Seeing that you are not practicing in a Taoist temple in a Taoist robe, why did you come to bully my Yun family? Chen Songzi replied with a flat face. Fight injustice. The cloud sighed. Do it. Let me see how capable you are. Dare to humiliate my Yun family like this. Use you to test my current strength. As Chen Songzi spoke, he swung his fist at him. Yun Kong leaning on the dragon head crutch, he looked at Chen Songzi's punch with some admiration. This strength is really good. But Lao Qiao still has to teach you a lesson. I saw him use the dragon head crutch a little bit. Circle visible to the naked eye air shock wave. Spread rapidly in all directions. Everyone felt a gust of wind pass by. People who scrape like knives have pain in their skin. Chen Songzi was suddenly sent back. The body regressed 4 or 5 steps before it stood firm. The old voice of the cloud sounded again. You are really good. Although it is only the cultivation base of the body protection realm, but there is also a glimpse of the realm of gods. Invincible in the same level. Chen Songzi's face revealed a stronger fighting spirit. My eyes are not only on the same level. Yun Kong smiled disdainfully. He felt that Chen Songzi was too arrogant. You want to leapfrog and challenge me to fulfill you. After speaking, Yun Kong's face was serious. Dragon head crutches. Dragon transformation. Everyone was surprised to find that his figure had disappeared. Could he be invisible? But Chen Songzi can see clearly. The sky is surrounded by a layer of faint cloud. It was all formed by his powerful true qi. Suddenly a dragon roar resounded throughout the audience. A dragon of clouds rises into the air. Open your teeth and claws to Chen Songzi. How could a dragon appear? Ordinary people who don't know why. They screamed in horror and fled outside. The clouds incarnate into Jackie Chan and float in the void. This is what I realized after 10 years of retreat. Let's take you to try the power first today. Chen Songzi stood there in high spirits. Come on. Today I'm going to kill the dragon. Arrogance. Yun Kong swooped towards Chen Songzi in anger. The faint dragon power makes people breathless. Facing a powerful blow from the clouds. Chen Songzi does not retreat, but advances and takes a step forward. Tianqian 3 punches first style. Open the mountain. Chen Songzi's punch was bland. But the whole hall seemed to shake. The dragon seems to have been strongly stimulated. Splash into the air. Some skills. I see how many more times you can use it. The dragon swooped down again. More violent than last time. Chen Songzi did not dare to neglect his body and stood straight. He explodes with all his might. Swing your hands back and forth in front of your chest a few times and punch out. Tianqian 3 punches second style. Cut off water. This time, both sides broke out with earth-shattering sounds. The entire dragon's body was shattered. The figure of the cloud is suspended in mid-air. Chen Songzi is no better. He was shocked to take 7 or 8 steps backward before he could stabilize his figure. Yun Kong's face was solemn at this time. Very powerful move. Last resort. Do your best to decide the winner. Chen Songziqiang held back the restlessness of the true qi in his body. That's the intention. Yun Kong whispered. Dragon hand. He took a deep breath and his palms clawed. Look at the giant claws cutting through the night sky like 2 lightning bolts. With infinite power, face Chen Songzi as a hood. Some grandmasters outside the venue were shocked. That's a stunt that has made clouds famous for decades. Chen Songzi raised his head and opened and closed his palms. Tianqian 3 punches third style. Fengzhen. The moment the two meet, the whole world seemed to tremble. After a loud bang, Yun Kong's body was shocked and flew out. Take 5 or 6 steps back to stand firm. However, Chen Songzi fell directly to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Cloud takes a deep breath. His body is also churning with qi and blood. If you are training for a few years, I'm definitely not your opponent. Yunshan looked at Chen Songzi and sneered. Dao Chang Chen, you lost. You should have the consciousness of a loser. Chen Songzi's eyes narrowed. Just say it. There was a glint of triumph in his eyes. Take your Mo family chamber of commerce and leave Zhonghai, otherwise we will fight you at all costs. Hearing this, Chen Songzi looked up to the sky and laughed, laughter full of disdain. Do you think I have no trump cards? Yunshan's face is full of mistakes. You don't bluff. You can't. Before he could finish, Chen Songzi is in everyone's attention. Bow in the direction of the hall door. Disciple Chen Songzi. Please ask the master to help. An old man who is feared by the entire magical city force. Now I'm actually bowing to a young man. Disciple Chen Songzi. Please ask the master to help. In a word, the audience was in an uproar. This old Taoist is already so strong, wouldn't his master be more perverted? In the spotlight, Chen Mo put his hands in his pockets. He walked leisurely to Chen Songzi. Fiery as fire, looking at Chen Mo who suddenly appeared. In addition to surprise, there is also horror in my heart. Chen Mo, don't mess around. And people started talking. No one believed Chen Mo. After all, he is too young. Yun Lei's face was complicated and whispered a reminder. Maybe he is really Chen Laodao's master. Yunshan immediately refuted. He is almost the grandson of Lao Dao Chen. Yun Lei snorted coldly. I couldn't even block a punch from him the other day. Hearing the words, Yunshan was full of shock. Is he the one who broke my son's leg? Chen Songzi still maintained the posture of bowing and saluting. Disciple lost. If you insult the master, please punish the master. Chen Mo looked at Chen Songzi with a flat face. He just practiced longer than you. It's okay for you to lose to him. Give you enough time to kill him like a chicken. Hear this. Yunshan was the first to stand out from the hall. Old ancestor is the existence they have always looked up to. Competing with an 18-year-old young man, to describe as killing chickens. Let me test your strength. After saying that, he jumped in the air. A bolt of lightning flashed across the palm of his hand. He pressed down on Chen Mo. Yun Qianling's face is full of excitement. As soon as my father came up, he used own housekeeping skills. I think Chen Mo will definitely die today. Fiery, but secretly worried. She really wanted to remind Chen Mo not to be strong. When Yunshan approaches, Chen Mortsai waved his hand sharply. You are still far away, let's change the clouds. Voice landing. Yunshan feels like it has encountered a Category 12 hurricane, as if fundamentally, the unrivaled power of heaven and earth. The whole person is fluttered. A slap flew out. There was silence. Everyone looked at Chen Mo in horror. Show disbelief. Yun Qianling let out a howl like killing a pig. My father is a body protection master. How can I not even stop you? Yunshan was helped up. A mouthful of hot blood suddenly spat out. The faces of the Yun family were extremely gloomy. It doesn't matter. The cloud slowly walked up the front 2 steps, like a dying old man. As long as the old man is still there, the Yun family will not fall. Seeing this, Yunshan's face was full of worry. He knew that the old man was dying. If you do it again, I'm afraid you will die. Yun Kong turned to look at him. I'm getting old, the future of the Yun family is up to you. He's obviously dying. The people of the Yun family shouted in unison. Old man. Yun Kong ignored everyone and walked in front of Chen Mo. A pair of cloudy eyes. Exudes a strong fighting spirit. The old man has not met an adversary for decades. You are the first to let me, an opponent who feels unbeatable. I hope this battle. You can draw a perfect conclusion to my life. Chen Mo nodded. I don't mean to despise the clouds at all. This is a true warrior. Cloud Sky roared. The dragon head crutch in his hand made a sound of hey. Then his old body. It gradually became taller and even younger. Everyone doesn't understand what's going on. Has it reached the realm of rejuvenation? Chen Mo was not surprised at all, but rather sighed. He is burning with his life. Why are you struggling? After this battle, win or lose, you will die. There is excitement and relief on Yun Kong's face. I want to see how strong I am. If you look up to the old man, go all out. Saying that, he suddenly shouted. Let you see the real dragon transformation. Take time. There was a mist all over him. A virtual fog dragon. Appear in mid-air, more concrete and real than before. Yunshan is full of excitement. Fog condensation, the old man's phantom dragon transformation, to reach this state. The dragon roared in mid-air. Then he swooped down towards Chen Mo. Looking at the behemoth that is rapidly crashing into itself, Chen Mo stepped forward with both feet. Tianqian Divine Fist First Form, Broken Mountains, the seemingly menacing dragon. He was blown away by Chen Mo's punch. The figure of the cloud is revealed. Spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. He excitedly wiped the corners of his mouth, happy. His figure twirled in mid-air. Transform into a dragon again. Bigger than before. Half the hall is occupied by the figure of the dragon. Tianquan Shenquan second style. Chen Mo went all out with every punch. It comes from a respect for the clouds. Jianjiang River. This punch broke through the dragon's layers of chi barrier. Take the body of the cloud. In an instant he flew upside down. Spurting blood in mid-air, child. Chen Song's face turned serious. He knows that this is Chen Mo. He is passing on his experience of Tianqian Divine Fist. Broken Mountains pays attention to the mighty unparalleled. Dividing Rivers is taking the heart directly. See this scene. The Yun family is worried one by one. The clouds suddenly jumped up from the ground. Standing in mid-air laughing wildly. Okay, happy. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise. As expected of the pillar of the Yun family. If it were someone else, they would have already exploded and died, Chen Mo murmured with his palms closed. Tianqian Divine Fist Third Form. His aura suddenly erupted. The air currents in the entire hall became violent. Cloud Sky is covered in robes. He could feel the power of Chen Mo's punch. This old man can see this kind of shocking martial skill in his life. It's not a waste of life. He does not retreat, but advances with a face of death. I saw the thunder and lightning in his hand. This is my swan song. Dragon Hand. Voice fall. 2 lightning bolts streaked across the night sky in the shape of a dragon, like a double dragon grabbing beads galloping towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced coldly at the clouds. Jin Qiankuan. A punch seems to change the color of heaven and earth. The whole hotel trembled. The chandeliers and decorations were shattered. After a long time, the smoke has dissipated. The figure of the cloud completely disappeared. Only Chen Mo was still standing there. The super family that has controlled the magical city for hundreds of years. Now I actually bow down to a young man. Just now. The ancestor of the Yun family did not hesitate to exhaust his life, use the strongest killing move, Dragon Hand. Chen Mo looked at the clouds coldly and shouted. Tianqian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan. This punch. It seems to change the color of the world. After a long time, the smoke has dissipated, the figure of the cloud completely disappeared. Only Chen Mo was still standing there. The old man burned out his life and still lost. A breath of despair pervades the hearts of all cloud families. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone looked at Chen Mo with awe on their faces. Defeat Yunshan. 3 punches to cut the clouds. Lai Qingzang secretly thought in his heart, if my Lai family can get him, must be able to enter the ranks of the super family. staring at Chen Mo like fire. There is also a trace of shame in my heart. Turns out he didn't need me to worry at all. Chen Mo's eyes swept over Yun Qianling. I break your legs as punishment. And yet you are still unrepentant. Saying that, Chen Mo pointed out Yun Qianling's forehead. Suddenly a blood hole appeared. No, Yun Shan roared in grief. Looking at Chen Mo's face. You've broken both his legs. Why take his life? His figure suddenly rushed towards the fire. I want you to get nothing. Lai Qingzang's motive for discovering Yun Shan. A roar reminded Ruhua to be careful. Although Yun Shan is no match for Chen Mo. But the Grandmaster fought to the death against an ordinary person. Even the God Glimpse realm can't stop it. As he approached the fire, a golden light flashed away. Punctured his chest at breakneck speed. The figure rushing forward from Yun Shan suddenly stopped. He didn't understand until he died. What is faster than him? The head of the family was killed. Everyone in the Yun family screamed and glared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at them with disdain. Let's face it. I can destroy you at will. At this moment, Chen Mo is like a demon god. The remaining Yun family collateral children. One by one, they were photographed by Chen Morwei, kneel on the ground to show surrender. Chen Mo glanced at them. Yunjia has since been included in the Morjia Chamber of Commerce. Those who disobey die. Then his eyes turned to the fire. Yeah. You don't have to bow to anyone. Fiery as fire is a little puzzled. Why are you being so nice to me? Chen Mo said with a faint smile. This is what I owe you. Hearing the words, he was even more confused. This is the second time we have met. Chen Mo shook his head without explanation. The enjoyment of the previous life should stay in the previous life. He doesn't want to let the fire become the second Murong Yanga. Finally, Chen Mo looked at Chen Songzi and ordered. Next, you find someone in charge of the Silent Family Chamber of Commerce, then return to Hanyang. At the same time, the sea south of China. An old man in a gossip costume. It is flying towards China at high speed on the sea. Soon, it flew to the top of Yanggui Lake Villa. He looked at the entire Luoyang slope. The land of China is really outstanding. There is still such a place full of spiritual energy. Xiong Chong took a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy made him intoxicated. Just then, a fiery red figure flew out of the villa. Xiong Chong glanced at Sang Sang, slightly surprised. See how old you are. Unexpectedly, there is already a cultivation base at the peak of the inner realm. It seems that Master Chen is indeed a bit sophisticated. After saying that, his face turned cold and he rushed towards Sang Ru. Just one punch. Sang Sang was directly smashed and flew out. Spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. The wolf fox fell to the ground and lost consciousness, not dead. Xiong Chong felt a little surprised, just as he was about to make up the knife. Stop! Yang Qingcheng suddenly flew out of the villa. Quickly landed next to Sang Sang to heal her wounds. Looking at the graceful body in front of me. Xiong Chong smiled. It seems that Master Chen likes it very much, being served by a female apprentice. Hear this. Yang Qingcheng shouted angrily. Shameless. The Fengming sword passed a touch of cold light. Take his head. And Xiong Chong just sticks out a finger. Block the sword. Let Fengming sword no longer be able to move forward. Yang Qingcheng's face changed wildly and retreated quickly. This is the person who has been her master since she became a master. The most powerful opponent I have ever encountered. She dared not lift the Fengming sword carelessly. Phoenix dance 9 days. A bright phoenix cry. Ringing through the entire Luoyang slope, Yang Qingcheng incarnated as a fire phoenix floating in the air. Facing Yang Qingcheng's heavenly phoenix sword technique, Xiong Chong's face was serious and he didn't dare to look down on it. He reached out and punched. King Kong Quan. Xiong Chong's arm suddenly swelled. Like an arm of the demon King Kong. Bang! Fire Phoenix issued a sound in mid-air. Mournful Phoenix. Yang Qingcheng was sent flying. He fell straight to the ground, tilted his head and passed out. However, Xiong Chong was also slashed by Yang Qingcheng, leave a wound on the body. Xiong Chong took out his phone and took a photo. Master Chen, I will wait for you for 3 days. If you don't come, then the lives of your 2 beloved disciples, I'll take it. Night. The power center of Beijing Huaxia. Hear the report from the subordinates. Jiang Heshan's face was full of shock. The 8-armed divine ape Song rushed back to him. You should contact Chen Mo immediately. 3 days later, almost all the warriors in Huaxia all rushed towards Yanggui Lake. No one wants to miss this amazing battle. Yang Qingcheng and Sang Sang were locked in the villa. Chen Mo heard the news and rushed back. Looking at the two, Chen Mo smiled slightly. Let them not worry. Xiongzhong looked at Chen Mo in shock. You are Master Chen. I didn't expect you to be so young. How did your cultivation come about? The undisguised killing intent on Chen Mo's face. You don't need to know, because you're going to die soon. I want him to traverse Southeast Asia for decades. Now he is despised by a young man. Xiongzhong is also furious. The two flew into the air very tacitly. Fist to fist. Xiongzhong was shocked and retreated 10 meters. Interesting. To actually confront me head-on. Saying that, he was not convinced and rushed up again. The two of you come and go. A dozen punches in a row in mid-air. That fierce fist wind. Take the swallow to the sky above the lake. Reeky mist swept away. Xiao Ming, who was watching the battle, asked with admiration on his face, what is the strength of these two people? Some elders are also in awe. I'm afraid they all have the strength of the God Glimpse realm, right? For a long time. Xiongzhong is a little impatient. Let's stop testing each other here. I saw him put his hands together and roared angrily. 8-armed King Kong. He turned into a giant King Kong. A ray of Buddha light illuminated the entire lake. Chen Mo could feel the power of Xiongzhong's move. But now he is already at the 6th level of condensation. Chen Mo took a step out with an indifferent face. Tianqian Divine Fist First Form. Broken mountains. Xiongzhong sneered disdainfully. In front of the 8 King Kong arms. Chen Mo is as small as an ant. It can also shake trees. Chen Mo's punch was devastating. Put the huge 8-armed King Kong in mid-air. Directly hit the lake. Everyone watching exclaimed. I have a successor in the Chinese martial arts world. At this time, the old man in Taoist robes said. This kid definitely has a secret. If you can force him to hand over these secrets. We hope to break through the realm of the gods. Another old man is a little worried. But just the two of us. I'm afraid I can't force him to tell the secret. The old man in a Taoist robe smiled. Under the great temptation of the gods. I believe it will be easy to find. Xiongzhong Wolf Fox took off from the lake. Seeing him like this, Chen Mo joked. Is it comfortable to soak in water? Xiongzhong was not angry after listening. Instead, he said with admiration. If it were me 30 years ago. There is only a dead end when I meet you. But it's different now. Let me show you now. My achievements over the past 30 years. Then he suddenly raised his hands. Called in a low voice. Advent of King Kong. Xiongzhong's body began to circle in place. The whole person is like an undead King Kong. You are the first person to be lucky enough to see it. Chen Mo sneered. I will also be the last. Because this is your last chance to use it. Speak out. I saw Xiongzhong's golden light flashing. His body had vanished into thin air. Chen Mo was also slightly stunned. His speed has skyrocketed several times. I can't see him with the naked eye. Chen Mo suddenly punched the back. A flash of golden light. Xiongzhong's figure appeared. You can find my location. But he thought it was just a coincidence. His body disappeared into the night sky again. Have you had enough? Chen Mo kicked directly in front. He directly took Xiongzhong out. Now he knows his speed. There is not much advantage in front of Chen Mo. Then I'll beat you head on. Xiongzhong shouted angrily and put his hands together. Once again cast the King Kong Demon Fist. He was transformed into a golden sun. Like a giant Buddha falling from the sky. Chen Mo does not retreat but advances. Raise your fist and take a step into the void. Tianqian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan. 2 punches intersect. Like a nuclear bomb exploding. Let out an earth-shattering bang. The whole fallen goose slope is shaking. There are ripples in the air that are visible to the naked eye. Suddenly Xiongzhong is whole, beaten and flew tens of meters away. However, Chen Mo's body was still standing in the air. Xiongzhong secretly adjusted his breath for a while, then he looked at Chen Mo solemnly. Now he can be said to have played his cards. At this point he has already given up. You kill my disciple, I hurt your female apprentice. Let's stop this. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. You didn't wake up, did you? Do you have any room for bargaining in front of me? Xiongzhong looked confident. I admit that you are strong. But it's definitely not that easy for you to kill me. I want to try it. As Chen Mo spoke, he called out the heavenly slash sword in his hand. Xiongzhong was shocked. Without hesitation, he rushed to the rear. The heavenly slicing sword slashed directly at him with a touch of golden light. I felt the sound of breaking the air behind me getting closer and closer. Seongchong had to give up the idea of avoiding. Turn around and swing a punch to send the heavenly slashing sword flying. Seeing this, I am overjoyed. The power of this flying sword is not strong, he's perfectly fine with the water. While he was secretly rejoicing, a trace of danger rose again. He hasn't had time to react yet. A golden light streaked across his neck. Let him be beheaded. See this scene. The old man in Taoist robes had a solemn face. Fortunately, Seongchong forced out his trump card, otherwise we don't know at all. He also has a flying sword. We're going to need more help. The day after the war ended, Yang Qingcheng and Sang Sang are still in retreat. An old man in a Taoist robe. Suddenly, Chen Mo arched his hands in front of him. Should you Huhua Mountain Fai Long Junren? I want to discuss something with Master Chen. Chen Mo snorted coldly. Are you avoiding negotiation? Come out. Fai Long Junren laughed. I told you so. We can't fool Master Chen. He just finished saying that the 12 old men showed their true bodies. They are all grandmasters over 50 years old. Chen Mo glanced at it and was a little confused. Because of the cultivation of these 12 people, it's all God glimpse realm. The undead group that has been hidden for hundreds of years is born. The competition is just to deal with a young man. Even Chen Mo was a little wrong. These 12 people were all divine glimpse realm martial artists. Are you here to destroy the world? Fei Longjunren's face was full of confidence at this time. You're not going to let us come back empty-handed, are you? Hand over your cultivation methods. We turn around and go. A sneer flashed across Chen Mo's face. Do you think there are too many people to force me to compromise? Fei Longjunren's voice is very threatening. We knew your strength last night. So we gathered so many people. Really? Chen Mo suddenly stretched out his hand. In the clouds above Yangui Lake. Suddenly there was a roar of thunder. You forgot one thing. This is my place. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he unleashed a spiritual force. The inverted 5-element formation was instantly activated. Take time. An incomparably huge formation appeared in the sky. Cover them all. Fei Longjunren's voice was filled with horror. What's going on here? Others are also messing around. He set up a formation here. We're already trapped. Fei Longjunren soon calmed down. What are you afraid of, with the combined strength of our 12? What formation can stop us? Then the 12 God-peeping realm grandmasters. In the inverted 5 elements formation, rush left and right. Like headless flies. Chen Mo said 3 words lightly. Sanwu weak water. Huge waves. A spiritual force entered the eye of the formation. Take time. A sea suddenly appeared under their feet. And this water has the power to erode bones. Then they found out. I was just battling a huge wave. In the next second, he suddenly came to the lava hell. Fei Longjunren comforted. This formation is so powerful. It must consume more spiritual power. I'm sure he won't last long. After a long time, Chen Mo removed the inverted 5-element formation. Fei Longjunren laughed proudly. The spiritual power of his formation finally can't take it anymore. Chen Mo chuckled and reached out his hand. I let you out. Because there's a little guy who's hungry and can't wait. There was another thunder in the clouds. Fei Longjunren and the others looked at the sky puzzled. Are you treating us like food? There seems to be something there. The clouds suddenly dispersed. A flood dragon with a red head and 2 horns. Open your bloody mouth and let out a roar. Then it hovered in the air for a week. Flying towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo reached out and gently stroked it. Good boy. The dragon suddenly became a 3-foot-long snake. Circling around Chen Mo. Go eat them. It's worth a year of hard work. See this scene. Fei Longjunren looked solemn. He let us out. It turned out to be for his pet. The others were stunned. He actually kept a dragon as a pet. That's so amazing. Run away. Are you really ready to be eaten by that dragon? Voice landing. All the old men fled in all directions. Chen Mo explained lightly. Go ahead, don't let any of them go. The red-scaled snake nodded. There was a light of excitement in his eyes. Catch up with them in the blink of an eye. Those who were exhausted by the great array of tossing. God-peeping realm powerhouse. Without exception, they were all eaten by red-scaled snakes. With its intelligence, in time, you will definitely become a dragon. But you have to leave the earth. Now you can be a mountain protection spirit beast first. This time, 12 god-peeping realms suddenly disappeared. Perhaps the forces of the martial arts world will reshuffle. But none of this has anything to do with Chen Mo. What he needs to do now is to improve his strength. To deal with the forces behind the scenes. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, late autumn has entered. On the clean boulevard of the campus of South China University, Chen Mo looked at Lai Ruhua and asked. Now your family is not making things difficult for you, right? It's like fire, stretch your arms and show your beautiful figure. Don't talk about my family. No one in the entire Zhonghai dares to make things difficult for me. Chen Mo nodded. It seems that the shock to everyone in Zhonghai. It worked really well. Fiery as fire suddenly laughed at himself. I always feel like I'm living a dream. The burden on my heart suddenly disappeared. I'm not used to it. The words as intense as fire shook Chen Mo's heart. He always thought he gave it to others. All the best. But is that really what others want the most? It seems that someone is looking for you over there. The fiery words interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. The young man bowed respectfully to Chen Mo. Chief asked me to inform you. Something seems to be wrong with the Condors. Chen Mo did not dare to delay and went directly to the training ground, and Xia Hailong was already waiting at the door. See Chen Mo's figure. He ran over in a hurry. It turned out that there was a problem with the cultivation of the team members. Now I have to temporarily stop practicing. Hearing this, Chen Mo frowned. There can't be a problem with the cultivation method he adapted. Xia Hailong dare not hide anything. Inform all the problems encountered. After the strength of the players enters the inner realm, suddenly became very belligerent. Often get into big fights over little things. Even life and death. Chen Mo's eyes swept over the team members. Has all met his expectations. But their hands were stained with blood. It's evil in itself. In addition, their cultivation has increased too fast. Therefore, it is impossible to control the power to become belligerent, now that we know the reason. Chen Mo commanded them. Do not practice during this time. I'm going to find you medicine. Heard there is a cure. Xia Hailong breathed a sigh of relief. But to build a foundation for so many people, you must use pills. Chen Mo knew that there must be a place. Yaowang Valley in Danfeng Mountain, Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province, Nangong Lintian, whom Chen Mo killed before. It is the contemporary head of the Mu family, Mu Jishue's nephew. This makes Chen Mo a little confused. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to come to the medicine now. Yaowang Valley entrance. A huge stone tablet. The child knelt quietly in front of the stone tablet. His whole body was shaking. To save my seriously ill father. The boy knelt in Medicine King Valley for 2.5 years. His whole body was shaking. Just one look at the boy. Chen Mo frowned secretly. Without immediate assistance, he was afraid that his life would be in danger, so he stretched out a hand. Eased the burden on his body with water essence energy. Water attribute essence energy slowly flowed into the boy's body. Repair his damaged body tissue. The boy recovers for the first time. Just kowtow to Chen Mo. Please. Save my dad. Chen Mo knew he had misunderstood. I'm also here for medicine. Hearing this, the boy's eyes darkened, expressing deep despair for the world. After understanding, it turns out the boy's father is seriously ill. He is only 11 years old. He wants to work, but no one dares to use him. Medicine King Valley is his only hope. He wanted to move the people inside with sincerity. There is never a shortage of dead people in front of the gate of Medicine King Valley, but never had mercy. Chen Mo promised him that he would cure his father. Ju Lide looked at Chen Mo with suspicion. Aren't you here for medicine too? And we really didn't have any money. Chen Mo just smiled slightly. I will do what I say. Then he took his father with him. Get up to a hotel. And the security guard saw, dirty Ju father and son. Immediately stopped Chen Mo and the others with a face full of disgust. Chen Mo glared at him coldly. Show them to the best room. All expenses are my responsibility. Chen Mo's breath. It made the security guard feel cold all over. He immediately changed his face and greeted him respectfully. Chen Mo noticed that Ju Lide looked surprisingly calm. He must have suffered more humiliation than this. Isn't this state of mind suitable for cultivating immortals? The next morning, Chen Mo used spiritual power to slightly change his appearance. Bring Ju Lide to the gate of Medicine King Valley. 2 powerful security guards stopped them. Medicine King Valley is not something you can enter if you want. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Ju Lide next to him explained softly. They're asking you for favors. Chen Mo suddenly realized. It's just that in his eyes, money is external. Chen Mo from the storage ring. Take out a stack of bills and hand it to the security guard. The security guard's eyes lit up. Received the bright red ticket happily. Enter Yao Wang Valley. Ju Lide opened his mouth to explain. Medicine King Valley doesn't want anyone to go in either. If you can afford to pay. Naturally not ordinary people. That's why they acquiesced to their behavior. Soon they came to the top of the mountain. I found a lot of people stopped outside. It seems that although it has passed the security level, but there are not many people who can really ask for medicine. There are 2 young men guarding the door. Yao Wang Valley is in short supply of medicinal materials recently. Only external exchanges are accepted. Hear this. Chen Mo also knew how to get in. He took out a white pill. I can use this pill in exchange. The 2 guards were slightly startled. They saw at a glance the extraordinary nature of the Peiyuan pill. One of the guards took the pill to report. After a while, the guards came out and became very respectful. Homeowner, please. Walk down a gravel road. There is a great hall not far ahead. There is a plaque hanging on the door. Medicine King Hall. Chen Mo brought Ju Lide into the hall. An old man in a black robe sat on the main seat. It is the contemporary head of the Mu family, Mu Jishue. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Was that pill refined by Master Ling just now? Chen Mo pointed at himself and said lightly. I made it. As soon as this sentence comes out, several Medicine King Valley executives were secretly surprised, so young to be able to refine the best elixir. Mu Jingfeng also stood up. Clasp your fists at Chen Mo to show respect. What's your business in coming to my Medicine King Valley? In order to hide his identity, Chen Mo changed his name to Mo Chen, in search of some medicinal herbs. Hearing this, Mu Jishue laughed. Then you've come to the right place. So what do you need? The medicinal materials of the immortal realm are definitely different from those of the earth, so Chen Mo proposed to go to the warehouse to have a look. A senior member of the Mu family immediately objected. My warehouse in Medicine King Valley, is it something that outsiders can see if they want to? Chen Mo also knew that the other party would disagree. It means that it can be exchanged with Dan Fang. The faces of everyone in the Mu family suddenly changed wildly. How precious is the elixir recipe of the best elixir? There was greed in their eyes. Ju Lide looked at Chen Mo and was moved. To treat his father. Chen Mo must have taken out something amazing. After the excitement, Mu Jishue still proposed cautiously. You have to give us the pill recipe to try first. The Mu family secretly complained that this condition was too harsh. What if you scare Chen Mo away? Others will definitely write it down after seeing it. A hint of disdain flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. I threw it at him without caring. A look of surprise appeared on Mu Jishue's face. He didn't expect Chen Mo to agree directly. So Mu Jishue took people into the secret room. There is a huge alchemy furnace inside. A touch of greed flashed in the eyes of a high-level official. His face became a little hideous. This pill must stay. Mu Jishue was also moved and nodded. You quickly transcribe the pill recipe. Seeing that he doesn't value this pill recipe at all, maybe he has something more precious than that. For example, the legendary elixir recipe, several elders said excitedly when they heard it. We'll keep him later. Come on. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the pill furnace. Mu Jingfeng ran out with a black and grey face. It's done. Is the best elixir. A group of wooden family members looked at the tray. Those crystal clear pills. It's definitely an ancient pill recipe. In the hall, Chen Mo sat on a chair and sipped tea leisurely. It should be practiced. Walking into the main hall, Mu Jingfeng coughed twice. Your pill recipe can't be practiced at all. Clearly fake. Mu Jingfeng, who was full of smiles, was stunned. I knew what was going on. This kind of greedy behavior will sooner or later harm the Mu family. Hearing this, Chen Mo said with a flat face. Since practice fails, then give me back the pill recipe. Mu Jishue also handed it back very happily. Chen Mo took the pill prescription and smiled strangely. I did some small spells on this pill recipe. Soon your memories will be gone. Including those transcribed words. Mu Jishue was shocked. Suddenly, several elders cried out in horror. I really can't remember. Even Mu Jingfeng sighed. I forgot too. Mu Jishue hurriedly stopped Chen Mo, who was about to leave. Wait a minute. Your share of the pill recipe is of limited value. You add a prescription for the best elixir. You can exchange it for our medicinal materials. Chen Mo suddenly laughed. Make international gestures towards them. You Medicine King Valley are really greedy. Hear this. Mu Jishue shouted angrily. How dare you humiliate me, Medicine King Valley? You don't have to leave today. The rest of the Mu family immediately understood their master's intentions. One after another stepped forward to block Chen Mo's way. Mu Zhengfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stand up and stand in front of Mu Jixue. I hope you can keep your heart. Don't be blinded by greed. But where can the current Mu Jixue listen to the advice? This kid insults our Medicine King Valley. If you don't teach him a lesson, how can I be worthy of the sages of the past? Get out of the way now. Mu Zhengfeng looked up to the sky and sighed. My Mu family will be destroyed by your hand sooner or later. Ignore him. Mu Jixue came to Chen Mo. You caught it yourself. Or let's do it. Chen Mo removed the spiritual power from his face and restored his original appearance. I'm not in the habit of giving up. Let me see how strong your Mu family is. Mu Jixue's face suddenly changed. So you are Master Chen. Mu Zhengfeng rushed out to dissuade. Don't put the whole wooden house in it. Mu Jixue pushed him away. This Medicine King Valley is still what I say. Chen Mo glanced at Zhu Lide. Close your eyes if you are afraid. Maybe a lot will die later. Zhu Lide shook his head. Firm face. Hand over the pill recipe to spare you from death. Mu Jixue shouted angrily and rushed over first. Chen Mo snorted coldly. Lift your foot directly and slam it on him. He was directly kicked out. Hit one of the stone pillars. The other disciples rushed up, trying to win with more people. But in the face of truly powerful forces, quantity never matters. Chen Mo just waved his hand. Those people were all sent flying. Chen Mo's tone was a little disdainful. This strength is much worse than other martial arts families. Is your Mu family capable of this? Mu Jixue's face was unusually ugly. My Mu family has been inherited for hundreds of years. The background is not what you can imagine. Come with me if you can. Chen Mo agreed with an indifferent face. He also looked at the alchemy family. What trump card is hidden? Mu Jixue took Chen Mo out of the hall. Walked down a path full of vines. In front of a mountain chamber. Mu Jixue knelt down to the secret room. Unworthy descendants of the Mu family, please come forward to solve the danger of the Mu family. Chen Mo looked slightly and secretly thought in his heart, what era is this old monster? After a while, the cyan stone door of the secret room slowly opened. One with a head. An old man walks out of a grassland. The old man looks old. But it gives people a feeling of admiration. The first family in the Chinese alchemy world. Willing to submit to a young man. Just now. In order to deal with Chen Mo, the Mu family invited their ancestors. The cyan stone door of the secret room slowly opened. One has a piece on his head. The old man of the grassland walks out. The old man looked at Mu Jixue and asked. You are the first generation of the Mu family. Mu Jixue replied respectfully. I am the 37th head of the Mu family. The old man's face was a little confused. So I've been in seclusion for over 60 years. Chen Mo was also a little wrong. Earth has no exercises. It can last for decades. It seems that he is supported by pills. Mu Hongdao's eyes regained their clarity. He looked down at Chen Mo and asked. Are you the one who wants to destroy my Mu family? Chen Mo is too lazy to explain. This Mu Hongdao is just a glimpse of the gods. Because your Mu family deserves to die. Hearing Yang, Mu Hongdao took a deep breath. The breath on his body suddenly exploded and shouted. 1,000 silk knot. More than a dozen layers of chi nets were formed in front of him. Chen Mo's face was indifferent. A light punch directly knocked him down and flew out. But the 1,000 silk knot is really extraordinary. Hirodoki was only slightly injured. But he also knew Chen Mo's strength. He let go of his haughty posture. My Mujia can let you take what you want. How about this is over? Chen Mo laughed. Your Mu family just played hooligans with me. Now you're talking to me about a deal again. Seeing that Hiromichi Kagi seemed to have made up his mind, he pulled out a black sheepskin scroll. Chen Mo's face changed. He could feel the filth on the scroll. That must be a very poisonous thing. I saw Mu Hongdao throwing the ancient scroll into the air. Then, the true chi was madly poured into the formation. Poison devouring immortal formation. Open. Suddenly the sky fell into darkness like the end of the day. Mu Hongdao's voice came from outside. The vine will devour all the creatures in the formation. Zhu Lide's small face, a dazed look full of horror. The Mu family around him disappeared at the same time. Chen Mo's eyes turned slightly. Celestial vine, there was a thin sound around. Poison ivy quickly stabbed at Chen Mo. With a thought in his heart, Chen Mo sacrificed the heavenly sword, cut these poison ivy from the root. But these poison ivy seem to be immortal. Soon a new one will grow. Since the beheading continues, then end you all. Chen Mo took out a jade talisman from the storage ring. Then a flame shot out from the jade talisman. Poison ivy is stained with the three-flavor real fire. The formation in the hands of Mu Hongdao on the cliff. Suddenly a fire rose. Turned into ash in a blink of an eye. But the flame didn't go out. It quickly spread to his body along his palm. During the engraving, Mu Hongdao was burned and his soul was destroyed. Mu Jishue was terrified. Hastily took a few steps back. The sky in front of Chen Mo regained its clarity. The great array of poison devouring immortals was declared destroyed. Take me to your Mu family's medicinal herb library. Mu Jishue sighed. He knew that the Mu family was powerless. Therefore, he respectfully brought Chen Mo to the medicine depot. The shelves are stocked with herbs. It's not like what Yao Wangu said at all. There is a shortage of medicinal materials. Chen Mo did not take the herbs immediately. Instead, they went up the stone steps to the second floor. Mu Jishue's expression changed. This is obviously too. Medicine King Valley was looted. The second floor is the library. Chen Mo looked at it roughly. These books are really hard for him to see. Suddenly an ancient book attracted him. Chen Mo finished reading the above content. A sudden smile appeared on his face. This was 800 years ago. The place where Danding Zhenren practices. Chen Mo suddenly looked at Mu Jishue. You have occupied other people's places of practice for hundreds of years. It's time to return it today. Mu Jishue's face turned pale. As the contemporary head of the Mu family, he still knows some things. But he didn't want to admit it. Otherwise, Chen Mo can take away the Valley of the Medicine King justifiably. While he was arguing, Chen Mo suddenly killed him. I changed my mind. I better let you just get out. After coming out of the pharmacy, Chen Mo blasted open the stone room where Mu Hongdao was in retreat. He wanted to see what was inside. A shrill voice came from the secret room. It's like a baby's hoof crying so hard. Suddenly, a self-image rushed out from inside. Fly straight west. Chen Mo stepped out into the air. Reach out and grab the self-image. His grab didn't work. Avoided by it deftly. And that thing was still in mid-air. Let out a shrill, weird laugh. Chen Mo's face was indifferent. Who will point to the void? Ban. Circle invisible barrier. Covering a space of 100 meters. The shadow let out a shrill scream. Let it escape in any direction. Will hit the invisible barrier. Chen Mo's storage ring flashed with a white light. Just absorbed it. Ju Li's childish and curious inquiry. What is that self-image? Chen Mo was in a good mood and explained. This is the water spirit in the power of the 5 elements. It is condensed from the purest water attribute essence energy. It is left over from the cultivation of the previous immortals. Return to the main hall of Medicine King Valley. The faces of the Mu family suddenly changed. What about the head of our family? Your ancestors and Mu Jishue are dead. After saying that, in the stunned eyes of everyone, Chen Mo slowly walked to his seat and sat down. Your Mu family can move to a new home. The Mu family immediately frowned. Presumptuous, that's my position as the head of the Mu family. Roll down. Chen Mo's face darkened and he waved his hand. The heavenly sword slashed across the necks of all the elders at a few speeds. Now you are the only one left in the upper echelons of the Mu family. How do you choose? Mu Jingfeng looked at the trembling junior. A look of humiliation appeared on his face. We are willing to surrender to you. Please let the members of the Mu family can continue to live in Medicine King Valley. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. He also needs someone to take care of Medicine King Valley. I can give you the elixir recipe for the best elixir. Let the Mu family sit firmly in the position of the first family in the alchemy world. Mu Jingfeng was ecstatic. This result far exceeded his expectations. Immediately bring everyone in the Mu family to kneel on the ground. I am willing to surrender. In the future, only Master Chen will follow suit. An opportunity to step into the path of immortality is in front of you. Will you give up your family and promise? After taking the Medicine King Valley, Chen Mo took out the required medicinal materials to refine the pills. Hand a calming spirit Guiyuan pill to Ju Li. The boy nodded gratefully. Give the pill to the seriously ill father. Chen Mo gazed at the boy in silence. How do you feel after seeing the martial arts world? Ju Li thought for a while. There was a hint of confusion on the little face. Before I met you, I went beyond a belief in saving my father. I have no memory of this world. Now I seem to be curious about the future. Desire to be strong like you. Chen Mo asked softly. Then leave your father. Maybe you'll die alone. Ju Lai nodded without hesitation. I don't care about my father when he gets better. As for loneliness, I've long been used to it. Chen Mo looked at him and thought for a while. Then are you willing to take a road of no return? From now on, your life will be in danger at any time. But you will also have extraordinary powers. A touch of excitement appeared on Ju Lai's face. It was a great opportunity for him. Chen Mo's face became serious. Enter my door and honor me as Lord. Chen Mo exuded a strong killing intent. Ju Lai seems to be haunted by countless demons. I would. There was something immature in his voice. But it reveals a firmness that penetrates the golden stone. Chen Mo looked at Ju Lai with a smile. There is unabashed admiration in the eyes. Apprentice. Hear this. Ju Lai knelt on the ground with a thud. Meet the master. Chen Mo reached out and pointed between his eyebrows. Imprinted Xian Dao Zonggong into his mind. Then he asked him to go to Chaisang Yanggui Lake. There is one of your senior sisters there. It won't be long before he can step into the condensation realm. He will feel a whole new world. After that, Chen Mo returned to the Condor Special Forces base, hand the foundation building down to Jiang Heishan. The strength of these special forces will be taken to a new level. If nothing else, they will all become grandmasters. Jiang Heishan instantly froze in place. A special operations team composed of 36 grandmasters. I believe it will make all countries shudder. This kid finally did a good thing. As soon as Chen Mo came out, he received a call from Xu Zihao. His anxious voice came from over there. Something happened to Xiao Qian. Chen Mo rushed back to his hometown Fengshan County nonstop. Nai Xiao Qian lying on the bed. I took a look at her situation. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. This girl has actually reached the Grandmaster realm. But her meridians are almost messed up. She has to clear her damaged meridians. Chen Mo helped Nai Xiao Qian's body up. Then start pumping spiritual power into her body. Xu Zihao looked at this scene with a wry smile in his heart. They are all legendary warriors. A full half hour. Even with Chen Mo's strength, sweat appeared on his forehead. Nai Xiao Qian also woke up. She struggled to get up from the bed. Chen Mo asked the reason with a solemn expression. Could it be Yuzun of Yinling sect? Nai Xiao Qian shook her head. Her cultivation was achieved by the original devil seed. Because now she only has martial arts cultivation, very little knowledge of cultivation. So I went to some famous mountains and rivers to try my luck. She really found a strange place. But was ambushed by 3 powerful people. And she was beaten pretty badly. Finally, he desperately escaped. After saying that, Nai Xiao Qian took out a jade pendant. This is when I came out. Something inexplicably extra. Chen Mo reached out to catch it and looked carefully. It is a piece of jade containing the essence of heaven and earth. This should be a piece of identity jade talisman. Suddenly found his storage ring. Same as this jade pendant's spiritual power fluctuation. Is it Void Mountain? There was a hint of curiosity in Chen Mo's eyes. That place could be a big opportunity. So he let Nai Xiao Qian lead the way to Daliang Mountain, looking at the clouded mountains ahead. Nai Xiao Qian still has lingering fears. Along the way, I also found many people traveling together. Most of them are martial artists. Nai Xiao Qian whispered hurriedly. It seems that the news has been exposed. It doesn't matter if they dare to make trouble and kill. All the way to the depths of Daliang Mountain. Nai Xiao Qian pointed forward. Entrance in the clouds. Right there. Chen Mo's eyes flashed and he immediately quickened his pace. This move immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding warriors. They followed the two. Soon the valley was within feet. Suddenly, 3 old men stood in front of everyone. The woman with the jade talisman is back. See those 3? Nai Xiao Qian immediately said angrily. They were the ones who hurt me. Hand over the jade talisman. An old man with blue spots on his face. Roar. Flying towards Nai Xiao Qian. Chen Mo had some doubts in his heart at the moment. The strength of the 3 should be a body protection master. But it is stronger than the Grandmaster of the God Glimpse realm. Chen Mo didn't have time to think. He hurriedly punched in front of Nai Xiao Qian. Just send the old man flying. The old man of Qingban is also secretly different. Which sect is this kid? Cultivated genius. The leading old man looked at Chen Mo differently. Which lineage are you from? Chen Mo did not answer directly and asked. Which lineage are you from? The old man thought that Chen Mo was also a member of the sect. So unsuspecting reply. We are one of the 12 Lingyun sects. Chen Mo's heart moved. So there are many more. The same sect as you. This sentence just came out. The old man realized that he was wanted. They rushed towards Chen Mo together in anger. Chen Mo dared not be careless. Let Nai Xiaoqian hide behind. Dealing with 3 ancient martial arts elders alone. They punched Chen Mo from 3 directions. Powerful pressure makes the surrounding space all shaking. The warriors who rushed over saw this scene. Shocked expressions. Chen Mo also felt a little pressure. Draw a semicircle on the chest. Then it was launched. The 3 old men were immediately shocked and flew out. They took a few steps backwards, looking at Chen Mo in disbelief. The pseudo-warriors of the secular world, to have such strength. Do you want to give up the jade talisman on that woman? The boss flashed a trace of pain. Take out your cards. The voice just fell. The 3 of them shouted at the same time. Sansai sword formation. Their figures began to circle in place. In the end, there was almost no sign of the 3 of them. Immediately after, an incomparably huge black longsword. Strange appearance in mid-air. It exudes a powerful aura that is daunting. The 3 old men just turned around. Then followed by an incomparably huge black longsword. It appeared weirdly in mid-air. The smell it exudes is daunting. Although Nai Xiaoqian has confidence in Chen Mo, after seeing the power of the opponent's attack, I can't help but worry. The giant sword slashed at Chen Mo's head. Space collapsed everywhere it passed. Chen Mo didn't dare to look down on him. Concentrate a large amount of Reiki on the left hand. Tianqian Divine Fist first form. Broken mountains. The 2 sides intersected with a bang. The whole world seemed to shake. 3 old men again. Shocked and flew out. The wolf criminal fell to the ground. In contrast, Chen Mo just took 2 steps back. The 3 looked at Chen Mo in shock. This kid is too strong. Immediately go back and report to the sect master. Chen Mo stopped them with a flash. Did I let you go? As he spoke, he raised his left hand. The surrounding aura quickly gathered in mid-air. Go quickly! The boss exclaimed. Immediately burst out of the full-speed panic escape room. The boss and the second child are left too late to escape. I can only grit my teeth to buy him time. Overreach. Chen Mo gently pushed the light ball. An invisible fluctuation hit the 2 of them. The 2 immediately vomited blood. Then there was the sound of bones breaking. Hear movement. The boss 100 meters away is very sad. My Lingyun sect will definitely avenge today's revenge. Suddenly a golden light flashed. The heavenly sword with the naked eye, almost invisible speed. Right through his body. He fell from mid-air. I can't see until I die. Chen Mo slowly came to Nai Xiaoqian's side. Are you sure this is it? Because he can't feel it. There is an enchantment. Nai Xiaoqian nodded seriously. This is definitely it. I can't remember wrong. Chen Mo looked a little puzzled. Could it be a small world that floats? The specific location where it appears, and time is completely random. A few days later, various forces in Huaxia have been dispatched one after another. Daliang Mountain is crowded with warriors. Chen Mo didn't care about that. They won't shoot unless someone provokes them. In order to ensure the safety of Nai Xiaoqian, Chen Mo handed her a defensive jade pendant. After that, the 2 simply closed their eyes and adjusted their breath, waiting quietly. Suddenly an ear-piercing scream sounded. Nai Xiaoqian suddenly opened her eyes, ran to the edge of the cliff to check and exclaim. There's a fight going on. Chen Mo glanced at it. Saw the valley below. The few people who are chasing, the man being hunted shouted. Who can protect me? I am willing to send the identity jade talisman of Void Mountain. Hear this. The warrior's breathing was a little short. But no one wants to trade their life for it. The middle-aged man is a little angry. He threw the jade talisman out with a ruthless heart. It flew right towards where Chen Mo was. Chen Mo didn't even want to raise his hand to catch it. The man laughed out loud. You're in luck. It depends on whether your strength can be maintained. Those pursuers immediately targeted Chen Mo. Hand over the jade talisman. Not far. Li Zi, the genius of the Li family, also saw Chen Mo. I can't believe we're meeting here. How far have you grown now? Chen Mo directly put the jade talisman into his arms. This jade talisman flies into my hand and it's mine. 3 men in black shouted together. Kill him! While speaking, he attacked Chen Mo. A warrior at the peak of the region's inner realm. Chen Mo just waved his hand. The 3 immediately flew upside down and died tragically on the spot. Li Zeddy's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked. He doesn't seem to be giving it his all. The old man next to him looked serious. That kid's cultivation method. It should have the effect of hiding cultivation. Hearing this, Li Zi was even more shocked. His cultivation, you can't even see through the master. Don't worry, he is at most a body protection master. In the Western Valley. Suddenly a blue light was emitted. Everyone is looking at the looming. Like a hill hidden in the clouds. Chen Mo glanced at Nai Xiaoqian. He was instructed to follow him. When they arrived, a large number of martial artists have already gathered there. They seem to be blocked by some force. What did the warriors in front realize? We have no identity jade talisman, so I can't enter the Void Mountain. There was chaos. The battle for identity jade talismans began. There are warriors without long eyes, trying to stop Chen Mo and the 2. He killed him directly. Chen Mo took Nai Xiaoqian into the portal. In front of him was a huge palace. Those who enter are all in the square. Chen Mo was secretly happy. There are powerful spiritual fluctuations here. It's really a cave for cultivators. Nai Xiaoqian said in a trembling voice. I feel something eerie about this palace. Why don't we go in there? Chen Mo gave her a reassuring look. It'll be all right with me. There is a fine barrier in front of the palace. People are at a loss for what to do about it. Chen Mo slowly walked forward, reaching out to the barrier and touching it. The warriors were slightly stunned. What does this kid want to do? Does he think he can break the circle? And a layer of light flashed by. The barrier rippled like water, then disappeared without a trace. All the warriors who questioned Chen Mo just now. Shame on the face. Find a crack in the ground and get in there. Enter the palace. The aura here is more powerful than the outside world, 1,000 times richer. Nai Xiaoqian closes her eyes, greedily breathing in the rich spiritual energy here. I feel like I want to fall asleep. Not only Nai Xiaoqian. Many warriors simply sat on the ground. Start practicing. But Chen Mo was secretly worried. It will definitely be here, give rise to some powerful life. It is impossible to practice with peace of mind. So he urged Nai Xiaoqian. I don't know when it will close here. Let's find out. Suddenly an explosion on the ground. Following a creature several meters tall, emerging from the ground, exposed to public view. It was a man with long grey hair. A giant monster with a long tail. An ordinary mouse. It grew to a height of 10 meters. It turned out that it slipped into the ancient immortal mansion. Be nourished by the rich spiritual energy here. Finally evolved into a monster. The mouse let out a strange cry. A few young warriors who suddenly rushed to the edge. Chen Mo directly stood in front of them. A punch to the monster. Its huge body was actually sent flying. The elders of several martial artists shouted angrily. We can't just watch. He attacked the demon beast. Chen Mo ignored it when he saw this. Let's explore here first. Nai Xiaoqian looked at the stone tower behind. Someone is already ahead. And the first warriors to reach the stone tower. By a group of armored Ni puppets. Blocking the way. They all have the strength of this Grandmaster. Should be the guardian of this stone tower. This batch of warriors can only be slightly block their pace. To accelerate the pace, Chen Mo directly joined the battle circle. Soon, these guilty puppets were all killed. There must be a lot of good stuff hidden in there. Greed appeared on the faces of those warriors. He rushed directly towards the stone tower. Chen Mo stood where he was and was not in a hurry to go in. He can sense the stone tower. There is a very powerful spiritual power fluctuation, and with a hint of death. Sure enough. Dozens of warriors who just entered. Only a few people escaped shouting. There is a ghost in it. Just when everyone started to back off. Chen Mortsai said faintly to Nai Xiaoqian. It's time for us to go in and have a look. Nai Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment, then he carefully followed behind Chen Mo. The first floor of the stone tower is messy. There are also wooden frames that have not yet been fully decomposed. It should be placed. Place for sacrificial supplies. Nai Xiaoqian looked at the black iron sheet on the ground. Can decay metal products like this? How long will it take? Chen Mo said softly without answering. Let's go up to the second floor and have a look, and the second floor was empty. Chen Mo looked at the empty room and made a sound. Come on out, and his answer was a strange wind. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. If you refuse to show up, then I will force you to come out. Stop. A dull voice suddenly sounded out of thin air. A translucent figure. Show your figure at the position of the stone ladder entrance. Nai Xiaoqian felt her legs trembling. Really, ghost? The voice of the evil spirit is dull. Are you a survivor of that war? Chen Mo did not answer. Continue to extract useful information. How long has it been since the Great War? The evil spirit thought slightly. It seems to be recalling what happened back then. It's been so long I can't remember. Chen Mo continued to ask who won. Hearing this, the evil spirit felt a little emotional. It seems that the war back then was not worth it. No winners. In fact, everyone lost. Chen Mo began to ask again where this place was. The evil spirit looked around. Is this a spirit tower? After speaking, the evil spirit suddenly thought of something. Signs of madness. I am an Lu Qian. How could I possibly die? The evil spirit suddenly emitted a black mist, attacking the surroundings. Chen Mo knew it had gone crazy. So let Nai Xiaoqian run to the third floor first. Chen Mo took out a jade pendant. 3 flavors true fire array is activated. Shoot at the evil spirit and drive it back. Then he followed up to the third floor. There are only rows of spirit places inside, and Lingqian, and Qingqian, and Potian. This should be the spiritual tower to settle down. Chen Mo has some regrets. If you can find any clues here, perhaps we can know the earth. What exactly happened? After coming out, face the questions of the crowd. Chen Mo shook his head and explained. It's the spirit of the dead. Then he brought Nai Xiaoqian to a palace. There are also dozens of warriors standing there. It seems that there are many entrances to the Void Mountain. The plaque above the palace reads Sangyun Temple. Nai Xiaoqian asked curiously, why don't these people go in? Chen Mo replied faintly that there is a magic circle, then a woman in a long red dress. Hearing Chen Mo's words, he went forward to say hello. I don't know if you have a way to break the formation. Chen Mo looked at her. It was found that the woman was also an ancient martial artist. There was a flash of surprise in the woman's eyes. Other men want to eat her. And this young man. I just glanced at it lightly. Xia Qing at the flying feather gate. Chen Mo turned his head away and ignored her. Because he could see that this woman was scheming. The young warrior on the side mocked. Feiyu Xia Qing, one of the 4 spirits of the ancient Wu lineage. There will be times when people are left out. Xia Qing ignored him. Continue to approach Chen Mo and ask. Aren't you from the ancient martial arts lineage? And Chen Mo still did not answer. This made Xia Qing secretly angry. As the genius of Flying Feather Gate, never had she received such a cold reception. Let's go inside, Chen Mo said and walked towards the palace. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Was he not afraid of being struck by lightning? Chen Mo gazed into the void in front of the palace. There are patterns. He stretched out his hand to test a wave of spiritual power. Immediately a thunderbolt sounded in the sky. Chen Mo was a little disdainful. It's just a lightning trap. It seems that this Taoist Sangsong is nothing more than that. Chen Mo reached out and grabbed the void. Streams of thunder poured down on him. After a while, it slowly weakens until it disappears. Then everyone followed Chen Mo and walked in. The palace is empty. Only 2 rows of rosewood Grandmaster chairs are placed side by side. See this scene in front of you. Everyone showed tears and mourning expressions. Nai Xiaoqian is also a little lost. Go to great lengths just to take a look at the dilapidated hall. Just then, the stone door of the main hall closed automatically. The entire hall suddenly fell into darkness. Chen Mo reached out and took Nai Xiaoqian's little hand, seriously told to follow him. Suddenly an old voice ringing in the hall. Why do I clearly see that door? But there has been no way to get in. The warriors looked around in panic. A middle-aged man who looks like a scholar in his own clothes suddenly appeared on the Taisha chair. The deity is Taoist Sangsong. Chen Mo showed a touch of disdain on his face. A mere grievance. Dare to call yourself the deity? Daoist Sangsong's face changed wildly and roared. I am Pine. I won't be resentful. He became angry. He rushed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo shouted coldly. Roll. The punch directly sent him flying. Daoist Sangsong looked at Chen Mo in shock. You are an ancient descendant. Then can you give me the answer? Hearing this, Chen Mo became more convinced of his judgment. in that distant era, existed on Earth. A very prosperous civilization. You ask. Daoist Sangsong remembered something extremely angry. Back then, my strength had already broken through the realm of the gods, become a fairy that everyone admires. In the end, it turned out that this was just the beginning. Huaxia sacrificed dozens of grandmasters. I just found the immortal mansion that has disappeared for thousands of years. Now they learn that the immortals they admire. But it is only the beginning of stepping into the road of immortal cultivation. The faith in everyone's hearts collapsed at this time. Doesn't it mean that the entire Chinese martial arts world, no one can be considered a cultivator? Daoist Sangsong's tone was full of unwillingness. I clearly saw that place. But you can't get in anyway. Could it be that the fairy gate has been closed? As he spoke, he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, I'm not reconciled. Chen Mo doesn't know, where did he see it? But certainly not beyond Earth. Fairy, never boundary. What you see is not a fairy world at all. Hear this. Daoist Sangsong seems to have realized something. Fairy, no boundary. Suddenly he looked at Chen Mo greedily. I will take you away. Then complete my past life, what wasn't done. Chen Mo chuckled. The idea is good. But can you do it? Daoist Sangsong's face was full of. I have a backup. Countless fluorescent lights suddenly appeared in the palace. Look carefully, it is a sharp sword with a cold light. Daoist Sangsong stood up and picked up his hand. Heart-devouring sword formation, sword in mid-air. Immediately stab at Chen Mo. Countless indiscriminate attacks of spirit swords. Chen Mo couldn't escape at all. Let the sword stick in your body. Nai Xiaoqian exclaimed. It's too late to go to the rescue. Daoist Sangsong laughed proudly. So what if you're an ancient descendant? This is a sword formation handed down from ancient times. Next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Because of Chen Mo's figure. Strange appearance out of thin air, and standing right in front of him in the void. Daoist Sangsong's smile suddenly stopped. Looking at Chen Mo with a ghost expression on his face, and Nai Xiaoqian almost cried. If something happens to Chen Mo, she didn't know what to do. I can't ask anything useful. Chen Mo punched him directly. Daoist Sangsong let out a shrill roar. And then completely vanished. Chen Mo sighed slightly. A grudge can actually repair the entity. As expected of the only immortal 1,000 years ago, Nai Xiaoqian suddenly hugged him excitedly. Chen Mo also has lingering fears. If he hadn't prepared to refine the substitute talisman in advance, this time it's dangerous. Not long after Chen Mo and others leave, the Void Mountain suddenly collapsed. In just a moment, the whole mountain disappeared into the world. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Daoist Sangsong is obviously the Void Mountain that was later occupied. His disappearance won't make the Void Mountain collapse. He always had a bad feeling. But he didn't think much of it. He has one more thing to do. That is to go to Guanju Cai's house to collect debts. Looking at Chen Mo who suddenly arrived, Cai Wenya was also slightly surprised, and she can't make up her mind at all. So he took Chen Mo to the Cai family. All the Cai family members look bad. Staring at Chen Mo, the head of the family, Cai Yingwen, obviously will not hand over half of the estate. Proposed to give 10 times the cost of the pill. Hearing this, Chen Mo sneered. Then I don't want the money. But I'm going to take my elixir. Cai Wenyo asked doubtfully. What do you mean? The elixir has been taken by my grandfather. Chen Mo's tone was without a trace of emotion. Of course he took his life. Hear this. All Cai family executives suddenly got up and glared at Chen Mo. Arrogance. Cai Yingwen did not panic at all. Since we can't talk, then take this challenge. It's the master who you killed Master Jiang before. Yulong Zhenren. If you win, my Cai family will accept the terms. Chen Mo glanced at him coldly. Okay, but I'm going to make a bet. I want all the properties of your Cai family, and the life of your old master. Cai Yingwen's face changed greatly. You are going to destroy my Cai family. Chen Mo gave him a cold look. You are unwilling to fulfill your promise, but you perfunctory me. This is the price. 3 days later, the first person in the Guanju magic world, the news of the meeting with Master Chen spread. Yulong Mountain was packed with people early on. Chen Mo came to the scene in black casual clothes. Yulong Zhenren looks handsome and has an elegant temperament. A pair of immortals. I didn't expect Master Chen to be so young. Chen Mo was also somewhat impressed. Can cultivate magic to this state. You are the first person I have ever met. Let me see the spell. What's so great about it? Jade Dragon Shinran nodded and pointed. Trap Dragon Lock. 2 invisible spiritual chains suddenly emerge from the void. Hold Chen Mo firmly. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. It is indeed much stronger than that great Master Jiang. Jade Dragon Shinran snorted coldly. Continue to cast the spell Tornado Kill. A tornado appeared out of thin air. Go straight to Chen Mo's strangulation. Chen Mo clenched his fists. Directly smash the 2 spiritual power chains. Then step out and punch. The tornado that was raging disappeared directly in mid-air. Yulong Junren was stunned. This kid actually resolved it with 1 punch easily. What is his strength? Time to try my attack. Chen Mo secretly shouted. Tianqian Divine Fist First Form. Broken Mountains. Jade Dragon Junren's face suddenly changed. He quickly took out a copy. Ancient books glowing with silver. Print a palm on it. Star Barrier. Circle silver light screen wraps him inside. That terrible blow. It didn't break on the silver screen. Even Chen Mo was surprised. But he didn't give Jade Dragon Junren's chance to breathe. Another punch. Yulong Junren hurriedly opened the second page. A silver light in the sky. A giant meteor hammer appeared out of thin air. 2 powerful forces meet. Make a loud bang. A mushroom-shaped cloud erupted. Feel the power of this blow from the 2 of them. The spectators were all shocked. Cai Ying's heart is warm and Jifei is uneasy. If Yulong Junren defeats him, the Cai family will be doomed. Jade Dragon Junren's face was incomparably pale. He made up some kind of determination. It seems that only the 3rd spell can be used. I saw him bite his finger. A fierce slap was printed on the Book of Heavenly Dry. Starfall. Take time. A silver light appeared above Chen Mo's head. Exudes an extremely dangerous atmosphere. The real Jade Dragon looked at Chen Mo. Look like you're winning. How powerful is my trick? Those starlight light clusters in the sky. Suddenly all fell towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face was flat and he punched the sky. Tianqian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan. Powerful fluctuations rippled rapidly. The whole night sky seemed to shake. Very powerful attack. But you almost beat me. Chen Mo's indifferent voice sounded again. Cai Wenyo also opened her mouth in shock. He seemed to be unharmed. Yulong Junren cannot accept this result. This is already the Book of Heaven and Earth, the final attack. Chen Mo looked at him and said lightly, if that's all you have, then I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Jade Dragon Junren suddenly smiled strangely. This is my Jade Dragon Mountain. I will not lose. As he spoke, he held the Book of Heaven and Earth in both hands. His face murmured devoutly. Disciple Yulong borrowed the 10,000 star formation for use, then spit out a stream of blood and sprayed it on the book. Take time. The Book of Dry Heaven turned into a silver light that shone directly into the sky. The full moon in the night sky has become dim. Everyone suddenly felt an oppressive aura. It's hard for them to breathe. Even Chen Mo was surprised. Power of Heaven and Earth. This formation was left behind by ancient cultivators. The man spat blood on the book. The book turned into a silver light that shone into the sky. Turned into a bright star. Even the full moon has become dim. Everyone immediately felt an oppressive aura. Makes it difficult for them to breathe. Chen Mo was also surprised. Power of Heaven and Earth. This formation was left behind by ancient cultivators. The stars are shining brightly in the night sky. It's a vast web. Pouring towards Chen Mo Galaxy Waterfall. Chen Mo felt that he had been locked by the array. Can't escape at all. In desperation, he had no choice but to resist. A golden light rushed out of Chen Mo's body. The heavenly slashing sword instantly turned into a giant sword. Against the pouring. The silver beam of light greeted him. Yulong Junren sneered. Running against the might of heaven and earth. Live or die. And the next second he was shocked. Because that silver beam of light was blocked by the heavenly slashing sword. Can't fall anymore. Suddenly, the heavenly sword couldn't hold it anymore and was bounced away. The silver beam of light began to approach Chen Mo. Cai Wenyo was overjoyed. Chen Mo is not dead, her Cai family has trouble sleeping and eating. In the blink of an eye, the silver beam of light had already reached Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo seemed powerless to resist. Let that silver beam of light fall. There was a loud bang. A strong light erupted from Chen Mo's location. It took a few seconds to disappear. Chen Mo's original location. It has become a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of miles. Jade Dragon Shinran sneered out of breath. Under the formation of 10,000 stars, he must die. Cai Wenyo stood on the edge of the deep pit, gritting her teeth. The damn guy is finally dead. Just when the Cai family breathed a sigh of relief, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. Immediately after, a figure jumped out of the void. Chen Mo is covered in dust. It looks a little awkward overall. Jade Dragon Real Eye almost fell to the ground. How is that possible? Chen Mo said coldly. How can you measure my ability? After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. The heavenly slashing sword slashed directly across his neck. Yulong Junren has long been the end of the force. There was no strength left to resist Chen Mo's attack. Chen Mo glanced at the Cai family. Go back and get ready. Tomorrow I will take back what belongs to me. Hearing this, Cai Ingwen's body shook, kneeling on the ground with a dead face. Chen Mo ignored them. Turn around and come to the Jade Dragon Temple. If it weren't for the high-grade magic bronze mirror just now, I guess his body is already in disrepair. Looking at the treasures that Yulong Junren has collected for many years, Chen Mo's mood was a lot more relaxed. Day 2. Chen Mo went to the Cai family. Almost all the Cai family in the compound arrived. There is anger and unwillingness on everyone's face. Chen Mo's eyes froze. Framed Master Cai. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Do any of you have an opinion? A junior couldn't help but ask. Why did you take everything from my Cai family? Chen Mo glanced at the angry young man. Because I'm bigger than your Cai family's fist. Is this reason okay? Mr. Cai looked at Chen Mo and sighed. Is there really no room for relaxation? Chen Mo's attitude is very firm. There's no room for negotiation. Mr. Cai looked compassionate. Please raise your hand and don't kill these juniors. Chen Mo nodded. One finger pierced directly between his eyebrows. Wait until the Cai family is emotional, when slightly stable. Chen Mortsai spoke slowly. Now hand over all your assets. Cai Ingwen's fists were tight. My Cai family Centennial Foundation, don't let you touch it easily. Chen Mo's eyes were cold. The fork is to point out and kill him directly. At this time, Chen Mo is like a killing god. Who else can be responsible for the Cai family? If not, don't blame me for killing. A senior member of the Cai family stood up. I can be responsible for. Chen Mo glanced at him and said lightly. After counting the assets of the Cai family, you can help me take care of the Cai family for the time being. If you don't want to leave, you can choose to stay and help. Everyone in the Cai family finally settled down. You don't have to worry about being on the street anymore. Cai Wenyo looked at everyone with a surprised expression. Immediately shouted angrily. He just put. Your original things are returned to you. Do you still have any backbone? Chen Mo glanced coldly at Cai Wenyo. Someone is trying to stir up trouble. You can see and deal with it yourself. Cai Yingwe lowered his head in fear. Please rest assured, Master Chen, I know how to do it. Cai Wenyo was taken aback. What do you want? Cai Yingwe showed a sinister sneer on his face. Who would like to wait for this lady? A young man volunteered to stand up. Looking up and down at Cai Wenyo's slim figure, the young man picked her up and strode away. If it falls into his hands, Cai Wenyo has dared not imagine what happened after that. She was so anxious that she cried out loud. I am also a Cai family member. Cai Yingwe shouted coldly. If you hadn't provoked Master Chen. How did the Cai family end up where they are today? Left the Cai family. Chen Mo came to the top of Yulong Mountain to practice. Because he is about to break through to the 7th level of condensation. This is a watershed in the condensation realm. Need to go through a baptism of thunder. A bolt of lightning pierced the night sky. The originally clear night sky suddenly thunder and lightning. A bucket of thunder. Peeking out of the clouds. Chen Mo rushed towards thunder. After a burst of electricity passes through the sound of the human body, Chen Mo was bathed in thunder. The heavenly tribulation that all cultivators avoid. This man took the initiative to meet him. Let the lightning strike you. He was actually using heavenly thunder to refine his body. What a crazy move. After the lightning tribulation, Chen Mo returned to the ground. Feel the changes in your body. A satisfied look appeared on his face. He actually reached the realm of dragon shape ahead of schedule. Generally, only in the Golden Core realm can cultivation be successful, after the battle with Yulong Junren. Chen Mo felt that his strength was still not enough. He wants to start practicing Zhuangtianzong. Hunyuan is immortal, so he summoned the water spirit from the storage ring. Let it spit out a little deep-sea stone. Shuaixing Jingling nodded reluctantly. This is equivalent to causing it to deplete its own cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Mo handed him a golden jade bead. The water spirit immediately became excited. It keeps circling and seems to be begging Chen Mo. Chen Mo thought to himself. In the future, give him more food with metallic essence energy. I don't know how far it will grow. Before leaving, Chen Mo felt the need to beat up the Cai family. At a crossroads, a woman with unkempt clothes and ceremony building, kneeling on the side of the street, begging people all the time. Chen Mo recognized her as Cai Wenyo at a glance, once arrogant and beautiful lady. It's unrecognizable now. Cai Wenyo trembled slightly and lowered her head. There was a deep hatred in his eyes. You got the wrong person. Chen Mo crouched down to ask why. After some conversation, Chen Mo stood up and reached out to her. Maybe I can bring you back to life. At this time, Cai Yinghua was sitting in the main seat, looking at the crowd with arrogance. As the desire for power expands, he has already planned to break away from Chen Mo's control, sell the entire Cai family to others. What are you selling? A flat voice came from outside the door. Chen Mo brings a brand new. Cai Wenyo walked in. Cai Yinghua's face changed instantly. The body trembled involuntarily. Chen Mo looked at him quietly. I can put you in power or I can make you fall. See for yourself. In Cai Wenyo's eyes, a palpable flash of hatred. Thinking of her being killed by a dozen people, when you take turns bullying. Cai Wenyo suddenly took out 7 songs, shoot him in the chest. Cai Yinghua's eyes widened in horror. He didn't expect to be in the hands of this woman. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. How does it feel to have your revenge? Cai Wenyo's leaked expression. Do you mind if I kill a few more? Then slowly walk. Those who bullied her. Take time. Screams resounded throughout the hall. Not for a while. There are more than a dozen rulers lying under Cai Wenyo's feet. Chen Mo looked at her and said lightly, if you were to be the head of the Cai family. From now on, I am willing to obey. Hear this. Cai Wenyo knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. I would. Only Cai Wenyo, who hates the Cai family, is the most suitable person to run the Cai family. Chen Mo was just about to go back to Chaisang, suddenly received a call from Jiang Yao. Said I wanted to ask him for help with something. At the entrance of Northwestern University, Jiang Yao is wearing a black down jacket. Long hair, smooth patches scattered over the shoulders, attracted the attention of many past boys. Her best friend Lin Meiling asked curiously. Why don't you come in? And Xiao has been looking for you. Hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly blushed. You know I don't like him at all. Lin Meiling sighed slightly. That's the young master who settled down. What can you do if he doesn't let go? Jiang Yao's eyes dimmed. As soon as he comes, there will be a way. Yao Yao. Chen Mo saw it as soon as he arrived, the girl who is waiting. Jiang Yao's face flushed red. With Chen Mo's arm. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Be my shield. Lin Meiling looked at Jiang Yao with a confused face. Is that your solution? Chen Mo looked at Jiang Yao and did not refuse. Of course he knew Jiang Yao's feelings for him. It's just that he was destined to go against the sky. Repeat Xiuxian Road. The 2 generations are human, but they will eventually lose this girl. Lin Meiling couldn't help but pout. This Chen Mo is going to be out of luck. Jiang Yao took Chen Mo into the hotel. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, other students joked. And Xiao, you can't even see a vase, can you? And Ling Hua's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Jiang Yao to bring an outsider. Get up and join this class reunion. So he ordered his younger brother to the side. Kick that kid out. The man with glasses nodded. Go straight to Jiang Yao. I'll take you to An Xiao's side. As for people who are not from our school, we won't stay. Jiang Yao's face turned white when she heard that. Pull Chen Mo and leave. Now Anling Wharton is in a hurry. If you want to die, Jiang Yao will leave like this, then he must be laughed at by others. He hurriedly stood up and asked to stay. The visitor is a guest. Chen Mo nodded and agreed to stay. If you leave like this, Jiang Yao's life will be even worse in the future. The man with glasses is sarcastic. He's still shameless and doesn't leave. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to refute, Chen Mo suddenly turned around and spit out 3 words. Roll, and then there's this terrible pressure. The man with glasses seemed to see an ancient beast. He was opening his bloody mouth and jumping towards himself. Frightened, he collapsed to the ground. And Ling Hua frowned slightly. Is this kid an ancient martial artist? That won't deal with him for now. So he made a sanctimonious round. The reunion is a festive day. I hope you all have fun. After the party, I can get you to the Northwest Summit. The other students were immediately excited. That's the top party in the entire Northwest. Jiang Yao asked in a low voice, is the summit similar to the one in Hanyang? Chen Mo nodded. Just a bunch of rich parties. That doesn't make much sense. Jiang Yao is not interested in these. Lin Meiling was a little surprised. That's the biggest event in the Northwest. Do you have the heart to let me go alone? Jiang Yao was a little embarrassed, so she had to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled slightly. If you want to go, go ahead. And Ling Wharton was happy. Northwest Summit is his home turf. Day 2. The crowd came to the venue. The students all looked excited. Lin Meiling was also full of excitement. The summit my dad couldn't even attend. Unexpectedly, I did it. Jiang Yao glanced at her helplessly. What's there to be proud of beating your own dad? Then the director of the summit stopped the 3 of them. Someone reported you for stealing something. You're coming with us? I didn't wait for Chen Mo to speak. Jiang Yao couldn't help but explain aloud. Is there some misunderstanding? And Lin Meiling saw it. And Ling Hua not far away. There was a guess in my heart. This is what he arranged on purpose. Chen Mo said with a flat face. You don't deserve to pick on me. Let the people behind you come in person. Supervisor Liu was furious. Get him for me. Several big men in black suits immediately pounced on Chen Mo with a bad face. Chen Mo just spit out a word coldly. Roll. The men knelt on the ground. Can't have any thoughts of resistance. The crowd watching the fun exploded. Does that kid know some magic? That's enough. And Ling Hua, who was hiding in the dark, finally showed up. There is also a middle-aged man behind him. You have guts. How dare you do it here? Jiang Yao saw and Ling Hua appear. Rarely angry roar. This is your arrangement, right? And Ling Hua ignored her. Facing the middle-aged man behind him, say politely, please do it. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Mo. There is a touch of disdain in the light. If you kneel down now. Before he could finish, Chen Mo suddenly slapped him out. Noise. He was directly sent flying out. And Ling Hua's face was still calm. Dare to hit people at the West Sea Summit. Naturally someone will take care of you. Just then, a woman with a long ponytail, with all the guards, and strode in. Who dares to make trouble here? And Ling Hua immediately pointed at Chen Mo. Just this kid. Jiang Yao retorted angrily. Brother Chen Mo is in self-defense. The moments where Yui saw Chen Mo suddenly froze in place. She quickly took out her phone. Opened the phone album. It was actually a photo of Chen Mo. The eldest son of a super family was deposed. Not only did they not dare to retaliate, he also respectfully asked the young man for forgiveness. Not long ago, in order to make a fool of Chen Mo, and Ling Hua arranged for someone to slander him for stealing. Then a woman with a long ponytail strolled in with a few guards. And Wen Yui saw Chen Mo for a moment. In the shocked eyes of everyone, suddenly kneeled down on one knee facing Chen Mo. Meet the benefactor. Even Chen Mo is a little confused. It turned out that it was after he got rid of the Gongsun family. Many families have benefited greatly. The Zhou family is the one who has received the greatest favor. Zhou Yui glanced coldly at An Ling Hua. You are competing to frame Master Chen for the An family. Don't be afraid that your father will break your leg. And Ling Hua disagreed. You want to be his lackey? Don't take us home. Presumptuous. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. And Shiqing's eyes were about to burst into flames. I'm also the dog in your mouth. Saying that, and Shiqing walked quickly to Chen Mo's side. Bend down respectfully. Meet Master Chen. Then his eyes turned to An Ling Hua. An old face is gloomy and scary. The beast doesn't come to kowtow and admit his mistake. Lin Meiling watched this dramatic scene. Mouth to mouth in surprise. The interest in Chen Mo is also growing stronger. And Ling Wharton was not happy. Make him admit his mistake in front of so many people, might as well just kill him. And Shiqing's face was livid. He turned around and begged Chen Mo to spare his life. Chen Mo nodded. Exonerated from death penalty, living sin. Then he raised his hand and hit his legs. And Ling screamed in pain, collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. Chen Mo looked at An Shicheng and said coldly, "Go back and discipline more. If there is a next time, no one can save him. Shock live home. This time, no one should dare to harass Jiang Yao anymore." Seeing Chen Mo leaving, all the bosses present bowed their heads and saluted. Northwest Airport. Jiang Yao fiddles with the corners of her clothes with both hands. There is some reluctance in the eyes. "Are you going back now?" Chen Mo has always felt guilty about her. "I will go back to Wuzhou to see you during the winter vacation." Jiang Yao's eyes are flashing. "I used to like someone. So worried." Just as Chen Mo was about to leave, an anonymous message suddenly came from the phone. "There is a spiritual medicine born in the depths of Yangdang Mountain, although I don't know if the news is true or false, but what he lacks most now is elixir." So he went to Yangdang Mountain alone. Along the way, many warriors were also discovered. Apparently they got the same message. Soon, Chen Mo reached the edge of the valley. There is a pool in the middle. There is a general trend of absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. A brightly colored flower grows from the rock. Chen Mo was shocked. It's actually a 9-leaf purple orchid, and what puzzled him was, why are there no spirit beasts guarding here? Suddenly, the purple orchid bloomed with brilliant light. A faint fragrance began to fill the valley. Too late to think. Chen Mo directly flew up and landed on the black stone. Then he waved his hand and unleashed a wave of spiritual power. Form a blue light curtain. Block out all the warriors who come to compete. Chen Mo took off the purple orchid. A satisfied look appeared on his face. And he suddenly noticed something. I saw the originally calm pool. Suddenly it rolled up to form a monstrous water curtain. The other warriors were shocked, looking at the vision in the sky in horror. A slender figure flew in from a distance, pointing at Chen Mo, who was trapped by the water curtain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to become violent and restless. The endless curtain of water rolls back, turn into a water dragon and pounce on Chen Mo. Chen Mo was startled. This is clearly a trap for him. He punched with a rare solemn expression. The dark black fist is facing the water dragon. Directly crush the water dragon. However, Chen Mo did not relax at all. Because this is just a test of the great formation. "Who are you?" The woman floated in midair and sneered. "I want to know who I am. First come out of this ancient immortal cultivation formation and ask," and she raised her hand. A cyan light appeared in midair. Xiantian becomes blue dragon. Water filled with green mountains, earth burial immortal. As the woman finished singing, the water in the pool seemed to be boiling. Turned into a water blue dragon again. The woman in black has sweat on her forehead. Obviously, she's also very expensive. The woman in black looked at Chen Mo in the formation, with a vengeful sneer. "I see how you resist." The blue dragon roars in the sky, like a monster with its mouth open. Chen Mo's face was solemn. This is a true cultivator, and seems to have a deep hatred for him. But there was no room for him to think much. Chen Mo put his hands together. A circle of golden light rose from his body, like a golden Buddha. Let the water dragon keep hitting. Chen Mo still sat firmly in the void. The woman in black looks at this scene. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. It's not moving the king's body. But do you think that's the end? Let you taste the taste of 1 yuan heavy water. After saying that, she had an extra drop in her hand. Crystal clear water droplets. Chen Mo's face became solemn. This is something that even Divine Realm warriors fear. What is her origin? But for now, we can only take it hard. A breath of death leaked out from Chen Mo's body. The time scroll of the long river of history appears in the eyes. Silence. Chen Mo suspended a hand in the void and pointed it into a sword. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Next second, the silver dragon shattered and the cracks in the earth healed. The azure dragon water array collapsed directly. The woman in black revealed a deep sense of unwillingness. Join the azure dragon array of 1 yuan heavy water. I can't help him. Chen Mo was suspended in the void, looking down at the mysterious woman in black. Who the hell are you? The woman in black snorted shyly. You will never know in your next life. Then he turned and ran away. Chen Mo picked up his hand. The heavenly slashing sword turned into a golden light, quickly slashed towards the woman in black. A cyan light shines on her body. Jian Qian was unable to break through and was ejected. I want to stay in my next life. The woman in black smiled and fled quickly. Chen Mo did not catch up. Wait until it is confirmed that the woman in black has escaped. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turns out that Chen Mo is just bluff to scare her away. He has been poisoned into his body. What kind of woman? Jingling beaten immortal to serious injury. The woman in black cast an ancient formation. Let Chen Mo be injured for the first time since he was reborn. Fortunately, he used the heavenly slashing sword bluff to scare her away. Chen Mo didn't expect her to be a cultivator. And he also has the treasure of 1 yuan heavy water. Chen Mo came to a cave to retreat and heal. To get rid of toxins as soon as possible, he can only risk using the purple heart orchid. A spiritual force is used to turn it into spiritual liquid. Just inhaled. The powerful spiritual power almost burst his body. Chen Mo said. Suppress the irritable energy in the body with all your strength. Although he cultivated the primordial immortal body, but his body still can't take it. So I released the water spirit. Now let go of your appetite and eat. Water walking spirit rejoicing. Absorb the manic energy in Chen Mo's body to the fullest. Half a month later, Li Sufang is lying on the chair with a decadent face. The whole person seems to be 10 years older. Wen Qing stood beside her with a guilty face. Because the Li family launched a general attack on Manhwa group. In just half a month, Manhwa was on the verge of bankruptcy. Li Sufang's eyes flashed with resentment. Hate the father's ruthlessness. Wen Jin seemed to have thought of something. Maybe Xiao Mo can do something? Li Sufang shook her head. We are facing 50 billion. Even if Xiao Mo can fight again, it's useless. I'm not a fool who only knows how to fight. Chen Mo suddenly appeared in the office. See someone coming. Li Sufang was immediately ecstatic. Chen Mo came behind her and helped her stretch her muscles. Don't worry, Mom, I will accompany you to face anything. It turned out to be half a month ago. Jiang Heshan called Chen Mo. Informed the plight of Manhwa group. He also warned Chen Mo not to go on a killing spree. After all, this is purely commercial competition. Chen Mo disapproves of this. Now his wealth is beyond his means. Li Sufang sighed helplessly. There's a $50 billion funding gap. I'm afraid Manhwa will go bankrupt this time. Later you, Chen Mo interrupted her and said aloud. If you are short of money, tell me earlier, I can ask for a lot of money. Li Sufang was surprised to hear this. That's 50 billion. In order to reassure Li Sufang, Chen Mo told Lin Shui. Appear as an investor. You're welcome. This is what I should do. After saying that, he did not forget to throw a wink at Chen Mo. Afterwards, Li Sufang looked at Chen Mo with suspicion. Why did Shui Lin say it should be done? And look in your eyes. Looking weird. Thinking of this, she seemed to understand. Are you being taken care of by others? Chen Mo hurriedly explained when he heard it. Have you watched too many Xiaoming videos? Let's think about what we're going to do. Hear this. Li Sufang regained her composure and showed a sneer. Block the message first. I will hit the Li family in the face tomorrow. Day 2. Li Wen brought people to the door to collect debts. Fourth sister, this is your last chance. Although President Wang and Li Sufang are old friends. But he can't afford to offend the Li family. Li Sufang revealed a faint smile. Please settle it. How much do I want to pay back in total from Manhwa group? President Wang took out the list that had already been cleared. Even if Manhwa group is taken away, more than 20 billion in debt still needs to be repaid. Li Wen doesn't care about the relationship between brother and sister. My conditions are still valid. Better than going to jail. Li Sufang chuckled. Want to hit me Manhwa group? Not so easy. Xiaoqing, pay back the bank account. Wen Qing nodded. He handed the check in his hand to President Wang. He immediately called to confirm. Not for a while. President Wang smiled and greeted. Debt owed by Manhwa group. It's all paid off. I'll take my leave. Li Wen's eyes are complicated. There was a deep shock in his eyes. Chen Mo suddenly stood up and said lightly. Go back and tell your master. Don't forget the 3-year contract. Li Wen snorted coldly. Not 3 years. The Li family will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. After taking everyone away, Li Sufang fell directly on the table. Chen Mo saw Li Sufang's exhaustion. Walk over quietly. Inject a gentle spiritual force into her body. Li Sufang only thinks. Eyelids become extremely heavy. Consciousness is also a little blurry. Chen Mo revealed a gentle smile. Remember the ignorant self in the previous life. I never cared if my mother was tired or not. Make him feel deeply guilty. When Qing on the side sighed secretly in her heart. Mo really grew up. Day 2. Kang Heshan issued an emergency mission. If you want Chen Mo, you must attend in person. You will fight on behalf of the national interest. And you'll get what you want. That is the battlefield of peace. Jiang Heshan's voice became serious. Seems to be in awe of that place. That place is a special space. Danger and opportunity coexist. Now it's just the big 5. To be eligible to select 7 fighters to enter the competition. The loser needs to agree to the winner's demands. To resolve international disputes. This time, Huaxia has pressed on Wantai Island. Jiang Heshan looked at Chen Mo and said earnestly. Peaceful battlefields cannot rely solely on force. Intelligence is as important as diplomacy. After speaking, he brought Chen Mo to a conference room. There are already 5 people waiting for him inside. Chen Mo only knows one person, Xia Hailong. The others seem to despise him. After all, Chen Mo looks too young. A woman in Xingyi suddenly chuckled. The smile is flamboyant and coquettish. This little brother looks good. Saying that, Feng Mian came closer to Chen Mo. I blew my breath. Sister will protect you. Chen Mo's face was expressionless and his voice was indifferent. If you're casting a spell on me, I'll let you taste it. The taste of being devoured by the spirit. Feng Mian was stunned for a moment. There was shock in his eyes. He actually noticed my charm. Xia Hailong showed a smile. I underestimate that Captain Chen will eat it. Jiang Heshan suddenly said seriously. From now on, you have to be consistent with the outside world, and then he talks about the rules of a peaceful battlefield. Players from each country. For the purpose of hunting exotic beasts, for 3 days. The most beast cores you get in the end wins. While hunting exotic beasts, beware of being plotted, because you can kill people at will inside. Day 2. The group came to a small island. In the center of the island stood several huge pillars. Jiang Heshan opened his mouth to explain. This is the opening formation of the peaceful battlefield. Then he introduced the other participants. The United States is a few tall and crooked people. But a red-robed archbishop came to Eagle Kingdom. A few more ascetics followed. Then another group of people came in. They're all carrying big wooden boxes. There are 4 people still carrying a coffin. Chen Mo looked at these people. I didn't feel any energy fluctuations. Inside the coffin, he couldn't see what it was. The last to come in were the Russians. One by one. Height is more than a few meters. Chen Mo's heart moved slightly. These Russians actually have demon blood. After waiting for the contestants to enter the circle, the warrior on the pillar shouted loudly. Peace battlefield. Start now. This is a war that belongs to the 5 rogue nations. The loser needs to agree to the winner's demands. To resolve international disputes. This time, Huaxia has pressed Wantai Island even more, as the garrisons of various countries shouted. Start! A dazzling white light flashed. The spatial gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation. Chen Mo and the others were teleported to a small forest. The sky is dark. Captain Ji Wuya said seriously. Internationally, we have good relations with Russia. They are all excluded by the other 3 countries. We can choose to join forces with them. There was no objection. Chen Mo is not worried about these. All the way, the things scattered around. Most of them are products of modern civilization. Suddenly there was a burst ahead. Minor fluctuations. Feng Mian immediately reminded loudly. Something is coming out. An ugly exotic beast emerged from the ground. Like a combination of a scorpion and a snail. Everyone took out their weapons and was on guard. Chen Mo was a little stunned. Because they are all high-grade magic weapons. Jiang Heshan must have sent it to them. What the hell is mine? Zhongjun took the time to look at Chen Mo. Where's your weapon? You're not going to do it empty-handed, are you? Chen Mo's tone is a little sour. I have no weapons. At this time, Ji Wuya, already giving orders. After Thunder War probes the strength of the exotic beast. The others are attacking head-on together. Feng Mian is responsible for supporting from the side. Distribution completed. A few people rushed up. Leave Chen Mo standing alone. Lei Zhong rushed to the front with the lightning halberd. A sky thunder is guided by a thunder battle. Hit down on the head of the exotic beast. The exotic beast roared up to the sky and seemed to be enraged. A brown liquid suddenly spewed out of its mouth. Ji Wuya behind him hurriedly reminded. Come to me. Talking about his gossip shield. Emit a golden light. Cover everyone inside. That venom cannot corrupt spiritual power. Generated shield. Thunder War takes this opportunity to raise the thunder halberd. He stabbed the beast in the abdomen. The exotic beast let out an angry roar. 2 giant pliers on the head smashed down on him. Ji Wuya shouted. Bear it head on with the gossip shield. This violent blow. At this time, Feng Mian, who had been observing for a long time, suddenly made a sound. Its weakness is in the eyes. Ji Wuya and the 4 of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The cooperation of several people is very tacit. Zhongjin hit the beast in the eyes with a pair of gloves. Finally, his head was chopped off by a thunderstorm. After the battle, everyone stepped forward together. A beast core was held by Li Xiao in his hand. Give this beast core to team leader Ji. Several people nodded separately. Ji Wuya is indeed a great credit. Chen Mo looked at the counter on his wrist. After his name, it changed from 0 to 1. The crowd continues to move forward. Come to a hillside and look down. There is a magnificent city. And obviously not on Earth. Because Lianjing City, less than a tenth of the city. Xia Hailong took a deep breath. This place is like a temple. I can smell the air. Unique incense taste. Suddenly he pointed to a pile of ruins ahead. There seems to be light there. Several people looked along Xia Hailong's fingers. It's a burning oil lamp. Chen Mo was slightly stunned. He felt a faint spiritual power. Just when a few people were thinking. Xia Hailong exclaimed again. There are words on this stone. Chen Mo and the others also walked over curiously. Delay in temple. Several people felt their hair stand on end. Legend of Great Leiyin Temple, suppressing powerful demons. Do you think it will be down here? Ji Wui hasn't had time to finish her words yet. The ground beneath my feet began to shake violently. Feng Mian suddenly became very serious. I feel something underground. There's a fear that makes my soul shudder. The others cried out in horror. Why can't I move? The legs seem to be nailed to the ground. Chen Mo can't move at all. Back then, his master, Donghua Immortal Emperor, why did you pass by the barren earth of Riki? Isn't it accidental? Suddenly a big dry hand. It came out of the ground. Like a living person buried in the ground. Chen Mo and the others widened their eyes. It was a giant brown hand. It's the size of a tank. The big hand lay on the ground and emitted bursts of green light. Next second, several found that lives were being lost. It's sucking our life essence. Chen Mo was also secretly anxious. I'm considering whether to use some secret techniques. The oil lamp that was originally in the palm of the statue. Suddenly it flew up in the air, emitting circles of golden light. The severed arm seemed to be afraid of the oil lamp. Trembling on the ground. Finally it makes a sound. An unwilling roar. Then it was sealed back into the ground. The flame of the oil lamp also went out. At the same time, several also regained control of their legs. Absorbed the power of life essence. Also disappeared. But the next second, everyone seems to have lost their memory. For what just happened? Forgot clearly. Chen Mo's memory is also slowly being forgotten. Only the ancient oil lamp suddenly appeared in his consciousness. As we all know, in the legend of Huaxia, the Great Leiyin Temple, suppressing a demon that makes the world tremble. It's just sticking out from the ground and breaking the hand. Let everyone feel that their souls are trembling. Even Chen Mo, who had been reborn, could not move. When an ancient oil lamp suppressed the broken hand. Everyone lost their memory. Forget everything that just happened. Ji Wuya suddenly shouted. Why are you still standing here? Don't waste time. We must hunt exotic beasts as soon as possible. Chen Mo continued to move forward with the others. I'm thinking to myself. If this is really the Great Thunderclap Monastery, what force could destroy it? After seeing the fairy world, Chen Mo is still too much. Look down on the parent planet Earth, leaving this city in ruins. Ji Wuya looked at it, ranking above the counter. Found that Huaxia is still the last. So he proposed to hunt exotic beasts separately. Because I didn't find any strengths in Chen Mo. Let him join the Fengmian group. Distribution completed. Ji Wuya took out a stone. This is the positioning stone talisman. It can sense within 200 kilometers. each other's position, saying that, I will send a piece to everyone. Everyone try not to exceed this range. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly came forward, proposed to act alone. Although these people have been targeting him, but they still don't want anything to happen to Chen Mo in their hearts. Even Ji Wuya is discouraging. Chen Mo said with a confident smile, I wouldn't joke with my own life. Seeing that Chen Mo did not listen to advice, Ji Wuya thought for a moment and agreed. Several people separate Chen Mo alone and began to head east. All the way, Chen Mo killed a few exotic beasts. But he didn't type the counter right away. It was thrown into the storage ring. Soon, Chen Mo walked out of the range of the positioning stone. Now he can let go and explore. Just as he was about to move on, 2 Americans stopped him. One is a metahuman who controls wind elements. The other is a cyber sci-fi man. Cyber woman with 2 arms. Turned into a machine gun muzzle, directly shooting at Chen Mo. And the psychic flies into the air. Summon powerful wind blades. Covering Chen Mo. Chen Mo praised him while avoiding. Open space coordination, this matches well. Saying that, he left an afterimage in place. He punched the cyber woman in the chest. When she flew out, bullets are fired indiscriminately, almost hit the metahuman in mid-air. He ducked and cursed. But Chen Mo didn't understand either. It's just that I don't know what material this mech is made of. It wasn't damaged by his punch. The cyberwoman stood up. The machine gun in his hand was replaced by a sprayer. This surprised Chen Mo. If this is a set for every Chinese soldier, military power can definitely improve a lot. Although thinking so, Chen Mo did not delay his full attack. A palm cut off her head like a knife. The metahumans in the sky are terrified. OD, what power is this? Saying that, he didn't care about his companions on the ground and turned around and ran away. The heavenly slashing sword carries a touch of golden light, directly pierced his body. Chen Mo searched for the 2 of them. Except for Cyberwoman's mecha. They also found many spirit stones on their bodies. This made Chen Mo very interested. Maybe it's time to go abroad. When Chen Mo came to a small forest, the sound of fighting came not far away. 2 bestial Russians kneel on the ground. One of the werewolves discovered Chen Mo. He immediately cried out for help. Friends from Huaxia, we need your help. But after finding out that Chen Mo was alone, the werewolf was a little disappointed. We're already injured and can't walk away. You'd better leave. Chen Mo smiled slightly. This Russian is very kind. Then he looked at the other 4 and said nothing. Just treat them with contempt. Put up a finger. This action works better than any provocative words. Sure enough, an Englishman riding the earth with a long sword just rushed over. Chen Mo kicked him back. He didn't do his best. It's not too early. Expose your power. A few crooked people behind him Jilagwala. He was shocked by the strength displayed by Chen Mo. Even the Russian werewolf. I can't help but inquire about the strength of Huaxia. Chen Mo just said something coldly. You have already crossed the river. Worry about your own safety first. The werewolf looked depressed. Could it be that the mud bodhisattva crossing the river is a code word? The holy knights charged again. And the 3 seem ready to go together. An American starts to chant in the back. The temperature in the air suddenly rises. The last ascetic slowly raised his hands. A holy light shrouded Chen Mo in the sky. Their strength is much stronger than the God Glimpse realm. Chen Mo didn't dare to drink carelessly. Tianxian Divine Fist 3rd form. Jin Qiankuan. After that, throw a punch. The whole world seemed to shake. Several people felt a terrifying suction. Instantly evacuate the heaven and earth essence energy with a radius of 1 kilometer. Powerful forces destroy. Sweeping around. The 3 were directly sent flying. Several wolves and foxes crawled up, then run back without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Mo said goodbye to the 2 werewolves. Continue to explore the secrets here. Until the 3rd day. Chen Mo didn't find any useful information either. But all the way down. The exotic beasts have killed a lot. Let Huaxia be directly promoted to the 1st place. After hiding a large number of beast cores, Chen Mo plans to join the others. Glanced at the positioning stone. Found them all in one place. Chen Mo secretly screamed bad. At the same time, on the edge of a stone mountain, Ji Wuya and the others were surrounded by people from other countries. Even Russia is involved. Ji Wuya looked at them with anger on his face. Pewed. Are you not afraid of affecting the relationship between our two countries? The giant bear awkward laughed. Your Huaxia is now number 1. I have to betray you for now. Zhongzhen was also stunned after hearing it. Why did you suddenly run to the first place? What the hell did Chen Mo do? Just as they were struggling to the death, the American-led people had a dispute with them. It seems that it is to divide the beast core. Ji Wuya's face became solemn. Chen Mo is approaching us quickly. This guy doesn't know it's a trap. When Chen Mo appeared, the 6 immediately waved and shouted at him. You go quickly, let's stop them. Ji Wuya frowned even more. Retreat immediately. This is an order. Chen Mo ignored them. Thinking in my heart that I can't just kill these people. They have to be given a chance to escape. Chen Mo suddenly jumped down. None of you will die. Because I'm here. Then he stretched out his right hand and pointed like a sword. A golden light flashed. A warning line was drawn in front of him. Crosser dies. In order to defeat the rising Eastern Dragon China, the Western powers have come together as never before. Even well-connected Russia is involved. Chen Mo stretched out his right hand and pointed like a sword. Draw a line in front of him. Crosser dies. Ji Wuya and the others looked at Chen Mo and frowned slightly. Just him. How can it be against everyone in Shikoku? A grumpy American soldier. He took out a big axe and rushed over. Chen Mo snorted coldly. I told you. Crosser dies. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A golden light quickly passed through his neck. Ji suddenly stopped. A look of horror appeared on his face. Then the huge body fell down. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The American Night Watch was killed in one move. Xia Hailong laughed happily. We are really saved. Li Xiao poured cold water. Even if Chen Mo killed a GR. Next time, they won't just send one person. He just finished speaking. Several elites of the other party stood up at the same time, equivalent to the power of a medium-sized country. And they worked very well together. First, 2 Russian orcs led the charge. Then the great magician sings behind him. Balala energy. Kandora. Followed by an ascetic with his hands raised. God's judgment. A milky and self-colored holy light fell from the sky. At the same time, the 2 round table riders raised their long swords. A huge light blade was cut horizontally and vertically. Holy light cross. Finally, the Holy Knight of the Eagle Kingdom also raised his sword. Word sprint. Facing the full force of a few people. Chen Mo snorted coldly. Short memory. As he spoke, his fists gathered spiritual energy. Tianqian Divine Fist 4th form. Destroy the sky. Take time. The circle of golden light rippled around. As if a punch was about to break open the space. The attacks of several people were stained like destruction. They all flew upside down. Life and death are unknown. This punch bullies all beings. Everyone seemed to have seen this punch kill the immortal. Dwelling in demons, watching my men die tragically. The rest of the leaders were grieving. Arthur was furious and opened a coffin. There is a sword in the big stone inside. It's the sword of King Arthur. A sky-soaring sword chi makes people's hearts tremble. And the red-robed archbishop rested his hands on his chest. One flew out of his palm. Pudikiang resisted the great revulsion in his heart. Become a half-human, half-bear monster. The most powerful leaders of the 4 countries attacked at the same time. And still try my best. Ji Wuya and the others suddenly looked solemn. Prepare to block this blow for Chen Mo. However, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. The weapons of Western countries are not bad. I saw Chen Mo raise his hand and point. A sword light flashed. First, you split the scarab in half. Then the heavenly sword. Cut off the spear of death in Amanda's hand. After doing all this, Chen Mo asked with an indifferent face. The red robe teaches you the hidden power. Do you want to take it out and try it? Oprah's face was so ugly. Touched an angel statue in his arms. Several times he tried to take it out, he held back. Arthur saw this and stopped entangling. You guys keep spending time here. We won't accompany you. The red-robed archbishop sighed. I'm not willing to leave together. After they are gone. Chen Mo's footsteps suddenly shook. The spiritual power in his body is also seriously depleted. If the cardinal really used the last resort, the final outcome is really uncertain. Everyone hurried out of here. Come to a small forest. Meditation restores spiritual power. Pranayama for an hour. Chen Mortsai opened his eyes. Ordered a few people to wait where they were. Then he went to look for the others. Finally, in a valley. Find the mortals of France. I saw Chenmo who suddenly appeared. Arthur vigilantly pulled out the sword in the stone. Chenmo took out a beast core and said, I'm here to trade. Exchange these for your spirit stones. To get ranked first. Arthur exchanged all the spirit stones on his body. He looked at Chenmo with a sneer. He doesn't care about the interests of his country at all. What a scumbag. Chenmo ignored them. Then used the same words. Exchange spirit stones with people from the other 3 kingdoms, no doubt they all want to be first. Soon, Chenmo was making a lot of money. Looking at the mountains of spiritual stones, Chenmo was in a sour mood. These can allow him to ascend to the Golden Core realm faster. Just when he was secretly having a good time, Ji Wuya and the others were extremely depressed. They didn't expect anything else. Shikoku's beast nucleus suddenly rose. Huaxia may be at the bottom. Chenmo stared at the counter in his hand. In the last few seconds. 0 before entering the hidden beast core. As soon as the 3-day competition arrives, everyone was teleported out. Jiang Heshan had long been waiting at the edge of the formation. He was very excited to see a lot of people. Ji Wuya said with some emotion. Thanks to Chen Mo. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be wiped out this time. Jiang Heshan's face changed. From the light to the expressionless Chen Mo. I have written down this kindness. And Huaxia got its wish. Got the first place. The leader of the Shikoku behind him almost vomited blood in anger, scolding at Chen Mo Jiliguala. 2 garrisons brought a treasure box. Inside is an ordinary stone. Looking at Chen Mo's puzzled expression, the garrison explained. Just take this stone. You will gain 3 entries later. Opportunity here, you can go deeper. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. No wonder he probed for 2 days. Didn't find anything. It turns out that there are still places that have not been surveyed, but this has to wait until he arrives at the Golden Core realm. On the plane back, Chen Mo discovered the abnormality of Jiang Heshan. If you have anything to say, just say it. Jiang Heshan sighed. You served your country on a peaceful battlefield. And we failed to protect your family. Hear this. Chen Mo's face was extremely gloomy. Killing intent. Releasing involuntarily. Men serve their country on the front lines. His family was captured by the enemy. Chen Mo's face was extremely gloomy. A murderous intent was emitted involuntarily. It seems to swallow the whole world. Jiang Heshan had long thought of Chen Mo's reaction. But he still underestimated his anger. Don't worry. The chief has already warned Nangong Yu. It used to be the master of Huaxia, the first person's Nangong Yu. After 30 years of seclusion, he suddenly came out of seclusion, learning that Chen Mo had killed his grandson. They arrested the entire Chen family. Let them kneel. Chen Hui in front of the ancestral tomb of the Nangong family. Nangong Yu looked down at Chen Guoliang and said indifferently, I want the whole Chen family. Kowtow to my Nangong family and apologize. Chen Guoliang knelt on the ground with a determined face. The old man didn't plan to go back alive. You are not strict as the supervisor of the Chen family. Let you pay tribute to my dead son today. Nangong Yu raised his hand after saying that. Just then, a helicopter suddenly hovered in mid-air. A shadow fell to the ground like a cannonball. Looking at the young man in a tracksuit, a warrior exclaimed. It's Master Chen. Li Sufang has always been careful. Finally loosened at this moment. Looking at the suffering Chen family. Chen Mo's heart is bleeding. I implicated you. After speaking, he turned to look at Nangong Yu. Squeeze a word out of the gap between the teeth. I'm going to blow your soul away. Nangong Yu's face was livid. The old man has been in retreat for 30 years and broke through Orange. Achieved the first divine realm in China in 100 years. I will use you to sacrifice my son today. After speaking, he suddenly raised his left hand. A huge palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chen Mo is as small as an ant. The warriors watching the fun were shocked. Is this the power of the gods? You can control the power of heaven and earth with a single blow at will. When the giant palm approaches, Chen Mo pointed out. Dao Jin light spot is on it. The mighty Cyan giant palm. It just vanished. just against Nangong Yu. Admired warriors. One by one, speechless like flies. Chen Mo smiled contemptuously. You are at most a half-step god. More than enough for you. Nangong Yu snorted coldly. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not dare to neglect and deal with it cautiously. Two figures interlaced. Every blow seems to tear the void apart. Hit from the ground into the air. The onlookers couldn't take their eyes off. But still can't see the attack of the two. The battle in mid-air has become increasingly self-heating. After another punch, the two separated from each other. The warm-up is over. Nangong Yu suddenly closed his hands. A golden light appeared in his hand. Like a dazzling little sun. Nangong Yu is suspended in the air like a god and a demon. Yoshio. After yelling, he raised his hand and pointed at Chen Mo. The dazzling sun in the sky smashed down violently. A powerful force stirs up gusts of wind. Chen Mo stood quietly in place. This Nangong Yu deserves his careful treatment. A punch he dared not neglect. Broken mountains. This blow. Chen Mo did his best without reservation. There was a loud bang. Nangong Yu was shocked and flew out. Take this opportunity. Chen Mo's figure suddenly bounced up. Like a sharp arrow shot at Nangong Yu. A solid punch hit him. Nangong Yu suddenly spit blood. Hit the ground. Chen Mo didn't give him a chance to rest. Another volley of punches. Jin Qiankuan. This time Nangong Yu was smashed directly into the ground. He sank to a depth of 100 meters. Chen Guoliang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Chen family is saved, but Chen Mo frowned slightly. Looking at the humanoid pit below. Nangong Yu was not found in the pit. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake. A powerful force suddenly swept the whole world. A terrifying laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The audience turned pale. There was a loud bang. The figure of Nangong Yu, flying out of the crater. His old face. It feels like decades younger now. Thank you for helping me break through the orange. Let me reach the true realm of God. Chen Mo rushed up disapprovingly. Let me see what's extraordinary about the realm of gods. Nangong Yu's figure suddenly disappeared strangely. He appeared behind Chen Mo in the next second. Chen Mo hasn't had time to react yet. He punched her in the back. Then his figure appeared in front of him again. Another punch hit Chen Mo in the chest. In front of Nangong Yu's elusive speed. Chen Mo has no power to fight back at all. Been beaten by Nangong Yu. I ended up in that big pit. The smoke clears. Nangong Yushi floated in the air and laughed up to the sky. Two balls of dazzling white light appeared on the palms. Let me use the blessing of the God realm. The scorching sun will send you on your way. Turn to ashes. Nangong Yu swung his fists violently. Two small suns are pressing down like extinction. Chen Mo stood on the ground with an indifferent expression. The realm of gods is indeed extraordinary. Can force me to use the sword immortal technique. Chen Mo also pointed to a fierce stroke of the sword. The heavenly slashing sword suddenly turned into a giant sword. 9 swords of the great Tao. Cut off. Golden lightsaber moment. Just chop up those two little suns. Nangong Yu didn't have time to resist. He was directly crushed by the golden sword. Blinding light flashes. Nangong Yu's body disappeared. The sky still echoed with unwilling roars. Chen Mo stood where he was and couldn't help coughing. Li Sufang stepped forward worriedly and hugged him. The first god-level powerhouse in China in 100 years. Jing was killed by a young man with a single sword. Chen Mo also pointed to a fierce stroke of the sword. Use the sword fairy technique in the immortal world. The 9 swords of the great Tao. Nangong Yu didn't have time to resist. He was directly crushed by the golden sword. His unwilling roar echoed in the sky. Chen Mo stood where he was and couldn't help coughing. Li Sufang stepped forward worriedly and hugged him. Chen Jingye supported Chen Guoliang and walked over. They didn't expect Chen Mo to be able to kill the gods. Day 2. A 20-year-old god-level powerhouse was born. Let the whole of China be surging. Yang Jing Li Dongyang frowned. I can't give him any more time to grow up. Go and invite someone from the ancient martial arts world to be born to deal with him. Back to the Chen family. Chen Guoliang was suddenly diagnosed with liver cancer, and it's already late. There was a sad look on everyone's face. Today's Chen family relies entirely on the old man to support it, and Chen Mo's current cultivation is not enough. Using pills can only help him live a few more years. There's another way to do it. Late night, Chen Guoliang called Chen Mo over. He was just about to speak. Chen Mo interrupted him. He knew that this was to entrust the Chen family to him. I can cure you. Or will you continue to preside over the overall situation of the Chen family? After saying that, Chen Mo taught him Xiantian Shenglong Dao. Let him step into the path of immortality. This can give him more search. Time to treat cancer. 1 month later. What surprised Chen Mo was that Chen Guoliang has successfully induced air into the body. And a new crisis is coming. The Jiu Wu family, invited by the Li family, has stepped into the secular world. At this time, Chen Mo was invited by Tan Xiusheng. Come to the junior high school reunion. Tan Xiusheng's face showed a touch of seriousness. Hu Yangyu suddenly came back. Hear this name. Chen Mo suddenly fell into memory. The muse he had a crush on in junior high school. Then the door was opened. One in a red sweater. A beautiful woman with big wavy curly hair came in. Chen Mo remembered that she suddenly left without saying goodbye. No message was left. Like evaporating. Then a female classmate, rushing in with her anxious face. Meng Meng was taken away by hooligans. Hu Yangyu asked anxiously what was going on. The girl looked terrified and gasped for breath. Meng Meng and I went to the bathroom. When it comes out, he was taken away by a few gangsters. As soon as they heard it, they followed her to save people. Open the box door. Inside sat a young man in a suit. There is also a tall bodyguard behind him. Saw someone coming to save her. Lin Meng Meng burst into tears. Liu Zicheng looked at the corners of their mouths with an evil smile. Does this beauty want to play together? Hu Yangyu said with a flat face. Let go of my classmate. Hearing the words, Liu Zicheng had a face. If you want to save her, you can. How about you pay me for a drink? Hear this. Hu Yangyu is still unmoved. There is no panic on the face. This made Chen Mo feel a little strange. This Liu Zicheng sent out the killing intent of the endoscope. Populus Euphratica did not respond. But Chen Mo didn't think much of it. Go forward and protect the poplar rain behind you, a warrior in front of ordinary people. Show off your power, so embarrassing. Liu Zicheng looked at Chen Mo with interest. You can see that I am a warrior. But I didn't notice any chi fluctuations on you. Chen Mo smiled faintly. That's because your strength is too weak to sense it. Liu Zicheng burst out laughing. This place is too small. Let's go out and find a big place. Chen Mo waved his finger contemptuously. Don't be so troublesome. One move is enough to solve you. Looking at Liu Zicheng with a punch. Chen Mo just waved at him lightly. It's like chasing a fly away. Liu Zicheng let out a dull cry. He was directly beaten and flew back upside down. See this scene. Lin Meng Meng burst into tears. Rushed to poplar rain. Thank you, Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked confused. I'm here. Go through this change. Other students are also afraid to stay here any longer. After they are all gone. Chen Mo stared at poplar rain. There was a strong smell in his eyes. You are really poplar rain. And then back to the bright smile. It's only been a few years since we separated. You don't even recognize me, do you? Chen Mo looked at her calmly with an indifferent face. That self-light seems to be able to penetrate the heart. Hu Yangyu looked at Chen Mo without cowardice. Watched for a while, Chen Mortsai restrained his eyes and turned away. I believe we will meet again. Hu Yangyu suddenly showed a dim expression. Of course. Bye. It's just each other's position at that time. So what? Right in the VIP box. Chen Mo's figure appeared in front of Liu Zicheng again. Then a punch pierced his body. The bodyguard watched in horror. Chen Mo glanced at him coldly. I don't kill ordinary people. Please inform the Liu family. If you have the ability, come to Hanyang to take revenge on me. After saying that, Chen Mo flew away, came to a hill in Fengshan County. Kneeling respectfully in front of a woman in black. Pavilion Master, it has been done as you ordered. Just why did we choose him? The woman in black smiled coldly. Although Liu Zicheng is a waste. Now there's a good show to watch. Sure enough. Chen Songzi called the next day. The Liu family in the ancient martial arts world found Manhwa group. They gave the chairperson a day. If I don't hand you over. They massacred Manhwa group. Chen Mo thought to himself when he heard it. He didn't kill yesterday. I'm afraid there is someone behind it. What are you planning? Noon. The head of the Liu family broke into Manhwa group again. Gave Li Sufang an ultimatum. Li Sufang's ugly face explained. Is there any misunderstanding? It is absolutely impossible for my Xiaomo to kill at will, Liu Sha roared angrily. My men saw it with their own eyes. Am I still going to frame him? Seeing him about to do it, Chen Songzi immediately stood in front of Li Sufang. And Yosha just threw a punch. Chen Songzi snorted and hit the wall. Just then, there is a figure flying rapidly outside the window. Break the window directly and enter the middle of several people. When I saw that it was Chen Mohu, Li Sufang and Chen Songzi looked happy. Liu Sha looked at Chen Mo coldly. Are you Master Chen? Chen Mo ignored him. Go straight to Chen Songzi. He handed them 2 pills. Then he turned to look at Liu Sha. A cold killing intent welled up in Chen Mo's eyes. The heavenly slashing sword carried a light cry, hovering in the air. Then pick up your hand and point. The heavenly slashing sword turned into a touch of golden light and flew away. Chen Mo covered Li Sufang's eyes. Because I don't want her to see this bloody scene. The heads of more than a dozen people in the Liu family, all were slashed to the ground by the heavenly sword. Chen Mo hugged Li Sufang and apologized. It's a weird thing. But I'll find out. After settling Li Sufang, Chen Mo from the storage ring. Take out a few spirit stones and pills. These will allow you to step into the realm of the gods as soon as possible, and some pills. You can win over some warriors. To serve us. Chen Songzi nodded seriously. Disciple understands. At this time, Jiang Heshan suddenly called. Apparently, he also knew about the Liu family. The ancient martial arts world acts without official constraints. I hope you will be decisive in killing them. Shake the ancient martial arts world well. Chen Mo nodded indifferently. If they mess with me, I won't hold back. In addition, Jiang Heshan also said a piece of news. The world's #1 killer, death organization hunt list. Chen Mo has already taken the first place. A 20-year-old young man. It has become the world's leading killer organization. Top of the hunt list. The bounty is as high as $100 billion. Jiang Heshan solemnly instructed. Don't underestimate the #1 killer organization. They once killed the celestial realm powerhouses of Huaxia. Chen Mo's eyes are slightly small. It seems that the Grim Reaper organization is indeed capable, but it's a priority. I still need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. I have to go abroad to find spirit stones. Before that, Chen Mo needs to greet the guests first. He appeared on the roof in a flash. Stop hiding. I already found you. Voice fall. A tall white man appeared in the rear. I didn't expect the Grim Reaper organization came to the door so soon. Chen Mo took a sudden step out. He directly punched him out. Galio was very decisive. Unbeatable, he took out a self-colored statue. Then I slapped myself on the heart. A powerful divine aura descended quietly. A pair of wings grew behind him. Chen Mo looked at him with surprise. It was actually the 2-winged light messenger of the Light Clan. He became increasingly curious about the history of the earth. Galio muttered with his hands outstretched. God said let there be light. And there was light. After singing, he suddenly pushed towards Chen Mo. A powerful milky white light. With a sacred breath. Seems to cleanse everything. Chen Mo's face was indifferent. It's just a projection of power. If it is really a person of the light race, he will avoid Zen for 3 points. Saying that, the heavenly slashing sword turned into a golden light, slash out against the holy light. The heavenly slashing sword penetrates directly, white light rushed towards him. Galio was shocked. Hands hastily draw a cross shape. The ring of holy light turned into a barrier to block in front of him, but he was still hit by a sword and flew out. Galio looked at Chen Mo with a serious expression. Then put your hands together on your chest. Looking up at the night sky with eyes closed. Divine light shines on the earth. Purify all evil. After chanting, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 holy lights shot out of his eyes. Chen Mo's toes flew into the air. Then grabbed the void. The surrounding space suddenly distorted. The spiritual power of heaven and earth within a radius of 1 kilometer began to madly rush towards Chen Mo. Eventually, an energy ball resembling 1,000 birds was formed. Galio also felt the horror of this blow. Hastily launch an attack with all his strength and want to interrupt, but it's too late. Chen Mo has gathered the energy ball on his fist. His attacks were endless. The power of heaven and earth bounces back. Powerful force. Just evaporate him. Chen Mo fell to the ground. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I have received your greetings from the Grim Reaper organization, then suddenly received a fiery distress message. It turned out to be the value of the spiritual liquid of life, has made the world crazy. Especially Yamato, which has suffered a nuclear attack. For this reason, the people of the Matsuda group kidnapped Lai Qingsang, tortured him to come up with the formula. Lai Qingsang closed his eyes helplessly. We just have the agency. I really don't know how to make it. And Gongnanyi Tokishi didn't believe him at all. Continued to order his men to be tortured. Just then, the steel door of the laboratory was kicked open. Chenmo appeared at the door with fire. Gongnanyi Wu's face was gloomy and he looked at the fire. How could you break in here? Since you are here, you don't have to leave. Before he finished speaking, Chenmo has already made a move. In just a few seconds, will be hidden in. The samurai in the air are knocked down one by one. Gongnanyi Tokishi was suddenly surprised. I hurriedly shouted outside. Your Excellency Yagyu, please do it. Next second, the air ahead fluctuated. A ninja in blue strangely appeared in front of the two of them. The ninja bowed to Chenmo. Attitude is very humble. Your Excellency can see through my ninjutsu. Please give advice. Chenmo is disdainful of this hypocritical politeness. Obviously the enemy. But still pretend to be humble and polite. So no answer. Chenmo rushed directly towards him. The ninja looked solemn. Suddenly pulled out the long knife at his waist, then hold it with both hands. Chenmo's fist cut out. A blinding cold light flashed by. His long steel knife shattered suddenly. He was punched in the chest and died. See this scene. Gongnanyi looked at Chenmo with amazement. You are Master Hanyang Chen. He flopped to his knees. I am from Yamato. If you kill me, you will provoke a dispute between the two countries. I will never step into China again. Chenmo was expressionless. Straight across his neck. Your Yamato people are inadequate and resourceful. Two terrified staff. He hurriedly opened the rope on Lai Qingsang's body. Lai Qingsang said gratefully to Chenmo. Thank you, Master Chen, for saving my life. Chenmo turned his head and spoke indifferently. You don't have to thank me. I helped Fiery. A few days later, Lai Qingsang called anxiously. It turned out that Lai Ruhua was kidnapped by the Gongnan family. Hear this news. Chenmo's face was cold. A sea of blood flashed in my eyes. Despicable race. The day I repair the nascent soul, let that island disappear from the earth. The Gongnam family is second to none in Yamato. It is a big family that can control the royal family. Every patriarch will marry a royal princess. Gongnan family base camp at the foot of Kongsang Mountain. Two middle-aged men kneel on a futon. One of them is elegant in appearance. He is the most powerful samurai in the martial arts world of Yamato. The other is Gongnan Mingya, the patriarch of the Gongnan family. I learned that Chenmo was coming this way. This time, he is going to ask Yagyu to make a move. Yagyu Idao closed his eyes slightly. I will only take action unless the enemy invades. But it's just your personal grudge. Then he turned and left. After Yagyu Itsuki leaves, a confidant behind him whispered. He doesn't shoot. Do we still have a chance against Chenmo? Gongnan Mingya smiled confidently. He is not the only one in the martial arts world of our country. I've already arranged it. When Chenmo came to the gate of Gongnan's house, only to find that there is no one here, an empty voice suddenly came from inside. The person you are looking for is in here. Come in if you can. Chenmo smiled faintly. And then you walk with grace. Room Zhongshan Tianmingya sitting quietly. Opposite is a weirdo in black. Can 100 Zhongnin stop him? The strange man in black has a hoarse voice, so already has the answer in his heart. Why are you asking me? Chenmo just stepped into the yard. Something strange appeared in the air. 100 samurai. To save his beloved girlfriend, the young man went to Dongying country alone. Destroy the centuries-old samurai family. Not long ago, Chenmo just stepped into the yard. 100 Zhongnin appeared. Chop at Chenmo from all directions. Chenmo's steps were not stopped at all. An invisible spiritual shock wave swept a radius of 100 meters in an instant. Just one hit. The first line of defense for the Gongnam family was breached. Wait until Chenmo comes to the yard. Two special people, one left and one right, walked out. Chenmo was slightly different. They are all half-step god-level masters. They each pulled out a long knife. He slowly slashed at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's heart moved. I really can't underestimate this warrior from Dongying. I have already preliminarily peeked into the rules of heaven and earth. But it's just touching. Chen Mo raised the heavenly slashing sword in his hand, those two bright knife lights. It was directly shattered by the heavenly sword. Even the two special ninjas were slashed through the neck cavity. Akichi Okamoto's face was solemn in the room. Your second line of defense has also been broken. Gongnan Mingya finally can't keep calm. Then it's your turn as the last line of defense. It's not worth me raising you for so many years. Akira Okamoto was expressionless. You gave me. I'll pay you back in pennies. Chen Mo exclaimed slightly. I didn't expect there to be a god realm hidden. Okamoto's figure appeared in the courtyard. You must have also reached the level of earthen. It turns out that Dongying Special Ninja is above, an earthen and Tenshin. Okamoto Akichi didn't do more nonsense. Both hands raised the samurai sword and slashed out. Hanging slash. Chen Mo didn't dare to flash sideways carelessly. Tianxian Divine Fist Third Form. Jin Qiankuan. Circle Transparent Energy Ripple. It rippled rapidly towards the people in all directions. And Akichi Okamoto was only shaken back a few steps. It doesn't seem to be affected in any way. Then he raised the samurai sword again. Hundreds of knives were slashed at Chen Mo in an instant. Countless blades roar out. Chen Mo's hand-pinching technique. The heavenly slashing sword quickly circled back and forth around him, blocked countless blades. See, this trick doesn't work. Akira Okamoto flew up. The sword in his hand. Shine a dazzling light. As if he was the only figure in the world. Chen Mo did not dare to neglect. The heavenly slashing sword is like a wet fire phoenix. Heaven-splitting style of the 9 swords of the great Tao. Tao sword light seems to have broken through ancient time and space. The fire phoenix instantly killed Okamoto Mingyi. Devour the whole person. Chen Mo did not delay. Go straight to that small building. But I didn't find the figure of Gongnan Mingya. Fortunately, Chen Mo is on fire. Left a mark. According to her scent. Chen Mo came to the foot of a big mountain. It seems that there is a mystery hidden in this mountain. Chen Mo, closing perception, soon found a hidden hole. After slamming the big black iron door open, then I heard the cry of a woman inside. Looking for a sound, I came to a room. I saw fire tied to a chair. The moment I saw Chen Mo, the fire hastily alerted that there was an ambush here. The voice just fell. Dozens of gunmen hiding in the shadows. Shoot directly. Bullets are packed like a storm. Pour it on the two of them. Chen Mo raised his hand and waved. A shield blocked all the bullets. Then with fire. He rushed out directly from the mountainside. Survival is on fire. Wow, burst into tears. She's a freshman. How could I have imagined that such a day would come? Chen Mo looked at her without consoling her. Crying can be a good way to vent your inner fears. After a while, Chen Mo took her to prepare to return to China. Just then, 2 young men suddenly stopped him. My master Yagyu Idao has an invitation. Chen Mo glanced at them. I'm not interested in him. I'm going back to Huaxia soon. The young man refused. Master Chen, don't even think about buying ferry tickets and plane tickets. Maybe you can come and go at will. But what about your friends? Chen Mo looked at the fire. Helplessly sigh. Then lead the way. The two brought Chen Mo to a manor. It's very elegant here, like a fairy paradise. In the lobby, an old man with sideburns sat on a futon. Master Chen is pleased to meet you. Chen Mo is not polite and sits on the side. What do you want from me? Yagyu Idao asked seriously. I want to experience Master Chen's unique Chinese skills. Hearing this, Chen Mo calmly refused. He's not interested in a knife cut at all. Yagyu Idao suddenly changed his face. If it is the Yamada family. Do you want justice? Hear this. Chen Mo was also slightly stunned. What do you mean? Yagyu Idao took out his phone and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Moju was killed inside. Video of the entire Gongnam family. I, the Japanese martial arts community, cannot remain indifferent. Chen Mo's eyes are slightly small. Same routine as last time. Impersonating him to kill and make enemies again. Fiery just wanted to explain. But it was stopped by Chen Mo. Then set a time. Yagyu Idao smiled. Then 3 days later. The summit of Mount Fuji. Day 2. Yagyu Itsudo. News from Master Chen of Huaxia. Let the martial arts circles of both countries boil. Many people went to Mount Fuji to watch the battle. On the third day, there is a dark shadow under Mount Fuji. It was spectacular. On top of the mountain, the figure of Yagyu Idao, falling gracefully on the top of the mountain, when I saw Chen Mo Dongying watching the game below. One after another. On top of the mountain, Chen Mo and Yagyu Idao are 10 meters apart. Standing face to face quietly, Yagyu Idao looked at Chen Mo and said solemnly, "I hope you don't let me down." He slowly pulled out a long knife from his waist. The knife was filled with a strong evil spirit. The name of this sword is Yaodao Village Jing. Chen Mo frowned slightly. It was contaminated with countless, the magic knife of Chinese life. The man just wields a sword. Compete to cut off the entire Mount Fuji waste. On top of the mountain, Chen Mo, who represents Chinese immortal cultivators, knife with Dongying Takutu Yagyu, stand face to face. Yagyu Idao drew a long knife from his waist. Black air shrouded the blood-red blade. This knife is called Yaodao Village Jing. Chen Mo frowned slightly. It was contaminated with countless, the magic knife of Chinese life. You have been devoured by evil spirits. Yagyu Idao's face was gloomy. You don't deserve to judge my knife. After saying that, he raised the demon knife with both hands. Zhong Ghost's face emerged from the blade. Open your bloody mouth to Chen Mo. This kind of demon sword should not survive in the world. Chen Mo faced expressionlessly and punched in. Fist and demon knife collide. Make a chirping sound of gold and iron. Chen Mo actually retreated. Dozens of steps fell behind. If you have this strength, then stay today. The sound of Yagyu's sword echoed in the sky. He sheathed the knife in one hand. Press on the handle. Heaven and earth vitality suddenly became violent. It's rapidly converging towards him. Chen Mo looked serious. He has already realized the potential. Yagyu Idao smiled. Swing out that condensation. A sword of the power of heaven and earth, a ray of red sword energy. Across Chen Mo's body, he cut off the corner of the mountain. Yagyu Idao confidently sheathed the knife. And Chen Mo's figure disappeared out of thin air. Never to be found again. Countless people in front of Huaxia's mobile phone screen. They didn't want to accept it. How can Master Chen lose? Yagyu Idao suddenly looked shocked. Looking up at the sky ahead. Only in the void. Chen Mo's figure emerged. He also held a huge cyan sword in his hand. Like ancient giants coming across time and space. Chen Mo stabbed Yagyu. Slash a sword. People are about to. The illusion of falling apart. Yagyu Idao's face was solemn. He did his best. Draw knife. I thought it would be a lose-lose situation. But surprisingly, that red light was caught by the sword light. Destruction. Cut directly from Yagyu's body. Then crashed into the rich mountain below. The entire mountain was cut in half. One sword-broken mountain, after the huge phantom disappeared. Chen Mo's figure gradually emerged. His face was indifferent and he stood in the sky. The power of heaven and earth, in front of the true avenue of heaven and earth. Like ants. Hearing this sentence, Yagyu's knife head tilted and completely died. The spectators were stunned. Has the pride of my Dongying country been defeated? At the same time, Huaxia Beijing Li family. Li Dong looked at the figure suspended in the void. I can't calm down for a long time. There was a look of determination on his face. Immediately send someone to the other 5 families. Tell them to take the jagged oath. The head of this super family who has been in high positions for a long time, finally feel the crisis. The second day of the war. Chen Mo is preparing to return to China with Lai Ruhua, in the car, fiery to find out that this is not the way to the airport. Chen Mo chuckled. Someone doesn't want us to go back so soon. The driver asked unexpectedly. You already saw it. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Although you are not angry. But there is a fluctuation of heaven and earth vitality on his body. You are on my OG. Master Chen really has good eyesight. But you thought you killed Yagyu Idao, that trash. Can you ignore me in the Dongying cultivation world? After speaking, he suddenly turned into a cloud of black smoke. The vehicle suddenly lost control. Hit the cliff directly by the side of the road. Chen Mo calmly hugged Lai Ruhua and flew out. Just then, a giant Tai Chi yin and yang pattern slowly emerging from the ground beneath their feet. Fiery as fire, suddenly uncomfortable, clutching his head, he was screaming in pain. Chen Mo's face was indifferent, spit out 3 words into the sky. Roll, like the roar of destruction echoing in the sky. The dark clouds in the sky dissipate. In an instant, the world returned to clarity. The skinny driver reappeared. But this time he was wearing a black robe. Since you have entered my yin and yang formation, I'll never get out alive again. Voice landing. Tai Chi yin and yang patterns begin to shine. The scope is gradually narrowing to squish the two. Chen Mo raised his hand indifferently. A shield of lightning rises around the body. Secure the bodies of both of them. Chen Mo chuckled. Don't waste your time. Just take out your killer copper. Sasuzuru's face became incomparable. Then he bit the tip of his tongue violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He bled in the air. Murmuring with a talisman, Ars of Orokai, please listen to my call. Take time. A vortex appeared in the sky. Lightning and thunder, strong winds around. A huge snake head. Suddenly sticking out of the whirlpool of clouds. Then 7 snakeheads appeared in a row. On Myoji, do you know the cost of summoning me? Sasuzuru respectfully knelt on the ground. Respected God of War. Please grant me the power to destroy my enemies. Your body is too weak. I can only give you a little, after saying one of the heads. Directly into Sasuzuru's body. Sasuzuru was stunned for a moment. His eyes turned blue. Seisutsuru looked at Chen Mo with a smile. He rushed directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo pushed his palm. Send the fire to 10 feet away. Then punch forward. This time it was Chen Mo who was sent flying. Chen Mo's face was solemn. Although this is just the Orokai demon snake, the projected power of one of the heads. But not the current Chen Mo. Able to contend, between thoughts. Sasuzuru's attack strikes again. Aren't you crazy? Chen Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems to have to pay some price. Chen Mo suddenly spat out a word softly. Time. A transparent figure. Went out of his body. Sasuzuru suddenly found himself unable to move. The snake's head looked terrified. This is only God transformation realm, the great supernatural power that can only be comprehended. How could you possibly? Just dealing with a Chinese youth. The island nation has dispatched a modern army. They use strategic-grade weapons, intercontinental missiles. It turns out that young people are not only extinct, a ninja family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, it also splits the island nation's belief in Mount Fuji in half. Chen Mo is on his way back to Huaxia. Intercepted by On Myoji. He sacrificed his soul. Summoned the Orokai demon snake. Chen Mo was forced to use the great supernatural power of the God transformation realm. Time. A transparent figure. Went out of his body. Sasuzuru suddenly found himself unable to move. The snake's head looked terrified. How could you have such supernatural powers? Chen Mo did not answer. It directly crushed the primordial spirit of the Orokai demon snake. Lost contact with summoning. The Orokai demonic snake gradually disappeared into the void. And Sasuzuru turned into a corpse. He ran back with worry. Let's just go. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. We can't go yet. The earth suddenly trembled. Immediately after, heavy tanks appeared in front of the two. Countless soldiers formed an offensive formation. This is a modern army. Chen Mo who is in front of the fire. Tell her not to go far. With the order of the field commander. The tank group is targeting Chen Mo, and they fire a lot of shells. And these bullets are approaching Chen Moshi. All bounced away by an invisible force. Concentrate fire. Don't let him go any further. But they couldn't stop Chen Mo at all. When it gets closer. Chen Mo just waved his hand. Pieces of soldiers fell. Chen Mo thought to himself. Knowing that guns are useless to him. Why let so many people die? Suddenly he felt something was wrong, looking at the eastern sky with a serious face. It's an intercontinental missile, fiery and wide-eyed. They still have so many soldiers here. Is this about sacrificing these people? Chen Mo let out a light drink. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Violent flash of light. And then one. Big bang. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The smoke clears. The surrounding soldiers were directly blasted to pieces, and Chen Mo and the two stood quietly in place. Looking at the devastated land. The missile is more powerful than he thought. But fortunately it was blocked. Fiery and a little dazed. There was something strange in Chen Mo's eyes. Are you still human? Chen Mo smiled mischievously. Don't worry. I'm just a little bit better than the average person. After returning to Huaxia, Chen Mo received a call from Chen Songzi unexpectedly. He received news that the ice palace was about to appear. Legend has it that it was an immortal cave. The forces of the ancient martial arts world are ready to explore. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo's face turned cold. The extermination of the Liu family and the Gongnan family. The high probability is calculated by these ancient martial arts circles. Tianshan Mountains in northwest China. The snow here does not melt all year round at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. There was a group of people surrounding a woman. There was a fire in their eyes. Obediently hand over what's on you. Then let us brothers cool down. Chen Mo, who was passing by, did not plan to shoot, but he really can't stand these scum. He reaches out and points. Directly kill the rude man. The rest of the people looked at Chen Mo in horror. Their big brother. But the cultivation base of the peak inner realm. Chen Mo spit out 3 words coldly. Roll. A powerful pressure with the breath of a true dragon. The people in the ancient martial arts world turned around and fled in fright. Seeing this, Lin Yun knelt down and clasped her fists. Thank you. Chen Mo ignored her. Just a reminder of her strength. Even entering the ice palace is cannon fodder. Lin Yun stopped Chen Mo, holding a round jade pendant in his hand. I hope Senior can take me into the ice palace. This can break the ban inside. Take the jade pendant. Chen Mo was very excited. There is a pattern of Luo Li engraved on it. So Chen Mo agreed. Come to the top of the mountain. Lin Yun suddenly said. The temperature has dropped to a minimum these days. According to the records, the ice palace is about to appear. The hope in Chen Mo's heart was suddenly extinguished a lot. This is the effect of the 9 nether ice art. It is impossible for the little junior sister to choose a set of intermediate cultivation methods, but it must have something to do with Lori. Suddenly on the top of the mountain, an illusory hole appeared strangely. Like a glass mirror. The martial artist from Fuyuan immediately ran towards the entrance of the cave. After entering, Chen Mo and the others came to a special space. The eyes are white. This is clearly ancient times. Shattered space debris. Riki is much stronger than the outside world. Then a young man stood up and shouted. As we all know, this ice palace is dangerous. I suggest we all move forward as a team. Take care of each other. Everyone looked at him. Some people have a look of disdain on their faces. The old man behind the young man snorted coldly. Who refuses to accept my young master Chang's family? Everyone exclaimed when they heard it. The Yunshan Chang family, one of the 8 ancient Wu families. The young master of the Chang family raised his head proudly. Whoever comes across the treasure belongs to whoever. I promise I will never rob you. Chen Mo saw that this person was very scheming. He's actually trying to win people over. Just looking for some cannon fodder, then ignore it and turn away. The rest of the warriors who were originally a little hesitant. See this and leave. A touch of viciousness flashed in young Master Chang's eyes. How dare you spoil my good deeds? The deeper you go, the lower the temperature. Lin Yun is also cold and pale. So Chen Mo persuaded her to go back. And she has already embraced the heart of death. The crowd went a little further. I saw an ice building not far away. The building is covered with a ban. Everyone stood where they were, and no one dared to move first. In the end, some people can't stand it anymore. As soon as the young man encounters the ban, it was bounced back by an invisible force. The young man fainted directly from the shock. Chang Wei glanced at everyone and laughed. Everyone should work together to break this ban. Divide the treasures equally. All the warriors agreed with his proposal as soon as they heard it. Chang Wei looked at Chen Mo proudly. If you don't want to support it, please leave now. Don't sit back and reap the benefits. Lin Yun was obviously also moved. Senior, do we want to join? No. Come with me. After saying that, Chen Mo walked directly towards the ice tower. In the blink of an eye, the two actually walked straight in. Lin Yun suddenly realized. I didn't expect that jade pendant to be the key here. Everyone was in disbelief. Could it be that he has the token of this ice tower? Chang Wei hurriedly ordered. Attack the ban. But still can't break the ban. On the contrary, the warriors were shocked and flew out. Chang Wei was furious. Even if you get the treasure inside, you can't take it away. Chen Mo took Lin Yun into the ice tower. And there's nothing on the first floor. There are some ulna on the ground. It should be a martial artist who once entered the ice tower, as can be seen from the overturned wooden cabinets. Everything here has been taken away. The second layer is similar. Has long been emptied. Just got to the 3rd floor. Chen Mo felt a restriction. It means no one has been in here yet. Chen Mo felt the power of this restriction. I'm a little excited. This band carries traces of Xiandao sect. This is definitely related to the little junior sister. Lin Yun was stunned. Chen Mo opened it with a wave of his hand. Everything on the third floor has not been touched. The wooden cabinets on either side are filled with various things. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised. They are all medicinal materials that cultivators need. This is undoubtedly the alchemy tower of the Ice Palace. The 2 exercises that Chen Mo will place. Hand it to Lin Yun. This is the reward for your jade pendant, right? After Lin Yun took it. After looking at it, he trembled with excitement. There is still such a mysterious cultivation method. A book of cultivation techniques used to pad the feet of the table, but it provoked the competition of the 4 ancient martial arts schools in China. Lin Yun looked at it and trembled with excitement. There is such a mysterious practice in the world. Chen Mo was slightly stunned. This is just the stuff of the rotten streets of Zuxianji. But compared to the earth, it is indeed the best. Lin Yun looked embarrassed at this time. Because she has no ability at all, protect this technique. Chen Mo waved his hand and said confidently. As long as I'm here, no one can take it from you. See Chen Mo appear. Chang Wei, who had been guarding the door, had a gloomy face. What did you get on it, baby? Take it out and share it equally with everyone. Chen Mo glanced at everyone coldly. A cold killing intent came out. Tell Lin Yun to stay in the restriction and don't move. Chen Mo slowly took a few steps forward. Who wants to take something from me? Then please do it. A Buddhist disciple stood up. Let me take a look at this. Unknown kid. Chen Mo looked at him and said lightly. Is your brain okay? You just entered the Grandmaster realm. Feeling despised by Chen Mo. He was furious and punched with all his might. Chen Mo didn't move. A powerful true dragon power erupted from his body. Bombarded directly into his mind. The Buddhist disciple looked stupid. Everyone was shocked. By coercion alone, scare a Grandmaster. Chen Mo glanced at the crowd. Face full of disdain. No one comes up, so I'm leaving. Chang Wei was secretly anxious. So he continued to stir up people's emotions. My Chang family will not let the treasure fall into his hands. When you get the treasure, everyone will share it equally. The warriors are beautiful. There is a touch of greed in the eyes. And those who want to curry favor with the Chang family, the first to shout and rush up. Chen Mo started killing again. But this time it's faster. Straight out of the way. Rushed towards Chang Wei. Chang Wei was so frightened that he immediately fled back. He also picked up the Chang family in his mouth to threaten Chen Mo. Then I happen to destroy your entire Chang family. Chen Mo said and punched him in the head. The old servant who followed Chang Wei roared. The Chang family won't let you go. Chen Mo randomly launched an attack. His God Glimpse realm strength was still killed by one move. After doing all this, Chen Mo glanced at the remaining warriors. Is anyone else trying to rob me? Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and even claimed that they did not dare. Seeing this, Chen Mo asked Lin Yun to come out. After Chen Mo leaves, those warriors raised their heads. Are we going to move on? As long as we don't compete with him, it's okay to pick up something he doesn't want. Make up your mind. The remaining warriors just follow behind Chen Mo from a distance. Walked for a long time, a huge palace looms before our eyes. There are hundreds of people standing in the open space ahead. The warriors behind him exclaimed. It turns out that someone else entered the Ice Palace, and they got here one step earlier than us. They hurried to meet up with the people of their own sect. When I learned that Chen Mo got the treasure, an old man in a Taoist robe slowly walked to Chen Mo. I heard that you have a law to break the ban. Chen Mo looked at the old man with a flat face. Exactly. A touch of joy flashed in the old man's eyes. The voice fluctuates slightly. Take it out and share it with everyone. He had a commanding tone. It made Chen Mo feel very disgusted. Indifferent reply does not give. A touch of anger appeared on Qingsong Zhenren's face. He couldn't help but want to make a move, but he still gave up the idea. This kid is so defiant. Maybe there is something behind it. Seeing this, Chen Mo ignored him. He was about to walk towards the palace with Lin Yun. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the two of them directly passed the restriction. Qingsong Zhenren exclaimed. Regret. I really should have killed him just now. After entering the palace, what comes into view is a statue. A woman in ancient costume with a long sword in her hand. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised. Even if this is not a little junior sister, the cave abode that was once cultivated, there must be a great relationship. Chen Mo explained in a solemn voice, "Follow me around. Do not move. And there's nothing in these rooms. Only the last one was banned." Chen Mo stretched out his hand and trembled a little. "This is the boundless enchantment of Zhuandarozong. Is this really your residence?" The door was opened. The room was empty. Only a small wooden box was placed on the table. Chen Mo was a little curious. It is actually guarded by a boundless enchantment. There is a jade bottle in the wooden box, and a note. Chen Moxian picked up the note. The moment I saw those words, he almost lost his Dao heart. If any Xiandao sect disciple is destined to come here, please form the descendants of Jindan to take care of Snow Shrine Palace. The boundary-breaking pill in the bottle should be given as a gift. From these few words, Chen Mo can learn some information. She was trying to prevent other cultivators from breaking in. And he had never heard of the Snow Shrine Palace. This last piece of paper just scribbled a few words. Is the little junior sister in danger? Although the analysis is well-founded, but the whereabouts of the little junior sister are still a mystery. But this breaking boundary pill, just what Chen Mo needs now. After putting it in the storage ring, Chen Mo got up and prepared to leave. Lin Yun is a little confused. Are there no other treasures here? Chen Mo smiled. Vicissitudes of life. This is just the residence of an ordinary cultivator. When Chen Mo and the two walked out, the outside has been blocked by countless warriors, and Qing Songzhenren also knew Chen Mo's identity. Hand it over. Otherwise you won't get out of here alive. Chen Mo's eyes were cold. Trying to take something from me. You are not qualified. Just then, the leaders of other sects also stood up. Plus how many of us? The Lu Jianwu of the Kungkang sect is full of murderous intent. Don't talk nonsense with him, just kill him. Just grab the treasure. Fairy Ling Shuang shook her head. She is very concerned about this behavior of bullying the less. Feel ashamed, Lu Jianwu replied coldly. Once you get him out of here, that would be a catastrophe for the entire ancient martial arts world. Fairy Ling Shuang sighed secretly. Then follow the other three gods. Let's attack Chen Mo together. Just to deal with a young man. The ancient Wu school that has been hidden in China for thousands of years, for gods were dispatched. Facing their simultaneous attacks, Chen Mo reached out to block one of them. Lu Jianwu shot at the same time as Nan Heyu. He also used a powerful sword move. Chen Mo's figure suddenly retreated, and he jumps into the air. Nan Cheyu roared. Take out the strongest blow. This child must not stay. Voice fall. For people held their long swords aloft at the same time, the spiritual energy of the surrounding world immediately became disordered. Looking at the moves they have prepared, Chen Mo's face was solemn and dared not neglect. The heavenly slashing sword appeared in his hand. It exudes a compassionate breath. Avenue 9 swords. If the sky is unfair, why is it heaven? I am buried here today. Lu Jianwu and the others suddenly discovered they lost control of the world. The surrounding sky fell into extreme darkness. Take time. A spatial rift. Just devour them. Everyone stared at the sky in horror. Only Chen Mo was found. Chen Mo slowly fell to the ground. Is there anyone else trying to rob me? Hundreds of warriors bowed their heads. Take a step back together. Just then, the earth suddenly shook. This seems to be a sign that the ice palace is closing, but it shouldn't be so fast. Chen Mo thought about it. Maybe it's because he cracked it. Because of the boundless enchantment, I'm afraid the ice palace will never open again. And there was a flash of white light. Everyone has returned to the foot of Tianshan Mountain. You don't have to follow me. Use those 2 exercises to cultivate. In time, you can avenge your master. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Yun gave thanks gratefully. The little girl will definitely repay you well in the future, and in the dark there is a man in black, staring at Chen Mo's back. A few days later, the 6 great sects and 8 great families in the ancient martial arts world, each dispatched a god and 10 elites, formed a crusade against Chen Mo. The leader of the team is Lin Wanyan, the elder of the Kungkang faction, arrived in the 3 broken gods. The existence of the pinnacle of the breaking Qi realm. Lin Wanyan looked at the cloud-shrouded villa. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Master Chen, the Kungkang faction of the ancient martial arts world is polite. Long time no response. Hundreds of warriors set up an attack formation. Attack the inverted 5-element formation. The entire Luoyanpo trembled. Sang Sang looked anxious. Master is still in seclusion. What do we do? Chen Song's face appeared. Wipe away death. Chairperson and others, Beijing is in a safe place. We must die to protect our master. Outside the villa, members of the entire Huaxia Dragon Group are standing by nearby. They received a death order from Kang Heshan. Once the Yanggui Lake Mountain Protection Formation is broken, to protect Master Chen at all costs. On the other side, the Li family in Beijing. Li Dongyang listened to the report of his subordinates, a smile on my face. As long as the Mountain Protection Formation, as soon as Chen Mo is broken, he will undoubtedly die. This time our Li family's confidant is in big trouble. It can finally be lifted. At the same time, the woman in black quietly appeared. Taijin Edge. The base of the 5 elements array is concentrated here. It seems that this is the eye of the array. As she spoke, a hammer appeared in the woman's hand. Hit it hard for those eyes. Take time. Invert the 5 elements formation and disappear in an instant. The martial artists in the ancient martial arts world were also puzzled. I don't know what happened. But soon reacted. Rushed in together. The captain of the dragon team sighed when he received the news, giving orders to the dragons. Set off. Lin Wanyan can't wait. Rushed up first. He holds a sword in the void. Facing the villa below is a sword. Suddenly a bright phoenix sound sounded. Yang Qingcheng held the Fengming sword to block the blow. Also standing in the void looking at Lin Wanyan. Why did you break into my Yanggui lake? Lin Wanyan showed a touch of admiration on his face. Reaching the divine realm at a young age. How about marrying my son Soroming? Yang Qingcheng sneered. You are just a god-level cultivation. I'm not qualified to control my life. As he spoke, he stabbed him with a sword. Yang Qingcheng was secretly shocked during the fight. Lin Wanyan's strength is too strong. Just give it your all. She directly used the second form of the heavenly phoenix sword art, Tianfeng Nirvana. Her whole body exudes a gorgeous flame, rushing down on Lin Wanyan like a phoenix. Lin Wanyan can feel the power of this move. Don't dare to take it easy. He slashed it upside down and shouted. Day sword intent, a silver light like a galaxy falling into the sky. Directly into the figure of the fire phoenix. Boom! Yang Qingcheng hit the roof fiercely. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. She just stepped into the realm of gods, really not his opponent. But she still needs to buy time for Chen Mo. So fly into the air again. Lin Wanyan looked at her with a smile. My conditions are still valid. You can still be my daughter-in-law. Yang Qingcheng snorted coldly. If you give me 3 more years. You must be no match for me. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan was furious. Another sword slashed down on Yang Qingcheng. This time she completely lost the power to fight again. See this scene. Chen Songzi quickly fell to Yang Qingcheng's side. Seeing that she has been seriously injured, she can no longer fight, so he asked her to wake up Chen Mo. Leave through the secret passage. He stopped Lin Wanyan. Prepare to procrastinate with your life. Yang Qingcheng's voice was a little hard. Brother, take care. There were tears in her eyes. Turn around and run back to the villa, Lin Wanyan shouted to the crowd. Do you plan to continue watching the play? Voice fall. A dozen people fell by his side. Chen Song's face was extremely solemn. They are all god-level cultivation. Looks like today is doomed. Yang Qingcheng came to the room. She slapped her hands. The enchantment set by Chen Mo, but still got no response. So she told Sang Sang to keep knocking on the door. You can't fight anymore. Yang Qingcheng smiled miserably. You'll die if you stay here. It's better to fight with my brother to the end. After saying that, she ran back to Chen Song's side. Master is still in seclusion. We can hold off for a second. It's a second. Chen Songzi nodded helplessly. Just then, a dragon roar shook the world. A huge pressure suddenly enveloped everyone's hearts. A fiery red dragon. Rolling from the sea of clouds and looking down at the crowd. To deal with a high school student. A sect hidden for thousands of years. Compete to send 12 God Realm powerhouses. There are also hundreds of crusading armies in the Glimpse realm. This is enough to destroy a great country's lineup. When Yang Qingcheng and the two were desperately trying to delay time. Suddenly a dragon roar shook the world. Huge pressure shrouded everyone's hearts. A fiery red dragon. Rolling from the sea of clouds and looking down at the crowd. See the dragon appear. Yang Qingcheng couldn't help but feel relieved. Maybe a little longer. And the warriors were stunned. How can there be dragons here? But they were quick to react. More than a dozen God Realm powerhouses flew up. Use all your might to fight the dragon. Although the dragon is strong, but its time to transform into a dragon is still short. It's not enough to contend with so many God-level powerhouses. The dragon was attacked by fire in the sky. The blood of the dragon is constantly scattered. It looks pretty miserable. Yang Qingcheng looked at this scene. I can't help but hide my face in my heart and cry. Lin Wannian laughed proudly. We will surely complete Julong's feat. Other people excitedly chimed in, ready to give the dragon the final blow. Fool! Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. I saw Chen Mo standing in the void. A small fire dragon is surrounding him. Yang Qingcheng looked at the figure in the sky. Tears welled up in my eyes. Lin Wannian looked Chen Mo up and down. But I found that I couldn't see his cultivation, and more than a dozen gods surrounded Chen Mo. Hand over what you got at the Ice Palace. We could consider sparing your life. Chen Mo smiled contemptuously and looked at everyone. Then I can only say sorry. Because I will never let you leave alive. Lin Wannian's face was solemn. One shot is the strongest skill. Day sword intent. Looking at the wine and the sword intent coming like electricity, Chen Mo suddenly appeared behind him. A golden light flashes. Lin Wannian's head suddenly fell. Chen Mo, who stepped into the 9th level of condensation, was so terrifying. The remaining gods. A look of disbelief. They didn't see Chen Mo's actions at all. It's your turn. Chen Mo's voice is like a ghost who has come to collect debts. The remaining people hurriedly retreated in fright. It seems we must join forces. To have the possibility of fighting him. Voice fall. They launched their strongest attack together at the same time. Chen Mo held the heavenly slash sword in his hand and slashed towards the sky. Avenue 9 swords. Cut off. Chen Mo's figure is like a ghost. Shuttle between people. A powerful god-level powerhouse. All died in just a moment. Yang Qingcheng was stunned. How strong is her master? Chen Mo landed beside the two of them. He handed them 2 pills. You take this pill first and then adjust your breath. After that, I went to check it out. The casualties of the dragon crew members. Of the 36 dragons, only 3 were left. Chen Mo thought to himself. I owe Jiang Heshan a huge favor. The woman in black clenched her teeth in anger. These trash let Chen Mo escape again. I can't be tough with him yet. You have to continue to use the ancient martial arts world. Back to the villa. Looking at Yang Qingcheng and Chen Songzi who were adjusting their breath. Chen Mo took out several bottles of pills. Tell them to take it. By the way, take care of the people in the dragon group. See them all reach the realm of gods. Chen Mo passed on another cultivation method to them. Yang Qingcheng's face was full of excitement. Bow to Chen Mo and thank you. Half a month later, a group of people appeared outside Chen's house in Nansu. Come is the song of the Hollow School. Let's go meet that Master Chen for a while. As he spoke, he strode towards the gate of the Chen family. Facing the obstruction of security, he punched it directly. Let Master Chen come out and cut with me. And Chen Mo just came back to see his grandfather. It's a little strange to see this scene. How dare you cut it with me? This young man is just a grandmaster. Chu Changa sneered in her heart. So young. If I beat him, Yang Qingcheng will be impressed by him. Thinking of him, he took the lead. Watch me take you down. Chen Mo stretched out his hand without speaking. An invisible force. Just ban him. Let him struggle. He couldn't move his body. This young master who has never suffered. I was scared and begged for mercy. So Chen Mo asked about his origin. It turns out that he is from the ancient martial arts world, the son of the head of the Hollow Sect, one of their elders, brought back a granddaughter. Not only are people beautiful, and the cultivation base is also very powerful, except she said, unless you can defeat Master Chen. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying her. When Chen Mo asked her name, the aftertaste of Chu Changa's face. People live up to their names. Yang Qingcheng. Hear this. Chen Mo hurriedly called Sangru's number. There was the sound of her swallowing hard. It turned out that an old man came to the Yang family yesterday. Yang Qingcheng had never seen his grandfather since he was a child. This time, it is to recognize Yang Qingcheng. The second is to take her away and guide her in person. Yang Qingcheng was startled. He hurriedly looked at his grandfather and father. The two of them nodded at Yang Qingcheng. It seems that he already knew this. Beijing Hollow School, but the superpower of Huaxia. Yang Qingcheng's voice was euphemistic, but he refused very firmly. I think it's good to follow the master now. She knows her life very well. Only follow Chen Mo is the most correct choice. What's more, she has an engagement with Chen Mo. Han Nanshan's face changed. He is already a public enemy of the ancient martial arts world. You're only putting yourself in danger by following him. As he spoke, he grabbed Yang Qingcheng. After all, Yang Qingcheng's strength is not as good as Han Nantian. It was sealed, and the cultivation base was forcibly taken away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo was slightly relieved. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Yang Qingcheng's strength. Then he looked at Chu Changa and asked, "Is she in your hollow party now?" Chu Changa showed a touch of vigilance on her face. That is the woman that this young master likes. If you have the ability, you can follow me back to the empty pie. I let you walk around. He wants Chen Mo, based on the fame of the hollow pie. Don't embarrass him. But Chen Mo actually nodded. I'll take a look with you. Chu Changa is a little flustered. If you bring a scourge back. His father has not yet skinned him. But in the face of the murderous Chen Mo, he can only choose to lead the way. Came to a mountain steep into the clouds. Chen Mo looked ahead with some curiosity. It turns out that the 6 major sects are all in the enchantment, and this barrier is created by ancient cultivators. Chu Changa took out a cyan jade pendant. Then inject it with true qi. At this time, a wave of fluctuations came from the enchantment. Suddenly a door appeared in the void. After entering, there is a mountain road. Walked up for half an hour. Finally standing in front of the mountain gate of the empty pie, in front of him was a stone sword that shot straight into the sky. Gives a feeling of extreme shock. Chu Changa kowtowed to the stone sword. Think of my empty mountains. You must worship this town stone. Chen Mo's eyes carried a hint of disdain. In this life, I only respect heaven and earth. Do not worship anything or anyone. Hearing the words and singing a long song to Chen Mo, thumbs up. I didn't want to say goodbye before, but after being beaten by my father. Just be honest. Chu Changa left after worshipping. After he leaves, suddenly there was a sound of breaking the air. Why don't you worship? I saw 2 old men in black martial arts suits. It flew out in the air. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise. Grandmasters in the God Glimpse realm are only used to guard the door. The man just swung a sword at random. The competition broke the ancient formation that has been passed down for thousands of years. Just now, in order to save his beloved disciple Yang Qingcheng, Chen Mo came to the gate of Hollow Pie Mountain. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking the air. Why don't you worship? I saw 2 old men in black martial arts suits, hovering in the air and stopping him. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise. Grandmaster of God Glimpse realm, it's just for the door. Seeing that Chen Mo refused to worship the mountain, the 2 old men shouted angrily and shot directly. Chen Mo clenched and grabbed their fists. Then just throw them out. But he didn't kill him. Then, Chen Mo came to the square in front of the main hall. A group of people has already been waiting here in advance. The leader, Han Nantian, looked at Chen Mo. You are Master Chen. What's the point of my empty pie? Chen Mo glanced at him. I knew that he was Yang Qingcheng's grandfather. I don't care who you are. No one should try to force my apprentice. Do things she doesn't want to do. Han Nantian's face was filled with impatience. My granddaughter. Why should you take care of it? After saying that, he rushed towards Chen Mo. 7 kills boxing, 7 fist marks appeared behind him. Facing his attack with the power of heaven and earth, Chen Mo used the first pose of Tianqian Divine Fist. Broken mountains. This punch has the ability to break the rules of heaven and earth. Han Nantian was directly sent flying. The disciples of the Hollow sect looked sluggish. The great elder couldn't even take a punch. Chen Mo asked in a flat voice. Let Yang Qingcheng come out now. Or I could break in and find her myself. Master Chen, wait a minute. A figure emerged from the sky. Flying over from the hall. The person who came was Chu Sholi, the head of the Hollow sect. Little friend, Yang Qingcheng is already the elder in my door. The secrets of my empty faction have been involved. So I really can't let it go. The sun in South Korea revealed a touch of disappointment. Yang Qingcheng has been locked up. The head clearly didn't want to let her go. Chen Mo also heard what he meant. His face gradually turned cold. You still have to do it after talking so much nonsense. That's the intention. Let's cut it somewhere open. After speaking, Chu Sholi flew backwards with his tiptoes. Chen Mo also followed suit. Since war cannot be avoided. He doesn't talk nonsense, he just starts first. He punched Chu Sholi. Good day. Chu Sholi also came up with a punch. The fists of the two collided. Let the space within a kilometer. They all shuddered. Through that blow just now. Chen Mo has already felt it. The cultivation of Chu Sholi, it is the third of the three broken gods. God-breaking realm. Chu Sholi was also surprised. To be able to directly fight him. He put away his contempt. Both of them landed on the top of the mountain at the same time. Let's make it quick. After saying that, Chen Mo took a step out. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 meters, fiercely gathered towards his palm. Chu Sholi's face was solemn. This punch was even stronger than before. Fortunately, I was prepared. He flipped his hands and two blue lights appeared. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also began to gather towards him. Chen Mo was startled. The strength of the God-breaking realm is indeed extraordinary, to be able to snatch the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from his hands. Broken mountains. Chen Mo suddenly shot towards the sky. A fist seal that gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, down on him like the sky was falling. Chu Sholi dared not hold back. Blue light on the palms. Go straight to the fist print. Two energies collide. It vibrated violently again. The entire topography of the mountain has changed. The smoke clears. Chu Sholi covered his chest. Take a few steps back. Master Chen really lives up to his reputation, Chen Mo said impatiently. Cut the crap. My patience is limited. Chu Sholi looked firm. I admit that you are very powerful. But no one can take Yang Qingcheng away. Chen Mo is finally angry. He exuded a powerful murderous aura. Are you trying to force me to destroy your empty faction? You can try it. Chen Mo suddenly looked at the sky. I know what you're counting on. Isn't this the mountain protection formation? Then I will break your mountain protection formation. Saying that, the heavenly slashing sword appeared in Chen Mo's hands. Chu Sholi sneered. My empty mountain protection formation. No one has broken it in thousands of years. Just then. A palm that covers the sky. Appear in the sky. Now is the gathering stage of the mountain protection formation. You can save your life if you leave. Chen Mo was unmoved. The energy of the sky-slashing sword continued to condense. Look good. 9 swords of the Great Tao. Skybreak. Chen Mo slashed his sword into the sky. A terrifying sword light. Slashed directly to the giant palm. Not to be outdone. He grabbed at the sword light. Then devour it. Hollow sent everyone to watch this scene. A look of joy on his face. The mountain protection formation that has existed for thousands of years. How can you break it? But Chu Sholi didn't laugh. He can feel it keenly. The power of the mountain protection formation, it's running out. Just then. The giant palm suddenly trembled violently. Then. A brilliant sword light. Straight through the past. In the void, Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. Hand over my apprentice immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Sholi sighed like ashes. I didn't expect that the mountain protection formation could be broken by you. Elder, please go for a walk. Han Nantian bowed and nodded. Soon, Yang Qingcheng was brought out. She is dressed in purple like a shooting fairy. The first time I met Chen Mo, Yang Qingcheng gave a big gift. Disciple meets master. Chen Mo stared at her and said domineering. No one will stop you from leaving. Unless you want to stay. Yang Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, then soon the fork returns to calm. I made a decision in my heart to look at Han Nantian. Grandfather, sorry. Your choice is right. Yang Qingcheng nodded and followed Chen Mo. After leaving the hollow pie, the two walked towards the mouth of the valley. Chen Mo suddenly stopped. I didn't expect anyone to find out. News that he came to Hollow Pie, ambush people here in advance. The man was stabbed in the heart with a sword. Not only not dead, he also killed the powerhouses of the 4 major Chinese schools. Just now. When Chen Mo took Yang Qingcheng away from the Hollow sect. Ambushed by the 4 major sects of the ancient martial arts world, Chen Mo's face was solemn. A full 20 gods. 9 of them have reached the breaking body level. This is the powerhouse of the ancient martial arts world. Are they all out? Elder Shu of Wushan sect shouted. He just came out of the void. There's not much left. Don't give him time to recover. Chen Mo seriously told Yang Qingcheng. Their main target is me. You go first, facing the siege of more than a dozen gods. Chen Mo did not dare to look down on him. The sword hovers around him. The fierce sword chi made it impossible for them to approach. See this scene. Elder Yang of Zhehua sect was ruthless in his heart. Let's start the 9-star formation. Voice fall. 9 body-breaking powerhouses jumped out of the battle circle. They put their hands up. The gathered energy of heaven and earth. Chen Mo looked up and was startled. It's actually the 9 heaven star array. I saw the energy of a few people converging. Finally turned into a cyan sword. The giant sword slashed at Chen Mo like lightning. Chen Mo hurriedly blocked it with the heavenly slashing sword. Consumed too much before, make him a little powerless. But he can only continue to activate the spiritual power in his body. He pressed the giant cyan sword back. Watching Chen Mo and the 9 Chen array deadlock. The woman in black took out her dagger. Finally got this opportunity. She leaped in the air with a dagger in hand. Silently came behind Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo keenly sensed her. But it's still too late. The body-breaking sword accurately pierced Chen Mo's chest back. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Mo's face. You are a cultivator. See this scene. Elder Yang was overjoyed and ordered. Everyone output at full speed. The 9-star formation shines brightly. The cyan giant sword slashed towards Chen Mo again. Chen Mo hurriedly pushed the woman in black away. Seriously injured, he is still unable to support. It was blasted out by the 9 Chen array. Elder Yang shouted excitedly. He was hit in the head. Let's go together. All the warriors watching the battle rushed up. Attempt to pick up Cheap and kill Master Chen. The woman in black didn't move. If Chen Mo really has no backup, these warriors will definitely be able to kill him. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the ground. Shake all the warriors who rushed up and fly out. Chen Mo's yellow hair turned grey. Like a dying old man. There is a trace of fear in everyone's heart. Their souls seem to be trembling. Chen Mo suddenly stretched out a finger towards the void. Speak out 2 words expressionlessly. Silence. Take time. A desolate and ancient breath gushed out of his body. Everyone present seemed to be petrified. Standing still. Immediately after, their bodies don't show any signs. Turned into fly ash, then dissipate into the sky and earth. The woman in black hiding behind the crowd. It's also a terrified struggle. She realized that she couldn't even move herself. She took out a black bead. Spit out a mouthful of blood essence on it. And there she was. Disappeared in place in an instant. Look at that bead. There was surprise in Chen Mo's eyes. There is still a second soul pearl. What is her origin? And at this point he felt extremely exhausted. Cast 2 secret techniques to damage his life. I have to find some treasures to replenish my essence. Chen Mo returns to Yangui Lake for retreat. And the ancient martial arts world seems to be afraid of being killed. Did not appear in the land of Huaxia again. Chen Mo didn't leave customs until half a month later. Yang Qingcheng reported what happened these days. Chen Songzi integrated all forces to establish Momen. Now everything is on track. It's just that there seems to be an emergency over there in Medicine King Valley. It turns out that Mu Zhengfeng wants to invite Chen Mo to represent Medicine King Valley, participate in the Alchemist Exchange meeting in Zhongzhou. 5 years ago, Medicine King Valley, a stunning genius has appeared. But unexpectedly, she was betrayed. Stole the treasure of Zhenggu Medicine King Canon. Alchemy sect, the nemesis of Medicine King Valley. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. After all, Medicine King Valley belongs to him. The two set off the next day. Come to Danfeng Manor in Zhongzhou. There is an alchemist exchange meeting here. In the vast manor. There's stall after stall everywhere. Chen Mo is interested in this. Then he scanned it with his consciousness. Found a booth. There are strong energy fluctuations. Mountain ginseng plants lie on self-colored cloth strips. Its blood ginseng can repair his damaged life essence. So Chen Mo asked the boss casually. How much are these mountain ginseng? Sighed Mu Zhengfeng hurriedly explained in a low voice. The things here are for exchange only and not for sale. Chen Mo nodded. Take out a pill from the storage ring. How about trading this for your mountain ginseng? Mu Zhengfeng hurriedly persuaded. Exchange these mountain ginseng with the best elixir. What a waste. Chen Mo smiled indifferently. This elixir is useless to me. Why don't you replace it with something that can be used? The boss was overjoyed. Did you meet a prodigal son in your relationship? Just when Chen Mo was about to get the blood ginseng, her voice suddenly sounded. I'll take all these mountain ginseng. The person who came was a young man, that domineering look on his face. You can tell at a glance that the family background is extraordinary. The boss looked at the young man with an embarrassed expression. Ancient young master, these mountain ginseng have been sold. A cold light flashed in Ji Yulan's eyes. What did he exchange for? I am willing to pay double the price. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He may have found out too. Extraordinary blood ginseng, so I moved my mind. When the boss took out the Peiyuan pill, Ji Yulan suddenly looked shocked. Since it is the best elixir. Then he turned to look at Chen Mo with a gloomy face. I don't care who you are. Today, my Danzong will order this mountain ginseng. He wanted to scare Chen Mo with his identity as Danzong, but Chen Mo was still unmoved. Just when the two were about to make a move, a gentle voice came from behind. Master, what happened? I saw a woman with long hair and a shawl. Zheng Lianbu came over. Ji Yulan gently hooked the woman's chin. Just bumped into one unknown thing. How dare you rob me? Mu Jingfeng saw the anger on her face. It turns out that she is the traitor of Medicine King Valley. Yi Susuguana smiled. Who am I? So it's Uncle Mu? Hearing this, Ji Yulan was full of disdain. It turned out to be the defeated general of Medicine King Valley. Get away if you know. Just when Chen Mo couldn't help but start. A coquettish shout sounded from behind Chen Mo. No way. Is young Master Danzong going to rob something? See someone coming. Ji Yulan's saliva is about to flow out. The speaker is a two ponytails. A girl with a lively and cute face. And Chen Mo asked a little mistakenly. I don't know you. Why bother with my business? The girl glanced at Chen Mo. You are too straight to talk. Then smile sweetly. Show two small tiger teeth. My name is Jiang Yuejiao. Even if you know each other now. Chen Mo smiled. This girl is quite interesting. Girls in order to climb into the super family. Not only did she betray the Medicine King Valley who raised her for 10 years, he also stole the treasure of Zhenggu, the Medicine King diary, seeing the former traitor Yi Susu. Mu Jingfeng looked angry. Now one has two ponytails. Lively and cute girl appears. Is young Master Danzong going to rob something? See someone coming. A touch of Moxibustion fever flashed in Ji Yulan's eyes. Now that you know who I am. Jiang Yuejiao pretended to be surprised. I'm so scared. Ji Yulan's face was a little embarrassed. This little girl is obviously not afraid of him. Before finding out Jiang Yuejiao's identity, Ji Yulan really didn't dare to offend. Yi Susu saw that he seemed to have the meaning of concession, so I found him a step down. Might as well give Miss Jiang a face. Lest others say that the master, I don't know how to pity Shang Xiu. Boy, be careful in the future. Ji Yulan saw this and left a threat. Turn around and leave with Yi Susuyang. Jiang Yu's petite face was a little proud. You don't have to thank me. This girl just doesn't like it. Danzong's style. After saying that, she jumped away happily. This little girl should not be an ordinary person. Chen Mo nodded. So young to be a body protection master. Must have some background identity. Day 2. The exchange meeting officially begins. Pill Sect Master Jiu Yuehe sits on the high platform. Here's the hustle and bustle. Jiu Yuehe smiled. It seems like a pair of as his personal territory. Mu Jing snorted coldly. This exchange meeting is obviously a grand event in the refining world, but it looks like his alone. Jiu Yuehe raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Start breaking 3 levels according to the old rules. After speaking, a few young people carried out 10 cauldrons. This is the first level of fire. Is to fill it with fire. For Chen Mo, it is naturally a small matter. Just use some psychic power. The flames in the cauldron became raging. Chen Mo's speed. Let everyone be stunned. I think the alchemy world is about to produce a genius. No time for people to rest. Jiu Yuehe immediately announced the start of the second level. 2 young men brought up a wooden frame. It's filled with herbs. It's about medicine. As long as you can say any 10 kinds, you will pass the test. Chen Mo and Mu Jingfeng also went to see. Record the medicinal materials you know in a small book. Several judges saw the herbs. I couldn't help frowning. Even they don't recognize a few. Jiu Yuehe smiled and explained. The people who have passed the 3 levels over the years are uneven. So I made it harder. Hear this. The judges in the back looked weird. Jiu Yuehe is afraid that someone will challenge him. When Mu Jingfeng was struggling to find medicinal materials, Chen Mo quickly wrote down 10 kinds of medicinal materials, then he handed in the small book. Ji Yulan who just came over. I saw Chen Mo's figure. A touch of worry flashed in Yi Susu's eyes. I think you should remind the sect master. But Ji Yulan didn't think so. Jiu Yuehe and several judges got together. Start studying the 10 medicinal herbs written by Chen Mo. After checking for a while, Gu Yuehe was shocked, and they got it right. There was a kind smile on his face. Obviously, there is an intention to win over Chen Mo. By the third level, only 10 people were left. There was a small tripod in front of them. The competition in this level is fire control. According to the flag on the stage, control the size of the flame. The person holding the flag raises the red flag in his hand. The 10 examiners immediately activated their true chi. The flames in the cauldron in front of him rose up. When the black flag is called, all flames are lowered. There were no eliminators. But this is just the beginning. With a few rounds down, 5 out of 10 have been eliminated. Until the end, only Chen Mo was left. Mu Jingfeng walked to Chen Mo's side. You can challenge the judges on stage. Victory can take their place. Chen Mo is not interested in this. If you bet on the Medicine King Cannon, will he accept it? Mu Jingfeng nodded affirmatively. He has to accept. Otherwise, his pill sect's reputation will be lost. Gu Yuehe smiled when she saw Chen Mo walking out. This little brother. Which judge are you challenging behind me? Chen Mo didn't look at the judges. Instead, he stared at the well-meaning Guyue River. I want to challenge you. The smile on Gu Yuehe's face froze. No one has challenged him for decades. Even the judges were surprised. Chen Mo continued. I want you to bet on the Medicine King Cannon. Saying that, Chen Mo took out a pill. I'll bet with you with the prescription for this elixir. Gu Yuehe is also a person who knows the goods. The eyes knew that this pill was extraordinary. I don't know how much more precious it is than the Medicine King Cannon. Just as he was about to say yes, Ji Yulan suddenly jumped on the stone platform to stop him. How noble my father is. You can get past me first. Then he transmitted sound to the Guyue River. This kid is weird. I'll check his route first. Chen Mo waved his hand indifferently. So here we go. The people below are all excited. Over the years, this is the first time someone dares to challenge Danzong. Yi Susu still wants to get out of the Mujing Tuye. Inquire about news. Mu Jingfeng snorted coldly. You will regret it one day. What you do? This time the competition is to refine the hemostatic pill. There are medicinal materials in front of both of them. Ji Yulan was ecstatic. Because this hemostatic pill is his best. He took out a small pill furnace from his arms. The crowd below was shocked. It is actually the third-ranked Zilong Fire Cloud Furnace. Ji Yulan glanced at Chen Mo proudly. Are you even? There are no pill furnaces, right? Chen Mo's eyes were full of disdain. Why do true alchemists need a pill furnace? Guided by the sun, moon, and stars, one thought becomes a pill, Chen Mo said while waving his hand suddenly. All the medicinal materials on the table flew into the air. And then another wave. A crystal-clear hemostatic pill appears. It shines like jade in the air. A pill that exists only in legends. The man has successfully refined it at will. I saw him wave his hand violently. All the medicinal materials on the table flew into the air. Then I waved my hand. A crystal-clear hemostatic pill appears. It shines like jade in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. No need for pill furnaces to refine spirit medicines out of thin air. This completely subverts the common sense in the refining world. Gu Yuehe looked gloomy. This legendary means. The competition was achieved by a young man. Yi Susu was also secretly surprised. Medicine King Valley doesn't have this kind of magic skill at all. Did you hide it when teaching her? And Ji Yulan was also distracted by this scene. The herbs were burnt to ashes in the flames. Ji Yuehe suddenly said. I doubt the authenticity of this elixir. Request to check together. Chen Mo looked indifferent. The pill fluttered into his hand. Several people looked at the pill for a while. But I can't find anything wrong. The grade of this medicinal pill is undoubtedly the best. Ji Yulan's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, someone can refine the best pill. So he slashed a knife in his hand. The judge placed the pill on Ji Yulan's arm. As soon as I got close to the wound, it started to heal. The judge looked shocked. It's not the best. It was a legendary pill. Ji Yulan's face was like ashes at this time, staring blankly at the pill. Not surprisingly, this time it was Chen Mo who won. Here we go. It is to compete with Ji Yuehe, the first person of Danzong. The last game was the challenger victory of Medicine King Valley. This time, the ancient sect master can choose the elixir to be refined. Ji Yuehe looked at Chen Mo and sneered. If you can use the pill furnace, Refining Tongshan Dan, then I'm convinced. Hear this. The judges were also shocked. Jiu Yueha can actually refine the Tongshan pill. As the name suggests, this pill can make the master break through to the realm of the gods, and it must be a god-level powerhouse to refine it. In fact, Jiu Yueha is not sure. I just want Chen Mo to retreat. Chen Mo vaguely guessed the intention of Guyue River. But in the face of absolute strength, any intrigue is air. I saw Chen Mo reach out and pat. The medicinal herbs on the table flew into the air, the flame in his hand burned it all. Then, a blood-red pill was suspended in mid-air. Everyone's mouth is open. One finger Dancheng, it's a miracle. This is my luck in the alchemy world. Everyone knelt down and worshipped to the sky. Incarnation. The refining world is thriving. Mu Jingfeng also knelt down. Excited, whole body trembling. Louder than anyone can shout. Yi Susu's face was full of surprise. Regret and unwillingness filled her heart. She didn't betray. The honor belongs to her. Jiang Yuejia raised her little face and said coldly, obviously so powerful. And let this girl help you out. Chen Mo looked at the judges and said lightly. Now can we announce the results? Several judges seemed to wake up from a dream. Remind the ancient sect master to start the medicine test. Jiu Yueha's face darkened. If this elixir is real. That's cheap, drug tester. So he let Danzongs. An elder comes to try. Pray for the rejoicing of the elders, but the face is silent. He took the pill and swallowed it directly. Then immediately sit cross-legged and start practicing. A powerful aura swept the audience. Elder Qi looked up to the sky and laughed. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I was able to reach the realm of the gods, then bowed to the ancient moon river and thanked. The great kindness of the suzerain is unforgettable, Chen Mo sneered. This pill seems to have been refined by me, right? Then he turned to look at the judges. Now the authenticity of the pill has been identified, right? Several judges nodded hurriedly. Now that the authenticity has been verified, then you spit out the elixir for me. Elder Qi was stunned for a moment and laughed. My realm has improved. Do you want the old man to spit it out? If I tell you to vomit, you have to vomit. After saying that, Chen Mo stretched out his palm. A suction force sucked him directly into his hand. Chen Mo grabbed his head and started to exert force. Elder Qi discovered the true Qi in his body. It's draining away. And the realm also began to decline. The ancient moon river next to it was shocked. If you don't kill Chen Mo now, it will definitely be the scourge of his alchemy sect in the future. Make up your mind. Jiu Yueha shouted and rushed over. Let go of me, Elder Danzong. Chen Mo turned to stare at him. A golden light rushed out of the door. The heavenly sword slashed towards the Jiu river that rushed up, and he was shocked. The heavenly slashing sword had an aura that scared him. He gritted his teeth. Attempt to split the sword. But he just entered the realm of gods. The heavenly sword is clean. Penetrated his body. Jiu Lan looked at this scene in anger. Beast, you killed my father. Chen Mo looked at him coldly. I didn't hear you, can you say that again? Jiu Lan hurriedly retreated in fright. I still want to bewitch those elders of the alchemy sect. He killed my father. The next thing to kill is. He's not finished yet. The heavenly slashing sword instantly pierced through his heart. Seeing Chen Mo so ruthless, Yi Susu was even more terrified. Because her sins are deeper than those of Gulan and his son. So she took the initiative to say out loud, I know Guyue River. Put the Medicine King collection there. Mu Jingfeng showed a touch of disdain on his face. Why is Miss Yi so enthusiastic? Yi Susu directly knelt down. 2 tearful admissions. These years, the people of Danzong treat me as an outsider. I don't ask my uncle to forgive me. I just ask you to let me return to the Valley of the Medicine King, so I will die. After saying that, he bowed to Mu Jingfeng. Learn that other people in Danzong. I don't know the whereabouts of the Medicine King Dadian. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Let her take you to find something first. Then take it back to Medicine King Valley and talk about it. Killing Jiu Yue, her father and son, shocked everyone. I believe that no one dares to make things difficult for Mu Jingfeng anymore. There's no point in staying here. Chen Mo took the lead in returning to Yangui Lake. I just wanted to refine the elixir hurt by the secret technique. A college classmate called. Come to school. Murong Yanga was taken away. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at South China University. Ji Judu immediately mentioned the source of the incident. It turned out that a transfer student came a few days ago. He claims to be Murong Yanga's fiancé. Haunt her like a pervert every day. Murong Yanga disappeared a few days later. And I contacted the Murong family, but I didn't care. Say what is inconvenient to intervene. Chen Mo frowned. Are even the Murong family afraid? It seems that Hong Xinghua does have some background. At the same time, Murong Yanga was tied up in a hotel. Our doll dear. It's just what the elders said casually, no matter what you do to me, I can't possibly like you. Hong Xinghua gave a strange smile. We have plenty of time to build relationships. It's also a good way to start with the body. Enjoy it. Saying that, he pounced on Murong Yanga. The school flower was abducted in broad daylight. The whole school dared not speak out. Just because the man's grandfather is a 5-star general of Huaxia, Murong Yanga was tied up in a hotel. There was despair in her eyes. Hong Xinghua revealed a perverted smile. We have plenty of time to build relationships. It's also a good way to start with the body. Just as he was about to pounce. Young master, an old voice interrupted him. I saw an old man suspended outside the window. Hong Xinghua was a little angry at his interruption. Wang Lao persuaded him with a serious face. Master Chen is not something the Hong family can contend with. Get on your knees now or it's too late. Hong Xinghua was disapproving and shouted angrily. This is the secular world, does he dare to do it? See him, don't listen to advice. Wang Lao sighed helplessly. Then just fly away. Seeing this, Hong Xinghua scolded angrily. Thanks to my Hong family for raising you for so many years. Chen Mo is standing on the playground. Suddenly felt an energy fluctuation. Immediately look at the place where Wang Lao left. I heard that Chen Mo is here. Murong Yanga's desperate heart relaxed. Let me go, you still have a way to live. Hong Xinghua also has a bad premonition in his heart, but now he has no way out. Even if I die, I will do you first. Saying that, he pounced on Murong Yanga again. Suddenly his heart contracted violently. Do not move, your heart is in my control. Chen Mo's figure appeared outside the window. Hong Xinghua was already scared by this time. My grandfather was a general. He's not finished yet. Chen Mo squeezed hard with one hand. Hong Xinghua's heart suddenly exploded. See this scene. Murong Yanga's face was full of worry. The Hong family is in the military, but the existence of one hand covering the sky. Chen Mo picked up Murong Yanga. Show a confident smile. Don't worry. I'll take you home first. Chen Mo appeased. After Murong Yanga's emotions, he sent her back to the Murong family. Then Jiang Heshan called. His roar came from over there. The Hong family is for China. Make great achievements. Now it has reached the #1 side. Chen Mo asked without beating around the bush. What is the request of the Hong family? Jiang Heshan's expression stagnated. He didn't expect Chen Mo to be so direct. Dress hemp and filial piety for the Hong family for 7 days. In the future, he will join hands with you to fight against the ancient martial arts world. And Chen Mo actually agreed. Let Jiang Heshan look incredible. He would make a compromise. Hang up the phone. Chen Mo laughed. I will definitely go to the Hong family. Before dawn. At this time, the Hong family is already busy. In front of the morning hall sat rows of monks. Praying for Hong Xinghua. The head of the Hong family said to the guests in grief and indignation, telling of Chen Mo's crimes. And everyone agreed. Scolding Chen Mo loudly. Just as the atmosphere is high. Chen Mo came with light wind and light style. The head of the Hong family said viciously. Don't change into sackcloth and red to my son. Chen Mo ignored him. Instead, he shouted into the room. I, Chen Mo, admire the old general's character. I came to visit today. Hong Wei slowly strode out. At the age of 100, he is still in good spirits. Do you dare to take a knife from me? As he spoke, the big knife in his hand was raised high and chopped down. Chen Mo's right hand suddenly rose. The big knife was chopped off with bare hands. Then Chen Mo spoke lightly. The old general has the prestige of a god in the army. But to stand in the land of injustice. Are you going to sacrifice the evening for your grandson? Chen Mo's words are heartbreaking. Like a slap on the head knocking on Hong Wei's heart. Hong Wei closed his eyes in pain. Want me to let you go like this? I am not reconciled. Do you and I dare to enter the ancient martial arts world together? Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Their first stop. It is a metropolis established by the ancient martial arts world. On the tall building, Hong Wei stroked his beard and said, we split up and destroy this whole arsenal. Although I hate you to the core, but now Huaxia can't live without you. If this operation is successful, it will be beneficial to Huaxia. If you fail, rest assured. Chen Mo doesn't care about it. On the path of Juji's practice. It's a small adjustment, right? See, Chen Mo promised. Hong Wei laughed heartily. Then he jumped and flew down. There are many experts below. The safest way, of course, is to sneak into the arsenal. See the transport vehicle outside the door. Chen Mo suddenly had an idea. He flashed to the bottom of the truck. At the same time, perform mysterious arts to hide the breath. The truck slowly drove into the arsenal. I don't know how many access controls passed along the way. Right at this moment, a sudden and violent explosion in the distance. A red alert went up in the arsenal. Chen Mo rolled his eyes in his heart. This Master Hong is going to be tough with them, right? You're asking for your own blessing. Chen Mo prayed for him in his heart. Then go to the warehouse where the ammunition is stored. Somewhere on the other side. In order to avoid the pursuit of the ancient martial arts gods, Hong Wei hid in the trash can. There was a violent vibration from the ground. He looked up and saw a burst of bright fireworks. There are also a few big characters of Chen Mo Lai written on it. Hong Wei was overjoyed. I can't help but be happy for Chen Mo. In the sea of fire, more than a dozen gods are roaring one after another. We've seen you. If you have the ability, come out and fight us one-on-one. This is what you asked for. Chen Mo suddenly appeared in someone's ear. And then one hand into his heart. The duel is over. Other God Realm experts immediately swarmed towards Chen Mo. A massacre begins here. A few hours later, General of the ancient martial arts world came with reinforcements. But I saw corpses all over the ground. Go back immediately and report to the heads of all factions. We must attack Huaxia immediately. The tall building sighed. Chen Mo, what kind of cultivation are you? How can I kill you? At this time, Chen Mo was on his way back. I caught a fish and grilled it. Don't know when. An old man with white hair. Come to him. Have a good meal, young man. After going down later, you don't have to be a starving ghost. Chen Mo ate grilled fish by himself. Report yourself home, the old man laughed proudly and said. Old man self-cultivation, from Kungkang. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. It turned out to be a big shot from the cultivation world. Why don't you tell me something about the Snow Palace? Shall we be friends? Self-cultivation smiled and did not answer. You're growing up too fast. It will definitely be a disaster in the cultivation world in the future. Saying that, he stepped in. The breath on his body suddenly exploded. A green dragon emerged and rushed to kill. Chen Mo Iran is not afraid. The Xianlong True Qi in his body came out. A mysterious dragon hovered over Chen Mo's head. Towards Bai Xiu, the green dragon's True Qi whistled away. The two dragons immediately fought together. Self-cultivation secretly surprised. It was indistinguishable from his peak god-level fight. But the next second, his dragon was directly crushed to pieces. Xianlong crashed into him unstoppably. His chest was stuffy and a mouthful of blood spurted out, watching Chen Mo walk like the god of death. Self-repair hurriedly said. I have a map of Snow God Palace here. After the Snow Shrine Palace is born, how about we join forces to share the treasure equally? Chen Mo frowned and looked serious. Tell me more about the Snow Shrine Palace. Seeing Chen Mo suddenly change his face, self-cultivation was frightened and hurriedly opened his mouth. Rumor has it that the lover of the Snow God suddenly disappeared. The Snow God closes the Snow Palace in search of a lover. Only wait for the Mid-Autumn Festival every year, will cast a shadow. Leave a voice as if to say. I will always wait for you to come back. To find the secret to immortality. This pair of Taoists broke into the forbidden land of immortals. I saw the legendary Kowloon coffin. Suddenly, a huge green palm stretched out from the coffin. Shoot at them with endless coercion. The fates of the two are separated. 2 lines of tears fell from her peerless face. I will always wait for you to come to me. Man is reborn 500 years ago. Girls are established. Isolated Snow Palace. A shadow is cast every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Every time a word comes out. I will always wait for you to come back. After listening to the legend of the Snow Shrine, Chen Mo's heart seemed to be bleeding. Little junior sister, have you waited for me for 500 years? Self-cultivation secretly observed Chen Mo's face. If you think it's bad to split equally, or you can do it. Chen Mo suddenly raised his head when he heard this sentence. There is endless anger in my eyes. How dare you, little sister Kai Liang? An incomparably terrifying aura spread from Chen Mo's body. Just a wave. Destroy the soul of self-cultivation. Then Chen Mo was on him. Doubled it up. Removed his storage ring. There is indeed a quaint map in it. After the earth is done, I will go to the cultivation world to find you. You wait for me. At the same time, Hong Wei fled to a dense forest. He's in a good mood. Because I discovered the monster Chen Mo. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Then several gunshots rang out in the jungle. Hong Wei Meng looked back and saw. Shocking scene. Without waiting for him to question, his body just collapsed and he died. When Chen Mo returned to Yangjing, but suddenly discovered an anomaly. The usual busy streets are empty. After calling Chen Songzi to inquire, I learned that several major families in the capital colluded with the ancient martial arts world. A coup d'etat was launched with Hong Wei's death. Quickly took control of Chief One. His first time, the relatives and friends who have cared about Chen Mo received the protection of Yangui Lake. After hearing, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. We must first rescue the chief and regain military power. Let Huaxia quickly restore order. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Chen Mo secretly made up his mind. Then rushed into the night. After many inquiries, Chen Mo came to the central South Island where the chief was detained, except for the soldiers with thermal weapons. There are also several masters from the cultivation world. Chen Mo threw a brick at them. An old man catches it. After crushing, there is a small note inside. Exchange the Snow God Palace map for the chief and others. Trading in the southern part of the capital at night. Seeing this, others started talking. Never give it to them. Obtaining Huaxia is our top priority. A yellow-haired old man said confidently. No need to argue. Make a deal with the chief first to get the map. Then just kill this person and take it back. After nightfall, a mighty team come to the appointed place. The leader is the old man of the half-step Golden Core realm. Chen Mo took out the map of the Snow Palace. Did anyone bring it? I am full of sincerity. Seeing this, the purple-haired old man raised his hand and waved. Soon, another group of people walked out in the distance. It was the rebels who escorted the officials out. The chief was overjoyed to see Chen Mo. He didn't expect that Chen Mo didn't die in the ancient martial arts world. The officials were literally in tears, shouting for help. Chen Mo held the map in his hand. The nitrogen box in the other hand makes a fire. Let go first, or I'll burn the map. The old man in purple has nothing to do with it. He is confident that Chen Mo is in front of him. No tricks. The officials also ran fast one by one. Soon ran behind Chen Mo. The chief said in Chen Mo's ear. These are all masters from the cultivation world. They have unified the ancient martial arts world. Chen Mo nodded. Get them out of here. The purple-haired old man watched it all. Didn't stop. Can you hand over the map now? He also persuaded Chen Mo to join them. We are the Xinglan school from the cultivation world. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. Then look up at the stars in the night sky. You're just trying to keep the people here in captivity, but don't even think about it with me around. Saying that, Chen Mo raised his hands. A Xianlong True Qi came out of the body. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. If the Big Dipper has a sense. They burst out with dazzling brilliance. The old man in purple shouted when he saw this. This is the Big Dipper array. Didn't wait for him to react. 7 beams of light descended from the sky, surround all these masters of the cultivation world. The rebels turned to ashes. And although the masters of the cultivation world have vitality to protect their bodies, but still suppressed and unable to move. Chen Mo smiled. Walk towards them step by step. You seem very uncomfortable. The green-haired old man couldn't help but roar. We are the monks of the Starland School. Do you know where this will get you? Chen Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and joked. Then tell me. What will I become? The attitude of the young-haired old man by Chen Mo, not lightly angry. Your body will be crushed to pieces. Your soul will be burned by endless flames. Chen Mo asked, pretending to be frightened. Is it that scary? The young-haired old man began to seduce. Why don't you join our Xinglan faction? Join us on the road. I appreciate your kindness. But I've got another idea. Chen Mo slowly walked towards the young-haired old man, grabbed one of his shoulders. Kill you all. How did the Xinglan sect know that I did it? After saying that, Chen Mo tugged hard. Ripped his arm off alive. 2 worlds. Chen Mo naturally knew that on the road to cultivation, these people will do anything for their strength. So he didn't show any mercy at all. Chen Mo walked towards another old man. He was afraid of the shock of vitality all over his body. It was directly crushed into pieces by the Big Dipper array. All kinds of pleading voices poured in. Chen Mo was unmoved and killed several people in a row. When I came to the purple-haired old man, Chen Mo stopped and asked curiously. They are all begging for mercy. Why don't you say a word? The purple-haired old man snorted coldly. No matter how much I wag my tail, we'll still end up like them. Why give up your last dignity before you die? Chen Mo revealed a cruel smile. You're right actually, but this kind of thing, you've done a lot, haven't you? Do you have any regrets now? The old man in purple laughed madly. Who is not in blood debt on the road of practice? That's the law of the jungle. Why regret it? Chen Mo nodded. Fair enough. So please die. He suddenly slapped his chest with a palm. The corners of the purple-haired old man's mouth curled up a smile, then a surge of power emanated from his body. Shake Chen Mo's whole body like falling apart. Seeing this purple-haired old man look disappointed, he didn't kill Chen Mo by exploding a magic weapon. He is very interested in the Big Dipper. Hand over the method of setting up the formation and spare you from death. Chen Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, come and get it. The old man in purple said no more. He clenched his fists sharply. Today, let you see the stunt of Xinglan sect. Star Fist, his fist with the power of the stars. With the sound of breaking the air, it attacked Chen Mo. Chen Mo's heart was calm. There was excitement in his eyes. He wants to take this opportunity to sharpen his strength. The vitality of the whole body suddenly surged, and she walked up to him. The purple-haired old man's fist hit Chen Mo. Chen Mo suddenly had several bone fractures in his body. Fly directly out of the Big Dipper array. After one blow, the old man in purple breathed a sigh of relief. What a lunatic. Hope has killed him. While he was talking to the rest, the two old men exclaimed. I saw Chen Mo rushing back again. Although there are many serious injuries all over the body, but he was in a surprisingly good mood. The old man in purple was shocked. Another fierce punch hit Chen Mo. This time, Chen Mo was not sent flying, and slowly approaching him. See his desperate look. The old man in purple shouted in horror. I forbid you to come here. Then he found that his stress was gone. The surging power returned to the body. The Big Dipper has failed. The two old men behind him were overjoyed. Let's go together. At this time, Chen Mo is as crazy, no matter how ferocious the attack is. Every time he falls down, he gets up immediately. Like an unbeatable xiaoqiang. Played for half an hour. The purple-haired old man realized that something was wrong. My spiritual power is running out, and without hesitation, he turned and walked away. In an instant, he rushed out of this dense forest. The remaining two old men haven't had time to react yet. Chen Mo held them down with both hands. You also try my trick. A terrifying pressure enveloped the two old men. With a bang, the two turned into two balls of blood. Chen Mo's figure flashes again. Catch up with the purple-haired old man in the blink of an eye. He was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Without the backbone of a practitioner, as he said. Chen Mo didn't even bother to speak. He directly used Broken Mountain to smash him to pieces. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly began to tremble. Heaven and earth vitality surged towards his body. Rapid prototyping of a bead in Dantian. This is a sign of breaking through the golden core realm. The man was punched through the heart. Not only did he not die, instead, one condensed in Dantian. Golden beads. Chen Mo roared up to the sky. All injuries to the body fully recovered. He directly broke through to the golden core realm. On the other side, in the Hong family villa, Patriarch Hong Tian respectfully, salute to a young man. Chen Mo killed my father. You have to decide for my Hong family. Ma Sandao looked at him with a half-smile. You don't have to look so innocent. Hong Wei's death is inseparable from your push, and how much do you know about Chen Mo? Hearing this, Hong Tian was also shocked. Those people from the ancient martial arts world didn't kill him. Could it be that Chen Mo is already in the golden core realm? Ma Sandao was not impressed. What he killed was just a half-step golden pill. And he still used the ancient Big Dipper formation. The information you gave me didn't say it. Seeing Ma Sandao was a little angry, Hong Tian hurriedly expressed that he did not know either. Ma Sandao didn't pursue him either. The Bai Jinghong family is where they are, bridgehead of the earth. Do things for our Xinglan faction. There will be benefits for you beyond the earth. Hong Tian was startled. This person is from the legendary cultivation world. Ma Sandow said the purpose of his visit. I have released the message. The ancient martial arts world will attack Mormon with heavy troops. How many troops can you send me? Hong Tian asked with a complicated and puzzled expression. Those weapons are useless against Chen Mo at all. Ma Sandow smiled. Yin and yin. Bomb mermen with 100 cannons. Chen Mo must protect the door with Reiki. Wait until his spiritual energy is exhausted, then killing him would be much easier. Hong Tian thought about it and agreed. If you can kill Chen Mo, then there is only his Hong family left in Huaxia. Soon Ma Sandow appeared on the screen. There is news that we will attack mermen in 3 days. The chief pointed to the TV to explain. This is the scourge caused by the ancient martial arts world. They found an ancient formation in Miaojiang. They reactivated it. Chen Mo frowned slightly. He saw that it was a teleportation array. The chief said angrily. This teleportation array leads to the realm of self-cultivation. It was they who contacted the masters of Xinglan sect. That led to the current situation. Chen Mo knows that he must destroy this teleportation array, but Merman couldn't just ignore it. The chief knows Chen Mo's dilemma. So he offered someone who could help him. Beijing god of war Yang Dingtian. It turns out that a lot has happened in Beijing recently. First, General Hong died at the hands of his own son. Then Hong Tiancha wiped out the Li family. He also killed the Yang family. Only Yang Dingtian is left. And he's lying in wait. Hong Tian's only way. When you see the convoy approaching. Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed up. Countless heavily armed troops descended from the convoy. All aimed at him and shot like crazy. Yang Dingtian shouted. The aura around him blocked all the bullets. Then he swung his palm violently. Invisible blades. Passing through their bodies. Less than a minute. These rebels are all dead. The thick smell of blood is disgusting. Yang Dingtian looked at the team and roared. I know you're in there. You killed more than 100 people in my Yang family. Today is your day to pay off your debt. A young man slowly got out of the car. Master Hong asked me to say hello to you, not just your Yang family. The Li family is also finished, so you won't be alone down there. See the appearance of young people. Yang Dingtian immediately understood that he had been tricked. He was just about to run away. Dozens of people walked out in the shadows around. They are all masters from the ancient martial arts world. Now he's covered in wounds. I'm afraid it's doomed. Yang Dingtian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. I'm dead. You will also be buried with us. And then his body lit up. He's going to blow himself up. I don't know who yelled. The person who heard it was startled and ran away. Self-destruct with the cultivation base of Yangding Heavenly God Realm. I'm afraid there will be no survivors here. Just when everyone was terrified. The spiritual energy blooming on Yang Dingtian's body, it's back inside him. Seeing Yang Dingtian self-destruct, he was not attacked. Those warriors turned back. Ready to take this opportunity to give him the final blow. One step further dies. Suddenly a loud shout resounded through the sky. Chen Mo fell from the sky, fall in front of Yang Dingtian. His life is guaranteed today. I saw that there was only Chen Mo. The young man couldn't help but mock. Ignorant child. Dare to speak nonsense in front of us. Chen Mo snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Facing a siege of dozens of people. Chen Mo jumped into the air with his feet. The 7 steps against the sky are activated in an instant, pale red thunder all over. At the same time, he also summoned the heavenly slashing sword, then he shot at the people below. Blood on the ground. Except for the corpses of the ancient martial arts world and the rebels, only Yang Dingtian was left kneeling in place. Your destiny shouldn't be like this. There are more important tasks for you. Chen Mo took him back. Put it in the medicine bucket that has already been prepared. A medicinal liquid made from various precious medicinal materials. Soak Yang Dingtian's entire body. What step can you break through to? It depends on your luck and luck. Chen Mo pressed his hands against the sides of the barrel. The vitality of heaven and earth in the body surged in an instant. Yang Dingtian's face appeared. Extremely painful expression. Boil the body and polish the muscles and bones. This is what Chen Mo wants to do to him. After a few hours, all the medicine in the medicine bucket is consumed. Chen Mo took him out. Put it in the spirit gathering array set up outside. Chen Mo can feel it. His body is greedily absorbing Reiki. At least you can break through to the peak of the God realm. At this time, Yang Dingtian suddenly woke up. We've never met. Why did you save me? Chen Mo said in a deep voice. Die with a group of villains. This is not the fate of the god of war in Beijing. Hong Tian's life still needs your own hands to take it. Hear this name. Yang Dingtian kept roaring like a madman. His aura suddenly changed. Monstrous demonic energy, the whole person is surrounded by demonic energy, a pair of blood-red eyes is breathtaking. Yang Dingtian took one step out and flew outside. Chen Mo was shocked. He's possessed. First, I want to blow myself up and perish with my enemies. Now it's enchanted because of hatred. The sky is clouded with thunderclouds. A bright lightning shot straight at Yang Dingtian. It seems that he wants to kill this devil directly. Yang Dingtian raised his head and shouted. He raised his hands and led the thunder directly into his body. Chen Mo looked at him in shock. This heavenly calamity is not so easy to survive. I don't know if it attracted 39 days of lightning, or 6 or 9 days of thunder. I hope he gets through this. Turn insects into dragons, forks in the sky converge into a thick thunder.